Chapter 1. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying the briny scent of the ocean into the magnificent palace of Mariowa, allowing one to inhale deeply and almost visualize the vast, cerulean sea within the opulent halls of the palace. Yang Qing rested his head on one hand, gazing vacantly at the blooming flowers outside the window. He soon lowered his gaze, gripping the golden quill in his hand, dipped it into ink, and began to inscribe upon his notebook year 1497 of the sea circle, September 8th, clear skies. Today is as dull as yesterday, but perhaps it is worth noting that a certain Roger has completed the grand line today, earning the title of Pirate King. To me, this is indeed a sorrowful tale. What a wretched world this is. I have truly traversed realms 3 years have passed, and I remain uncertain of the world I have entered. Initially, I harbored mere suspicions, but now I am confirmed I have entered a realm known as One Piece. Yet, why do I feel no thrill, no excitement akin to that of other transmigrators? For 3 years, I have lived a life of utmost ease, akin to that of royalty. Oh, how ironic, for I am indeed of royal descent. They declare me a celestial dragon, a noble of the world. Celestial dragon? What a ridiculous name, utterly unappealing, and today, I find my existence continues as it has for the past 3 years, like a mere shell of a person. This brief diary entry concluded, Yang Qing closed his notebook, a profound expression of distress etched upon his youthful visage, one that belied his tender age. Having arrived in the world of One Piece 3 years ago, he was now but 3 years old in body, while his true age lay concealed beneath his exterior an adult. He had recently been promoted to general manager. Enjoying a raise and planning to marry a wealthy beauty, the thought had once filled him with excitement. Yet, fate dealt a cruel blow. A flower pot fell from the sky, abruptly ending his blissful life upon awakening. He found himself reborn as an infant. His dissatisfaction with this transmigration was palpable, exceedingly so. Although he had transitioned from a diligent general manager to a pampered celestial dragon, his heart remained unsettled. Lucifer, Your Highness, it is time for breakfast. As Yang Qing sat at the table, mired in contemplation, a timid voice interrupted his reverie. Stirring him from his thoughts, he frowned and turned his gaze. A petite figure, clad in a maid's attire, stood before him, head bowed in deference, holding a tray that bore a steaming, exquisitely presented breakfast. Am I truly that fearsome? Yang Qing's youthful voice reached the maid's ears, heightening her anxiety. No, Your Highness. The maid stammered, her voice trembling, on the verge of tears. She was terrified. The notorious cruelty and capriciousness of the celestial dragons were widely known, and though before her stood merely a 3-year-old child, she could not quell her fear. What is your name? Yang Qing inquired quietly as he rose to his feet. Alice, she stammered, trembling slightly. It seems you are quite afraid of me, Yang Qing remarked, extending his hand to accept the plate, then picking up the fork and spoon. Just as he was about to begin eating, he furrowed his brow. Are there chopsticks? Chopsticks? Alice was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Yang Qing's words. Yang Qing shook his head, then resumed his meal with a fork and spoon. Struggling to manage the breakfast on his plate throughout this ordeal, Alice stood rigidly behind him, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her heart racing with anxiety. It was her first day serving the Tianlong people, and she was uncertain of what consequences awaited her. She had heard tales from friends who had served Tianlong individuals before her. Even a light reprimand could result in a beating, and in severe cases, they might not see the light of day. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, you are afraid of me, Yang Qing said, pondering aloud. Correct. You fear me because I am a Tianlong, naturally superior to you, am I not? Alice's fear deepened, tears welling in her eyes. What could the cruel Tianlong do to her, even though he was merely a child? This world is sick. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qing spoke seriously. He then stood and exited the room. Alice, with her head bowed, did not notice his departure until she felt the stillness beside her and cautiously looked up, realizing he was far away, prompting her to hurriedly follow him. Every day, my servant changes, and I must inquire their names anew. It truly vexes me, Yang Qing lamented in the garden, since you are so frightened of me. How about you come to attend to me daily? Alice trembled, utterly stunned. A mischievous glint appeared on Yang Qing's youthful face as he added, Remember, should I find any dissatisfaction, I shall execute you. Alice broke into tears, terrified. Yang Qing's parents were quintessential Tianlong individuals, boasting large, inflated heads, their expressions haughty and domineering as they strode before others, exuding an air of arrogance. After breakfast and a brief encounter with his parents, Yang Qing departed, indifferent to their presence, preferring the company of his younger brother. His brother was a charming lad with hair as dark as his own and bright eyes, Merely 2 years old and blissfully ignorant each time they met, he would beam with delight. "Ha! Just look at your silly face," Yang Qing teased, pinching his brother's cheek with a grin of whoop. 2-year-old Jess, still grappling with speech, merely giggled, clearly overjoyed to see Yang Qing. "See, I told you that bubblehead fool after I removed it. Doesn't it feel like the air has improved significantly?" Yang Qing playfully engaged with Jess, his face alight with joy. Yeah. Jess waved his tiny hands and nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with his older brother's words. Alice stood behind Yang Qing. Her curiosity piqued. "Is this what the Tianlong people are like? They don't seem so frightening after all." The early morning swiftly passed, and after enjoying the lunch that Alice had brought, Yang Qing waved her off, choosing to remain alone in his chamber. Even after exiting the palace of the Tianlong people, Alice wore a dazed expression. Remarkably, she had walked out unscathed, without a single reprimand, and had even been tasked with looking after the 3-year-old child in the future. In a daze, she returned home, her mind blank for the entire innate qigong. Yang Qing closed his eyes, delving deep within his heart. This was a supreme internal cultivation technique of Taoism, ideally suited for foundational training. Indeed, his transmigration had brought him a boon in the form of a game system named Swordmaster. This game was replete with martial arts, showcasing a myriad of techniques that stirred excitement within Yang Qing. Although, in comparison to the formidable beings of this world, the martial arts within this game seemed somewhat lacking yet. As the saying goes, every Chinese person harbors a dream of martial heroism. Lightness, skill, martial arts, internal power, each one is a treasure I desire. Everyone aspires to be strong. It merely depends on whether fate grants you the opportunity. Innate Qigong was an internal cultivation technique bestowed at the game's onset, serving as a foundation. Additionally, the game system shop was brimming with an extensive array of martial arts manuals. For 3 years, since his birth, Yang Qing had diligently practiced this internal power. Though he had made some progress, the path of martial arts requires time for accumulation. His journey was still in its infancy, merely at the stage of a martial apprentice today. However, he felt a surge of excitement. 3 years of accumulation. Not a single copper coin or a tael of silver spent. All for this moment. Yang Qing opened the system shop interface, where countless sword techniques shimmered like stars, each shadow performing the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. Dazzling too. Behold it, he did not linger on them, his fingers deftly flipping through the pages. At last, he came to a halt there. A slender tome lay quietly, its cover adorned with 4 ancient characters that glimmered with a subtle radiance, emanating a sharp and profound essence. Xiao Li Fei Dao. Indeed, the martial arts manual that Yang Qing had yearned for over the past 3 years was none other than Xiao Li Fei Dao. It had cost him 12 taels of silver, and after countless nights of weary task completion, he had awaited this very moment. Xiao Li Fei Dao never misses its mark. One strike. No survivors. The most formidable swordsmanship. With trembling hands, Yang Qing opened the tome of this unrivaled technique. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the unparalleled martial art. Xiao Li Fei Dao. This was a moment worthy of celebration. Yang Qing nearly leaped for joy, but ultimately restrained himself. His identity had changed, was now a noble, a member of the global aristocracy, and could not afford to act recklessly. Eventually, he stepped out of the house and sought out his 2-year-old brother, playfully pinching little Jess' cheeks for an entire afternoon. When he departed, Yang Qing wore a broad smile, while little Jess cried inconsolably, his wails echoing in despair. With the mastery of the small leaf-flying dagger, as long as I persist in my practice, I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of excellence. Having merely grazed the surface, I have achieved some initial success, yet I am still far from the heights of martial prowess, which encompasses 5 realms, the mere beginning, slight accomplishment, extraordinary skill, transcendent artistry, and the ultimate peak. As night fell, Yang Qing sat in the courtyard, gazing at the myriad of stars that formed a resplendent ribbon across the heavens, contemplating his future. In this new world, devoid of friends, aspirations, or direction, everything felt shrouded in ambiguity. Only the game system bestowed upon him sparked a flicker of interest. In this realm, I possess everything I could desire, free from worries of food or shelter, living a life akin to that of an emperor, wielding immense power. Yet, why does it feel so utterly devoid of meaning? Is there truly no significance to it all? Suddenly, he shifted his form, reclining on the grass, his eyes fixed on the twinkling stars, recalling the discussions among adults in the newspapers about a certain figure. Gold Roger, the Pirate King. He seems rather intriguing. He reminisced about his previous life, when, in his youthful naivety, he had been utterly captivated by the tale of the Pirate King, marveling at the bonds of friendship and dreams. Depicted within, he had shed tears, felt deep emotions, As he entered society, he became a mere shell of himself, consumed by the relentless grind of existence, drowning in the harshness of reality and forgetting his dreams. Dreams they seemed so distant now, he extended his hand toward the vast expanse of stars. Indeed, is my dream. Ah, it seems I have forgotten pests. Please consider favoriting, sending flowers, or offering rewards. Humanity is inherently free, and the dreams of humanity are likewise free. Dreams and fervor are the very essence of this world for the sake of dreams. People are willing to sacrifice everything, charging toward the unknown perils. In his previous life, Yang Qing's soul had become dulled and numbed by the harshness of existence, leading him to forget his dreams. However, beneath the boundless expanse of this free sky, a certain impulse within him began to burgeon uncontrollably, growing ever stronger. After experiencing her initial trepidation on the first day, Alice returned to care for Yang Qing, her apprehension giving way to curiosity. When curiosity takes root, one seeks to understand. Through her observations, she gradually discerned the uniqueness of this celestial being. Firstly, he was exceptionally intelligent despite possessing the physique of a mere 3-year-old. His understanding surpassed even her own. Secondly, he was markedly different from other celestial beings. He bore no peculiar bubbles upon his head and lacked the innate arrogance typically associated with his kind. Finally, through her careful observation, she concluded that this celestial being was indeed a good person. Yes, a good person. While the term good person may seem commonplace among common folk, its application to a celestial being was nothing short of astonishing. Born to stand at the pinnacle of this world, the celestial dragons possess privileges beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. They seem to have it all, and it is truly inconceivable what further aspirations they might harbor. Thus, they exhibit arrogance, flaunting their supremacy with utter disregard for morality. Alice, do you have a dream? It has been 2 months since Alice entered the palace of the Celestial Dragons, and her initial trepidation has faded, replaced by a budding fondness for her role. Today, Yang Qing unexpectedly posed this question. Dream? Alice paused momentarily, then blushed slightly. My dream is simply to find a suitable husband in this lifetime and marry him. Oh, Yang Qing cast a glance at Alice. You're 18 now. In a couple of years, you will reach the age for marriage. Shaking his head, Yang Qing retreated into the room. Every day, he perused the newspapers, which constantly reported on the world government and Navy's scrutiny of pirate activities. For instance, the whereabouts of the pirate King Roger, his exploits, or the actions of Edward Newgate, commonly known as Whitebeard, among others. Through the vivid descriptions in the newspapers, he envisioned a grand ocean, teeming with ships braving the tempest, with the laughter of crew members and the sounds of jubilant toasts resounded continuously. It is not yet the right time. It must be said that Yang Qing harbored a curiosity about the outside world, yet he felt too young and acutely aware of his sensitive status. The Celestial Dragons, as the ultimate wielders of power, paradoxically lack any real strength or means of self-protection. Over the past 3 years, Yang Qing has observed clearly that they are merely caged canaries, devoid of power and unable to defend themselves. Thus they must remain here for the time being. I want to go out and see. Though uncertain of his purpose in this world, the desire to explore had already taken root in Yang Qing's mind. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Once a mere infant in a stroller, young Jess has now blossomed into a lively child, with bright eyes and flowing black hair, exuding both freshness and intelligence. Brother, take me out to play. It's so dull being alone," young Jess exclaimed, clad in vibrant denim, sprinting towards him, trailed by a cadre of guards dressed in black suits and hats. "Oh, little Jess." Yang Qing, reclining in a chair with a book, was accompanied only by the lovely Alice. Unlike Jess, Yang Qing had no guards by his side, only Alice. Yet both brothers were devoid of the peculiar bubble atop their heads. "Where do you wish to go? What do you want to do?" Yang Qing inquired with interest. It had been quite some time since his younger brother had sought him out today. His sudden enthusiasm piqued Yang Qing's curiosity. "I want to go outside." Young Jess suddenly rushed over, whispering in Yang Qing's ear, "Go outside." Yang Qing furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do out there?" Brother, please take me along. I wish to see." Little Jess tugged at Yang Qing's hand, playfully pouting with a sigh of resignation. The latter nodded, handing his book over to Alice before proceeding ahead. "Stay close to me, and do not raise any alarms or inform father and mother. Understood?" "Brother," Jess exclaimed joyfully. Thus, the group quietly exited the palace of the Tianlong people. Since his arrival in this world, Yang Qing, though not completely isolated, had seldom engaged with the outside realm. He rarely ventured into the streets, as his needs were tended to by others, leaving little requirement for self-sufficiency. "Brother, Charles mentioned that new slaves would arrive today," Jess whispered excitedly to Yang Qing once they left the palace. "Oh, slaves?" Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. An oppressive aura emanating from him, 2 years of cultivation, had significantly enhanced his vitality and spirit. He distinctly sensed a tremor in Alice behind him, and her complexion altered. Who is Charles? The smile on Yang Qing's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Charles is a friend I recently made. What is the matter, brother? Jess inquired, a hint of fear in his voice. For he held a deep respect for his elder brother and was always obedient. Did he tell you about slaves? Yang Qing asked. Yes, Jess replied. He mentioned that we, the Tianlong people, are the aristocrats of the world, capable of purchasing obedient slaves to take out for leisure. With a cold sneer, Yang Qing fixed his gaze on Jess's face. Remember this, Jess. You are forbidden to buy slaves or engage in actions that cause harm to others. Understood, Jess nodded. Take me to Charles. I wish to see this so-called slave. Yang Qing strode forward, and Jess anxiously followed suit, quickly realizing that his brother was irate. All individuals are equal. There is no one inherently superior, Jess. Keep this lesson close to your heart. Along the way, Yang Qing gently reiterated this sentiment, causing the surrounding servants to exchange glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded this Tianlong man with newfound respect. The Tianlong people were traditionally seen as superior, descendants of the 20 kings who shaped the world, inheritors of the Creator's legacy, naturally dominant in all matters. Yet, from this young master's lips emerged a radically different proclamation, equality among all. The guards and servants were taken aback, their eyes reflecting astonishment, admiration, and disbelief. They sensed that this Tianlong man was unlike the others. The distinction lay in the aura he exuded, a quality of benevolence. A thought blossomed in their hearts. Perhaps this Tianlong man would one day transform the world, simply because he voiced a perspective that defied the conventions of his era. As they proceeded, the identity of Yang Qing and his companions was swiftly recognized, causing the commoners to blanch and hastily prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling and too fearful to look up. Brother, why are they kneeling? The innocent Jess asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing's lips quivered, uncertain of how to respond. Remember, they need not kneel, and you must not demand others to do so in the future. Yes, I will remember, brother. Little Jace nodded. Then noticed the commoners by the roadside. Tilting his head in contemplation, he suddenly smiled, and with a burst of enthusiasm, he ran to the roadside, lifting an elderly man before the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Old man, please rise. My brother says you need not kneel. Ah, no. To his astonishment, the old man fell to the ground in sheer terror, leaving Jace momentarily bewildered. Jace, come here, Yang Qing beckoned. Do not dwell on it. I shall take you to play. Jace nodded joyfully, quickly forgetting the earlier scene. Soon, the group departed, making their way toward the slave market. Brother, I sensed that the old man was frightened of me, Jace remarked, his spirits dimming along the way. I am aware, Yang Qing replied with a smile. Indeed, brother. You know everything, Jace admired, gazing at Yang Qing with adoration. To little Jace, his brother was the epitome of greatness. Haha, Yang Qing laughed merrily, ruffling his younger brother's hair. They fear you. Simply assure them there is no need for fear. Remember to befriend those who treat you well. Yes, I understand, brother, Jace exclaimed loudly. At this moment, the guards beside Yang Qing regarded the two brothers with softened eyes, contrasting the cold, lifeless stares they had previously held. They were two distinct beings of the Celestial Dragon. Before long, they reached the entrance of the slave market. Just then, a group of cloaked figures approached from across the way, led by a pudgy Celestial Dragon who was absently blowing bubbles with snot. It was none other than Charles. Brother, that is Charles, Jace shouted. Oh, Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, observing the bubble-blowing figure with a feeling of disdain, realizing this was the individual who intended to lead his brother into the world of slavery. Ah, so you were Jace's brother? Slaves are quite entertaining, don't you think? Look, would you like one as well? Charles taunted, shaking the rope in his hand, at the end of which a trembling slave with a collar crawled forward. How pitiful, Jace remarked with sympathy. For some reason, your presence incenses me. It is one thing to jeopardize your own life, but to corrupt my brother is intolerable. Yang Qing stated coldly, taking a decisive step forward to confront Charles. Towering above him, he looked down upon the latter. You truly deserve a beating. A resounding slap echoed, and Charles's chubby face instantly swelled up. Initially stunned by the blow, Charles soon felt a sharp pain in his cheek and burst into tears, frightened. As he fled towards home, Jess stood behind, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Yang Qing, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Isn't his bubble quite foolish? Yang Qing inquired with a smile, noticing Jess's expression. Indeed, Jess exclaimed loudly. Ha. Subsequently, Yang Qing and his companions entered the slave trading house. As they stepped inside, the surrounding crowd erupted into a commotion. A celestial dragon has been struck. This is serious. The Navy is coming. We must flee. Murmured voices filled the air. That black-haired child has stirred up trouble. He is doomed. Some had already seen Navy officers rushing to report the incident, and it was believed that soon a large contingent of the Navy would arrive to surround the area. The slave market was vast, with an astonishing array of closely packed chairs. Here, the sense of hierarchy was palpable. The front rows were sparsely occupied, while the seats at the back were densely filled. The cacophony of voices created a lively atmosphere. What a ruckus! There are so many people, Jess exclaimed, exhilarated by the sight of such a crowd for the first time. Yang Qing smiled and nodded as a group of guards led the two brothers to the front row. Yang Qing arrived at the front row and scanned the surroundings, noticing numerous eyes upon him. Then he observed that several individuals in the front row were adorned with bubbles. Comprehending that this was the so-called privilege, this space was exclusively reserved for celestial beings. Sit. Yang Qing, Alice, and Jess took their seats. Due to Jess's tender age, Alice held him in her arms as she settled beside Yang Qing. Jess felt no embarrassment. Rather, his entourage inhaled sharply, their eyes hidden behind sunglasses narrowing in astonishment. The esteemed young Master Jess had been cradled like a child. How audacious it was for a commoner to occupy the seat designated for nobility. Behind Yang Qing, a multitude of shifting gazes converged upon the pair. Who were these children? How dared they sit in the space reserved for the celestial elite? Could it be that they too belonged to the heavenly lineage? Which family did they hail from? And why were they not accompanied by their usual entourage? A few nearby noble figures merely exchanged glances with their brethren before averting their gaze, closing their eyes, and falling silent, clearly having recognized them. Soon, the auction commenced. The host, garbed in a clown's attire, complete with a bright red nose and a top hat, appeared rather comical, prompting Jess to erupt into hearty laughter. Yang Qing gazed at her brother's joyful expression, and a smile graced her own face, for children are often brimming with happiness. The host, initially taken aback by the two children in the front row, quickly regained his composure, courtesy of his impeccable demeanor, and proceeded to introduce the items up for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you all here. As with our previous auction, we are once again presenting a diverse array of slaves for your consideration. However, unlike last time, this auction features a particularly valuable specimen, a child who is also a pirate, and astonishingly, his bounty amounts to a staggering 50 million. Upon hearing these words, Yang Qing remained composed. However, he astutely observed that the nobles behind him had their eyes gleaming with excitement. Furthermore, the piece d'arrestance of this auction was none other than a devil fruit. It is said to be the most formidable of all devil fruits, and consuming it grants one the strength of a deity. Below, among the assembled crowd, another wave of eager eyes sparkled with anticipation. The devil fruit, a hidden treasure of the sea, promises tremendous power to those who dare to partake. For humanity, the pursuit of strength is an eternal aspiration. Everyone yearns for the extraordinary power that transcends the ordinary. Undoubtedly, the devil fruit represents a shortcut to such unparalleled might. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the notion of the devil fruit, a wondrous entity he yearned to explore, eager to discover the formidable powers it bestows. Among the three categories, natural, Zoan, and paramecia, it is the natural type that reigns supreme. Those who consume a natural devil fruit almost instantaneously gain extraordinary abilities. As the auction commenced, the slaves were paraded before the aristocrats below, each one purchased without a hint of interest from Yang Qing. Meanwhile, Jace, upon realizing that these so-called slaves were merely unfortunate souls, succumbed to disappointment and fell into a sullen mood. Then came the climax of the auction. The youngest bounty pirate in history, the Phantom Dillons, with a staggering bounty of 50 million. A wielder of a devil fruit, he is the highest rewarded pirate to date. And astonishingly, he is but a mere child of 10. The host exclaimed with fervor. As he spoke, a boy shackled with handcuffs and a collar was brought forth. His cheeks were soiled, his hair disheveled, and his clothes tattered, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, Yang Qing noticed that the boy's eyes shone brightly, filled with determination and hope. Intriguing, Yang Qing mused, his interest piqued by the boy. However, it was evident that the onlookers were met with disappointment upon realizing that the so-called slave was just a child. They sought to acquire powerful slaves to bring home for torment and humiliation, merely to satiate their own envy. Inflicting suffering upon someone stronger than oneself might provide a thrill. Yet the excitement diminishes significantly when the target is merely a child. The starting bid was set at 80 million berries, and as the host passionately called for offers, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Amused by the scene, Yang Qing raised his hand. I bid 100 million. I shall purchase him. As Yang Qing's tender voice resonated throughout the hall, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd. No one had anticipated that a celestial being would place a bid. Even the young lad, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, now exhibited a hint of surprise. No one dared to voice another bid. The grave consequences of challenging the celestial were too daunting. Thus, this slave shall belong to this esteemed gentleman, the host announced, surveying the audience and wiping the perspiration from his brow. He could not afford to offend the celestial, even for a mere slave, and hastily brought down the gavel, thereby determining Dylan's fate. A few nobles displayed their discontent, yet upon exchanging glances with Yang Qing, they resigned themselves to their fate. The celestial was not to be trifled with. Dylan's was swiftly escorted away, and soon, another batch of slaves was brought forth for auction. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense. As if to release the pent-up frustration that had silenced the nobles earlier, they vied with fervor, their faces flushed, elevating the energy in the room to a fever pitch. What a collection of fools, Yang Qing mused with a cold smile, before closing his eyes in quiet anticipation of the ultimate treasure yet to be unveiled. He eagerly awaited the fabled devil fruit, a legendary artifact said to grant unimaginable strength. Who wouldn't he desire such a prize? Before long, the auction reached its climax. When a crimson brocade box was unveiled and placed in the host's palm, an expectant silence enveloped the hall. The devil fruit. A treasure of the seas, its existence was indeed confirmed. What type could it be? Might it belong to the natural category? Curious whispers filled the air, sparkling with longing. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those who had been quietly observing with closed eyes suddenly opened them, their gazes alight with fervor. The treasure of the seas. The devil fruit. The very source of power. Indeed, after much anticipation, we have finally reached the highlight of this auction, the host proclaimed, his voice booming with enthusiasm as he trembled with excitement. The devil fruit. Bestow upon you godlike abilities, allowing you to dominate the grand line and ascend as a formidable force. With a dramatic flourish, he opened the brocade box, revealing the fruit within, which instantly captured the attention of all present. The lights dimmed, illuminating only this magnificent devil fruit. What a wondrous sight it was, effortlessly drawing the thoughts of everyone in the room, igniting their excitement and frenzy. The golden shell glimmered with resplendent brilliance, radiating charm and allure. A golden devil fruit. Its shape suggested it belonged to the paramecia category. Alas, it was not of the natural type. One could easily surmise that any natural fruits would be held by the most elite warriors, never to grace an auction. Despite being merely a paramecia fruit, it was nonetheless extraordinary. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the remarkable fruit. Some scrutinized it closely, attempting to analyze its essence, only to discover, to their dismay, that it was absent from the compendium of devil fruits. They shook their heads in disappointment. An unknown fruit bore little value. Since the emergence of the devil fruit, a considerable span of time has elapsed. The powerful and valuable fruits have been diligently collected by those with intent and cataloged within the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia for ease of identification. Only those deemed trifling or lacking in worth have been discarded and omitted from the records. It is evident that this vibrantly alluring devil fruit may harbor abilities that are not as astonishing as its outward appearance suggests. What a beautiful fruit, brother, exclaimed Jess, admiring the golden devil fruit with delight. Indeed, it is quite exquisite. I shall procure it shortly, Yang Qing responded with enthusiasm. While the majority regarded this devil fruit as lacking in value and had already relinquished hope, a select few were struck with astonishment, their eyes narrowing in realization. Indeed, it is it. It has re-emerged into the world, they whispered, referring to the legendary fruit said to bestow godlike powers upon its consumer. It must be acquired, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, a few celestial dragons seated beside Yang Qing chuckled at the sight of the devil fruit. Ah, the devil fruit. A splendid gift for my subordinates, one remarked. This was no ordinary devil fruit. It was a powerful and extraordinary one. The owner had proclaimed it would bestow divine strength upon those who consumed it. The starting bid is 300 million, the auctioneer announced, his voice strained, though his heart raced with trepidation. Typically, a standard devil fruit fetched around 100 million, so this exorbitant starting price raised eyebrows. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted in disdainful jeers. You expect us to pay 300 million for this worthless item that isn't even listed in the encyclopedia? Who do you take us for? We are royalty, we are nobility. We refuse this trash. Yang Qing's eyes glimmered with amusement as he observed the lively scene before him. Reflecting on the advantages of being a celestial dragon, at least in terms of wealth, he was free from worry. 310 million. The first bid emerged from a celestial dragon, an elderly man seated beside Yang Qing. A hush fell over the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Celestial dragons typically held little regard for such matters. With a mere command, they could summon powerful allies, wielding the greatest authority without needing to possess strength themselves. What was happening? Moreover, with a celestial dragon placing a bid, who would dare to follow suit? Who would risk incurring the wrath of such a figure? A silent sigh echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, for it seemed the fate of this devil fruit was all but sealed in favor of the celestial dragon. Yet, just as the crowd resigned themselves to this conclusion, a soft voice pierced the air. 350 million. What? Shock rippled through the audience as they began to search for the source of the voice. Yang Qing, too, was taken aback, his curiosity prompting him to glance towards the rear. In that moment, even the celestial dragons in the front row turned their heads. An oppressive and eerie atmosphere began to envelop the entire venue. Yang Qing could clearly see that the elderly Tianlong person sitting beside him had his face, shrouded in a bubble, rapidly turn a ghastly shade of gray, as a surge of anger welled up within him. How dare anyone defy a Tianlong individual? Challenge a decision made by such a being? This was an affront to the highest authority in the world, a slight against the nobility of the realm, and utterly intolerable. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the gathering, as every gaze fixated on the figure that had uttered those defiant words, cloaked entirely in black robes. In that moment, he became the center of attention. Eliminate him. A cold glimmer flickered in the elderly Tianlong's eyes as he forcefully brought his golden staff, forged from pure gold, to a halt, emanating a formidable aura that spoke of the authority he had long wielded from his elevated position. In an instant, a squad of individuals clad in black appeared with remarkable swiftness. As they ran, they drew their weapons, directing the cold muzzles of their guns toward the figure enveloped in darkness. The room descended into an eerie silence, the tension tightening around every heart present. Finally, the squad of black-clad individuals approached the cloaked figure. With a resounding bang, without a moment's hesitation, they pulled the triggers of their firearms, unleashing bullets imbued with lethal intent. Some, gripped by fear, shut their eyes, while a woman emitted a brief, piercing scream. Only the Tianlong individuals in the front row displayed cruel smiles, thinking it was a death wish to challenge the Tianlong. However, the ensuing events took everyone by surprise. The figure in black did not perish. Not a single wound marred his body. He had evaded the bullets. Yang Qing's pupils constricted sharply. It was astonishing that someone could move even faster than a bullet. In his previous life, such a formidable individual was beyond imagination. Immediately thereafter, under the gaze of the entire audience, his black robe stirred. He was in motion. A flash of black light erupted, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, as he wielded his cruel claws to commence the harvest of souls. Approaching a group of men clad in black, his robe fluttered as his hands danced wildly. Crimson blood gushed forth, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. The black-clad men stood no chance against the onslaught of the figure in the black robe. In fact, after the very first gunshot rang out, they had no time even to pull the trigger before meeting their demise at the hands of their assailant. Yang Qing observed with clarity that beneath the black robe, two chilling blades glimmered with a cold light. As the figure in black moved, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth like an army, engulfing his adversaries and instilling a paralyzing fear that made them tremble. Having dispatched a squad of dark-clad assailants, the figure sheathed his long knives and continued his slow advance. With each measured step, an eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings as all eyes were fixed upon his retreating silhouette. The countenance of the elder known as Long had turned pale, for he acutely sensed that the black-robed figure's intent was directed solely at him. As the figure approached Long, an oppressive aura of death stilled the air, plunging the auction house into an unsettling silence, rendering even the act of breathing a daunting challenge. Yang Qing beheld the figure clad in black robes pass before him. As the individual moved by, he was struck by the overwhelming scent of blood, a palpable pressure enveloping him, rendering him nearly incapacitated and his thoughts scattered. This was a true powerhouse, endowed with a formidable will, his long blade having quenched its thirst with the blood of countless souls. Strangely, the tranquility that typically resided in Yang Qing's heart began to stir with excitement. Under the imposing force and ironclad determination of the figure in black, his heart pulsed with renewed vigor. "I stand before you. In but a moment, I shall sever your head. Do you believe it?" A calm and steady voice emerged from beneath the dark hood, imbued with a chilling intent to kill that compelled all present to heed him. The crowd's gazes were filled with disbelief. Could this individual truly dare to challenge the Celestial Dragon? Even Yang Qing felt a surge of tension coursing through him. While beside him, Jess bit his lip, tears glistening in his eyes, utterly awed by the menacing aura of the figure in black. This person was indeed willing to act. Yang Qing was taken aback, staring intently at the figure in the black robe. Do you dare?" The celestial being's eyes flickered with panic and fear. "Yet I am not here for you today, so rest assured," the black-robed figure continued. The celestial being exhaled a sigh of relief. "Fair bidding, the highest bidder wins. Those who disrupt the rules shall meet their demise." The black-robed figure stated nonchalantly. He had established the rules, and no one dared to contest them. The celestial being, endowed with the world's highest authority, was now utterly intimidated by the formidable power before him, rendered speechless. Within Yang Qing's gaze, a profound light flickered, as if he had gained some insight. "But a group of powerless fledglings, who grants you the audacity to be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you possess everything?" Amidst the astonished and fearful eyes of the crowd, the black-robed figure casually seated himself beside the celestial being and next to Yang Qing. An invisible pressure enveloped the space around Yang Qing, as if it were on the verge of solidifying. "You are but caged birds, powerless and formless. A pitiable group." After uttering these words, the black-robed figure fell silent. His tone was serene, yet Yang Qing discerned an unmistakable hint of disdain. How could the celestial being be regarded with such contempt? Had it ever been so? Yang Qing clenched his fists, and in that moment, a multitude of realizations flashed through his mind. The Tianlong people are descendants of the 20 kings, inheriting their supreme authority. However, with the passage of time, they have failed to inherit their unparalleled power. Perhaps this was a deliberate maneuver by the government, allowing them to wield power without the ability to command strength. The disunity of power and strength has fragmented their overall capabilities. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the Tianlong people at this moment, lacking even the strength to crush a chicken, have developed an arrogant and contemptuous demeanor, still believing themselves to be omnipotent. This represents a rather dire predicament, as their annihilation would be exceedingly effortless. The auction proceeds. The deep voice of the figure in the black robe resonated through the garment, while the host glistened with sweat. "Next, please continue to bid." A profound silence enveloped the room. A look of embarrassment and anger flashed across the faces of the Tianlong people. Yet their fear of being slain kept them from uttering a word. 360 million. To everyone's astonishment, a voice emerged from the last row of seats in the auction hall. It belonged to a quiet man, adorned with golden-framed glasses, his face illuminated by a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Beside him sat a few individuals, appearing lethargic and indifferent. It was the Shining Sea pirate crew, and the man with the golden glasses was none other than Captain Golden Flash Alec. With a bounty of a staggering 150 million, they had actually come to the Sabaody archipelago. Recognizing them, some in the crowd gasped in surprise. Yang Qing observed the calm demeanor of the figure in the black robe beside him, who showed no surprise at the rising bids. 800 million. Another bid emerged from a chubby man, drenched in sweat and seemingly anxious, constantly wiping his brow. Yet, no one truly perceived his anxiety. The mere audacity to bid in such a situation already attested to his courage. 400 million. The black-robed individual spoke with a placid tone, causing disappointment to flicker across the chubby man's face as he shook his head. 430 million. The refined gentleman spoke again, and thus commenced a tranquil yet exhilarating contest for the coveted devil fruit. However, at that moment, an unexpectedly youthful and piercing voice rang out. "I bid 600 million. The devil fruit is mine." A hushed silence enveloped the room as eyes darted around, ultimately converging on the front row of the auction house. As the gaze settled, astonishment crept onto the faces of the onlookers. A child? The bidder was merely a 5-year-old, an utterly inconceivable occurrence. What could a child of such tender years comprehend? Did he even grasp the significance of the devil fruit? Their incredulity mingled with an odd sensation, for the bidder was a celestial dragon. The celestial dragon, who had previously appeared humiliated and downtrodden, stood in stunned silence. Yet, amidst the collective scrutiny, Yang Qing remained expressionless. Only little Jess sensed the trembling of his brother's hand. Slick with perspiration, he was undoubtedly anxious. How could he not be? In that fleeting moment when Yang Qing made his bid, he distinctly felt the weight of several formidable wills locking onto him, pressing heavily upon his being, almost rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, the years of cultivated energy within him provided some relief. Yet, he must not forget the presence of the individual seated beside him. As Yang Qing spoke, the black-robed figure's palpable bloodlust descended upon him, nearly paralyzing him with its intensity. He acutely sensed the unmasked aura of menace emanating from the black-robed individual. Would he be slain? To compete for sustenance amidst a throng of ravenous wolves was a terrifying prospect. An intriguing celestial dragon. The golden glimmering Alec raised his right hand to adjust his spectacles before turning to depart towards the exit of the auction house. Captain, why do you wish to leave? Are you abandoning the devil fruit? Merely an enigmatic devil fruit. One can do without it. What is far more pressing is our need to depart swiftly. The Navy is approaching. Alec waved his hand dismissively and strode away from the scene. The 7 or 8 individuals seated in the back exchanged glances and hurriedly pursued him. Oh, Alec and his companions have departed. What transpired? The rotund man who had just placed a bid wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a look of confusion. However, he did not ponder it further and fell into silence, soon becoming forgotten by the entire gathering. You desire this fruit? A voice laced with malice emanated from beneath the black robe, directed at Yang Qing. In a daze, Yang Qing seemed to hear the metallic clang of blades colliding, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. A fair bidding, as you stated. Yang Qing gritted his teeth and retorted vehemently. Ah. The rules I have established are mine to dictate. If I were to slay you now, this fruit would still belong to me. The figure in the black robe scoffed disdainfully. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping him. With a subtle movement of his concealed right hand, a small, ancient flying dagger materialized, glimmering with an eerie light. Let us see what unfolds. As the dagger found its place in his grasp, Yang Qing underwent a remarkable transformation. His focus intensified, an amalgamation of energy coalescing into a radiant blade intent, shimmering with both sanguine and resplendent brilliance, unabashedly displaying its might. Oh, this is intriguing. The cloaked figure repressed his disdain and allowed a smile to escape, a flicker of astonishment stirring within him. He sensed a hint of peril emanating from this seemingly insignificant youth. How is this possible? Could he possess an extraordinary power? Fair bidding, as I stated, shall be upheld. With a dismissive snort, he declared, 650 million. This fruit shall be mine. The cloaked man stated nonchalantly. Competing in wealth with the celestial dragons? Ha! Yang Qing chuckled. Feeling the oppressive weight upon him dissipate, his right hand quivered, and the diminutive dagger vanished from sight. 700 million. The cloaked man's expression darkened. Yet he pressed on with his bid. 730 million. At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted dramatically. What an outrageous occurrence. Such an exorbitant price for a mere fruit was simply unfathomable. 750 million. Yang Qing continued to smile, for wealth, in the eyes of the celestial beings, was merely a collection of numbers. Although his pocket money was limited, he remained utterly unconcerned about insufficient funds. 800 million. The figure was nearly a howl from the man in the black robe, for his financial resources were dwindling. Yang Qing squinted his eyes. Although he no longer possessed Bailey, he felt no trepidation. His lips moved as he conveyed a message to the elder of the Tianlong clan beside him, utilizing the technique of transmitting vital energy for communication. A rather rudimentary method, he had managed to grasp it just adequately. Hey, old man, lend me some money so I may acquire this devil fruit. You must understand. This is no ordinary bidding. It reflects our Tianlong clan's honor. If word spreads that today, the Tianlong clan was subdued by an unknown figure in a black cloak, it would become a source of ridicule. Should you agree, merely nod. If not, remain still. After his message was sent, Yang Qing patiently awaited the elder's response, confident that he would acquiesce. However, to his dismay, the elder appeared hesitant. Unbelievable. I underestimated this old man's fear. He is genuinely intimidated by the figure in the black cloak. What a predicament. Fortunately, after enduring a tumultuous internal struggle, the elder, flushed and agitated, finally nodded in agreement. Young man, channel my fury into battle and suppress this scoundrel. All my wealth is yours. With his decision made, the elder roared internally, 1 billion. You may depart now. The devil fruit shall be mine. Yang Qing spoke softly, bringing a profound silence to the venue, as if a gentle whirlwind had swept through, growing increasingly ferocious and enveloping the crowd, rendering each individual a mere statue, mouths agape, and unable to close. 1 billion. Such an amount is no trifling matter. It is akin to a treasure of immense value. The man in the black robe felt a tremor at the corners of his mouth, a surge of wrath erupting within him. How could he, a mere child of 5, seemingly powerless, have bested him in matters of wealth? What a farcical situation. A murderous intent, wild and tempestuous, surged towards Yang Qing, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. I shall end your life. Beneath the black robe, 2 chilling beams of light flickered ominously. A long knife was slowly being drawn from its sheath. The intangible pressure, the rampant desire to kill, and the imminent threat loomed before Yang Qing. Under the weight of this mingled aura of malice and pressure, Yang Qing felt as if he were but a fragile boat adrift in a storm, his senses dimming, on the verge of losing consciousness. Incredible! Such power! Yang Qing was utterly astonished, completely overwhelmed by the prowess of the figure cloaked in black. Throughout his life, he had resided within the palace of the Tianlong people, never once contemplating, nor witnessing, the extraordinary strength and willpower that could reach such formidable heights. At that moment, he was reminded of the magnificent figures he had seen in anime during his previous life, each embodying a power of immense magnitude. The earth trembled. The heavens were rent asunder. How could human strength attain such levels? Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by shouts from outside. Quick! Surround the auction house. Protect the esteemed Tianlong lord. The audacity to harm a Tianlong was unforgivable. Such fiends must be met with the ultimate penalty. The black-clad figure's robe fluttered as he sheathed his twin blades. Yang Qing sensed 2 chilling gazes piercing through the darkness of the cloak, their murderous intent unabashedly evident. At that moment, the host, in a state of panic, pressed a switch, causing a curtain to swiftly descend and obscure the view of all present. Curse it! The voice of the cloaked man resonated, filled with unmistakable frustration. In an instant, he flickered away, departing with swift strides. Within the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yang Qing's sight. Yang Qing felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her entire body nearly collapsing under the immense pressure that was almost unimaginable. Suddenly, the doors of the auction house swung open, allowing a flood of light to illuminate the previously dim interior. The crowd turned to see a regiment of Navy soldiers standing at the entrance, rifles held at the ready, their expressions grave and their demeanor disciplined. A palpable tension enveloped the scene, accompanied by the crisp sound of chewing. A robust voice resonated from the doorway, and behind him, a billowing white cloak moved as if caught in an unseen breeze, emblazoned with the word justice in stark black letters, dazzling to the eye. The formidable presence of this individual rendered the onlookers motionless, for he exuded an aura of authority and strength. He bit down on his food once more, then stepped forward, the white cloak fluttering like the waves of the sea. Naval forces, quickly, apprehend the pirates and eliminate them. The wrath of the Celestial Dragon was unleashed. As he forcefully struck the ground with his cane, Yang Qing cast a glance at him, smiled faintly, and said nothing. The naval officer continued to munch on his food. Indifferent to the demands of the Celestial Dragon, he advanced step by step, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. As he drew nearer, Yang Qing studied the man before him. He was a robust Navy officer, standing tall like a towering tree, with a stern, square face adorned with unkempt stubble, currently gnawing on a donut. The crisp sound echoing in the air. Oh, 356 donuts. I've surpassed yesterday's record again, haha. Rear Admiral, hurry and apprehend those pirates who threaten me. They're about to escape. The Celestial Dragon exclaimed angrily as he strode to the front of the Navy officer. Pirates? The Rear Admiral seemed to awaken to the situation. Realizing there were indeed pirates present, he scanned the auction hall, a troubled expression crossing his face. I can't find them. What should I do? Suddenly, he proclaimed, I have a plan. He murmured to himself, glancing at the crowd before gently closing his eyes. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Yang Qing and the others, he abruptly opened his eyes. A powerful aura erupted forth, akin to that of a primordial beast awakening from a long slumber, releasing a torrent of rage and excitement. The astonishing presence swept through the hall like a tempest. An overwhelming force of will, akin to the sun's fierce flames, rendering it nearly unbearable. This was an aura of unparalleled dominance. Those with weak wills fainted instantly under its impact, while even the strong-willed were left dazed, collapsing to the ground. Conqueror's Haki, the aura of supremacy. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Yang Qing realized in shock, suddenly recalling the familiar figure before him. Heroic Rear Admiral, Garp. At that moment, Garp appeared remarkably youthful. His hair jet black, his physique robust, exuding an aura of steadfastness akin to Mount Tai, each movement infused with immense tension. Observing the fallen bodies around him, including those of the sprawled celestial dragons. Garp scratched his head in dismay. Oh no, I miscalculated the force. He sighed. Well, let's identify the pirates and take them to prison. He waved his hand, and a team of Navy officers rushed in, beginning a thorough search of the area. The newly arrived officers were stunned by the scene in the auction hall, their gazes towards Garp filled with admiration and reverence. Hero Garp is indeed astonishingly powerful. They knew that with a mere glance, they had already identified several pirates in the auction hall, each with bounties no less than 30 million. When Yang Qing regained consciousness, he found himself back in his bedroom. His safety was prioritized, his status as a celestial dragon affording him a sense of exceptional privilege. Following this incident, his life seemed to return to tranquility, as consistent as ever. Yet only Yang Qing understood that within his heart, tumultuous waves surged, impossible to quell. The figure cloaked in black, the resplendent golden acrylic, and the esteemed general, Garp, lying on the soft grass, gazing at the vast starry sky. Yang Qing's eyes shimmered with brilliance, his thoughts a myriad. Images of these individuals danced through his mind, each movement, every detail vividly replayed. The black-cloaked figure wielding blades heavy with murderous intent, the decisive resolve of the golden acrylic, and most astonishing of all, Garp. In the brief moment of opening and closing his eyes, he resembled a sovereign capable of rending the heavens asunder with a mere glance. His formidable mental and willpower plunged the entire arena into silence. What a terrifying individual this was, almost unfathomably powerful. Can a person truly possess such strength? Yang Qing's heart was in turmoil. Having lived in a previous life, he had never encountered such a grotesque manifestation of humanity. His understanding had been gleaned from animated films or novels, yet witnessing it in the flesh was an entirely different sensation. It was a profoundly shocking visual experience, one that stirred deep emotions within him, especially after having personally endured it. Dreams. Power. Yang Qing extended his palm, obscuring the entire starry sky. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a fervent passion surged within him, as the blood coursed through his veins like the mighty Yangtze and yellow rivers. His ardor simmered, and it seemed as though his dreams had taken root and begun to flourish within him. On the following day, the two items Yang Qing acquired at the auction were delivered to his courtyard. The first was a ragged child, whose eyes shone like stars. It was said that he had consumed a devil fruit, granting him formidable powers, with a bounty of 50 million attached to him. Even more astonishing, he was merely 10 years old. This was an extraordinary prodigy, yet somehow he had been captured. The people of this world truly seem oblivious to the concept of talent. To be so young yet so powerful, it is evident that he is a remarkable genius. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. The courtyard was expansive, measuring 500 to 600 square meters, yet it felt rather desolate. Aside from the trees and flowers, there was only Yang Qing's room and himself. At this moment, however, an additional presence graced the space. The ethereal Dylan, a legendary youth, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, with no one privy to his true identity. Much like the elusive nature of his existence, he appeared and vanished like a specter, seamlessly traversing the shadows both day and night, evading detection. A formidable force. Though he seldom unleashed his power, his hands were stained with blood. Unconstrained by notions of good or evil, he wielded his judgment indiscriminately, slaying both the virtuous and the wicked alike. In his gaze, there lingered a semblance of childlike innocence. Those who treated him kindly were deemed good, while those who did not were deemed malevolent. Yang Qing was not privy to any information about the child before him, although he appeared younger than the latter. In his eyes, he was merely a child. After a period of silent contemplation shared between them, Yang Qing was the first to break the silence. His inquiry was both ordinary and peculiar. Do you have a dream? What is it? A flicker of light shone in Dylan's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Qing, yet he remained silent. Which do you yearn for more, survival or freedom? Yang Qing pressed on, but the boy still did not respond. What do you think of the dream of becoming the strongest in the world? A soft chuckle escaped Dylan's lips, and a hint of disdain glimmered in his eyes. As the narrative unfolds, I find myself yearning to express something unique. What could it be? Dreams? Freedom? Passion? No, what I truly desire to convey is the bond of brotherhood. Anticipate the forthcoming chapters, dear friends. And do not forget to cast your votes and save your favorites. In this world, who is devoid of dreams? He answered the first question, and then came the second. Freedom is more significant than survival. What is the meaning of life if I am to exist in a cage? Finally, the third inquiry, the strongest in the world? Are you jesting? Do you think you are the Pirate King? In just a few words. Dylan addressed Yang Qing's questions without the fear and trepidation that most would exhibit in the presence of a celestial dragon. His eyes radiated fearlessness. He had assumed that this celestial dragon, who appeared even younger than himself, was merely engaging in playful banter. However, he did not anticipate that Yang Qing's words would provoke such deep contemplation, leaving Dylan in a state of astonishment. Who exactly is this child? A celestial dragon? It hardly seems so. He bore no sign of that foolish bubble atop his head. Before long, Yang Qing lifted his head. Indeed, a life without dreams is no different from that of a salted fish. To exist is to be unrestrained. If one is perpetually ensnared in a cage or encased in a bubble, what meaning does existence hold? As for becoming the strongest in the world, if one must have dreams, why not aspire to the greatest and mightiest? He suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Dylan, and, to the latter's astonishment, tossed him a set of keys. I am a celestial dragon, yet I aim to claim the throne as the world's #1. Will you assist me? His tone was nonchalant, yet the confidence and grandeur within his words profoundly resonated within Dylan's soul, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Unaware that the keys in his hand represented his path to freedom. Your dream is to be #1 in the world? Dylan murmured, dazed after a long pause. Yes, the strongest in the world, controlling it all, Yang Qing declared, extending his palm and then clenching it tightly. Should I call you arrogant or ambitious? Dylan's expression was complex, and a thought flickered in his mind. Could this person before him be mad? What sane individual harbors such an unattainable dream? To be the strongest? To control the entire world? Is that even conceivable? Even a deity would hesitate to claim dominion over the world. Yet, upon hearing this young child's dream, why does his heart race uncontrollably? Even his blood seems to quicken its flow. Silently unshackling the handcuffs that bound him, Dylan was astonished to find that, in such a brief moment, he had been captivated by this mere child, younger than himself. Yet, he felt a profound respect, devoid of any resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed the key to his own slave, untroubled by the fear of betrayal. Possessing such audacity and a wildly ambitious dream. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he was a celestial dragon. Was he a madman, or did he possess genuine confidence? Regardless, such resolve was undeniably intimidating. He sensed an insatiable curiosity and impulsiveness surging within him, making it difficult to contain the excitement and tremors that welled up from deep within his being. Should I call you captain? He inquired. A hearty laugh escaped Yang Qing's lips. What shall we name our pirate crew? Dylan asked nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced Yang Qing's face. Let us call it Death God. Death God? What a name brimming with murderous intent. Yet, it suits my ghostly nature perfectly. Dylan nodded, a smile emerging on his face. In their initial encounter, Yang Qing established his pirate crew and successfully gained his first companion. His dream commenced its voyage, and the long-quieted rhythm of his heart began to thrum, heralding an exhilarating battle anthem. Soon after, under Dylan's astonished gaze, he retrieved his second auctioned item. $1 billion for a devil fruit? Dylan inquired, intrigued. This fruit was indeed unlike the typical paramecia. It gleamed with a golden radiance, seemingly having absorbed a considerable amount of energy from the sunlight, presenting a most appealing appearance. Have you consumed it? Yang Qing asked, observing the fruit with casual interest. I have. It's a space-type fruit. The taste. Dylan nodded, a playful smile crossing his face, is rather delightful. A space-type? Yang Qing exclaimed, astonished. This was an exceptionally rare and powerful fruit. It was no wonder Dylan had achieved such strength at such a young age. Impressive, isn't it? Yang Qing asked. You'll witness its prowess in due time, Dylan replied with a smile, then gestured toward the golden fruit in Yang Qing's hand. $1 billion, you know. Aren't you going to eat it? I wholeheartedly agree with the notion that it is the person, not the fruit, who wields true power, Yang Qing chuckled. Well, since it's worth $1 billion, I might as well indulge. With Dylan watching intently, Yang Qing took a decisive bite. Crunch. In just a few bites, the substantial golden fruit was devoured completely. How does it feel? What abilities do you possess? Dylan asked, his curiosity piqued. Yang Qing's expression was somewhat grim, indeed. The power of this fruit was in stark contrast to its appearance. The moment he took a bite, the fruit's abilities manifested in his mind as if it were instinctual. The control fruit allows one to effectively manipulate everything within their vicinity. Such a description sounds impressive, implying mastery over all things, yet Yang Qing, to his dismay, discovered that this so-called control merely enabled him to thoroughly comprehend everything he could touch around him. With a sigh, Yang Qing shook his head and snapped his fingers. A ripple emanated from him, instantly enveloping a 3-meter radius around him, including Dylan. A domain-type fruit. Dylan exclaimed, "What a remarkable ability." "No," Yangqing replied, shaking his head in disappointment. "Within this circle, I can only discern all your movements, yet I possess no offensive capability." "What do you mean?" Dylan asked, taken aback. "It means that if you move, all your actions will flash in my mind. But within this domain, I cannot utilize the fruit's power to attack you." Yangqing explained helplessly. In simple terms, this fruit's ability resembles that of a supportive nature. It enables the user to perfectly control everything around them, yet lacks any offensive function. Dylan was momentarily speechless, but then offered some consolation. "Don't be disheartened. The fruit's abilities can be developed. Perhaps in the future, new powers will emerge. You have just consumed it and have yet to unlock any potential." Indeed, Yangqing nodded reluctantly. The control fruit sounded formidable. He hoped it would yield better abilities in the future. However, for now, it felt akin to a useless appendage, serving only a supportive role. Yet, as Yangqing previously stated, the potency of a fruit's abilities depends on the one who wields it. If he continually develops this control fruit, it will eventually reveal its true might. Moreover, is the auxiliary capability of this rare domain fruit truly so inadequate? Until one engages in battle, who can truly know? One must have goals. Otherwise, one is akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering without direction. With dreams, one can harness boundless strength, dedicating a lifetime to their pursuit. In Yangqing's gaze, the indifference and confusion of yesteryears have vanished, replaced by a radiant brilliance reminiscent of a resplendent starry sky, brimming with vigor and hope. The languid figure of the once lethargic celestial being, who would sleep until late morning and then lazily recline in a chair with a book, has been supplanted by a relentless individual, fervently honing both physical stamina and mental fortitude. Indeed, Yangqing appears almost deranged, subjecting his body to relentless trials and tribulations. Accompanying him is another specter, Dylan's. This youth, with a bounty of 50 million, possesses a frail physique yet is imbued with tremendous latent power. Nevertheless, he perseveres day and night in his pursuit of self-improvement. The capabilities of your devil fruit ought to be contingent upon the master's mental acuity and physical prowess, thus necessitating a comprehensive enhancement of these two aspects, which may one day unveil its potential, Dylan's remarked after meticulously analyzing Yangqing's abilities. Mental acuity and physical prowess. These are the two indispensable requisites for wielding the powers of a devil fruit. Akin to how an automobile requires fuel, without gasoline, it cannot ignite. Consequently, Yangqing embarked on an ardent regimen of training focused on these two elements. He perceived that each day, his energy was thoroughly expended, yet correspondingly, his strength, agility, and mental acuity were accelerating at an astonishing pace. Under Dylan's tutelage, he rapidly ascended in power. Even more astonishingly, with his cultivation, his true energy was also advancing at an accelerated rate. He could distinctly sense his burgeoning might. The literally flying dagger technique was also a constant focus of his training, which he rapidly honed to a nascent level of mastery. During each shadowy night, as Dylan's quietly meditated to cultivate his energy, he would invariably perceive a fleeting yet formidable aura, followed by a glimmer of ethereal light that vanished in an instant. He was utterly astonished. In that moment, the seemingly unremarkable Yangqing exuded an aura of terrifying blade intent, as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence, an unfathomable strength. There lies within him a dreadful secret, an enigmatic power. In Yangqing's eyes, an air of mystery enveloped him. He was no ordinary celestial dragon. While typical celestial dragons basked in privilege, blinded by power, Yangqing possessed a profound understanding of dreams, coupled with an unwavering diligence. This young man was utterly consumed by his ambition, devoting his days to honing his physical and mental prowess, and his nights to perfecting his formidable techniques. Dylan secretly admired him. Though he too was a man of fervor, he could not match Yangqing's relentless pursuit of mastery. Alice, having reached the age of marriage, had been escorted away from the Celestial Dragon Palace by Yangqing, and it had been a week since her departure, leaving the vast courtyard occupied solely by the two of them. With nothing else to occupy their time, they dedicated themselves fervently to their training. It was indeed peculiar for a celestial dragon to eschew indulgence and forego the enjoyment of his own power. Moreover, the place where Yangqing trained was not particularly guarded, and soon, news of his unusual endeavors spread among the celestial dragons. This day, Yangqing and Dylan rose early, resuming their intense training. Yangqing could sense he was on the verge of transcending from a martial apprentice to a third-rate master. He could almost touch the elusive bottleneck. He was about to enter a new phase of strength. However, just as they became drenched in sweat from their exertions, Yongqing was astonished to see a group of individuals clad in black swiftly approaching, closely followed by his parents. Father, mother. Yongqing halted his training and bowed respectfully to his parents, with Dylan following suit. Yet, to his surprise, his father, the esteemed Alpha Saint, snorted with fury, demanding, "What are you doing? You are bringing disgrace to the Celestial Dragons. Cease this foolishness at once." Beside him, Alpha Saint, Yongqing's mother, watched with concern. "What?" Yongqing questioned, puzzled. "What foolishness?" As a noble celestial dragon, a member of the world's aristocracy and a royal lineage among humanity, how could he willingly toil in the same manner as mere mortals? Was this not the very definition of folly? "Stop this at once!" Alpha Saint bellowed in anger. Yongqing realized that in his father's eyes, the pursuit of strength through cultivation was an act of disgrace, a manifestation of folly. A flame ignited within him. Yet his gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. "Becoming stronger is my aspiration. I shall not relinquish it." "What? Aspiration? You dare to speak of dreams like those uncouth pirates, brutish as monkeys? You are utterly foolish, tarnishing the dignity of your celestial lineage." Alpha Saint erupted in fury. "Child, abandon your cultivation. Embrace a life of stability," Alpha urged with concern. Confronted by his father's wrath, Yongqing fell silent for a moment, only to be graced by a smile upon his countenance. Is the pursuit of strength and cultivation a defilement of the celestial identity? Yongqing fixed his gaze upon the man before him, who appeared utterly ridiculous, yet was indeed his father. Should not a celestial being harbor their own dreams? If you believe otherwise, then I can only declare that the foolish one is you. Yongqing's countenance bore an expression replete with derision and disdain. "Such audacity!" Alpha bellowed, unleashing a resounding slap. Dead space. A sharp crack echoed, as an invisible ripple swiftly expanded, enveloping all present in a pale blue aura, much to Alpha's astonishment. Yongqing's gaze remained tranquil as he effortlessly evaded his father's slap. Subsequently, he spoke softly. "The celestial dragons confined here are naught but caged birds. You possess no dreams, no aspirations, merely existing in a state of trepidation, akin to wandering corpses, afraid to think your thoughts and unable to act upon your desires. You bask in the fleeting pleasures bestowed upon you by a throng of powerless slaves. You believe yourselves to be formidable, invincible. Alas, how tragic it is. These are mere illusions. In truth, apart from those ephemeral privileges, you possess nothing. A pitiable assembly of souls." Within Yongqing's domain, the Alpha's every movement was scrutinized with utmost clarity. The expressions that danced across his face transitioned from astonishment to a complex array of emotions, and finally settled into a calm satisfaction, leading Yongqing to a profound realization. It appears that the depths of the Celestial Dragon's world are far more intricate than he had imagined. Yongqing seemed to have attained some understanding. Subsequently, he continued to gaze at Alpha, who, after a brief moment of bewilderment, struck once more with a resounding slap. "Foolishness! You are a noble celestial dragon, and such trivial dreams should not concern you. Remain here obediently, and do not dare to make any sudden moves." Alpha bellowed vehemently. "Otherwise, I shall expel you at once." "Alpha!" Alpha cried out, her voice laced with worry. Yongqing's eyes flickered, and then he spoke calmly. "I will break free. A cage cannot confine a mighty eagle. Those with dreams are eternally free. I hold no regard for the identity of a celestial dragon." Alpha was momentarily taken aback, then turned in anger, sweeping his sleeve dramatically as he shouted, "Utterly absurd. Incomprehensible. Unfathomable." With that, he departed like the wind, accompanied by his guards. Watching his departing parents, Yongqing's gaze wavered. "Your father is somewhat peculiar. His prohibition on your cultivation is meant to protect you. Is that the implication?" Dylan observed astutely as an outsider. Yongqing nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "The ocean represents freedom, dreams embody liberty, and I too am free. What I aspire to achieve must be realized, and it shall be." His voice resonated powerfully, as firm as iron, while an intensely sharp and concentrated intent surged skyward, a manifestation of human brilliance, an elevation of all spiritual will, an indomitable strike. The essence of the blade had coalesced to its utmost limit, and Dylan sensed this profound atmosphere, his heart racing with exhilaration. Indeed, it was that which sent shivers down the spine each night. Terrifying yet invigorating, alas, this surge of blade intent remained unexpressed, gradually dissipating. The formidable Yongqing reverted to that ordinary, fragile child. Dylan felt a tinge of disappointment, though he concealed it well. The days of our separation are not far off. Gazing at the sky, Yang Qing sighed softly. There, countless bubbles ascended, only to burst, reminiscent of pirates relentlessly pursuing their dreams towards the grand voyage. P.S. Given that the theme of piracy encompasses friendship, fervor, freedom, and dreams, I cannot delve too deeply into darkness, can I? As for the notion of equality in the book review section, it is widely acknowledged that equality in this world is relative. The author is well aware of this. However, one cannot simply pen tales overflowing with negativity, can they? I genuinely hope that my work not only provides enjoyment for my comrades, but also imparts some uplifting sentiments. Friendship, kindness, liberty, and dreams, reality is already harsh enough. I wish to preserve a semblance of innocence within our fantastical realm, our utopia. When this book reaches its conclusion, I hope you will say, Qing Yi's work has a commendable worldview, filled with positive energy, rather than, aside from the violence and thrill, it offers nothing of substance. Since the day his father, Alpha Saint, visited, Yang Qing had not seen him again. However, he sensed an undercurrent of discontent among some of his kin due to his divergent behavior. A group of enigmatic figures clad in black surrounded his courtyard, keeping a watchful eye on him. No matter his actions, he could feel pairs of eyes scrutinizing him incessantly. It was an unsettling sensation. A look of disdain crossed his face. This loss of freedom ignited a fierce anger within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. The only path to reclaiming his destiny lay in relentless cultivation. For a whole year, Yang Qing and Dylan's dedicated themselves to their training. With black-clad sentinels rotating their vigil around the courtyard day and night, Yang Qing maintained an impassive demeanor, but internally he simmered with frustration. Freedom, at last. On a night adorned with a sparse moon and twinkling stars, a remarkable presence manifested in the fragrant courtyard of the Lucy estate. A dazzling aura of blade intent fleetingly illuminating the darkness, akin to a bolt of lightning. The guards encircling the area were taken aback. This overwhelming sword intent starkly revealed the formidable power of its master within. Such strength was beyond their capacity to resist. Astonishingly, a celestial descended, possessing such might. And even more terrifyingly, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Some quietly departed to report this incident to their superiors. "You have grown even stronger," Dylan's exclaimed, gazing at Yang Qing's bright eyes with admiration. That strike resembled a brilliant firework, encapsulating the essence of life as perfection and a resplendent existence. Indeed, I have progressed. After a year of intense training, Yang Qing had finally ascended to the realm of a third-rate master, experiencing significant advancements in his physical prowess, mental acuity, and willpower. Though still a child, his physique was robust, akin to a fierce little tiger, brimming with astonishing vitality. Days passed in this tranquil manner as Yang Qing solidified his newfound strength, fully mastering the surge of his vital energy. At that moment, when he stepped down, the sturdy granite floor yielded underfoot, leaving an imprint a full inch deep. How extraordinary! With such immense power, a single step could shatter the floor into pieces. Yet you merely left an imprint. Your mastery over strength is truly remarkable, Dylan's marveled. Yang Qing merely smiled, the magic of true anger. He could not fully disclose matters to Dylan's. Just today, a figure rushed in, only to be obstructed by a man in black at the entrance, leading to a heated argument. Yang Qing furrowed his brows and stepped outside, with Dylan's closely following. "Let me in. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Excellency Lucifer." The newcomer shouted, a boy of merely 15 or 16, his face etched with urgency. "No one is permitted to approach this place. Leave immediately." The man in black replied indifferently, extending his hand to block the entrance. "Let me in. It is of utmost importance." The boy insisted desperately, only to be unceremoniously pushed back, landing on the ground. "What is happening?" At that moment, Yang Qing emerged with an air of calm. The man in black's expression changed dramatically, and he knelt on the ground, his forehead pressing deeply against the floor. The boy stood there in a daze, seemingly frozen. "You dare? Kneel and pay your respects at once. Do you wish to die?" One of the men in black bellowed furiously. Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively, casting a cold glance at the figure in black kneeling before him. Though he had remained within the confines of his courtyard for an entire year, it did not signify ignorance of the activities of these dark-clad individuals. They meticulously monitored his every action, documenting even the most mundane details, such as his trips to the restroom, and dutifully reporting back. For a year, he had been stripped of privacy and freedom, existing in a veritable prison. "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Yang Qing inquired of the youth, his tone devoid of warmth. The innate authority of a celestial dragon was palpable, rendering the boy momentarily speechless, his anxiety evident. After a brief hesitation, he stammered, I am Alice's brother. My sister is in trouble." Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he continued, "Please, sir, save my sister. She is in grave danger." As the boy knelt, his posture conveyed a stark contrast to that of the black-clad figures. They submitted to power, while he bowed in love for his kin. "Alice is in peril?" Yongqing's expression hardened, a chilling resolve settling in his gaze. Beside him, Dylan sensed an icy aura enveloping the air, reminiscent of the depths of winter. "My sister was taken by the celestial dragons." The boy sobbed. Wah, the celestial dragons?" Yongqing's eyes narrowed, yet he remained silent. "Please, I beg you. Save my sister. She said only you can help her." The boy's pleas mingled with his tears. "Rise and lead the way," Yongqing commanded calmly, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. "I wish to see who dares to obstruct me and bully Alice." Alice had cared for him during a significant period of his life, fostering a bond that transcended even that with his own parents, who had seldom been present. "All right. Thank you," the boy exclaimed with newfound hope, springing to his feet and racing ahead to guide Yongqing. Witnessing this exchange, the black-clad individuals were visibly alarmed, immediately positioning themselves in front of Yongqing. "I beg your pardon, His Highness Lucifer, but you cannot leave unaccompanied," one of the figures stammered, aware that addressing a celestial dragon in such a manner required immense courage and would incur grave consequences. "Oh, do you presume to confine my freedom?" Yongqing scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Who granted you the audacity to utter such words? Are you aware of the repercussions that follow such a statement? Surely, you would prefer to avoid them. Eliminate him, Dylan's." The speaker's pallor shifted, fear and regret flashing in his eyes. Just as he prepared to plead for mercy, a shadow flickered before him, and in an instant, his gaze widened in shock before he collapsed, lifeless, dead. The eyes of the other dark-clad figures were filled with dread as they witnessed the boy behind the celestial dragon, after Yongqing uttered those words, reveal a cruel smile. In the next instant, his form merely blurred slightly, and the speaking figure in black was slain. Swiftly, astonishingly swift. It was bizarre, unfathomably bizarre. How did he meet his demise? The subordinate of His Holiness Lucifer was indeed so formidable? It is worth noting that they were tasked with protecting the celestial dragon, and they themselves possessed considerable strength, rivaling that of elite naval forces. Yet, that individual dispatched the elite guard with a single strike. Yongqing stepped out of the courtyard with measured grace, and the surrounding figures clad in black dared not move, trembling in fear. This was the formidable aura emanating from immense power and authority, which instilled trepidation in all. The weather was clear, and a faint scent of the sea lingered in the air, bestowing a sense of tranquility. Yet, the atmosphere around was fraught with tension, as the innate might of the celestial dragon rendered everyone breathless. A celestial dragon, endowed with strength and charisma, exuded an aura that instilled profound fear. Yongqing stepped forward, followed closely by Dylan's. His expression was calm, yet his gaze bore a somber intensity, enveloped by a chilling aura that made everyone tremble. Soon, he departed from the scene. It was only then that the men in black exchanged glances, realizing their backs were already drenched. The oppressive atmosphere made breathing laborious. Terrifying, no celestial dragon had such a formidable presence. He was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Where is Alice?" Yongqing urged, hastening his pace. Ahead of him, the young boy ran, guiding the way. "Quickly, my sister is not far. They intend to take her to the celestial dragon's palace." The boy, lacking Yongqing's strength, was panting heavily. "I shall rescue your sister," Yongqing affirmed with resolute assurance. Not far from Yongqing, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the street, where ordinary citizens knelt on either side, their heads bowed deeply, faces etched with anger, fear, and helplessness. "Please, spare me. I do not wish to go to the celestial dragon's palace," a sobbing woman pleaded desperately. "To be chosen as my 37th wife is a privilege you could never attain in several lifetimes. Do you dare to resist?" A voice filled with arrogance and disdain echoed. "You must return with me, comply and follow. Just as I had grown weary of the last woman I favored, you possess a semblance of beauty. Consider yourself fortunate to receive this opportunity." In the center of the street stood a cadre of black-clad men, flanking a flamboyantly dressed celestial dragon and a woman, occupying the thoroughfare entirely. The celestial dragon proceeded forward, the woman being dragged by the men in black, leaving a long trail behind. "Please, spare Alice. We are to be wed next month." A man rushed forward, then knelt at the celestial dragon's feet, pleading earnestly. Oh, you say she is to marry you? The celestial dragon halted, his expression darkening instantaneously. He then extended his hand, palm facing the guards behind him. My lord, your firearm. A black-clad man, wearing a sycophantic smile, presented a black revolver. I want you dead. The celestial dragon pivoted the gun, pressing it against the man's forehead. The man froze, his pleas silenced. Alice cried out, her voice filled with anguish. No? The kneeling citizens on either side clenched their fists tightly, faces contorted with rage, biting their lips in desperation. Do not kill him. I beg you, I will marry you. Just spare him. Alice implored, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, I will not allow you to marry him. We are to be wed next month. We shall have 2 lovely children and live happily together. You cannot marry him. The man regained his composure and shouted loudly. His voice, filled with hope, was tinged with pain and despair. This desolate sound reverberated among the kneeling crowd, their faces reflecting heightened anger, while some had grown eerily calm. Like a still pond. Oh. The celestial dragon pressed the barrel of his gun tightly against the man's forehead. The crisp sound of the chamber being loaded sent a shiver through the man's body. He abruptly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he bellowed in fury. She cannot marry you, you beast. The celestial dragon squinted, then suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The heavy gunshot echoed, shattering the bubbles floating above the archipelago of Sabaody. Amidst Alice's anguished cries, the man fell to the ground, his expression one of reluctant acceptance, filled with despair and anger that spoke of his emotions in life. Vivid crimson blood flowed, staining the ground, releasing a faint metallic scent. The gunshot sent a tremor through all present, causing the kneeling crowd to bow their heads even lower. In this world, no one can save you. Embrace your despair. The celestial dragon remarked coolly, striking Alice's heart. Oh, Eric! Alice cried out in torment, only to be dragged forward by the cloaked figures like a stone. Her beautiful dress was ruined, revealing her smooth thighs, which were soon dirted and ultimately torn, oozing blood. Numb and unfeeling, everyone clenched their fists tightly, their hearts pounding with fervor, an amalgamation of passion, compassion, resentment, and silent indignation against tyrannical oppression. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, broken only by a heart-wrenching female sob, so filled with despair that it pierced the soul. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed. The crowd felt a jolt of apprehension and lifted their heads to glance towards the street, their hearts sinking. Don't come over here. You'll be killed. They silently screamed within. Yet, their unvoiced warnings were clearly unheard as the footsteps drew nearer. A boy, around 15 or 16 years old, arrived, scanning the scene before his face paled in shock. Eric. Sister. The newcomer was Alice's younger brother, and upon seeing Eric lying on the ground, blood staining the earth, and witnessing his sister's anguished expression, his heart trembled, boiling with fervor. Azar. Alice embraced her brother, but soon realized the danger and pushed him away, saying, You must go. Get out of here. Hurry. The sharp sound of the chamber being loaded rang out again, sending another wave of fear through the crowd. Indeed, the gun of the celestial dragon was once again aimed at someone. This time, it was Alice's brother, Azar. No. Alice screamed in heart-wrenching agony. Don't hurt him. Yaju gazed defiantly at the celestial dragon, her eyes ablaze with fury. I only need you. I do not want him. The celestial dragon coldly responded, his right hand mercilessly squeezing the trigger. Everyone shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy, while Alice let out a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated within the souls of all present. Suddenly, a gentle yet ferocious breeze swept through the air, fleeting like a flash of lightning. The celestial dragon cried out in agony, his firearm clattering to the ground. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Another had arrived. This time, the newcomer had harmed the celestial dragon, and they observed droplets of blood falling to the ground, splattering like crimson blossoms. Who could it be? How audacious and arrogant. The voice, laced with sarcasm and murderous intent, sent shivers through the hearts of all. Lucifer. Alice cried out in anguish, her voice thick with sorrow and despair. The newcomer was Yang Qing, flanked by the expressionless Dillons, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Yang Qing's face remained tranquil, yet the icy depths of his gaze could freeze anything in its path. He approached Alice, bending down to cup her tear-streaked and disheveled face in his hands, whispering gently, Do not worry. Do not be afraid. I have come. I have come. This tender utterance caused the tormented Alice to tremble violently, and she clung to Yang Qing, sobbing uncontrollably. He killed Eric. Woe is me, he killed Eric. Help me. Help me. Save me. Alice cried out in despair, her voice imbued with helplessness and desolation. Yang Qing's entire body trembled as he gently extended his hands to embrace the pitiful woman tightly. In his eyes, a tempest of murderous intent surged forth. The cold wind rose, revealing the deadly resolve. "I will do it. I will kill him." The words were spoken lightly, yet they caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present. Dylan's wore a look of astonishment, while the Dragon Clan member narrowed his eyes in silence. Behind him, the cloaked figure seethed with anger. "You insolent brat! How dare you speak so boldly here? I shall slay you first." The Dragon Clan member quietly pressed his hand against the wound on his right hand. Surprisingly, he exhibited neither frenzied madness nor overwhelming rage. Instead, his trembling hand quelled the uproar of the guards behind him. "You are the young scion of the Alpha family." Indeed, he was a formidable member of the Dragon Clan. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within, remaining silent. In his gaze, the man before him was already deceased. He would no longer have a tomorrow. The words of the celestial dragon stirred surprise among all present. This 6 or 7-year-old child, exuding an astonishing aura, was indeed a celestial dragon. Yet, where was his bubble? The expressions of the black-clad individual shifted dramatically, fear flickering in their eyes, and they dared not speak recklessly any longer. Alas, those with power often meet a swift demise, especially among our kind. "My name is Morio, a mere victim." This revelation caused Yang Qing's eyes to flicker as he grasped a profound truth. "A decade ago, I possessed formidable strength and lofty dreams, much like you do now. Regrettably, we are destined not to thrive. Such is life. The acquisition of one thing invariably leads to the loss of another." Morio mused bitterly, then aimed his gun at Yang Qing. "Young man, you are far too ostentatious. The outcome of such behavior is death. Within the ranks of the celestial dragons, there is no need for someone like you." Morio's tone shifted, brimming with palpable murderous intent. Click. The gun was cocked, a sense of impending doom locking onto Yang Qing. He squinted, a smirk of derision and disdain curling his lips. "Foolish," he uttered coldly in response to Morio's firearm, then with a slight tremor of his right hand, a dark, archaic throwing knife materialized. Dylan's eyes narrowed, fixating on the knife in Yang Qing's hand. It was that blade from which the powerful intent emanated. It was truly astonishing that such formidable energy could be contained within such a diminutive weapon. In that moment, Morio pulled the trigger decisively. His gun aimed squarely at Yang Qing's forehead. Should he fire, Yang Qing would undoubtedly perish. Dead space. A sharp clap resounded as Yang Qing's right hand twitched slightly. A flash of lightning surged forth, igniting the emotions of all present. To Dylan's, that knife was breathtaking, radiant, and resplendent. It resembled a meteor streaking across the sky, brief yet ablaze with the fire of a lifetime. It resembled the sun in the sky, potent and devastating, capable of annihilating all in its path. This was a lethal strike, born from an intense concentration of spirit and energy, leaving no room for evasion. The adversaries before it were bound to be riddled with vulnerabilities. The blade of the little leaf-flying dagger was a blade of wrath, a blade of justice, a blade of chivalry. It embodied the essence, virtues, and strength of an individual, culminating in an unparalleled assault. This strike was terrifying, utterly irresistible. Once unleashed, it heralded the demise of its foes. In the air, a fleeting sound echoed, akin to a chime, and soon after, the onlookers were struck with horror as they beheld the fear and despair reflected in the eyes of the celestial dragon who had fired the shot. A slender flying dagger was lodged in his neck, inconspicuous yet having extinguished his life and light. The celestial dragon was dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The cloaked figures swallowed hard, their throats dry, yearning for water, yet they found themselves ensnared by an invisible pressure, rendered immobile. Dylan's blinked in astonishment. "You killed him?" "I said I would." Yang Qing nodded, assisting Alice to her feet and wiping away her tears. "Do not fear. It is all over." Upon hearing this, Dylan's lips quivered, rendered speechless. That was a celestial dragon, the most noble race in existence, capable of mobilizing naval admirals and issuing extermination orders. "You killed him just like that? Is it truly over?" Everyone understood that this was merely the beginning. A colossal storm was destined to erupt in the near future. Stepping over the corpse of Morio, Yang Qing turned to the cowering figures clad in black and offered a smirk. "Take his body back and inform his family that should they dare to act thus again, I shall kill once more." "Kill again?" The cloaked figures felt faint, bewildered. Who on earth is this person? Are you certain he is a celestial dragon and not a pirate masquerading in celestial dragon guise, running amok with bloodshed? Yang Qing brought Alice and Azza to his estate, then made arrangements for their stay. Trouble loomed. Dylan observed Yang Qing exiting the room, rubbed his nose, and approached. "Oh, What trouble? Yang Qing inquired, puzzled. I can't believe you are unaware, Dylan replied, his emotions flaring. The celestial dragons wield the utmost power in the world, and certain individuals will never allow you to possess formidable strength. You have already attracted the attention of some. This alone is troublesome. Even more alarming is the fact that you have now slain a celestial dragon, a member of your own kin. You will be intolerable to the celestial dragons. Oh, isn't that perfect? I could become a pirate. Yang Qing chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. You, Dylan exclaimed. I recall you previously stated that you would advance this plan gradually. This hardly appears to be a gradual progression. He shouted softly in frustration. Are you afraid? Yang Qing teased, fixing his gaze on Dylan. Dylan clenched his fists, declaring, You are utterly reckless. Eventually, he sighed in resignation, spreading his hands in defeat. Fine, you are the captain. Your word is law. But remember, we are merely two small pawns. If we perish, the crew perishes with us. Hiki. Yang Qing laughed. You still laugh. Dylan fumed, exasperated by Yang Qing's demeanor. Hiki. Yang Qing continued to chuckle. Incomprehensible. Dylan huffed, leaving in a huff, unwilling to engage further with Yang Qing. After Dylan departed, Yang Qing's smile vanished, replaced by a serious and grave expression. Cultivating his strength was one matter. As long as he could prevent others from training, it would be tolerable. The celestial dragons and that enigmatic figure could endure this, as it remained within their control. Yet, the pursuit of ultimate power and strength is not a trivial endeavor. Moreover, Yang Qing, a celestial dragon accustomed to a life of ease, possessed the world's most formidable authority. What more could he desire? However, the act of slaying a kin was a different matter entirely. In any family, the act of killing a member is unforgivable, often resulting in expulsion from the clan, and in severe cases, even a death sentence. Yang Qing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, which weighed heavily on his heart. However, this undertaking was not devoid of contemplation. His mind was remarkably clear, particularly after consuming the control fruit, which heightened his sense of logic and significantly strengthened his analytical prowess. It seemed as though he could subtly influence the unfolding of events, allowing him to maintain a sense of tranquility as he sat here, untroubled. Moriarty's actions were a test, a probe into my strength, resolve, and courage. Just as Moriarty himself proclaimed, he is but a sacrificial pawn. Eliminating him would indeed be the most prudent course of action, albeit with certain risks involved. Yang Qing gazed at the sky, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, extending his hand as if to grasp the entire expanse above. You wish to test me? Then I shall ride the currents and attain the freedom I desire. To kill me? That is simply impossible. He exuded confidence, convinced that the unfolding of events would remain within his control, and he had already devised a clear plan for the future. Indeed, it was not long before Alpha, accompanied by a cohort of grim-faced individuals clad in black, returned to his courtyard. Do you realize what you are doing? Alpha growled. I do, replied Yang Qing nonchalantly. If you kill Moriarty, neither I nor your mother can protect you. Alpha's tone was laden with gravity and fury. Cease your foolish actions, and we shall advocate on your behalf. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, yet she remained silent. Alpha soon departed from this place. He was not a foolish celestial dragon, but rather an astute individual of considerable intelligence. Yang Qing, within this clan, is acutely aware that they do not embody the arrogant and feeble caricature portrayed in animations. As a descendant of the 20 kings, the celestial dragon possesses a distinct innate talent. Although, due to certain circumstances, the majority of their kin may be limited in strength, their intellect remains unequivocally sharp. He harbors a vague sense that this clan conceals profound secrets. Shortly thereafter, Yang Qingsheng perceives the presence of yet another group of guardians outside his courtyard. These individuals are peculiar, few in number, yet their eyes exude a chilling indifference, and they possess formidable power. They stand in stark contrast to the black-clad figures, representing a true assembly of strength. CP0. Dylan's remarked gravely, having just reappeared after a brief disappearance to ascertain the identities of these individuals. Yang Qing squinted his eyes, recalling the CP9 from that world. It seemed that these individuals were likely affiliated with the same organization. Had the world government already intervened? A weight settled in Yang Qing's heart. This was a form of pressure being exerted upon me. However, this group remained silent, their expressions cold as they stood guard outside the door. In recent days, Yang Qing had not stepped outside his courtyard, diligently engaged in his own training, and everything seemed remarkably tranquil. Dylan's, a being of the spatial realm, moved in and out daily, his presence elusive, evading capture by anyone. Each time he returned, Yang Qing noted a subtle heaviness in his expression. At last, one day, a cohort of individuals clad in black arrived, escorting a middle-aged celestial dragon adorned with a bubble-like head. Accompanying him were Yang Qing's parents. "Is it true that you have slain Mario?" The middle-aged celestial dragon's gaze was icy, revealing a flicker of anguish and sorrow deep within as he coldly inquired. "Indeed," Yang Qing replied without hesitation. Alpha's eyes flickered momentarily, casting a glance at Yang Qing, yet he remained silent. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, enveloping everyone present in a profound silence. All were celestial dragons. The matter could not be resolved through mere displays of power, and any reconciliation of their discord would require alternate avenues. "I will not let you go unpunished. You shall regret your choice," declared the middle-aged celestial dragon, his murderous intent unmasked. He then turned to Alpha, remarking, "Your son is indeed enviable, though regrettably. His days are numbered." Alpha, with an expression devoid of emotion, offered a disdainful smile. "There is no need for your concern." Following this brief encounter, Yang Qing's life returned to a semblance of peace, yet all understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Tumultuous winds and rain would not linger long. To have killed a fellow celestial dragon at such a tender age of merely 6, possessing astonishing prowess? How remarkable indeed, the celestial dragon. Within a courtyard, an elderly man chuckled. Behind him stood a gathering of celestial dragons, both elderly and middle-aged, all standing in quietude. "Pray tell, what punishment befits the slayer of his kin? Such a contemptible traitor, devoid of respect for his own kind, deserves nothing less than death." A figure spoke ominously, revealing himself as Mario's father. "Ah, Monet." The elder chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze to Alpha. "What do you propose we do? He is your son. Let the elders decide," Alpha replied, his face expressionless. The elder smiled again, surveying all the celestial dragons present, closing his eyes before speaking slowly. "Then let him be cast out from our clan." A flicker of menace appeared in Alpha's eyes, mirrored by Monet, Mario's father. The elders subsequently announced the adjournment of the meeting, and one by one, all began to withdraw. Monet and Alpha lingered towards the end. As they exited the courtyard, they exchanged a glance, both impassive and silent, then turned away, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Celestial dragons with dreams, how enviable indeed. Since you wish to struggle, why not grant you a path?" The elder mused, reminiscent of that young boy. "Go forth." He gazed at the 2 photographs in his hand, a glimmer of hope and expectation shining in his eyes. Following this clandestine meeting, Yang Qing too sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Around his courtyard, the presence of the eavesdropping figures in black had vanished, and even the CP0 had seemingly disappeared. However, this did not alleviate the somber expression on Yang Qing's face. Dylan's countenance was even more grave. The tranquility had come to an end, and a tempest was on the horizon. Indeed, that afternoon, Alpha arrived with a contingent of individuals clad in black. His demeanor was intricate, revealing a blend of reluctance, remorse, and a hint of concern. Yang Qing finally realized that his seemingly foolish father was, in fact, profoundly wise. Accompanying him was his brother, Jess, whose eyes were brimming with tears, gazing at Yang Qing with a look of despair. It appeared that the internal resolution among the celestial dragons had been reached. Yang Qing maintained a calm demeanor, having already surmised the outcome. "Tomorrow, you shall depart from here," Alpha stated coolly. There was little exchange between father and son. After speaking, Alpha departed with his entourage, leaving behind the tear-streaked Jess and their mother. Indeed, as Yang Qing had anticipated, a sense of relief washed over him, and the tension that had gripped his entire being began to dissipate. Dylan's also exhaled in relief. After all, it was far too precarious for the 2 of them to confront the celestial dragons at this juncture. The celestial dragon stance did not surprise Yang Qing. They would not resort to killing him. He firmly believed that even those trapped in a cage, like the celestial dragons, harbored a yearning for freedom. They longed for immense power, sought more than mere ephemeral authority, and aspired to restore the era of the 20 kings. Yang Qing was acutely aware of this. He had deduced it from various subtle clues. Thus, he had no fear of being slain, for they dared not act against him. Among those unwilling to remain caged, there was naturally hope for a bird within the confines to escape and lead them to freedom. And Yang Qing was the one they had chosen to test the bounds of that escape. Suddenly, the once clear skies began to rumble ominously, and large raindrops descended from above, splattering upon the ground with tremendous force. Yang Qing gazed out at the rain cascading outside, his expression inscrutable. Today marked his departure from this place. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, rendering the weather far from pleasant. With a decisive motion, He unfurled his umbrella and stepped into the puddles, followed closely by Dylan's, who bore a stoic countenance. The two advanced slowly, each step stirring the raindrops beneath their feet. From this day forth, we shall be brothers. Let us toast with wine aboard the ship shortly. Yangqing spoke softly. Having already exited the courtyard he had called home for 5 years, he cast a final glance back, then turned away, devoid of any lingering attachment. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Dylan's eyes, and Yangqing could keenly sense the fervor of his companion behind him. Indeed, let us depart. Freedom beckons us, and our dreams await. With that, Yangqing embarked on his journey, navigating through the deluge beneath his umbrella. The atmosphere between the two was one of silence. As they moved forward without uttering a word, no one came to bid them farewell, nor was there anyone to escort them. It seemed as though Yangqing had been forsaken by the aristocracy of the world. The streets were sparsely populated, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet Yangqing remained unfazed, resolutely continuing on his path. Suddenly, he cast his gaze toward a corner of the street, where an elderly celestial dragon, adorned with bubbles, stood quietly, flanked by indifferent figures clad in black. Upon noticing Yangqing's stare, the elderly celestial dragon offered a friendly smile and nodded slightly. Yangqing smiled faintly. Recognizing the celestial dragon who had nearly perished at the auction, he seemed to owe a considerable sum of berries to him. Yet it appeared that repayment was no longer feasible. The two exchanged glances, and Yangqing quickened his pace, swiftly departing from the area. Soon, he exited the domain of the celestial dragons and arrived at the bustling vicinity of the common folk. The number of people had evidently increased, creating a lively atmosphere. Even the torrential downpour could not dampen the spirits of these ordinary individuals, who wore smiles while engaging in their trades. Unconsciously, Yangqing slowed his pace. Intrigued by the scene before him, Dylan's also decelerated, his expression impassive, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Within the confines of the celestial dragon's territory, a voice laden with malice emerged from the depths of a courtyard. "Where have they arrived?" murmured a figure cloaked in black. "Good." A sinister grin crept across the face of the previously mentioned individual, revealing a maniacal expression. "Monet. Proceed with the plan, eliminate him." "Understood." The cloaked figure swiftly withdrew, retrieving a communication snail to alert everyone. "Commence operation." With that command, an unforeseen conspiracy began to unfold. At that very moment, Dylan's countenance shifted dramatically, a chilling glint emerging in his eyes as he seized Yangqing's arm. "Run." "What?" Yangqing was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly followed Dylan's, hastening away. Just as the two had traversed approximately 100 meters, Dylan's previously frigid expression morphed into alarm. He forcefully pushed Yangqing aside, shouting, "Get down." Bang! The dull thud of gunfire echoed, and Yangqing's mind momentarily blanked in shock. He was bewildered as a spray of blood splattered across his face, bringing with it a warm, clammy sensation. Dylan's. He felt no pain, but in the next instant, he was overtaken by a heart-wrenching realization. He frantically searched for Dylan's, but he had vanished without a trace. "Stop shouting. Run." At that moment, Dylan's voice reached him, and Yangqing spotted him about 10 meters to his left. A wave of excitement washing over him. Suddenly, a chill crept from his forehead, and his expression shifted. He was targeted. It was a gun. A sniper. The sound of a sharp crack echoed, and a circle of blue ripples enveloped Yangqing within a 3-meter radius, granting him acute awareness of his surroundings. Bang! The heavy thud of gunfire reverberated once more, and a brilliant light flickered in Yangqing's eyes as he tilted his head slightly. A tremendous noise erupted as the powerful sniper rifle created a gaping hole in the wall behind him. How was this possible? Concealed in the shadows, the cloaked figure brandished a sniper rifle, unable to fathom that someone could evade the targeting of this advanced weapon. In that moment of astonishment, a glimmer of cold light swiftly shot toward him, as rapid as a flash of lightning. It was the brilliant radiance of life, the luminous shine of spirit. Shali's flying dagger. With a soft thud, disbelief flickered in the sniper's eyes as the dagger embedded itself deep into his neck, causing him to slump down lifelessly. "Go." At this moment, Dylan's had reached Yangqing's side, urgently whispering his command. In a brief span, the street had become a gathering place for numerous dark-clad figures. Scattered yet abundant in number, a swift glance revealed around 50 to 60 elite individuals, each wielding gleaming black firearms. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, striking perilously close to Yangqing and Dylan's, sending up puffs of smoke. Their expressions grew serious as they sprinted side by side. "Pursue. Eliminate them. Kill them. Lord Labu offers a handsome reward." The black-clad assailants relentlessly pursued them. Yongqing and Dylan's exchanged wry smiles, fully aware that the retribution of the Celestial Dragons had commenced. They had anticipated some trepidation, yet they were taken aback by the ferocity of the chase that began before they even departed from the Shambadi archipelago. It was utterly absurd. Yongqing was left speechless. "This is all you're doing?" Dylan shot him a glare. "How do we escape from here?" Yongqing shrugged, his feet propelling him forward as he occasionally tilted his head or jumped to evade the bullets whizzing past. "The ship is at Eastport. We must reach it quickly." Dylan stated decisively. "What about those behind us?" Yongqing gestured vaguely. "Deal with them swiftly, then leave immediately. Numbers will only increase, and we cannot linger." Dylan's replied without hesitation. "I can handle only one at a time. It's up to you." Yongqing rolled his eyes. "You are the boss." Dylan's retorted, then turned, waving his hand. "You go ahead. I'll take care of them." A glimmer flashed in Yongqing's eyes. She was about to witness the prowess of the formidable pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Since their acquaintance, the true strength of Dylan's had remained an enigma. This prodigious youth, who wielded the powers of the space fruit, what abilities did he truly possess? "Give me 10 seconds. A voice, confident yet cold, resonated, sending a chill through the air. Dylan's turned, coming to a halt, his gaze shimmering with a ruthless light. The feast of carnage was about to commence, and the phantoms were poised to dance. A torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. The umbrella that had once been in hand was long forgotten, and their garments were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to their forms. Yongqing halted his steps, his eyes fixed intently on the figure of Dylan's behind him. Dylan's was unwavering. His gaze locked onto the adversaries ahead, embodying an unprecedented seriousness and an icy detachment, as if he had forsaken all human emotions. A slender dagger materialized in his hand, raindrops cascading onto its blade, splitting into droplets. Then, Dylan's moved. His motion was unlike that of others, imperceptible. His body merely shuddered, and in the blink of an eye, Yongqing found himself unable to discern his presence any longer. A gunshot rang out, and Yongqing instinctively flinched, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. He beheld Dylan's, and the sight filled him with incredulity. A spectral dance commenced, led by Dylan's. The countdown began. 10. Dylan's materialized before the cloaked figures, their astonished gazes meeting his as he coldly brandished his dagger. Before the blade could complete its arc, he vanished once more. Yet his hand continued to slice through the air. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted violently, the cloaked figures collapsing one by one, their faces etched with fear and defiance. Dylan's appeared as an elusive specter, a wraith without a trace or destination, continuously fading and re-emerging. 9. Panic ensued among the cloaked figures as 5 had already perished in the mere span of a second. His hands seemed to transcend the corporeal, capable of striking from a distance. 8. Weapons turned, all aimed at Dylan's, chaos erupting amongst them as they fired indiscriminately. At that moment, a mocking smile crept across Dylan's lips. He vanished again, only to reappear. 7. Friendly fire began to occur. No one could grasp his presence, no one could lock onto him. 6. Dylan's continued to wield his dagger with indifference, a ghostly figure flitting about, instilling terror. 5. The cloaked figures dwindled in number, now panicking and fleeing. 4. Dylan's, devoid of compassion, commenced his pursuit, swinging his dagger in the faces of his terrified prey, sending them to meet their demise. The battle had reached its conclusion. Blood flowed freely, and a pervasive stench of carnage filled the air. With each thrust of his dagger, a spray of crimson followed, severing the carotid arteries of his victims with the cold efficiency of a butcher, his eyes betraying no emotion. His garments were steeped in a deep crimson hue. With an overwhelming aura of lethal intent and the heavy scent of blood, Dylan's approached Yongqing. "Let us depart." Yongqing nodded, his heart tumultuous and utterly shocked. This was the power of the space fruit. This was the might of Dylan's. He was almost godlike, elusive, and untraceable, capable of striking down foes through the very fabric of space. Even more terrifying was the latter's indomitable will and frigid killing intent, a born butcher, cold and merciless. The two began to sprint, braving the howling wind and torrential rain. At this moment, their spirits felt remarkably light, freed from the burdens and oppression of the past. They could already see the ship, a vessel of dreams and a symbol of freedom, drawing ever closer. Escape from this place. Break free from the cage. Yongqing's heart raced with exhilaration, his footsteps quickening. A toast, brother. Once aboard, they would be brothers. Dylan's followed closely behind. His heart stirred as he gazed at the silhouette ahead. This exhilarating sensation was beyond words. They were drawing nearer, and they could see the vessel that Alpha had prepared for them. Yang Qing let out an ecstatic howl, breaking through the curtain of torrential rain. Dylan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His body trembled as he suddenly vanished from sight, utilizing his abilities to board the ship. Yet, in the next moment, to Yang Qing's astonishment, Dylan plummeted from the bow of the vessel, akin to a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the muddy ground. Coughing violently, Dylan spat out a mouthful of blood. Enemies were present. Yang Qing's complexion changed dramatically as he fixed his gaze on the bow of the ship. There, a robust figure emerged, clad in black attire. His powerful muscles straining against the fabric of his suit, nearly causing it to tear. Wearing sunglasses and holding an umbrella, his expression was one of indifference and frigid detachment. "Lucifer, Your Excellency," the man spoke in a dispassionate tone. "Who are you?" Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. Dylan struggled to rise, unable to suppress a fresh spurt of blood. His gaze towards the man at the bow brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. "I am Labu, affiliated with CP0, and I have come here to kill you," Labu declared, shedding his suit to reveal his explosive musculature, fixing his stare on Yang Qing. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, his right hand trembling slightly as an ancient flying dagger materialized. "I have heard that you are a formidable celestial dragon. I am eager to witness whether my 16 years of arduous training surpass your idle existence." The disdain in Labu's gaze was unmistakable. "Prepare to perish." At that moment, Dylan's had regained some composure, his figure blurring before he suddenly appeared before Labu. A flicker of surprise crossed Labu's eyes, yet he exhibited no panic at Dylan's abrupt emergence. In an instant, Labu had vanished, leaving Dylan's dagger slicing through empty air, severing countless raindrops. Labu reappeared 10 meters away, his eyes alight with contempt and mockery. He then spread his legs, lifted them high, and struck downwards with force. Raging storm. A powerful slash erupted, arcing through the air and sending a deluge of raindrops cascading towards Dylan's. Dylan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly vanished. The strike tore through the curtain of rain and crashed into the ground, cleaving it open with a formidable force that spanned 3 zhang. Yang Qing's expression fluctuated unpredictably. In a mere instant, he recognized the technique employed by the approaching man, an embodiment of the formidable martial prowess known as the 6 powers of the Navy. Dylan's reappeared before Labo, this time at a closer, more abrupt distance. In Dylan's eyes, the man seemed to momentarily falter. "Now is the time. Die." The name of this lethal move, Death's Whisper, was both tender and ambiguous yet undeniably cruel. With astonishing speed, Dylan swung his dagger downward. At that precise moment, Labo's lips twitched, seemingly in a smile. Below, Yang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." A solid blow. Bang. A dull thud resonated as Dylan's dagger struck Labo's neck, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving Yang Qing in disbelief. How could this be possible? Finger gun. Labo's finger effortlessly pierced into Dylan's right chest. Then, in the midst of Yang Qing's stunned gaze, Dylan's body plummeted, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Dylan's. Yang Qing's eyes turned crimson, his blood boiling with rage. "I shall kill you." Like a beast, his roar echoed with murderous intent. Crimson blood flowed from beneath Dylan's, staining the rain-soaked ground and releasing a faint metallic scent. Yang Qing could sense that Dylan's breath had grown exceedingly faint. And soon the earth was awash in a sea of red. Yang Qing gasped for breath, his once clear eyes now clouded with a crimson hue, revealing a hint of madness within. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a murderous intent directed at Labu. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a circle of pale blue ripples emerged, enveloping an area of 10 meters in an instant, capturing Labu within its grasp. Almost immediately, a flying dagger materialized in Yang Qing's right hand. An invisible pressure began to radiate outward, causing Labu's expression to shift. He realized he was ensnared. The source of this confinement was an exceptionally keen blade intent, as if it could rend the very fabric of space, indomitable and insurmountable. Yang Qing's blood-red eyes narrowed, fixating intently on the man at the bow of the ship. He was searching for flaws, for vulnerabilities in Labu's defenses. The literally flying dagger, unfailingly accurate, rendered him unable to intervene. It was precisely due to this invincible technique of exploiting weaknesses. As long as a maneuver existed, a flaw would inevitably follow. And any adversary daring to confront this dagger would meet their demise upon revealing even the slightest crack in their armor. Labu was a master, his defenses nearly flawless, exuding an air of perfection that rendered Yang Qing hesitant to strike. The domain of the control fruit allowed him to perceive everything around him, to grasp the entirety of his surroundings, thereby aiding him in identifying every enemy's vulnerability. Initially, Yang Qing had not anticipated this utility, but upon realization, he felt a surge of elation. It was, after all, not an inconsequential ability. Labu was locked onto, his expression grave as he remained motionless, acutely aware that even the slightest movement could herald his demise. Torrential rain poured down relentlessly as the two men, one above and one below, locked eyes. The atmosphere thick with tension. Yangqing's aura grew increasingly formidable, his wrath transforming into a surging intent to kill. This fierce energy coalesced with his essence, manifesting as a potent blade intent that emanated from his eyes, imposing considerable psychological pressure on Labu. Beads of sweat involuntarily formed on Labu's forehead as irritation began to brew within him. How could he, a seasoned warrior, be rendered motionless by the mere gaze of a boy? He discerned that this insolent youth wielded a slender iron dagger. Was this the source of my trepidation? What am I truly afraid of? After enduring 16 arduous years of training, I refuse to believe that a mere child poses any threat. Kill. In an instant. I could sever his throat and fulfill this mission. Labu's inner fury surged, and his gaze sharpened. In the realm of Yangqing, he acutely sensed the stirring of his enemies. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, a murderous intent potent enough to freeze rivers. The thunder rumbled ominously, and the torrential rain intensified. At that moment, he sprang into action. Now, Yangqing's crimson gaze narrowed sharply, and his right hand trembled with anticipation. A fierce gust of wind arose, causing the descending raindrops to veer off course, creating a dazzling streak of light akin to a shooting star, radiating a brilliant glow. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, this ephemeral brilliance cleaved through the curtain of rain as he plunged forward with reckless abandon, roaring, surging with fervor and indignation, aiming for the throat of his adversary. With a thunderous boom, the storm echoed once more. Labu's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of fear and shock crossing his face. He slowly raised his right hand to touch his neck, where a distinct bulge was evident. A dark, ancient throwing knife was embedded deep, blood beginning to surge forth. You. With a soft thud, Labu collapsed to the ground. The tempest continued to lash out, momentarily drenching his lifeless body. Yangqing bent down, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. This strike contained all of his vigor and spirit. Upon its release, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, devoid of any strength. A flicker of sorrow lingered in his eyes as he dragged his weary form towards Dylan. He turned the lifeless body over and hoisted it onto his back, laboriously making his way to the vessel. A glance back at the shore revealed a throng of figures clad in black, their expressions impassive as they hastily pursued. Yangqing, his expression devoid of emotion, stepped forward to retrieve the anchor and maneuver the helm. The wooden vessel began to glide slowly away from the harbor, braving the torrential rain and fierce winds. A faint cough echoed, causing Yangqing's countenance to shift as he glanced towards the deck, where Dylan's lips were stained with blood, his entire body trembling slightly, yet unmistakably alive. Dylan. Yangqing cast aside the helm and rushed to Dylan's side. Captain. Dylan summoned all his strength to utter these words before erupting into a violent fit of coughing, each spasm expelling copious amounts of blood. Do not speak. Rest. Rest well. Yangqing exclaimed sorrowfully. I will find a doctor. You will be all right. Dylan lay there feebly, forcing himself to respond, but was soon overtaken by another bout of bloody coughs. The wound had pierced Dylan's lung, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. Every word he spoke stirred his blood, leading to relentless coughing fits that expelled more crimson. His injuries were grave, leaving him but a step away from death. Yangqing tore the fabric from his own body and, finding some bandages aboard the ship, hastily administered a rudimentary dressing to Dylan's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. With a stoic expression, he approached the helm, navigating through the tempestuous storm. His resolve was to escape this perilous place swiftly, seeking a physician for Dylan's care and healing. The thunder roared mercilessly, and the waves surged relentlessly, causing the wooden vessel to undulate violently upon the ocean. Steering under such treacherous conditions demanded immense exertion. Yangqing remained silent, steadfast in his position. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed again, followed by the thunderous boom of cannon fire. Sink that wooden ship. Now. Load the cannons. Load the cannons. Fire. The shouts rang out, and Yangqing turned to see 5 warships racing toward them. Figures clad in black scurried about the decks, hastily loading ammunition and cannonballs. With a resounding blast, a cannonball struck the left side of Yangqing's vessel, the tremendous impact altering its course and rendering its navigation unstable. Yangqing squinted his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, a chilling aura emanating from his gaze. Undeterred, he pressed onward, the wooden boat navigating through a hail of cannon fire, swaying like a resilient weeble. Suddenly, the vessel jolted violently as a cannonball struck its mast. Damn it! Aim and fire, you bunch of useless fools. The harsh reprimand echoed from behind, growing ever closer. Yang Qing's countenance bore no trace of emotion as 3 cannonballs struck the wooden vessel, fortunately only impacting the mast and other minor components, thus having little effect on the ship's navigation. However, without a doubt, Yang Qing's heart had already plunged into despair, as the pursuers behind him had multiplied, transforming from an initial 5 ships to 8. How they truly regard me. A sardonic smile crept upon Yang Qing's lips, yet he did not turn his gaze. Remaining fixated on the horizon where the magnificent ocean lay, the very place where dreams set sail. With a resounding boom, a cannonball impacted behind him, splintering wood and sending debris flying. The tremendous force tore through his garments, leaving his body marred with numerous abrasions, blood beginning to trickle forth, in but an instant. Yang Qing had become a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, concealing immense suffering beneath a facade of tranquility. Another explosion reverberated, striking the ground in front of Yang Qing. The pursuing warships had closed in, now merely 20 meters apart, the cannonballs poised to find their mark with ease. Is this the end? A sense of helplessness flickered in Yang Qing's eyes. Beneath him lay the vast, indifferent sea, and behind him, a relentless throng of pursuers left him with no escape. Just then, a series of anguished cries erupted from behind, compelling him to turn in astonishment. The relentless barrage of cannon fire commenced, and one by one, the warships that had been hot on Yang Qing's heels were struck, gradually succumbing to silence. In the midst of Yang Qing's astonished gaze, a line of naval vessels emerged in the distance, 15 small to medium-sized warships. At their helm stood a robust middle-aged man, his square face adorned with sinewy muscles, dark hair, and a matching beard, while a righteous cape billowed behind him, defying the storm. Garp. Yang Qing whispered the name reverently. In an inconspicuous corner, he spotted another figure that stirred his emotions, his heart a tumult of feelings. Alpha, mother. His parents stood resolutely amidst the tempest at the harbor, gazing upon him, sending him off. Alpha, typically solemn and expressionless, now bore an unmistakable blend of reluctance and hope. Go forth, pursue your dreams, take flight, and chase after what you desire. Yang Qing seemed to have heard the silent plea of Alpha. His heart stirred, and he nodded earnestly at the man before him. He then waved goodbye to his tear-streaked mother. He was still so young. Alpha burst into tears, holding Alpha tightly. Our son is destined for greatness. Do not become a stumbling block for him. Let him go, allow him to soar. Alpha gently patted Alpha on the shoulder. Amidst the thunderous cannon fire, the 8 pursuing warships sank one after another, their cries echoing, yet no one paid heed. The imminent danger receded just like that. Casting a fleeting glance at his parents, he engraved their expressions deep within his memory. Then, with a sudden turn, he grasped the helm firmly. The wooden vessel, amidst the howling winds and roaring thunder, set sail slowly, disappearing from the sight of all who remained behind. On that day, a mere 6-year-old Celestial Dragon embarked on a wooden ship, departing from the comfort of the Celestial Dragon Palace, sailing towards distant dreams, commencing his arduous journey. The weather cleared, and the sea transformed. 10 miles brought forth a different climate. After 3 hours at sea, Yang Qing, concerned for Dylan's injuries, decisively brought the ship to shore upon finding the next island. Carrying Dylan's off the vessel, he swiftly made his way towards a village nestled within the island, shouldering the unconscious boy, who was much taller than him. The village was not far, and soon Yang Qing arrived at the town. The villagers were astonished to see a wounded child dragging another boy, lost in unconsciousness. Help! Save him! Yang Qing gazed bewilderedly at the crowd, uncertain of who among them was a doctor, searching for assistance. Quickly, fetch Ritas. These 2 children are gravely injured. An elderly voice rang out, causing a stir throughout the town. In a short while, a weary Yang Qing spotted a woman leisurely approaching with a medical kit. She was unkempt, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exhaling thick smoke, yet her beauty was undeniable. Her figure was alluring, her skin smooth as polished jade, and her slender legs were clad in black stockings, accentuating her captivating presence, with delicate little feet adorned in black peep-toe high heels. Even more striking was her attire, a white nurse's uniform, bordering on seductive. However, Yang Qing had no time to dwell on her appearance as he rushed to her side. Please, save him. He is dying, he exclaimed loudly. To his surprise, the woman halted, her enchanting visage turning towards him with a slight smile. Why should I care if he dies? I don't even know him. Please, I beg you to save him. Yang Qing, momentarily stunned, suppressed his anger and pleaded earnestly. I can save him, but do you have any berries? Give me berries, and I will save him. The woman perched herself on a nearby step, crossing her legs. her high heels slipping off to reveal her alluring heels, gazing at Yang Qing with a question. I have a ship. That ship is yours. In a moment of desperation, Yang Qing pointed towards the wooden boat by the shore, prompting everyone to gaze in that direction. There lay a dilapidated vessel, riddled with holes, bearing the scars of countless cannon strikes. What do you expect me to do with that wreck? I cannot afford the medical expenses. I am powerless, the woman scoffed, rising to depart. The onlookers displayed sympathetic expressions, yet felt utterly helpless. The peculiar disposition of Taisai was well known throughout the town, rendering them mute on the matter of whether to intervene. Suddenly, amidst the collective astonishment of the crowd, a child, seemingly no older than 6, performed an unimaginable act. He bent his knee and knelt upon the ground, positioning himself behind the departing Rita. Please, save her. His voice was heavy, imbued with profound pleading and sorrow. Rita halted her retreat, turning to regard the kneeling boy, her expression unusually grave. She spoke earnestly, men kneel to heaven, earth, and their parents, others need not kneel. Now tell me, what is your relationship to this injured youth? At that moment, Dylan's trembled violently, his body shaking uncontrollably. Get up. You are a celestial dragon, a noble of this world, the highest of all races. How can you lower your proud head to save me? Why? Why must it be thus? He roared, a tempest of anger and emotion within him. He is my brother. I beseech you, save him. Yang Qing implored. The gazes of the crowd shifted, their eyes resting upon the frail boy kneeling on the ground. A profound sense of admiration ignited within them, touching a deep chord in their hearts. Severely injured, Dylan's clenched his fists tightly before releasing them, tears blurring his vision yet flowing uncontrollably. Very well, I shall heal him, Rita conceded after a moment of silence. Nodding in agreement. For the sake of a brother, even a celestial dragon must lower his head. The author mused, I am but a fool, lost in my youth. To all the brothers who cherish this tale, you are my kin. Join the book group, and let us share in this journey together. The small boy, kneeling on the ground, astonished and moved everyone present in that moment. In this world, there exists something more worthy of defense than mere interests. It is friendship. It is fervor. It is a beating heart. Upon hearing the doctor's reluctant agreement, Yang Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be plunged into darkness as he fainted and collapsed to the ground. A chorus of gasps erupted around him, and Lita's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, swiftly. Take these 2 children to my clinic. Lita's crisp voice rang out in urgent command. Her demeanor was peculiar. She would either refuse to assist or, if she chose to help, her heart would soften profoundly. The townsfolk sprang into action, hurriedly lifting Yang Qing and Dylan's to transport them. When Yang Qing finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a ceiling adorned with white flowers. As he rose, he noticed his body was encased in layers of bandages, resembling a mummy. The gentle sea breeze wafted through the window, causing the delicate floral curtains to flutter gracefully. Sitting there in silence, Yang Qing reflected on the events that had transpired, his thoughts heavy with introspection. Ultimately, he recognized his oversight. He had not anticipated the swift and fierce retribution from the Tlong people. The CP0 operatives had nearly led them to annihilation, and the subsequent 8 warships had brought them perilously close to death. Dylan's was not by his side, whereabouts unknown, but he hoped fervently that his companion had found safety. Yang Qing mostly sustained superficial injuries, without any damage to his bones. Thus, although his wounds appeared frightening, they were not severe. He donned his neatly folded clothes, then stepped outside. You're awake. Just as he exited the room, a girl of similar age approached him, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and long, shimmering golden hair that sparkled under the sunlight. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Lita's, both possessing the same beauty, as if she were a younger version of her. In her hands, she cradled a book, quietly seated at the doorway. Upon seeing Yang Qing, she softly inquired, Where is Dylan's? Is he your companion? His injuries are quite severe. He is still undergoing treatment, she replied, adjusting her glasses, her melodious voice pleasant to the ears. I wish to see him, Yang Qing stated before departing from the area. The room was not extensive, allowing Yang Qing to swiftly locate Dylan's chamber. He lay there in silence, his upper body exposed, while Lita's busily attended to him. A faint whiff of blood lingered in the air, causing Yang Qing's eyes to sting. It was all because of him that Dylan sustained such grave injuries. His lung had been punctured, making even the act of breathing a struggle. One could only imagine the agony Dylan's was enduring at that moment. You've arrived? Help me fetch the tools, Lita's commanded quietly, her mask concealing her flawless face. The surgery proceeded without a sound. Though Lita's moved slowly, her actions were steady. In the presence of blood, She maintained a calm demeanor, exemplifying her excellent professional qualities. 5 hours passed without either taking a break. After their diligent efforts, Dylan's wounds were finally stitched. Leaders employed a peculiar medication, the efficacy of which Yang Qing did not comprehend. Yet it proved effective. In the end, Dylan's chest was wrapped in white bandages, his breathing began to stabilize, and Yang Qing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Now, we must see how well he recovers, Leaders remarked, wiping the sweat from her forehead, fatigue evident in her voice. How long will it take for him to recover? Yang Qing asked, concern tinging his words. At least 2 years, possibly extending to 5, Leaders replied. Yang Qing fell silent, then approached and grasped the icy hand of Dylan's. Thank you, doctor. Helidas chuckled softly and exited the room. Dylan's was gravely injured. His lung lobe had been completely perforated, and due to the force of the assault, a large portion of his body had been shattered, necessitating an extensive period for recovery. It was not until a month later that he finally opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was the figure of Yang Qing, peacefully slumbering at his bedside, causing tears to cascade from his eyes. Lucifer, Dylan's wept. Yang Qing, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly roused from his slumber. Upon witnessing that Dylan's had finally awakened, he was filled with exhilaration. At long last, you have come to, he exclaimed. The doctor assures me that you shall recover swiftly. Hasten your recuperation. Once you are well, we shall partake in a toast of brotherhood. After that, we shall be bound as lifelong brothers. With all his might, Dylan's extended his right hand, firmly clasping Yang Qing's. Brother. Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. But soon a joyful smile graced his face. Brother. Dylan's mood calmed, yet he retained the memories of all that had transpired. Yang Qing was a companion worth dedicating a lifetime to, a brother in every sense. A year swiftly elapsed, but Dylan's injuries had yet to fully heal. Thus, the two remained on the small island, with Yang Qing persistently honing his skills, his internal energy growing ever more formidable. Moreover, his repertoire of techniques extended far beyond the mere flying dagger of Shaoli. After a protracted period of arduous labor to amass wealth, he finally gathered 15 taels of silver and exchanged them in the swordsman's market for the second volume of a martial arts manual, a genuine swordsmanship treatise, an unparalleled technique. The Duga 9 swords, passed down from the legendary Duga Chiobai, could dismantle all forms of combat. This formidable sword style, like the flying dagger of Shaoli, had reached its zenith, and when combined with Yang Qing's devil fruit powers, it enabled him to master his surroundings, achieving true supremacy over all techniques. The Duga 9 swords. A radiant light shone in Yang Qing's eyes, for he understood the immense power contained within this technique. Its terror stemmed from 2 aspects. First, an unparalleled swiftness. When the sword strikes, foes would only hear the sound of the blade, scarcely catching a glimpse of its trajectory, and by the time they realized, it would be too late. Second, its ability to expose all vulnerabilities, rendering the opponent's every move transparent and devoid of concealment. When these 2 elements coalesce, this swordsmanship becomes an unstoppable force, invincible in the world. Yang Qing embarked on his journey of cultivation, for the Duga sword technique demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension, requiring extensive time for understanding, research, and practice. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent. Lacking a sword, Yang Qing resorted to the solitary act of picking up branches on the mountainside to simulate his movements. This maneuver still lacked the requisite swiftness. The transitions in the air needed to be as rapid as lightning, necessitating further practice. Moreover, the distance of this strike should be somewhat shorter, otherwise, the openings would be too significant, rendering it vulnerable to counterattack. Yang Qing persistently practiced, continually identifying shortcomings and making improvements, his swordsmanship advancing at an astonishing pace, and his strength growing. As time gradually passed, Dylan's complexion improved remarkably, and Yang Qing's smile became ever more frequent. Soon, you will be well again, Yang Qing remarked joyfully. Indeed. Dylan's nodded deeply, his gaze resolute and profound. I shall never again be defeated by anyone. Yes, he vowed never to succumb to defeat. Even if it meant fighting to the death, the cost of losing was far too agonizing. All right. Yang Qing extended his right hand, and with a resounding clap, their hands clasped tightly together in the air. Our goal is to become the strongest in the world. Let ambition consume this ailing world, and let the grim reaper descend. Since the light has been devoured, let us transform heaven and earth into darkness. The grim reaper comes. The 2 young individuals gazed at each other, their hands firmly intertwined, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. Their ambition sent tremors through all who beheld them. A little girl outside, clutching a book, observed this scene and smiled, then adjusted her glasses. The Grim Reaper, is it? Such intriguing individuals. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Dylan's body recovered remarkably. Able now to rise and walk unaided, though remnants of his injuries remained, causing him to breathe heavily during vigorous activity. Meanwhile, Yangqing's swordsmanship, through meticulous study and practice, had reached a stage of minor accomplishment, now firmly under his control. His internal energy had progressed from a third-rate master to a second-rate master at this level. The efficacy of innate energy techniques diminished, and his path could only support cultivation up to the second-rate realm. This meant that for Yangqing to advance further, he would need to acquire a new internal technique. In this game, all martial arts manuals could be purchased with fragments of silver, yet after 2 years, though he had identified the internal technique he wished to study, he still lacked sufficient funds. 25 ingots. Indeed, the internal technique that had captured Yangqing's interest required a staggering 20 ingots of silver for exchange, and over the course of 2 years, he had managed to save only 10, meaning he still needed an additional 15 ingots to make the exchange. What a challenging journey it was. Yangqing could only shake his head and smile wryly. However, if he were to acquire this internal technique, he would be free from worry for the rest of his life. This technique, costing a full 20 ingots of silver, was undoubtedly among the upper echelon of the game's manuals, its efficacy immensely powerful. Biming divine skill. In the North Sea, there exists a fish named Koan, whose size is beyond comprehension, soaring up to 90,000 miles. The might of the Biming divine skill is well known to all. He possesses the extraordinary ability to forcibly absorb the internal energy of his adversaries and subsequently transform it within himself, thereby augmenting his own strength. This insidious art, which benefits oneself at the expense of others, facilitates a rapid enhancement of one's martial prowess. Moreover, this secret manual brings immense joy to Yangqing, for it grants him the potential to cultivate to the innate realm, a state in martial arts where one achieves the unity of heaven and man. Upon reaching such a realm, one can walk upon the void, harmonizing their vital energy with the cosmos. The power within becomes boundless and formidable, instilling fear in all. Capable of shattering the fabric of reality itself, he eagerly anticipates mastering this martial art. At the tender age of 8, Yangqing, though still merely a child standing at a modest height of 1.30 meters, possesses an astonishing ferocity reminiscent of a young tiger. He believes he has already attained the level of a second-rate expert. In combat, he could likely rival pirates with a bounty of 50 to 60 million. He takes great satisfaction in his progress. 2 years prior, the strength of CP0, due to the terrifying prowess of the 6 styles, was dispatched by Dylan's in mere moments, despite Dylan's boasting a formidable power of 50 million. Thus, the strength of this CP0 agent must be at least around 80 million. Relying on his infallible little leaf-flying dagger in the domain of the control fruit, he concentrated all his energy into a single strike that felled his opponent, which he considers a stroke of luck rather than a testament to his superiority. It is crucial to remember that, at that moment, the line between life and death was perilously thin. Had the dagger been delayed by even a fraction of a second, it would have been his own life that was forfeit. While the little leaf-flying dagger serves as his ultimate trump card, he is acutely aware of the necessity to wield it sparingly. After 2 years of arduous training, he has refined the little leaf-flying dagger to an unparalleled level of mastery. It can be deemed absolutely formidable. Yet, alas, its increased power comes with a corresponding strain on his body. In his current peak state, he can only unleash 3 strikes, which pales in comparison to the sustained potency of the Dugu 9 swords. Yangqing shakes his head, but a glimmer of resolve shines in his eyes. He firmly believes that a single strike from him could annihilate any pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He has indeed grown powerful, yet he acknowledges it is still insufficient. Despite the might of the little leaf-flying dagger, it is limited to 3 strikes. Should he encounter a similar situation again, besieged by multiple foes, he would be left to await his demise. Yangqing diligently practiced and made continuous progress. After a year had passed, upon reaching the age of 9, Dylan's body finally restored. At long last, he was well. Throughout this year, Dylan's had come of age, now standing at 18 years. He measured 175 centimeters in height, with tousled hair tousled by the wind, adorned with a sunlit smile. His demeanor markedly transformed from the first encounter with Yangqing. At this moment, Yangqing stood by the shore, brandishing a branch in hand, immersed in the sea. Eyes closed as he felt the resistance of the water, practicing the solitary 9 swords of Dugu, oblivious to the presence of Dylan's. Ah! It appears that he has grown even stronger. A peculiar light flickered in Dylan's eyes as he took a step forward, and with a sudden whoosh, he vanished from sight. Although he was 1,000 meters away from Yongqing, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared right before him. "Allow me to test the true extent of your strength," Dylan's exclaimed, launching a powerful punch. Yongqing closed his eyes, allowing his internal energy to accelerate. In that moment, the branch in his hand trembled violently, transforming from a languid sword into a swift projectile. Following this motion, the speed of the branch geometrically increased, culminating in a flash of lightning that astonished Dylan's. Remarkably fast, the branch swiftly pierced Dylan's neck, prompting Yongqing to open his eyes. However, the Dylans, now impaled by the branch, morphed into an illusion, having already retreated 10 meters away. The capability of the space fruit user was unfathomable and immensely powerful. "Ah, indeed. You have grown considerably stronger. It seems you have acquired formidable skills," Dylans remarked with a grin. "Yes, I have trained in a new sword technique that is quite powerful," Yongqing replied with a nod. "Oh?" Dylan's expression shifted. He was curious about what kind of sword technique could be deemed so formidable. In the next moment, from a distance of 10 meters, his hand suddenly moved. Dead space. A sharp sound echoed, and a ring of blue ripples enveloped the two. Compared to 3 years ago, Yongqing's domain had expanded significantly, now encompassing a radius of 20 meters. At that moment, Yongqing's gaze transformed. Dylan's attacks appeared to him as a flurry of arrows. Dylan stood there, his hands striking incessantly and eerily. His assaults manifested right before Yongqing. This was the terrifying aspect of the space fruit. Attacks could be launched from afar, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Arrow break. The branch quivered, and Yongqing's body suddenly sprang forth like a coiled spring, rising from the ground. Then, like a serpent, he twisted and turned, executing a series of bizarre postures in midair, moving with the speed of a flashing sword. Countless attacks almost transformed into illusions, all unleashed simultaneously. In the astonished gaze of Dylan's, his distant attacks were completely nullified by Yongqing. "Impressive," Dylan's exclaimed sincerely. "You have indeed become even stronger." "Haha." Yongqing laughed heartily, his gaze turning joyfully toward Dylan's. "You are also formidable. Your severe injury has only augmented your power. My fruit ability requires both mental and physical strength. Although this injury has tormented me constantly over the past 3 years, it has also served as a trial, naturally making me stronger," Dylan sighed. After a moment of silence, both men gazed at the dilapidated ship nearby, their eyes suddenly lighting up. "There is wine aboard. What we promised back then can finally be realized. Let us drink until we are satisfied. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." With laughter echoing in the air, the two figures suddenly sprinted toward the sunlit wreck of the ship. As the sun sets, two young men sit facing each other on the deck of a dilapidated ship, smiles adorning their faces. The rich aroma of wine wafts through the air as they take turns ladling it from a bowl and drinking it down in hearty gulps, their laughter echoing in the twilight. In no time at all, they find themselves swaying unsteadily. "To your health, now fully restored." One toasts, "To the bond of brotherhood between us." He continues, "To our dreams." With 3 hearty cups consumed, a rosy hue blossoms upon their cheeks. Dylan's eyes sparkle with fervor, his face alight with a cheerful grin, his heart brimming with excitement. He remains silent, lost in the embrace of the wine. In the end, the two link arms, draining the last of the wine shared between them, solidifying their bond as brothers. Those who were brothers in life shall remain so in death. Yongqing gazed intently into Dylan's eyes and spoke earnestly. In that moment, their hands clasped tightly together with a resounding snap. They continued to drink, their spirits soaring until tears streamed down their faces as they sang peculiar songs in a drunken haze. Eventually, exhaustion overtook them, and they succumbed to a deep slumber. When dawn broke the following day, they stirred, groaning as they opened their bleary eyes, their heads throbbing with pain. "What are you doing here?" Yongqing exclaimed, astonished to see a golden-haired, lovely young girl seated on the deck, quietly turning the pages of her book in the morning light. Upon hearing Yongqing's voice, the girl adjusted her glasses and replied with a gentle demeanor, "I come here every morning to read." At that moment, Dylan, also rubbing his head as he awoke, spotted the girl and smiled, saying, "It's Mariah?" The girl nodded silently, choosing to ignore the two men thereafter. Yongqing absent-mindedly touched his nose, unfazed by the situation. He had long understood Leah's character during these 3 years. She was a true academic prodigy, a walking encyclopedia. It was said that her dream was to read every book in the world. The two of them disembarked from the boat and strolled leisurely along the beach towards the town. "Really?" That's quite a daunting aspiration, Dylan exclaimed in awe. Indeed. It is rather frightening, Yangqing nodded in agreement. Those insufferable mortals. As she watched the two figures fade into the distance, Leah adjusted her glasses and continued to delve into the book in her hands. In the realm of the academically gifted, mere mortals simply cannot comprehend. Yangqing and Dylans entered the village, greeted the villagers, and after enjoying a hearty breakfast at Aunt Sarah's home, they made their way to Rita's. Rita's remained as alluring as ever, with her long, slender legs clad in black stockings and her nurse's attire accentuating her golden locks. She exuded an enchanting allure akin to that of a beautiful fox. At that moment, she was seated at a table, leisurely perusing medical textbooks. As the two approached the door, they exchanged glances and then bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, Doctor, for your care over the past 3 years. Throughout these years, Rita's had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the care of Dylans, fulfilling her duties as a physician with great diligence. Initially, Dylans harbored a prejudice against the woman who had made Yangqing kneel, but as time passed and due to her unwavering attitude, he gradually came to recognize her significance in his life. She was indeed the woman who had saved his life. With a thud, both of them knelt down, their foreheads touching the ground. In that moment, Yangqing was no longer a celestial being, and Dylans was no longer a proud warrior. They were simply two patients expressing their gratitude to the doctor who had rescued them or their brother. Oh, you thank me? Rita's closed the book before her and glanced at the two kneeling youths, a smile gracing her features. Now that you've recovered, you may leave. You are not welcome here. To their astonishment, Rita's began to roar in anger, hurling the books from the table. Startled, the two quickly dodged, gazing at her in confusion. How dare you? You freeloaded off me for 3 years. Get out of my sight. Just the sight of you infuriates me. One item after another flew across the room, and Yangqing and Dylans, alarmed, scrambled to escape. Once outside on the street, they encountered the friendly elderly townsfolk who greeted them with smiles, only to be met with cold faces as the elders raised their canes to chase them away. What in the world is happening? It feels like we are being targeted. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed, and hurriedly made their way to the boat. To their surprise, the once dilapidated wooden vessel had been inexplicably repaired. Get out. You've consumed my resources for 3 years. Just leave. Rita's voice echoed behind them. Don't run. I will make you pay for stealing my oranges. The crowd behind them grew larger, and Yangqing and Dylans were filled with dread. Quick, set sail. We must leave this dreadful place. They hastily stowed the anchor and raised the sails, with Yangqing at the helm. As the boat began to glide smoothly away from the pursuing throng, they finally distanced themselves from the chaos. With a sigh of relief, Yangqing and Dylans exchanged glances, secretly grateful to have escaped. They remain oblivious to the reasons behind their predicament, yet there is no doubt that if they linger any longer, death will surely befall them. How terrifying. What have we done to incur their wrath? Yangqing and Dylans were engulfed in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Just then, a series of shouts erupted from the shore. Lucifer, if you do not make a name for yourself, I shall never forgive you. And you shall not return to this humble stone drum town. Dylans, if you fail to gain renown after your departure, do not even think of marrying my daughter. Father, please don't speak so recklessly. Come on, you two scamps, strive for your dreams. You must achieve greatness. Voices filled with hope echoed from the shore, sending a tremor through Yangqing and Dylans, as tears of emotion streamed down their cheeks. They finally understood why the people on the island were behaving so unusually today. If your names do not resonate throughout the world, my efforts in saving you will have been in vain. At the back of the crowd, Litas puffed on a cigarette, watching the ship sail further away, a smile gracing his lips. We will surely give it our all. Yangqing and Dylans shouted loudly in response to the adults on the shore. Ha ha, get lost? You little brats. Stay safe. Bon voyage. As the boat gradually sailed away, the sea breeze was gentle, and soon the figures of the people on the shore faded from view, leaving Yangqing and Dylans feeling somewhat melancholic. These were kind and lovely individuals who not only rescued them from the brink of death, but also bestowed upon them hope and a chance for rebirth. They were like family to them. Sailing towards the northeast, a faint voice suddenly pierced the air. Who is it? Yangqing and Dylans exchanged wary glances and called out. When they turned to see a figure in the corner of the boat, astonishment filled their faces in unison. Molia. The two turned back to find Molia, golden-haired, who had moved a lounge chair and was now quietly seated, gazing out at the expanse of the ocean. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her beautiful profile. How did you end up here? Dylan's asked incredulously, and Yang Qing's expression mirrored his seriousness. It was not unusual for her to be present. But what puzzled them was that they had not noticed Molia's arrival. Although they were not yet exceedingly powerful, they possessed considerable strength. And their perception abilities were quite keen, especially Yang Qing, who, aided by the powers of the controlling fruit, had an acute awareness of his surroundings. However, it was astonishing that they only realized Molia was there when she spoke. Could it be that Molia possessed formidable powers as well? As they sailed towards the northeast, destined for the next town, Molia paid no heed to them, merely uttering a brief sentence before returning her gaze to the sea, lost in thought. Yang Qing exchanged a glance with Dylan's, feeling a twinge of surprise. She had not immersed herself in a book today. Such an anomaly was almost as if the sun had risen from the west. The bow of the ship changed direction, the sails billowed, and they began to sail against the wind. Thus, the wooden vessel drifted further away from Shirgu town, with Yang Qing and Dylan's taking turns at the helm. While Molia reclined in a chair, lost in thought, her mind a mystery. Dylan's is fishing. I long for grilled fish, Yang Qing remarked, boredom evident in her tone as she sat at the bow. Dylan's responded with a non-committal grunt, then stepped onto the mast, gazing down at the sea for a moment. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his dagger, he found a fish glimmering at its tip. Yang Qing, observing the scene, couldn't help but pat his forehead in exasperation. Goodness, what joy remains in life if one resorts to such a mundane form of fishing? Marilia remained in a tranquil stupor, resembling a marionette, rendering her presence almost ignorable. The wooden boat sailed upon the sea, and before they realized it, 3 days had slipped by. The monotonous and tedious voyage across the ocean had rendered them quite bored. But on this day, a colossal silhouette of a ship finally emerged upon the boundless expanse of water. First appeared the sails, followed by the hull, gradually revealing itself as it approached. Pirates! Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and Dylan's, trembling slightly, moved closer to him, his expression grave. Indeed, it was pirates. The sinister flag of the pirates fluttered ominously in the wind, a palpable aura of malice enveloping them. The atmosphere grew tense as Marilia stood at the edge of the ship, gazing serenely at the fish leaping in the water, exuding an air of quiet elegance. As the pirate ship drew nearer, an unpleasant stench wafted towards them, causing the trio to grimace. Then came the raucous shouts of men, a cacophony of song intermingled with vulgar curses. The two vessels brushed past each other, and the menacing figures aboard the pirate ship cast wicked grins at Yang Qing and Dylan's, choosing to ignore them. However, the razor-sharp glances from the pirates made the two men flinch, while Marilia seemed to be entirely overlooked. In no time, the two ships had passed each other. At the moment of their separation, Yang Qing and Dylan's inadvertently glanced back at the stern of the pirate ship, and their expressions instantly transformed. With Marilia's calm demeanor shifting dramatically, there, bound by ropes, knelt a group of despairing individuals, their faces reflecting hopelessness, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. While brutish pirates stood nearby, brandishing long knives with malevolent expressions. What a bountiful haul this expedition has yielded. This group shall be sold into slavery, bringing in some profit. In 3 more days, they would reach Shirgu town, where they could plunder further and acquire even more captives. Ha ha ha, how delightful it is to be a pirate. With women to conquer and riches to amass, this truly represents the greatest gamble of my life. The pirates laughed boisterously, reveling in their spoils. On the wooden boat, now nearly 10 meters apart from the pirate vessel, Yang Qing and Dylan's lowered their heads, their disheveled hair obscuring their faces. Yet Marilia distinctly sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from the two young men before her. She found it perplexing. These seemingly unassuming youths possessed such astonishing strength? Just like her? Otherwise, why would they exhibit such fervent killing intent in the face of these ruthless pirates, instead of fear? They were bound for Shirgu town. Yang Qing raised his head, his previously smiling visage now transformed into one of cold resolve. Oh, I hear it. Dylan's licked his lips, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Let us eliminate them and show them why we are called the Reapers, declared Yang Qing. Aye. Dylan's displayed a bloodthirsty grin, stepping forward, and then he vanished. Yang Qing gracefully leaped onto the stern of the ship, and with another bound, he found himself on the deck of the opposing pirate vessel. Curiosity piqued, Molia gazed towards the center of the deck where a blood-red flag lay ominously still. Upon it, a sinister skull grinned in silent mockery, its bony claw extending to clutch a long scythe, as if poised to reap lives. This was the pirate flag that Yang Qing and Dylan's had painstakingly designed together. Their artistic skills were modest, yet they had managed to outline its general form. At this moment, the two had successfully boarded the ship of an unknown pirate crew. A burly pirate, brandishing a long knife, stood guard over a group of slaves at the stern, and it was precisely here that the two appeared. After a tremor in the air, Dylan's manifested in the space, while Yangqing descended from above. Upon landing on the deck, the tremendous force of his impact shattered a significant portion of it. "Who are you?" growled the menacing giant, his expression shifting upon seeing the two. Raising his blade, he charged forward. "Kill them. Leave no one alive on this ship. Their lives belong to the captain." Thus, the Death God pirate crew issued its first command in this inaugural battle, ushering in a dance of blood steeped in coldness and slaughter. Dylan's wore an expression of indifference. No pirate aboard could impede him. He advanced steadily, each step deliberate. When a pirate rushed at him, swinging his blade, Dylan's did not flinch. The sword struck, yet it merely passed through his form, eliciting expressions of terror among the pirates. "What is this? I cannot harm him. I passed through him. What am I witnessing? The blade went through his body. A devil fruit. He is a demon. My goodness." A dagger effortlessly sliced through. A spurt of blood erupted, and the scream abruptly ceased. More and more pirates began to converge, and within moments, Yangqing and Dylan's found themselves surrounded. Unfazed, Dylan's held his dagger, which trembled lightly. With each quiver, a pirate fell to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. Panic engulfed everyone aboard the pirate ship. That young man was nothing short of extraordinary. His abilities truly miraculous, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. "The captain is coming! The captain is coming!" At that moment, a voice of excitement echoed from the back of the crowd. Dylan's trembled slightly, letting out a piercing scream. Yangqing narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Dylan's flinched, retracting his dagger as he gazed at the fearful pirates with a cold sneer. Amidst the steady footsteps, a robust, masculine presence emerged from the parted crowd. A middle-aged man with a thick beard, a western longsword hanging from his right hip, and a revolver from his left. Wearing a captain's hat, he exuded an imposing aura. "I am Abelai, with a bounty of 35 million. Captain of the Babylus pirate ship," he declared in a deep voice, positioning himself before Yangqing and Dylan's. Dylan's glanced at Yangqing, who remained silent, his eyes narrowed. The crew realized, to their astonishment, that the fearsome Dylan's was not in charge. It was this seemingly insignificant child who held the authority. God, is this a joke? When did a child become so formidable? Finally, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yangqing spoke. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. His voice icy enough to send shivers down spines. "Leave none alive." "Huh, I knew it." Dylan's laughed, stepping forward and plunging into the crowd ahead. Abelai and Yangqing locked eyes, and under Abelai's gaze, Yangqing picked up a hefty machete from the ground, brandishing it with determination. "Come. It's either you die or I perish." Abelai narrowed his eyes and drew his longsword from his waist. Behind them, screams began to erupt as Dylan's charged into the throng like a wolf among sheep, unstoppable in his ferocity. His malevolence and murderous intent placed an oppressive weight upon these men. With a bounty of 50 million berries, Dylan's was a force that dwarfed these lesser beings. "Your comrades are perishing, and you show no anger," Yangqing remarked with a smile. "At the moment we set sail, each of us harbored a version of ourselves that has already perished," Abelai replied, gripping his longsword with one hand, aiming it at Yangqing. "Heh," Yangqing chuckled, recognizing the captain's callous nature. "I no longer care for my own life, let alone theirs," Abelai declared, swinging his longsword and summoning a fierce wind towards Yangqing. Yangqing deftly blocked the attack, and in the astonished gaze of his opponent, transformed the machete in his hand into a streak of light that sliced across Abelai's chest. Blood gushed forth, and within a single exchange, Abelai had sustained a grievous wound. "You are formidable. A person of your strength cannot be an unknown," Abelai declared gravely, disregarding the blood streaming from his chest. He was a man of formidable will, capable of enduring immense pain. "Regrettably, I am but an unknown," Yangqing replied with a smile, delivering another unembellished strike. With a resounding thud, Abelai raised his slender rapier to block, yet the overwhelming force compelled him to bend forward, his legs sinking into the wooden deck as blood flowed more profusely from his chest. "Is this not over yet?" At that moment, Dylan's appeared behind Yangqing. Abelai's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Dylan's. In that fleeting moment, he was struck by disbelief. Behind Dylan's lay a multitude of corpses sprawled across the ship, blood staining the deck, and the vessel began to emanate a pungent, sanguine scent. Sharks, drawn by the enticing aroma, were already making their approach. Dylan's. You are the Spectre Dylan's. How is this possible? How could a renowned pirate from the Grand Route be here in our South Sea? Abelai shouted. Fear etched upon his face. He was merely a pirate with a bounty of 35 million, a reputation built more on plundering and malevolence than on true prowess. In stark contrast, the 50 million bounty on Dylan's was a testament to his genuine strength. Their capabilities were not even in the same realm. Captain, eliminate him. We must set sail, Dylan said, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Qing flicked the blood from his long knife. The force of the droplet striking the wooden planks with such intensity that they left hollow impressions. Abelai's complexion paled once again. What horror. The fearsome Dylan's was also a captain. Who on earth was this young man? You. He barely uttered a word when a flash of steel cut through the air. He hastily raised his sword to defend. But with a sickening sound, darkness enveloped him. The rapier shattered into two, and Abelai was cleaved in half. That strike was too swift, too fierce, too powerful. How much better it would have been to resolve this sooner. Time is wasted, came Dylan's voice in complaint. Hiki. Yang Qing chuckled. Again with this attitude? Dare to speak? Dylan's retorted. Hee you. The two approached the stern of the ship and exchanged a glance. Dylan's then severed the ropes binding all the slaves and spoke. You may leave now. The world is vast, and humanity is meant to be free. Perhaps, in this world, there ought not to be slaves. Yang Qing spoke, and Dylan's turned to him. A glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. It became evident that he, too, was a slave, his slave. Yet at this moment, he had transformed into a crew member. A brother. Captain, what manner of man are you? Everyone rose in excitement, casting a glance at the ship, utterly astonished. As they looked back at the two men, their eyes were filled with trepidation. The formidable power emanating from them instilled fear. Yang Qing and Dylan's were indifferent and prepared to depart. Just at that moment, a faint voice emerged. I can accompany you. The voice was soft, laced with fear and trepidation. Yang Qing turned around, yet Dylan's paid him no heed. They had their own matters to attend to, and rescuing these individuals was already a commendable feat. They had no interest in pursuing anything beyond that. He had anticipated that Yang Qing would merely smile and depart, but an unexpected event unfolded. May I ask your name? Yang Qing inquired, gazing at the little girl, who was of similar age to himself, with a smile. I am Robin, Nico Robin. The girl, though somewhat intimidated, mustered her courage to reveal her true name. Countless times she had used a false identity, but this time, under the gaze of the young man, she uttered her authentic name. Oh, Robin is it? Well then, you shall accompany us from this moment on. The boy nonchalantly waved his hand, as if he had never heard that name before. Dylan's, take her to our ship. She will live with us from now on. Dylan's was at a loss for words, about to retort, when he noticed Yang Qing had already gracefully departed, making his way to the wooden vessel. Come, hold on tight. We shall be there shortly. Robin complied, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the ship. Are you human? Ha ha ha. The Grim Reaper pirates, setting sail. The fearsome pirate flag began to rise slowly, replacing the previously barren top of the mast. The sea breeze, gulls, and waves enveloped Yang Qing, the essence of the ocean greeting him with open arms. He closed his eyes in a state of bliss, savoring the clear weather over the sea, feeling a drowsiness wash over him. The languorous atmosphere and sensation were perfectly suited for slumber. Moria lay quietly on a rocking chair on the deck, her legs crossed, her delicate toes playfully peeking out from her pink ribbon sandals. Her slender calves glowed with a milky sheen under the sun, while her thighs were modestly concealed by a pink skirt. Bathed in sunlight, she radiated a golden aura. In that moment, Moria resembled a serene little princess. Clang. Dylan swallowed hard, his gaze somewhat vacant. Why had he never noticed Moria's allure over the past 3 years? She was simply breathtaking. Little Robin stood nearby, observing Dylan's with a look of disdain, though still timid. Moria's book quietly turned to the next page. The princess's expression was focused, entirely oblivious to Dylan's demeanor. Or perhaps, even if she were aware, she would not care. After all, he was merely a mortal. Yang Qing languidly closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of the sea. He allowed the wooden boat to drift toward an unknown destination, for the navigation was in the capable hands of Dylan's, guided by Moria. Thus, he could indulge in his laziness without a care. Ah, the essence of freedom. Yang Qing felt utterly at ease, experiencing a profound relaxation throughout his being. This year, he turned 8. Although his physical age remained youthful, his heart bore the wisdom of over 20 years. The oppressive life of his past existence had been completely liberated upon his arrival in this world. This sensation captivated him to the core. Friendship, passion, and emotion found their perfect expression here, devoid of the coldness and harsh realities of his former life, allowing him to breathe in the essence of freedom. Stop staring. If you keep looking, the ship will drift into the doldrums, and your expression is quite revolting, Mariah remarked after finishing a page, turning it with a casual air. Her words caught Dylan's off guard, causing his face to flush crimson. Adjust the helm a third to the southeast. We should reach the next island before nightfall. Her calm demeanor embodied the grace of a goddess. Despite her youth, her chilling aura and commanding presence immediately captivated both Dylan's and little Robin. Dylan's heart raced. And with remarkable speed, he steered the helm southeast, causing the sails to fill with the wind, and the boat's speed surged immediately. Once he completed this task, he exhaled deeply, his racing heart gradually calming. What just happened? It felt as if I glimpsed a goddess. Dylan's murmured in disbelief, questioning how he could possibly be drawn to such a formidable academic. If Dylan's was lost in a daze, little Robin approached Mariah, sensing warmth radiating from her. Sister, what book are you reading? She inquired. A world history, Mariah replied. I just reached the chapter on the fall of O'Hara. The latest edition has 13 more points of alteration compared to the previous one. Mariah's words were serene, yet they caused Robin's expression to shift dramatically. As the section on O'Hara was the most extensive, then, Mariah gently closed the thick tome in her hands and fixed her indifferent gaze on Robin. Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million, I cannot fathom how a child of your tender age has garnered such a high price. You appear to possess no strength at all. Do you? Dylan's, that foolish mortal, has a bounty of merely 50 million, yet he is capable of annihilating an entire small island. At that moment, Dylan's emerged. Overhearing Mariah's assessment, his face darkening instantly. His lips quivered for a moment before he abandoned any notion of confronting her. He lacked the courage for such a venture. The fusion of a scholar and a goddess was truly formidable. It would be wise to keep my distance. Little Robin felt a tinge of fear. She had endured an abundance of darkness, rendering her distrustful of anyone, especially this woman who had immediately recognized her identity. Well, it seems you two are enjoying each other's company, came a loud exclamation from Yang Qing, who had just awakened. He swayed slightly and appeared on deck. His smile sweet as he exclaimed, Dylan's, I'm starving. I need to eat. And, Robin, be cautious around the academic elite. The pressure can be overwhelming. His interjection swiftly alleviated the awkward atmosphere that had enveloped the gathering. Dylan's, with a scowl darkening his face, glared at Yang Qing and clenched his fists, his teeth audibly grinding. Are you treating me like a babysitter? I'm the ghost Dylan's. The Dylan's with a bounty of 50 million. How could you possibly have 50 million? Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. You think being around me will be stressful? Marilla adjusted her glasses, and Dylan's noticed a glimmer beneath the lenses, a feeling of pressure washing over him. He anticipated that the academic goddess would erupt, yet she merely uttered, foolish mortal. Hurry, I'm hungry. Do you wish to starve the great celestial dragon, Lucifer Saint? The consequences would be dire. Yang Qing teased. Dylan's expression darkened further, utterly exasperated. He produced his dagger and strode toward the sea, his voice dripping with disdain. No food, only fish. I can't cook. Only little Robin stood there like a fossil, shock coursing through her as she processed the 3 words Yang Qing had uttered. Celestial dragon. Why, you are a celestial dragon, with a broad smile illuminating his face. Yang Qing playfully patted her shoulder. Oh, I was just joking. Don't be afraid. Marilla adjusted her glasses again, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she lowered her head to resume her reading. 3 hours later, they arrived at the island of Longanampo in the South Sea. Perfect timing for some supplies. Our ship is completely out of everything, Yang Qing said cheerfully, then pulled Robin to sit on the deck. Below, the sea roared with tumultuous waves, and Robin, forcibly seated by Yang Qing on the mast, was nearly in tears from fear, while Yang Qing merely laughed heartily. How did I never notice his penchant for mischief before? Dylan's mused, carrying a massive deep-sea fish, gazing at Yang Qing in disbelief, while Marilla silently turned the pages of her book. Fine, Dylan shrugged, hauling the fish toward the kitchen. I'm just a babysitter. On the mast, the two were closely huddled together, with Robin clutching Yang Qing's shirt tightly, unwilling to let go. The height above the sea was daunting. Far too close, and a careless moment could send her plummeting. By the way, Robin, Yang Qing suddenly spoke with earnestness. Tears welled up in Robin's eyes as he whispered. It had been so long since he had been so close to another person. Yang Qing smiled gently and spoke softly. As he finished his sentence, he felt the person beside him stiffen, the grip on his sleeve tightening. "I am afraid." Yang Qing did not turn to his side. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl beside him, tears streaming down her cheeks, while her lips trembled incessantly. "With me here." "There is no need to fear," he exclaimed, letting out a series of peculiar sounds. "Ha ha ha ha." Laughing heartily, he directed his voice towards the vast sea, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Robin, moved to tears by his laughter, gazed at Yang Qing, and a flicker of something else appeared in her eyes. She faintly recalled the words spoken by that towering giant. "The ocean is boundless, and one day, you shall surely find companions who will protect you. No one is destined to be alone in this world." The echoes of Salong's words reverberated in his mind, and Robin's tears flowed uncontrollably. An arm gently wrapped around her shoulders, holding her tightly, as if to assure her. Let it out, weep away your pain." Yang Qing spoke softly, and the sound of crying grew louder. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, the scythe upon the skull glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Intermittent sobs emanated from the ship, adding an eerie atmosphere to the vessel. "What is wrong with these two?" One cries while the other laughs. Dylan's emerged. Clutching a plate larger than himself, curiosity etched upon his face. The plate held steaming boiled fish, the aroma wafting outward. Sitting atop the mast, Yang Qing immediately caught a whiff, prompting the tear-streaked Robin to rush over. "I smell boiled fish." "Ha ha, I'm starving," Yang Qing exclaimed, and Robin, her face adorned with tears, was pulled over to witness the peculiar sight of the two, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Hurry and eat. Eat." "Dylan's, where's the wine?" Yang Qing shouted excitedly. "Have you forgotten? You finished the wine ages ago, the night before we set sail. And you, a mere child under 10, drinking wine?" Dylan's replied, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. "Ha ha, hasn't Lysiphus also been your captain? Are you not convinced?" Yang Qing laughed heartily. Convinced. Dylan's waved his hand in resignation. The four began to feast, with Robin and Moria maintaining a quiet decorum at the table, while Yang Qing and Dylan's engaged in a raucous banter, even competing over who could eat faster and more. "Mere mortals," Moria commented, eliciting a stifled giggle from Robin. "So, what shall we do next?" After the four had devoured the sizable fish, Dylan's elegantly wiped his mouth and inquired of Yang Qing. "What to do?" Yang Qing rose, gazing toward the island faintly visible ahead, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Quite simply, we shall do all that a pirate must. Fight, smash, steal," he declared, swinging his fist with fervor. Dylan's covered his forehead, while Moria vacated her seat, leaving only young Robin, her eyes wide and twinkling, silently observing Yang Qing, her smile blooming. "I am serious," Yang Qing stated earnestly, meeting Robin's gaze. "He. Robin giggled and scampered away. The pirate ship glided silently forward, drawing ever closer to the island. What island did Longa mention? Yang Qing's face lost its smile, his tone growing somewhat frigid. Dylan stood beside him, gazing at the immense island ahead, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Longa's Island. The name was rather unappealing and difficult to pronounce. Yang Qing leaped to the bow of the ship, fixating intently on the horizon. Dylan's rolled his eyes, too indifferent to engage with his companion. He felt that since their departure, this brother, once united in peril, had seemingly transformed into a different person. A mere 1,000 meters ahead lay the harbor. The two stood at the bow, appearing relaxed. Yet they had already adopted a vigilant posture, their muscles taut with tension. Longa's Island, a notorious pirate haven in the South Sea. Moria adjusted her glasses, a glimmer passing through the lenses. Longa's Island, where a multitude of pirate ships congregated at the port. A glance revealed a dark mass, nearly overwhelming the harbor's expanse. On the decks of these vessels lingered a motley assortment of imposing pirates, their fierce visages lounging lazily, half-closed eyes betraying their weariness. These numerous pirate ships, along with the vast throngs of marauders, coalesced to form a chaotic island, steeped in bloodshed and violence. Even before setting foot on the island, the entire crew of the Death God pirates aboard the ship felt a palpable aura of blood and chaos pressing upon them. It was the raw, brutal sin of ferocious pirates. The South Sea is renowned as the mightiest of the four seas. Even in an era where the Navy relentlessly purges pirates, it remains a stronghold, while the East Sea, due to the emergence of the Pirate King, has been cleansed, leaving pirates quaking in fear and rarely seen. Most of the Navy's strength is stationed there. Conversely, the South Sea, with its formidable pirates, poses such a challenge that even the Navy finds it daunting. Thus, one can witness the current scene before them. Moreover, among these pirates, there are numerous bounties reaching 40 to 50 million. Moria, standing quietly to the side, spoke with an air of detached knowledge, as if she understood everything thoroughly. Yang Qing and Dylan's exchanged nods, and then, under Dylan's inquisitive gaze, Yang Qing retrieved a black robe from the bedroom, enveloping himself entirely within its folds. He tossed one to each of the other three. Put these on. Yang Qing's voice emerged, deep and enigmatic beneath the cloak, exuding an air of mystery and coldness. The trio paused, exchanging glances before draping the robes over their petite forms. Given our relatively young ages, these cloaks will indeed help us evade many troubles, came Morlia's voice from beneath her robe. Today, Morlia, you seem particularly talkative, Yang Qing remarked, his tone now more serious, laced with less jest. Captain, what shall we do? Robin's youthful voice piped up, tinged with excitement. What shall we do? Haven't I already stated it? Fight. Smash. Steal. Dylan's cold voice resonated, finally grasping the seriousness behind the words uttered beneath the black cloak. Indeed. The wooden vessel gradually approached the island's shores before anchoring at the beach. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, immediately capturing the attention of numerous pirates. Hey. Another pirate ship has arrived. That flag looks unfamiliar, suggesting they lack any notoriety. How interesting. A group of inexperienced pirates dares to come to this island. I've decided to show them what they're up against. Meanwhile, at a nearby tavern, the raucous conversation flowed from within. A dozen burly men sat at tables, guzzling rum, their beards glistening with droplets of alcohol, rendering them particularly fierce and brutish. Bang, bang, bang. One man, having drained a large tankard in one go, abruptly rose to his feet. Towering at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3, he resembled a small tower, his robust muscles prominently defined, exuding an aura of raw power akin to that of a bear. I am Takis, and I shall show these newcomers a thing or two, the giant declared, shaking off his stupor before striding menacingly toward the shore. A throng of pirates erupted in cheers, the atmosphere instantly electrified. Ha ha, it's Takis, the one with a bounty of 5 million. These newcomers are doomed. How ruthless. Takis is actually going to make a move against these fledgling pirates. Boring. Amidst the excitement, some laughed heartily, downing several more drinks, while others languished on the tables, lacking even the interest to glance up. Looks like we are quite popular, aren't we? On the wooden ship, the skull and crossbones flag billowed in the breeze, the newly polished black scythe glinting with an icy sheen. Indeed. Dylan's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he drew the dagger from his waist, twirling it deftly around his fingers before sheathing it once more. Have we killed? He inquired, tilting his head slightly. The icy tone of his voice caught Robin off guard, while Moria adjusted her spectacles, recognizing the palpable bloodlust emanating from these two young souls. Then let us kill, Yang Qing's voice interjected, casual and unperturbed. After all, they are all villains, aren't they? With the captain's command, four shadowy figures leaped gracefully from the wooden vessel, landing steadily upon the dock, facing myriad curious gazes. The four stood shrouded in black cloaks that obscured their features, yet their diminutive statures suggested they were mere children. Are they all little ones? Takis exclaimed in astonishment, bursting into laughter. With such heights, have you emerged from the realm of dwarfs? His words, laced with mockery, prompted him to step forward, his menacing visage growing ever more fearsome. Yet, the desire to tear you apart has intensified. The four advanced slowly to meet Takis. Robin, cloaked beneath her robe, trembled slightly. She was unaccustomed to such perilous and fierce encounters. In contrast, Moria maintained an air of calm, closely trailing the two ahead. Sensing Robin's anxiety, she offered a slight smile. Stay close to them, Nicole Robin. Robin, startled, nodded earnestly. The figure ahead provided her with a comforting sense of security. In mere strides, Takis blocked their path, his imposing figure resembling an insurmountable wall. The four halted, Robin's tension escalating as her palms grew clammy. Is there a matter? Yang Qing's voice emerged from the depths of the black cloak, detached and frigid. The unmistakable tone of do not approach momentarily stunned Takis, causing his grin to fade, replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes. Nothing of great import, merely a desire to rend you asunder. Is that permissible? Oh, came Yang Qing's indifferent reply, his silence profound. Oh. Takis's eyes narrowed, his anger ignited by the insolence of the youth before him. In an instant, he clenched his massive fists, truly the size of sandbags, heavy and formidable. Kill him. A sudden, chilling voice resonated from beneath the black cloak. Takis paused, unable to fathom that this newcomer, cloaked in shadow and fear, would dare utter such a command. Was he not supposed to tremble in terror and plead for mercy? A gentle breeze swept through, yet Takis, consumed by rage, disregarded it, unleashing his fist with ferocity. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the astonished crowd behind him, mouths agape in disbelief. Inside the revelry tavern, what had once been a cacophony of lively chatter abruptly fell silent. Even the previously listless pirates now sat up in shock, their gaze fixated on this spot. The tower. Behind Takis. Who was that person, and when did they appear? How utterly bizarre, akin to a specter. No, he is indeed a true ghost. I did not even catch a glimpse of his movement. You see, my eyesight is exceptional. I am a marksman. Takis's fist, having descended halfway, came to an abrupt halt in midair. His eyes swiftly dimmed, and black blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. In a mere instant, his vitality began to wane rapidly. Behind him, Dylan's figure flickered, vanishing and reappearing in his original position, an eerie sight that instilled fear. He was like a wraith, existing in different places across various dimensions of time and space, eluding capture and rendering his next appearance utterly unpredictable. Let us proceed. Yang Qing extended a hand, pushing the once formidable giant to the ground on the opposite side. Subsequently, a group of four advanced quietly, arriving at the entrance of the Luteon bar. Please make way. Facing the stunned and silent pirates before them, the four figures cloaked in black stood resolutely, uttering not a single word. In an instant, the atmosphere was engulfed in an utter stillness, as both sides locked eyes, remaining mute. Yang Qing surveyed the surroundings, clearly perceiving the evident trepidation and fear in the eyes of the burly men across from him. It appeared that Dylan's display of power had thoroughly intimidated them. Could you kindly make way? A cold voice resonated, causing the pirates in the bar to tremble, followed by a discreet gulp. Those close to the four cloaked figures promptly rose and scurried away. Such enigmatic and ruthless pirates were to be feared by all. Once the four took their seats, the atmosphere fell silent as every pirate began to sip their drinks, no one daring to raise their voice. The previous spectacle had profoundly shaken their spirits. With a snap of his fingers, one of the cloaked figures summoned the bar owner, who hurried over. "How may I assist you, esteemed guests?" he inquired. "Food and drink. Anything will suffice. Additionally, please inform us where we may replenish our ship's supplies on this island." Yang Qing replied nonchalantly. "Follow this path, and you will find ample supplies available," the owner said, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious as he gestured for the staff to fetch food and drink. "You may leave now." Dylan's waved dismissively, and the owner complied without hesitation. "Now, what shall we do next?" Yang Qing pondered aloud, a cruel smile gracing his lips, brimming with murderous intent. Dylan's paused, then nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glinting coldly beneath the cloak. He comprehended Yang Qing's words with great clarity. At that moment, the staff nervously arrived with the drinks and food, which were quite exquisite and fragrant. Little Robin immediately drooled and glanced at Yang Qing. "Haha. This is far superior to what Dylan's prepared. Dig in, dig in," Yang Qing exclaimed, laughing heartily as he began to feast. The four indulged with remarkable speed. As they savored their meal, the surrounding pirates quietly exhaled in relief and began to relax. Although some among them were stronger than Takis, none could resolve matters with the same efficiency as Dylan's, making such feats incredibly challenging. Gradually, the pirates' usual boisterous nature resurfaced, their voices rising once more. Only the Grim Reaper pirates remained quietly engrossed in their meal, the sound of chewing resonating in the air. "Let me tell you, a few days ago, I raided a small town and seized 5 million berries," one pirate boasted. "Is that all? Recently, we vanquished another pirate crew and plundered their treasure, 30 million berries," another replied. Their competitive banter immediately garnered admiration and awe from the surrounding pirates. In this era of grand piracy, numerous individuals venture into the sea in pursuit of wealth. Indifferent to dreams. The reality is starkly objective. What is a dream? Who would not prefer a life of indulgence, spending lavishly with gold and treasures? Setting sail is inherently a gamble. They are all gamblers, with their lives as the stakes and their futures as the reward. They are rugged, audacious, brutal, and cold-blooded. For to be otherwise would mean their demise. Survival necessitates such a disposition. Dreams, long dissipated amid the agonies of growth, have been swept away by the winds of time. They are merely an ordinary lot, lacking the credentials to speak of dreams. To live beautifully, is the greatest aspiration. On the Death God pirate crew's side, the four had consumed an entire feast. With leisurely gestures, they wiped their mouths and gradually rose to their feet. As they stood, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the previously boisterous pirates to shudder and change their countenance. The four had risen, The atmosphere was terrifying. Am I trembling? The pirates quivered. Their gazes fixated on the four cloaked figures shrouded in darkness. Observing the increasingly frigid demeanor of these four, they swallowed nervously, tension mounting within. After listening to your lengthy discourse, it seems you are all rather affluent, does it not? The mocking words escaped the lips of the cloaked figure, causing the pirates' pupils to constrict, a vague premonition stirring within them, yet none dared to speak. Well then, surrender your treasures. The demon finally revealed a sinister smile, exposing his greed and avarice to the world. He desires our treasures. This is impossible. How could we relinquish that which we have fought so fiercely to obtain? Absolutely not. This is something I acquired through life-threatening peril. If you wish for it, you shall tread over my corpse. The pirates immediately reacted, a fervor igniting among them as they shouted defiantly. Despite their fear, they resolutely defended their possessions. These were treasures earned through immense sacrifice, and none would willingly part with them. Then, shall we eliminate them all? Dylan's voice was eerie and low. Oh, Yang Qing nodded, displaying a remarkable indifference. A chilling wind quietly spread, causing the pirates present to tremble once more, a hint of dread flickering in their eyes. 3 seconds later, the first drop of blood blossomed like a flower, splattering onto the table, the metallic scent of blood subtly wafting through the air, igniting the fervor within all the pirates. They were gripped by fear, anxiety, and trembling, yet their pupils constricted, their hearts racing violently. We shall fight. There are only 4 of them. We can defeat them. The ruthless side of the pirates finally unveiled itself. Faced with an insurmountable terror, they erupted in fury, their veins bulging like coiled dragons on their necks and arms. Their faces contorted with madness and ferocity. With thunderous roars, they unsheathed their long swords and sabers, charging towards the 4 with unrestrained aggression. There were at least 30 pirates in this fray, and as they surged forward, a palpable aura of bloodshed enveloped the air. Robin, unaccustomed to such a scene, felt a surge of anxiety and fear. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Dylan's and Yang Qing exchanged glances, a sinister grin flickering across their grim faces. As the aura of death subtly radiated from them, an even more potent and terrifying intent to kill. The 2 sides drew ever closer, sending tables flying in disarray. In mere moments, they collided, entangled in a fierce battle. Yang Qing unsheathed the sword from his waist, and with a slight tremor, a flash of lightning surged forth, weaving through the crowd. The clear and melodious sound of the sword echoed throughout the arena, resonating beautifully. This sword light, akin to a bolt of lightning, vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in awe. The speed was enough to instill great terror in the pirates. In that instant, even the figure of the cloaked man was lost to their sight. All eyes were drawn solely to the swiftly blooming silver light, which spiraled gracefully at low altitude, creating a gust of wind as it traversed back and forth. It then let out a low growl, unleashing its ferocity upon the world. In a mere 3 seconds, the sword light had circled the 30 or so pirates before returning to its sheath. The sound of the sword returning to its scabbard resonated, and Yang Qing's black cloak quivered slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Dylan's remained motionless, yet the advancing pirates all bore a crimson line upon their throats. Suddenly, they halted, terror and dread manifesting in their eyes. Am I dead? They murmured, reaching to touch their necks, only to find their hands stained with blood. The rich scent of blood began to permeate the air, completely masking the aroma of fine rum. The incessant thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed as over 30 pirates fell, all lifeless after that single note of the sword's song. Remarkable, exclaimed little Robin, her mouth agape in disbelief at her captain's overwhelming strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Morlia's eyes, though she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Your swordsmanship has become even swifter. Dylan's technique, unlike his previously explosive attacks, seemed almost unfathomable in its power and speed, rendering it impossible for anyone to evade. In just a few breaths, the 30 pirates lay sprawled upon the ground, their blood staining the earth, the pungent scent of blood driving away the crowd, which now retreated in fear. The tavern owner, pale and trembling, was visibly shaken by the events. Retrieve their bounties and take the treasures from their ship before we depart, Yang Qing instructed softly. Dylan's nodded and began to search them one by one. In no time at all, he had amassed a stack of bounties, most of which were in the hundreds of thousands. These pirates, known for their rampant destruction and robbery, were not particularly formidable. Soon after, the 4 figures clad in black cloaks departed, exuding an air of mystery and intrigue. Those who witnessed their passage recoiled in fear, making way for them. Shortly thereafter, the 4 calmly located provisions and supplies for their ship. A quarter of an hour later, Dylan's bore a large bundle upon his back. Among the four, he stood tallest and appeared robust, making him the natural leader in such matters. Yongqing meandered casually. The island was not particularly large, allowing them to traverse it in a short time. The bustling areas were predominantly located at the harbor, while the rest of the island was shrouded in dense forests, desolate and devoid of human presence, rarely visited by anyone. After the four had transported the supplies aboard the ship, they disembarked once more. Their objective remained those pirates. The Grim Reaper pirates were fully mobilized, with Yongqing and Dylan's as the main force, while Robin and Mariah provided support. As the pirates ahead fell, the two from behind swiftly advanced to retrieve the bounty notices from the defeated, carefully folding them away. Treasure indeed. Mariah's voice emerged from beneath her dark cloak, while Robin, nervously collecting the bounty notices, felt exhilarated, as this was her first experience with such thrilling endeavors. By the time they completed their task, dusk had settled in. The quartet returned to the ship to organize the day's haul. Mariah, with an expression of calm, began to announce their findings. Gold, jewelry, and other precious items, valued at approximately 67 million berries. No, 72 million. Mariah adjusted her glasses. This figure immediately widened Robin's eyes in astonishment, and Dylan's excitement was palpable. Whereas Yongqing merely waved his hand dismissively. Being of Celestial Dragon lineage, he had little concept of money. Nonetheless, having over 100 million berries was certainly a matter of joy. Is it really that much? Let us celebrate. The feast commenced, with meats, red wine, candlelight, and song filling the deck of the Grim Reaper pirate ship. The spirits of the four soared, reveling in their merriment. Interestingly, aside from Yongqing and Dylan's, the other two were mere children in terms of age. Though Mariah appeared mature, she was still just a child in essence, displaying a facade of adulthood. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the four found themselves drowsy and disoriented. The alcohol rendered them dreamy and fatigued. They were oblivious to the subtle disturbance beneath their ship, where a faint trace in the water began to emerge, rapidly approaching. Surely, they must all be asleep by now. Moments later, a head broke the surface, as the figure removed the breathing apparatus covering their mouth and nose, murmuring softly. This concealed presence, lurking in the depths, first listened intently for any sounds from the ship. Upon hearing nothing, it stealthily ascended the side of the pirate vessel, not through the steps. It was evident that this figure possessed remarkable agility. Leaping nearly 10 meters from the water, they grasped the ship's wall. Cautiously, they peered over the edge to discern the nature of the fearsome pirate crew they had heard of during the day. What a terrifying and ruthless sight must they be. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the scene on the deck, the intruder froze, their bodies shuddering as if on the verge of tumbling back into the water. What? How is this possible? A bunch of children. Moments later, the individual became agitated. Realizing that he was on the verge of uncovering a monumental revelation, an intelligence so significant it could lead to his promotion. Stealthily, he retrieved an object from his waist, which glimmered faintly in the moonlight. It was a camera. With one hand pressed against the side of the boat, he trembled as he aimed the camera towards the deck. At that moment, anxiety gripped him. Despite their youth, these children were merciless, capable of violence at the slightest provocation. The pirates on the island had been nearly exterminated during the day, rendering the atmosphere devilish. With a shaky hand, he pressed the shutter, following up with several quick shots. Then, without hesitation, he plunged into the water, swiftly swimming away. Upon reaching the shore, he scanned the surroundings cautiously before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, he knocked on the door of a small courtyard located in the northwest of the island. Who is it? A low voice inquired from within. 234-6782, he announced, reciting a series of numbers. The door creaked open. Prepare the communication device. I possess vital intelligence to report, he stated gravely, shedding his diving suit to reveal the standard uniform of a naval soldier. Yes, Sergeant. The person before him saluted respectfully and departed in haste. When the soldier returned, the individual had changed into dry clothes, his face cleansed of seawater. Accepting the golden communication device, he steadied his breathing before dialing. Please step outside, he instructed the standing soldier. The soldier hesitated, quickly saluted, and cautiously closed the door behind him. The distinctive sound of the device echoed, and after 10 seconds, a stern visage appeared on the screen, a deep voice resonating through. Hello, South Sea Division 1494 Command. What is your business? I am from the Intelligence Department, Richard. He replied swiftly. Intelligence Department. The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, taking a full 10 seconds before responding. Identity confirmed. Please proceed. The tone had noticeably softened, losing its previous severity. I am currently located at Longanapo Island. Today, I am relaying the events that transpired, and I intend to stealthily board their pirate ship around midnight. I have discovered something astonishing that affirms their status as perilous figures in this era of piracy. What have you uncovered? The voice inquired with curiosity. Richard inhaled deeply, then continued. The figure cloaked in black is, in fact, a group of children, the eldest being 18, and the youngest, merely 10 years old. On the other end of the phone, a gasp echoed, clearly indicative of profound astonishment. Are you serious? The voice responded with urgency and surprise. I have captured their photographs and will send them shortly. Richard, too, was aware that such information could be hard to believe. Yet it was precisely this disbelief that rendered the intelligence exceedingly significant. Whether those 4 individuals, shrouded in darkness during the day, were children or not, their ability to subdue the pirates across the entire island underscored their formidable strength, estimated to be around 40 to 50 million. The mere existence of such figures, without a trace of rumor or evidence prior, was nothing short of astonishing. Upon confirming their ages, the peril they posed escalated exponentially. Quickly send the photographs so we can ascertain their identities. The voice on the other end responded swiftly before disconnecting. Subsequently, Richard sought out a means to transmit the photographs from this makeshift intelligence center, skillfully transferring the data from the camera and awaiting the ringing of the phone once more. In the South Sea, at the 1494 Command Center. What is it that requires me to rise from my slumber at such an hour? St. Carlo yawned, donning his expansive justice cloak, his square face betraying his fatigue. The intelligence department has urgent matters to report to you and insists on your presence, whispered his alluring secretary. The intelligence department? St. Carlo paused, then nodded affirmatively. Very well, let us proceed. Soon, St. Carlo arrived at the intelligence department, a clandestine underground chamber filled with numerous screens and an abundance of phone bugs cluttering every corner, each adorned with intricate codes representing their respective assignments. You have intelligence to relay to me? St. Carlo inquired with a grave tone. Upon his arrival, the intelligence personnel hastily rose and saluted. After a wave of his hand, everyone settled around the circular table within the room. Indeed, Commander, Richard has just sent in a report. He informed us that on Longanapo Island, which he oversees, there has emerged a pirate crew with combat capabilities equivalent to that of a formidable pirate with a strength of 40 to 50 million. Longanapo Island? That notorious hub for pirates in the South Sea? St. Carlo raised an eyebrow. Precisely, the lieutenant from the intelligence department confirmed with a nod. After receiving a gesture from St. Carlo to continue, he quickly elaborated. Initially, we presumed this was merely a newly arisen pirate crew of formidable strength, aiming to venture into the Grand Line. However, with Richard's report, we discovered the reality is far more complex. The lieutenant's expression grew serious as he leaned on the table, standing up to speak in a low, somber voice. An hour ago, Richard, risking his life, approached this fearsome pirate crew in an attempt to gather specific intelligence. Subsequently, he realized that the age of this terrifying pirate crew left him utterly astounded. Age? St. Carlo expressed his concerns. What are their ages? Are they in their 20s or 30s? No, the eldest among them is merely around 18, while the others predominantly range from 10 to 12 years of age. The captain's expression turned exceedingly grave. What did you say? St. Carlo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in disbelief. Shouldn't children of such tender years be enjoying the warmth of family companionship? At this age, shouldn't they be so fragile that an adult could easily lift them with a single hand? Where on earth did this group emerge from? Possessing such formidable power at such a young age? How could this be possible? Are you certain? Absolutely. Richard has already relayed their intelligence, and from what we know, this pirate crew is far more formidable than we initially perceived. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on the captain's forehead. St. Carlo's demeanor also grew serious. He took a deep breath, realizing that possessing such strength at this age could rival those prodigious students of the sea, marking them as true threats. Continue. Bring forth the photographs Richard took. The captain commanded swiftly. Soon, a photograph appeared on the round table, prompting St. Carlo's gaze to fixate upon it. The captain pointed to one individual in the photograph with a solemn tone. It was a girl, eyes squinted and seemingly lost in slumber, her hand trembling. She is Nico Robin. Bounty, 79 million berries. St. Carlo's eyes narrowed instantly, his entire body tensing as he scrutinized the seemingly innocuous girl, rapidly comparing her with the wanted poster imprinted in his mind, quickly confirming his suspicion. Indeed, it was Nico Robin, the demon child, a figure of extreme danger. Yet, there was more to uncover. Just as St. Carlo thought the revelations had ended, a shout from the lieutenant heightened his anxiety, compelling his gaze to wander to the other individuals in the photograph. "Sir, look at this boy." The captain indicated towards Dylan's. "This is the Phantom, Dylan's." St. Carlo stood in shock, hastily exclaiming, "But he was captured, wasn't he? Wasn't he auctioned off at Sabaody Archipelago? Wasn't he sold to the Celestial Dragons? The Phantom Dylan's, with a bounty of 50 million. Indeed, this is the Dylan's from the Grand Line. But as for why he has appeared in the South Blue, we are uncertain," the captain replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. St. Carlo appeared somewhat dazed. The emergence of a pirate crew in the South Blue with a cumulative bounty exceeding 100 million was beyond his expectations, unequivocally elevating the so-called Death God pirate crew to the rank of the most notorious pirate crew in the South Blue, without exception. What about the identities of these two? Have they been confirmed? After a moment, St. Carlo regained his composure and gestured towards Marija and Yang Qing, feeling a sense of relief as the lieutenant shook his head. Sitting in his seat, St. Carlo rubbed his temple with his thumb, contemplating the troublesome figures of Nico Robin, the demon child, and the Phantom Dylan's. He was inherently lazy. Since graduating from the Naval Academy, he had never undertaken a mission, preferring to delegate duties to the subordinates while he sought solace in idleness. After all, being assigned here indicated his capabilities, and his lineage was anything but ordinary. However, it seemed that the soldiers below could not handle the situation. Was he truly required to intervene personally? St. Carlo sighed in exasperation, recalling Nico Robin, who, if memory served, was a bounty issued by the naval headquarters, concealing some unspeakable secret. An idea sparked in his mind, illuminating his eyes. Perhaps this could be the solution. "Prepare to contact the headquarters via the snail phone," he commanded. The lieutenant, momentarily taken aback, swiftly complied, and soon a snail phone appeared before St. Carlo. He picked it up and dialed. Bro. Within mere seconds, the connection was established. "Navy South Command. How may I assist you?" "This is Major St. Carlo. I just sent over a photograph. Please review it and relay the outcome to me," St. Carlo stated with a grave tone. "Understood." The snail phone fell silent, and after several breaths, a commanding male voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, St. Carlo." "Father?" St. Carlo was momentarily taken aback to find his father answering the call. "Do not act unilaterally against that pirate crew, and above all, ensure your safety," his father admonished with a serious tone. "What? But Nico Robin is not from the headquarters. That girl is of no consequence." His father interrupted, his voice firm. "Remember, do not take action without orders from the headquarters." "And what about Dylan's?" "The Phantom Dylan's." St. Carlo interjected quickly. "What Dylan's?" "Do not concern yourself with that. There will be developments soon. Prioritize your safety." His father replied impatiently, lowering his voice towards the end of his statement. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving St. Carlo in a daze, seated in his chair, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Judging by his father's tone, it seemed that neither the demon child nor the Phantom Dylan's were regarded with much concern. Was there someone even more formidable among the four? He gazed at the photograph, his mind racing with shock, pondering whether it was the youth or the maiden in the image. Who could it be? Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, his father, Van Tyro, spoke solemnly. "What does the world government have to say?" Upon viewing the photograph moments ago, he had reported this intelligence to the world government once more. This matter was of paramount importance, demanding the utmost caution. "Stand by." The secretary quietly uttered 2 words. Van de Luo's eyes flickered, then he fell into silence. The Celestial Dragons had unexpectedly appeared in the South Sea and even formed a pirate crew. He knew not what intricacies lay within this development, nor did he possess any interest in uncovering them. His only concern was that his son must not find himself embroiled in any trouble in that treacherous sea. "Has Admiral Sengoku said anything?" Van de Luo inquired once more. "He mentioned that the situation is quite complex and advised maintaining a sense of calm," the secretary replied. Van de Luo's expression darkened further. If even Sengoku deemed the matter complicated, what could possibly compel the Celestial Dragons to venture out? What monumental secrets lay beneath the surface? Recalling a recent incident caused by another Celestial Dragon, a tightening sensation gripped Van de Luo's heart. Within the opulent confines of the Celestial Dragon Palace, in a resplendent estate, Monet crumpled a photograph in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a fierce swing of his whip, he struck the trembling maid at his feet, leaving a purplish bruise on her skin. 3 years, and you dared to hide in the South Sea. Where did you think you could escape to? My family has sacrificed my son. Do you believe you can evade retribution? He bellowed. Come here, he shouted. Sir. Immediately, a robust figure clad in black entered, bowing respectfully. Contact the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. I want that wretch to be utterly annihilated, Monet declared, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. You truly think the Celestial Dragons merely indulge in a life of leisure? I shall demonstrate to you that our lineage is far from simplistic, even without power. I can easily crush you. Indeed, among the Marines, there are 15 members of the Monet family, ensuring that Boy's demise is a trivial matter. The man in black replied with a smile. Very well. Inform them to act freely. Those unwilling to risk their Marine positions shall remain as mere rear admirals for eternity, while those willing shall be arranged to serve the world government, Monet commanded with a sweeping gesture. Understood. The man in black nodded and departed to make the arrangements. Soon, he acquired a small golden transponder snail and dialed in. The master has issued a command. Proceed to the South Sea and eliminate that boy. Rewards will be arranged for those who succeed, while those who fail shall remain as rear admirals for life. After concluding the call, the man crushed the golden transponder snail in his hand, reducing it to dust that vanished into the air. Within Alpha manner, Yangqing's mother wore a countenance of worry. There is no need for concern, Alpha assured her calmly, enveloping his wife in a comforting embrace, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. If anyone sought to harm his son, would he remain passive? The answer was a resounding no. After soothing his wife into a gentle slumber, Alpha rose from his seat and exited the room, gesturing as a shadow flickered into existence behind him. Sir, it spoke. What do you consider power to be? Alpha's unexpected inquiry left the man in black momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, he answered earnestly, power refers to inherent strength, like that of the Pirate King, whose might is formidable, or Whitebeard from the New World, who is equally powerful. This exemplifies true strength, while common folk lack such power. Do you believe the celestial dragons residing in Holy Land possess power? Alpha asked, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Well, the celestial dragons seldom engage in training, and those who do cannot endure the solitude, ultimately yielding no results. They likely lack power. The man in black cautiously replied, discreetly observing Alpha's expression. Huh. Alpha revealed a scornful smile. Open your eyes and grasp the reality. I will enlighten you on the true essence of power. Your narrow perspective will forever hinder your ability to perceive this world accurately. I will tell you that authority is the most potent force in existence. These words struck the man in black, causing his gaze to contract as realization dawned upon him. In terms of raw strength, he could effortlessly crush the man before him, yet he dared not, even avoiding direct eye contact. The power of the celestial dragons was overwhelmingly formidable. What if they possessed immense strength as well? The thought of this man's offspring sent a tremor through him. Soon after, he observed Alpha producing a small golden transponder snail and, in a detached tone, uttering, Moses, is this the world government? The world government. The man in black widened his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat solemnly in his seat, while Garp noisily crunched on donuts beside him. Admiral Kizaru lounged comfortably in his chair, eyes closed, accompanied by Vice Admirals Akiji and Akainu, who were equally bored. Sengoku flipped through a few recently received photographs, his expression becoming peculiar as he remained silent. The moment he glimpsed one particular image, memories of the incident that transpired 2 years prior in Marioa flooded back, instilling a sense of impending turmoil within him. The celestial dragons are indeed a troublesome lot, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. Has there been a shift within the Navy recently? He inquired, sounding both certain and skeptical. 5 vice admirals have departed from the headquarters, heading towards the South Blue region, while 3 others have been detained, awaiting instructions from the admiral on how to proceed, Sengoku stated gravely. The celestial dragons truly are a source of concern, he reiterated, rubbing his forehead. Let us demote those 3 vice admirals and assign them to a division as comfortable colonels. As for the 5 vice admirals, they shall be stripped of their ranks and, from this moment forth, will no longer belong to the Navy. Understood. Having made his decision, Kong saluted and subsequently departed from the scene. Additionally, it seemed that Nico Robin was present as well. Kong pressed his temples and turned to Akiji, inquiring if this matter fell under his jurisdiction, urging him to bring her back. Akiji hesitated, a slight expression of disdain crossing his face, seemingly reluctant to comply. Is there a problem? Kong probed. No, it's just that I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, and my combat readiness is somewhat lacking. Akiji replied with a hint of exasperation. Proceed, Kong commanded, without further ado. Understood. Akiji acquiesced. Now, let us disperse. The internal strife among the celestial dragons is not our concern. Let us continue with our respective tasks and refrain from idling. For the era of great pirates is upon us, and troubles abound, Kong remarked, visibly troubled. The group acknowledged his orders and subsequently withdrew. Yang Cheng lingered on Long Ji's Napobo Island for approximately 3 days before preparing to depart. The provisions aboard the ship were entirely ready. The 4 figures, shrouded in black cloaks, remained undetected by any vigilant onlookers, exuding an air of mystery. On the 3rd day, as the sun began to rise, the quartet arose, lowered the sails, and stowed the anchor. In an instant, the sails billowed, carving a gentle path across the sea as they departed from the island. As the pirate flag adorned with a scythe and skull drifted away from Long Ji's Napobo Island, a voice resonated from the South Sea Command, eliciting a sigh of relief from St. Carlo. The target had vacated the island. Had they truly left? According to intelligence from the previous day, vessels from the world government and warships from the Navy headquarters had appeared in the South Sea. No wonder his father had deemed the matter complex and advised against his involvement. Who were the figures aboard that ship? St. Carlo was filled with curiosity. Yet he understood that the weight of curiosity often leads to peril. Thus, he buried his inquiries deep within, reserving them for a future conversation with his father. The wooden ship swiftly departed the harbor, vanishing from the watchful eyes of the sentinels. With the sea breeze at their backs, Yang Qing and the others, Dillons and Robin, sat at the bow, comfortably closing their eyes as the course was set, sailing with the wind's direction. Captain, shall we not head to the Grand Line now? Dillons inquired. We must wait a little longer, Yang Qing replied, squinting slightly and shaking his head. He was acutely aware that, based on the lore of his previous life as a pirate, the Grand Line held dangers that were still too great for them at this moment. A lack of strength was their greatest shortcoming. Without the power to protect themselves, venturing into those waters would only lead to failure. I plan to explore the 4 seas first, Yang Qing declared with a smile. The 4 seas? Dillons questioned, puzzled. Indeed. The eastern, southern, western, and northern seas. Let us traverse them all before entering the Grand Line. Wouldn't it be fascinating to witness this world in its entirety? Yang Qing grinned. Dillons frowned, finding no amusement in the idea. Would it be possible for us to visit O'Hara? Robin timidly suggested. O'Hara? Is that your homeland, Robin? Yang Qing responded with a smile. Yes. Robin's face tinged with sadness at the mention of her birthplace. Very well. As the 3 conversed at the bow, Marilia reclined in a chair, basking in the sun, perusing her book, occasionally adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. Meanwhile, approximately 30 nautical miles away, 2 warships approached with remarkable speed. At the bow of one ship stood a towering figure, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. He was robust, with a serious countenance, gazing intently at the distant sea. The target is in sight, he murmured, having set out from the Navy headquarters 3 days prior at full speed. Finally encountering the target today. Prior to this, 3 of the 5 companions who had accompanied him had already been eliminated by the enemy. He was acutely aware of the identity and intentions of the opposing party. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly perilous mission. However, he had no alternative. Laobi, have you spotted the target? He inquired softly into the transponder. Ron, I've located it. We are ready to proceed. The adversary does not appear particularly formidable, but we must remain vigilant for the potential emergence of other forces that could alter the course of our mission, came a grave voice from the device. Ron nodded in silence, choosing not to utter another word, although he had successfully evaded the pursuers an hour ago at the confluence of currents. The uncertainty of their sudden reappearance loomed over him. Gradually, they were within 10 nautical miles of the small vessel flying the pirate flag. Ron was able to distinctly identify that the design of the ship was unique to the Sabaody archipelago, confirming that they had indeed found their target. Wait, Ron. Look to the northwest. Laobi's voice suddenly echoed through the transponder. Ron's eyes widened, and he swiftly turned his head to see a glimmer of reflection at the horizon, dazzling his sight. Squinting for a clearer view, he was struck with a jolt of apprehension. It was Admiral Akiji. What was he doing here? Forget that for now. We must act swiftly. Perhaps we can complete the mission before he arrives, Laobi urged with intensity. Ron nodded, and then declared in a serious tone, accelerate. The warship jolted violently as it surged forward, slicing through the ocean with a profound wake. On board the small vessel, Yang Qing sat at the bow, his eyes narrowing sharply. The scent of the sea carried an unsettling odor. Something's amiss. There's the unmistakable scent of gunpowder wafting toward us, he exclaimed, quickly turning his head. In an instant, Yang Qing's gaze sharpened. That's a warship. This is bad. The Navy is here. Dylan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. It's an Admiral's flagship. A standard fleet vessel from headquarters. Moria stood up, her expression grave. What is a naval vessel doing here? Dylan's pondered in confusion, especially since it seemed to be heading directly for them. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Yang Qing remained utterly indifferent to the profound implications lurking behind the situation. His countenance was stern, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Regardless of the enemy's motives, the objective was straightforward: crush them. Just then, to their left, approximately 5 nautical miles away, a warship emerged abruptly, unleashing a barrage without the slightest hesitation. Its target was the naval force that was drawing ever closer. The cannonballs, propelled from their chambers, emitted a cold yet fiery scent of gunpowder, slicing through the air and trailing wisps of white smoke as they struck the vicinity of the opposing vessel. An enemy assault. Prepare to engage. Within the warship, shouts and cries erupted swiftly, followed closely by the thunderous roar of artillery as both vessels unleashed their firepower in unison. This barrage formed a dense net, with an extensive range that encompassed the pirate crew to which Yang Qing belonged, instilling an immediate sense of tension among its members. The naval warship's target was us. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Mariah's eyes. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, then calmly instructed, Dylan, destroy the shells and ensure the safety of everyone on board. Understood. Dylan's figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear with a sweeping motion, launching an attack from afar. 10 meters away from the wooden vessel, all the shells detonated, plunging into the water, leaving only the pungent scent of gunpowder and sulfur wafting into the air. Thus, the wooden ship sailed steadily onward, while Yang Qing and his companions observed with composure as the two factions unleashed their artillery fire upon one another. Neither side showed any sign of hesitation or deceleration, revealing a strict adherence to protocol and an icy ruthlessness. Despite sustaining several hits, the vessel leading the charge remained eerily calm. As they drew closer, the stage was set for a close-quarters battle. The two ships rapidly approached one another, and upon colliding fiercely, throngs of individuals surged forth from both vessels, their faces alight with frenzy and fervor. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and the acrid scent of blood suffused the air, stinging the senses. The members of the Death God pirate crew clearly spotted two imposing figures, cloaked in justice, emerging from the naval warship. In stark contrast, a figure clad in a black suit stepped forth from the opposing ship, exuding a cold demeanor and an air of indifference. In an instant, the two sides collided, igniting a fierce battle. Do you even know who your targets are? The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear, the man in black shouted, struggling against two opponents. I have no desire to know, nor any interest, Rao replied. The three moved with astonishing speed, like flashes of lightning, darting across the decks of the three ships. The occasional shockwaves from their attacks shattered the deck, sending splintered planks plummeting into the depths below. Yang Qing's eyes shimmered with a piercing light. Acutely aware that both parties aimed for him, one sought to confront him, while the other endeavored to protect him. Is it you, Alpha? Long ago, he had come to understand why the Celestial Dragons, seemingly devoid of any power, stood atop this world, occupying the pinnacle of the food chain. Ordinary individuals could cultivate their strength, yet the Celestial Dragons undeniably enjoyed the most advantageous conditions. What then corrupted these individuals? Power, in itself, is a form of strength. From the moment of their birth, they wielded this innate force. Most of them indulged in decadence, reluctant to pursue cultivation, viewing it as a painful ordeal. They were already formidable. What further enhancement could they desire? This was the most straightforward notion. Conversely, there existed a faction that had harnessed immense power. Leveraging this advantage, what rationale would dissuade them from growing stronger, to aid others, and to master this world with even greater finesse? Perhaps the Celestial Dragons could be divided into two distinct groups. One comprised of those who were inherently powerful and possessed great strength, representing the true apex of the world. The other consisted of those who had forsaken the path of cultivation for the allure of authority. Together, these two factions formed a clan that dominated the realm of piracy. Why, then, did his father, in his youth, attempt to deter him from cultivation, labeling it a foolish endeavor? What lay behind this decision? In that moment, Yang Qing found himself perplexed. Undoubtedly, there remained undisclosed secrets or perhaps the influence of a third-party force. The Celestial Dragon's inability to cultivate may well be a consequence of compromise and negotiation. Yet, these thoughts were merely conjectures. The true reasons eluded him. Only by traversing the path ahead might he gain clarity. His current strength felt minuscule. One day, when he had grown sufficiently powerful, he might unravel the hidden truths of this world. In a mere 5 minutes, the man in the black suit aboard the opposing ship was drenched in blood, gravely injured. The two vice admirals fared little better, each bearing wounds, with Raobai suffering a significant gash across his chest. "Captain, the Navy's target is us," Dylan squinted, declaring. Yangqing nodded, having already spotted the soldiers from the warship diving towards their vessel. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he felt a tremor in his wrist, and a jet-black radiance manifested between his fingers. "It is it." Dylan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After 3 years, how formidable would such an assault be? He vaguely recalled the exhilarating moment years prior when that very light had erupted, igniting a fervor within him. It was a technique capable of annihilating the most formidable adversary in an instant, executed without a hint of hesitation. It resonated deeply within his soul, a tremor from the marrow of his being. Yet, after Yangqing clenched the dark glow for 3 seconds, he retracted it. "No, it's too far. My strength can only ensure the flying dagger retains its peak potency within 30 meters. Yangqing relinquished the idea, biding his time for the opportune moment. Dylan's gaze flickered, seemingly understanding, yet still filled with expectation. They could clearly discern the fierce battle of 3 figures not far away, the formidable man in a black suit battling 2 opponents. At this juncture, it was evident he was nearing his limit, his form dripping blood onto the deck, breath coming in hurried gasps, pushed to the brink. Indeed, after a minute, the 2 admirals plunged their swords into the body of the man in black, extinguishing his life, before swiftly dispatching the others aboard the opposing ship. "Accelerate. Pursue that pirate ship," Raobai shouted. "Remember, leave no one aboard. They are the most heinous of criminals." "Aye," the Navy responded loudly, their warship closing in once more. The scent of blood thick in the air. Ron turned his gaze towards the northwest, where the blinding white light grew ever more intense, signaling that Akiji was drawing near. "No matter. By the time he arrives, we will have resolved the conflict," Raobai murmured, noting the target's youth and presumed lack of strength. "Indeed," Ron nodded. The 2 damaged warships cut through the sea, steadily advancing. Before them, a multitude of Navy personnel had approached the wooden vessel, preparing to board amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Everything felt urgent, the prospect of victory within reach. The 2 felt a momentary relaxation in their hearts. The adversary was formidable. 3 out of 5 admirals had been irrevocably lost, pursued all the way to the South Sea. These past 3 days, from the Navy headquarters to the South Sea, had been the most tense and exhilarating of their lives. As individuals who had ascended to the rank of admiral through connections rather than sheer strength, they possessed a formidable backing. Yet, the toll of this battle had been truly devastating. Stay vigilant. In the final moments, we cannot afford any surprises. The 2 fixed their gaze on the distant wooden ship, where the Navy had begun to board, and the clash was poised to erupt at any moment. "Dylan," Yangqing observed a head emerging from the boat, his gaze turning icy as he bellowed. "Understood." Without the slightest hesitation, a sinister grin crept across Dylan's face as the dagger in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, vanishing in an instant. The soldier, who had just poked his head up, barely registered the situation aboard the vessel before a flash of cold steel pierced his throat. Crimson blood gushing forth violently. Not a single one spared. Yangqing's eyes were frigid, a bloodthirsty killing intent radiating from his very being. On board, Nico Robin felt a twinge of fear as her hands trembled, witnessing the unfolding scene and the 2 warships swiftly approaching from afar. She was reminded of the obliteration of O'Hara. "These individuals have come for me." Tears threatened to spill as she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of isolation on the vast ocean, as if she were the only soul left. Then, a warm and gentle hand grasped hers. "Follow me. Our only task is to protect ourselves." Moria took Robin's hand and led her toward the cabin of the ship, adding, "Moreover, we must have faith in them." Taken aback, Robin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she nodded emphatically, "Yes." As Yangqing turned his head, he caught sight of the tears glistening in Robin's eyes, which intensified the chill emanating from his entire being. He gently withdrew the dagger from his waist, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "Dylan, eliminate them all. Those who bring sorrow to my comrades aboard are my enemies." Dylan tightened his grip on the dagger and proclaimed loudly, "Aye, Captain." In an instant, Dylan's figure became elusive, as if he had melded into the very fabric of space, simultaneously emerging from 4 or 5 different locations, brandishing the dagger in his right hand. Caught unawares, the soldiers boarding the ship were met with a spray of blood. falling lifeless in an instant. His strikes were ruthless and brutal, a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor he had displayed on the ship. In that moment, Dylan transformed into the most merciless of phantoms. Yongqing strode forward, his right hand gently grasping the sword. The fruitability of Dylan's proved effective against these soldiers. However, as time passed, the number of enemies boarding the ship grew increasingly overwhelming, leaving him somewhat flustered. In that moment, Yongqing moved, his right hand trembled, and the sword emitted a resonant hum. The clear sound of the blade echoed across the wooden vessel, causing the soldiers to involuntarily look up. Yet, in the next instant, streams of icy light suddenly appeared, mercilessly piercing through their throats, vibrant blossoms of blood erupting forth. In the blink of an eye, the sound of bodies thudding against the deck reverberated as the Navy personnel climbing aboard fell lifelessly. With a casual flick of his sword, droplets of blood splattered forth, penetrating the wooden ship and showcasing the formidable power of its master. This swift slaughter instilled profound fear in the Navy soldiers who were desperately swimming towards the vessel. They halted in their tracks, gripped by trepidation. That boy! His swordplay is terrifying. So fast. In an instant, he had slain 20 Navy soldiers. The expressions of the Navy personnel turned pale with horror, their bodies trembling. Moreover, the youth standing at the bow was undoubtedly a user of a devil fruit ability. His strength seemingly beyond that of a mere human. Just 2 individuals had rendered them immobile. What manner of beings were they tasked to confront? Aboard the swiftly approaching warship, Laobi and Ron's pupils contracted in shock. No one had ever mentioned that the boy possessed such power. Laobi's expression turned grave. The intensity, skill, and speed of that strike approached the caliber of those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million. This lad is remarkably strong. Ron squinted, their hearts growing cautious yet undaunted. As mid-ranking officers, they wielded hockey and their physical prowess had reached significant limits. While they could not compare to those who had ascended through sheer strength within their ranks, they were by no means weak. Gradually, as time elapsed, the 2 warships closed within 100 meters of the wooden vessel. At this moment, individuals on both shipbows narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing each other with gravity. A mid-ranking officer, Yongqing's gaze sharpened, and Dylan's beside him tightened his grip on the dagger. A mid-ranking officer of the Navy headquarters could be considered a true powerhouse. Their hearts tightened, unaware that their opponent had merely risen through connections and lacked genuine strength befitting a true mid-ranking officer. With a tremor in her wrist, Yongqing summoned a flash of inky darkness. Dylan's eyes flickered as he subtly shifted, deftly obstructing Yongqing's right hand and concealing that sliver of black light. Is that acceptable? He inquired softly. Yongqing closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the distance between them. The 100-meter gap rapidly diminished, swiftly crossing the halfway mark and reaching 50 meters. It was quick. Yongqing murmured within himself. An intangible aura began to rise from his being, sharp, boundless, unyielding, frigid, and intensely oppressive, exuding a domineering presence. Dylan's, standing beside him, could undeniably sense the shift in Yongqing's aura, his expression subtly changing. This force, felt each time, struck a profound chord within him. It was a transcendence of the spirit, a consolidation of will, a truly formidable strike. 40 meters. Yongqing's aura surged relentlessly, poised to reach a pinnacle, a concentrated zenith, as an invisible, fierce wind began to sweep from the wooden vessel. Beside him, Dylan's instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This overwhelming presence weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, at a distance of 30 meters, Yongqing opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze shone brilliantly, as if 2 blinding lights had risen from the deck of the boat. Simultaneously, with a sharp snap of his left fingers, he declared, DSBC. With a resounding pop, an invisible dome of light emanated from him, rapidly expanding in all directions, enveloping an area of 30 meters in less than a second. At the instant the dome appeared, Yongqing thrust out his right hand, unleashing a burst of black radiance, a dreadful aura surging forth. On the warship, the expressions of the 2 generals shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the colossal light dome, an ominous premonition struck them. Particularly, the general on the right, Laobi, trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he sensed a terrifying presence locking onto him. Who could it be? In the next moment, he caught sight of the cold-faced boy on the opposite vessel, a sense of dread coursing through him. Was it him? But how could this be possible? Without a moment's hesitation, Yongqing's flying knife transformed into a streak of light, darting away with incredible speed. This was the manifestation of humanity's brilliance, a fusion of qualities, an embodiment of willpower. In the instant it blossomed, it struck terror into the hearts of his foes, magnifying their only vulnerability to the utmost, a lethal strike. This was a blow beyond expectation, one that could not be evaded. As Laobi processed the situation, he tensed every muscle in his body, swiftly executing the only technique he had learned in military school, iron block. The black streak of light sliced through the air over 30 meters, creating a vacuum in its wake. This was an extraordinarily powerful blow, swift as lightning, rendering any defense futile. Almost instantaneously, the blade collided mercilessly with Laobi's most vulnerable throat. With a sickening sound and the shocked expressions of Laobi and Ron, they beheld a small puncture appearing on Laobi's neck. The strike had penetrated Laobi's feeble iron block defense, directly impacting the mass 10 meters behind him. Producing a dull thud, gasping, Laobi futilely tried to stanch the blood gushing from his throat, his eyes filled with terror and a desperate longing for life. He then collapsed softly onto the deck, silently succumbing to his fate, as blood pooled and stained the deck, releasing a heavy scent of iron. Ron trembled, gazing at the boy who was slowly retracting his arm, a sense of inexplicable fear enveloping him. This strike was overwhelmingly formidable. Anyone witnessing a colleague, with whom they had just conversed moments ago, being inexplicably stripped of life would undoubtedly be gripped by terror. The malevolent wielder of the devil fruit. Sensing the vast expanse enveloped by the luminous barrier, Ron felt a wave of tension course through his entire being. He had never anticipated that the child before him possessed such formidable power. In that moment, an enveloping silence descended upon both parties. They gazed at one another, with only the gentle caress of the sea breeze interrupting the stillness. The Navy personnel, suspended upon the surface of the water, swallowed audibly, too apprehensive to utter a sound. They watched in fear, uncertain of what would transpire next. 10 seconds later, Ron observed the child across from him suddenly gasping for breath, causing him to momentarily freeze. The radiant barrier that hung in the air began to dissipate. Instantly, realization dawned upon him. I knew it. How could one be so powerful? Ron understood at last. Feeling a wave of relief that the earlier strike had not been directed at him, his gaze remained fixed on the child, who was now panting and visibly weakening. And he felt a profound relaxation wash over him. At such a tender age, how could one wield the capacity to eliminate Laobi in a single blow? The child had exerted abilities beyond his own limits and was now utterly exhausted. As Ron grasped the situation, the battleship advanced silently, and in a mere moment, the distance between the two sides had diminished to less than 10 meters. I need a rest. Yang Qing rested his hand on Diluan's shoulder, his voice barely a whisper. That strike indeed possessed immense power. A lethal blow delivered from a 30-meter range, piercing through Laobi's iron block and firmly embedding itself in the mast behind. It could be deemed his most formidable attack. However, he was drained. Alone, I may not be his match. Diluan shuddered as he carried Yang Qing onto the deck, then spoke in a low voice, seriousness etched upon his face in this moment of life and death. Give me 3 minutes, Yang Qing said wearily. And after a moment of contemplation, Diluan nodded gravely. Just as the two finished speaking, a towering figure appeared upon the deck of the wooden ship. Nico Robin, Diluan. You are both here. Ron cast a glance at Yang Qing, his eyes momentarily flickering before his tone turned frigid. Yang Qing cast a glance at him before closing her eyes, choosing to remain silent. He entrusted the task to Dillons, who accepted without reservation, alleviating him of further contemplation. Dillons turned, confronting the general with an unwavering expression, his dagger firmly gripped in hand, remaining utterly silent. Prepare to meet your demise, Ron declared, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch. Dillons, however, maintained his calm demeanor, not even flinching as his form began to fade into nothingness. Ron's fist met only air, causing a subtle shift in his expression. Another wielder of the devil fruit ability. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his longsword with his left hand, deflecting an incoming attack, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the air, sparks dancing as Ron's sword moved back and forth. Dillon's appeared to be cloaked in the void, his figure obscured, yet his hand and dagger struck with uncanny precision. This rapid-paced skirmish persisted for 30 seconds before it concluded. Ron's countenance remained relaxed, in stark contrast to Dillon's, who now bore beads of sweat upon his brow. A spatial devil fruit user, perhaps? A smile crept across Ron's face as he gauged his opponent's combat prowess, indeed peculiar, yet not superior to his own. He felt confident of victory. Thus, to expedite the completion of his mission, he resolved to act decisively. With a flick of his longsword and an acceleration of his steps, he lunged forward, his speed surging. Dillons, taken aback, brandished his dagger and charged at him. The sword swept through Dylan's midsection, yet met with emptiness. Unperturbed, Ron unleashed another formidable punch towards Dylan's head. Enveloped in a faint black aura that caused Dylan's eyes to narrow, concealing his head within the void. However, the next moment brought a shocking revelation. Bang! This punch seemingly pierced through the activation of the devil fruit's power, landing squarely on his head with immense force, propelling Dylan's body backward, crashing onto the deck and splintering the wooden surface beneath him. Dylan's expression shifted dramatically. His adversary had managed to strike him. As he rose, crimson blood trickled down from his head. That blow, shrouded in dark energy, had forcibly extracted him from the devil fruit state, inflicting even greater damage. The searing pain clouded his vision, leaving him disoriented. The enemy was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Dylan's gradually regained his footing, his body swaying slightly. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a subtle twitch in Yang Qing's brow. Yet, as he swayed once more, his form vanished entirely. Ghostly shadows. The ominous phrase echoed from the void, and in the next instant, a flash of light revealed a flurry of glinting daggers aimed ruthlessly at Ron. This is an assault akin to a wall, an innumerable array of daggers forming an impregnable barrier, leaving no refuge. With a flicker of his eyes, Ron's left hand trembled with his longsword, transferring the energy to his right hand, which soon became shrouded in a dark aura. In an instant, his right hand transformed into a tempest, crackling with lightning as it met the formidable wall of daggers before him. The sound of clashing metal reverberated continuously, and this onslaught persisted for a full 15 seconds before finally subsiding. Dylan's appeared silently 3 meters to Ron's left, only to vanish again. Cursed be it! Ron cursed vehemently, unable to discern Dylan's presence. Immediately, a faint black aura enveloped his longsword, and with a fierce swing, he cleaved forward. A pitch-black beam of light erupted from the sword, directed unmistakably at Yang Qing, who sat cross-legged on the deck. With a resounding clang, Dylan's voice emerged. Grasping his daggers with both hands, he blocked the sword's radiance, only to spit forth a mouthful of blood, retreating 5 steps, his complexion turning ashen. Upon witnessing his adversary, Ron bent his knees and, in a heartbeat, closed the distance to Dylan's, delivering a horizontal slash. Dylan's raised his daggers to parry, the immense force causing his wrist to tremble, pain shooting through him. Just as he was about to unleash the power of his devil fruit, Ron's fist struck him violently in the abdomen, forcing another spurt of blood from his lips. The battle unfolded swiftly and silently, with Yang Qing, seated in meditation, eyes tightly shut, trembling as if sensing everything around him, teetering on the brink of instability. I said I would endure, and I shall endure. Dylan's, acutely aware of Yang Qing's condition, bellowed, summoning all his strength to push Ron back. His eyes flared with cold intensity, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze remained fixed on Ron, blocking out everything else as he entered a state of extreme focus, unconsciously tightening his grip on the daggers. Though uncertain of the peculiar power his opponent wielded, one that could shatter the abilities of his devil fruit and far surpassed his own, Dylan's had uttered a resolute declaration: I will not be defeated again. Not even in death. In the next moment, Dylan's wholly relinquished the concealment of his devil fruit abilities, exposing himself to the sunlight, allowing his spirit to walk in the radiant glow. A faint silver light adhered to his daggers, infused with the power of space. He enhanced his blades with the abilities of his devil fruit, augmenting their penetrative and sharp qualities for a more formidable strike. In an instant, the two figures, locked in mutual gaze, were entangled once more in combat. The longsword, imbued with a subtle dark aura, clashed against the silver-glimmering daggers, producing a thunderous din. Ron's strength was immense. Each swing of his sword against Dylan's daggers shattered the deck beneath their feet, blood seeping from the corners of Dylan's mouth. He is a wielder of a devil fruit ability, yet his physical training remains insufficient to withstand the overwhelming force of Ron, a practitioner of formidable martial prowess. The clash between the two was like bolts of lightning, astonishingly swift. In mere moments, the residual impact left the wooden ship in a state of ruin. Ron's strength was simply too immense for Dylan's to endure. With another thunderous impact, Dylan staggered back 5 paces, violently spitting blood. Shaking his body, he brandished his dagger once more, charging at his foe. I cannot be defeated. I refuse to succumb, even if it costs me my life. A frenzied expression enveloped Dylan's face as his dagger transformed into a flurry of silver streaks. His speed surged dramatically, and in a fleeting moment of Ron's inattention, he managed to slice open Ron's chest, leaving a long gash that elicited a grimace of pain from Ron, quickly followed by a surge of rage. He had been injured. In the next heartbeat, Ron unleashed his full might, repelling Dylance with a sword strike before delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen, shredding the fabric of his back and forcing a torrent of blood from his mouth. Dylance's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The injuries he sustained were too grave, pushing him to his very limits. At every moment, Dylance endured excruciating agony. Lying on the shattered deck, his gaze caught Yang-Qing, whose eyes trembled violently, stirring something within Dylance's heart. 3 minutes, not yet. In the next instant, Dylance, trembling, rose once more. This time, his body felt utterly feeble, devoid of any strength. Yet he was resolute to continue the fight. Do you truly wish to die? Ron's eyes flickered as he regarded the adversary before him, who posed no threat. His spirit quivered at the sight of Dylance's terrifying will to fight. Step by step, Dylance approached, each stride accompanied by violent spouts of blood, creating a crimson pool upon the deck, the scent of iron saturating the air. I will not be defeated. His expression was a blend of madness and determination, willing to die rather than face defeat again. Finally, within 3 steps of Ron, his entire being tightened, and then, in an explosive surge of power, he unleashed his might. With a swift motion, his dagger transformed into a brilliant silver arc. In that moment, he seemed to regain a profound sense of vigor, ferociously launching his most powerful attack at the man before him. This strike pierced through the very fabric of space, causing Ron's sword to miss its target. Surprise and astonishment flickering across his face. The dagger viciously plunged into Ron's right side, sending a tremor through his body and a grimace of pain to his visage. Blood instantly stained Ron's garments, forcing him to retreat several steps. Ron's countenance darkened, a terrifying and somewhat malevolent expression taking hold. I will kill you. P.S. The journey to becoming stronger is a process. The day of our rise is not far off. Brothers, have faith. Continuing to writhe on the ground, yearning for everything collections. Flowers, all of it. In the next moment, he drew the dagger from his chest, raising the longsword high, and swung it towards Dylance. The young man before him, at the instant of striking with the dagger, found himself devoid of all strength. That dagger had expended all his power. The longsword sliced through the air, aimed directly at Dylance's neck. At that moment, Dylance faced a perilous threat to his life. Ron roared, fury igniting a blaze in his eyes, the agony in his chest driving him to madness. He held nothing back in this strike, unleashing his full might, with a singular target, his opponent's neck. He intended to sever the head of his adversary, a tribute to the crimson blood he had shed. The sword even cut through the air with a faint, explosive sound, and then it viciously approached Dylance's neck. At this moment, Dylance was at his weakest, entirely incapable of evasion. Was he to perish? What a pity. Dylance closed his eyes, resigned to this despairing fate. But in the next second, an overwhelming and piercing aura abruptly erupted, accompanied by a chilling voice. Dead space. With a sharp clang, Dylance felt a cold sensation at his throat, and he opened his eyes wide. A diminutive figure, trembling yet resolute, stood defiantly before him. This figure wielded a sword, its hilt hovering just above Dylance's neck, effectively blocking the general's longsword. It was you, Dylance uttered weakly. Why abandon hope? Yang-Qing replied, his shoulders trembling, breathless yet unwavering in his defense against the longsword, preventing it from inching closer to Dylance. I thought I would die, Dylance chuckled, then added, 3 minutes. Has it not yet elapsed? It has only been 2. Ron, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the small figure, felt his pupils constrict sharply, and he quickly retreated. Eyeing his opponent with caution, he vividly recalled the moment of his colleague Rayabi's death, just as it was now, enveloped in a dome of light. In an instant, life was extinguished. And you? Dylance regained some strength, standing beside Yang-Qing, feeling utterly drained and breathless. Yang-Qing calmly stated, a cold glimmer in his eyes. The time has not yet come. You should not strike. Dylance took a deep breath to alleviate the dizziness and turmoil within. If I do not strike, you will die? Yang-Qing replied flatly, sweeping his long sword to point directly at Ron, his tone icy and indifferent, and I cannot bear to witness your demise before me. A glimmer of light sparkled in Dylance's eyes. He felt moved. Standing beside Yang-Qing, he could perceive his state clearly. Even standing there, he trembled, let alone having any strength to fight. This implies that even if he were to endure for a full 3 minutes, the latter would merely regain his normal capacity for movement, utterly devoid of any combat prowess. In other words, from the very outset of this confrontation, they might have been destined for failure. Yet, upon witnessing his own grievous injuries and the imminent peril to his life, the latter exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He seized his momentary respite and, with a body hardly distinguishable from his own, plunged into the fray. Can we still fight? Yang Qing inquired. If you can, then why should I not? Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Dylan's rekindled his fighting spirit, his eyes once more gleaming with determination. Very well. Yang Qing nodded, then strode forward with purpose, issuing a resounding command. Let us vanquish him. Together, Dylan's advanced, and with a flick of his wrist, the dagger on the ground returned to his grasp, transforming into a streak of silver light. Their footsteps quickened from a slow pace to a rapid charge. Upon reaching Ron, they unleashed their assault in unison. The long sword surged forward with renewed speed, and the dagger seemed to vanish into thin air as Dylan's right wrist disappeared entirely. Ron's expression changed dramatically as a faint dark aura enveloped his sword. Breaking sword technique. With a swift flick of his wrist, Yang Qing's sword traced a bizarre trajectory, evading the path of Ron's long sword. Under the dominion of his deathly realm, the enemy's vulnerabilities were laid bare before him. Coupled with the unique technique of the Duga Nine Swords, he wielded the power to manipulate his adversary entirely. In this moment, though he felt fatigued, his skill was nothing short of extraordinary, reaching an apex of mastery. The blade slithered along Ron's sword like a serpent, ultimately reaching his wrist, and with a bloodthirsty and ruthless cut, severed it, eliciting a pained cry from Ron as he relinquished his grip on his longsword. Simultaneously, Dylan's dagger found its way to Ron's abdomen but was thwarted by Ron's left fist, which forcefully deflected it. Damn it! Ron's face contorted in anger. He had never anticipated such humiliation. The two adversaries, united in their assault, rendered him defenseless, particularly the child's swordplay, which astounded him. The technique seemed to seek out his weaknesses directly, leaving him utterly unable to defend himself. Moreover, the luminous shield above him instilled a deep sense of apprehension regarding its purpose and capabilities. The memory of Laubi's demise sent shivers through his heart. Had he known better during his time at the military academy, he would have trained diligently. How could he find himself in such a predicament? Unable to withstand even two children, Ron was filled with immense regret. His ascent to the rank of Major General had relied solely on his connections, and his true strength was rather modest. In a genuine confrontation, he might not even be a match for a colonel from the main division. His dominance was superficial, lacking mastery over the 6 styles and merely possessing a rudimentary understanding, which paled in comparison to his swordsmanship. Would he truly perish here today? A tremor of fear coursed through Ron's heart as he lamented his presence in this dire situation. As the two opponents launched their next attack, they appeared increasingly weakened, as if a mere step could send them tumbling. This sight sparked a glimmer of opportunity in Ron's eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The two attempted to block his strike, but Ron's overwhelming strength sent them hurtling against the ship's wall, blood gushing forth as they weakened significantly. You two shall die. Just a moment ago, Ron had believed his demise was imminent, but now he experienced a thrilling reversal, excitement flickering in his gaze. The enemy was exhausted. Although he was bleeding profusely and had lost use of his right hand, his condition was still robust enough to ensure their demise. Die. Ron staggered slightly, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Yang Qing's temple. This child posed the greatest threat, and he needed to eliminate him first. Dylan's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned all his strength, activating his devil fruit ability. In the next instant, he found himself directly in front of Ron. He foolishly attempted to block Ron's punch with his body, but Ron instinctively disregarded him, evading his form and allowing Dylan's body to collide with his fist. Die. With a fierce shout, Ron swung a punch towards Yang Qing, accompanied by Dylan's. The Grim Reaper pirates will embark on a journey of continuous growth, and I hope my brothers will stand by Qing, accompany this tale, and grow alongside the Grim Reaper. All of you shall be members of this pirate crew. Anyone who cherishes this story embodies the true spirit of a pirate, undaunted, brave, and adventurous. Leaning against the ship's wall, Yang Qing observed the descending fist. His right hand trembled, and a small, obsidian dagger appeared, glimmering with a dark and icy radiance. Fixating his calm gaze upon the towering Ron, Yang Qing remained serene. The realm of the Grim Reaper was still open, and he seemed to comprehend every detail aboard the vessel. He entered a state of divine perception, observing the world with rational clarity. Half reclining against the ship's wall, Yang Qing's eyes remained tranquil as he surveyed his surroundings. He could see everything enveloped by the protective barrier, feeling the incessant strain of his cells under pressure, even hearing the rhythmic beating of Dylan's heart. At that moment, he seemed to perceive the breath of all existence. Suddenly, everything around him slowed. He noted the panic on Dylan's face and the ferocity in Ron's expression. In that instant, he felt the latent power within him surge forth, ready to explode. His right hand, previously weak and devoid of strength, began to tremble, pinching the dark radiance between his index and middle fingers. In a moment of sheer terror, Ron's countenance shifted dramatically. His fist halted mid-swing, his forward momentum arrested. He sensed an overwhelming aura locking onto him, as if he were on the brink of death. Then, in horror, he witnessed the seemingly frail child, leaning against the wall, gently tremble his right hand. With a flash, a brilliant light erupted, manifesting an unstoppable force that no one could thwart. This relentless energy surged towards Ron, blooming into a dazzling brilliance before plunging into his forehead with a soft thud. Ron's pupils constricted violently, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes losing their luster. In his final moments, he seemed unable to fathom how an adversary, stripped of power, could wield such a terrifying skill capable of ending lives. Yang Qing, having unleashed that strike, felt the fabric of time and space around him revert to normal. A cold sweat broke out over his body, leaving him feeling faint and utterly drained of strength. Dylan's rose from the ground, casting a glance at the lifeless Ron, and, despite the pain coursing through him, bore Yang Qing upon his shoulders. Could he still move? Breathless, Dylan's inquired, each inhalation intensifying the sensation of blood rushing from his wounds. Yang Qing remained silent, yet his expression conveyed the most precise response. This is what you get for your bravado. Dylan's cursed under his breath, met with a dismissive glare from Yang Qing, as if to say, had I not intervened, you would have perished long ago. Mariah, Nico, Robin, come out here at once. Dylan's hoisted Yang Qing forward, taking 5 arduous steps before succumbing to exhaustion, shouting with all his remaining strength. He turned around, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He was utterly spent. The battle had drained him of every ounce of energy. Mariah emerged from the bedroom, pulling Robin along with her. Observing their condition, her pupils reflected a glimmer of concern. Robin rushed over anxiously, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Are you all right? Please, are you all right? It's all my fault. It's all Robin's fault. I have brought you harm. Robin sobbed, tenderly touching Dylan's and Yang Qing's bodies, desperately examining their wounds, consumed by guilt. It has nothing to do with you, Dylan's replied weakly. Robin, step aside. I am a doctor. Mariah approached with calm assurance, squatting down to examine them closely before her expression softened slightly. Lucifer is merely exhausted. Prepare some food and saline solution for him. Additionally, extract juice from the grapes and feed it to him. Mariah issued her orders with composure, glancing at Dylan's. As for your wounds, bring me the small leather case from my desk. Yes, yes. Robin responded eagerly, hurrying back into the bedroom. Subsequently, Mariah cast a casual glance at Yang Qing before redirecting her focus entirely onto Dylan's. With a steady demeanor, she gently prodded around Dylan's injuries, awaiting Robin's return. When Robin emerged with the small case, Mariah opened it with poise, proceeding to tend to Dylan's wounds. Her movements, though seemingly languid, were efficient within 3 minutes. She had transformed Dylan's into a makeshift mummy and administered a canister of dark liquid to him. What is this? Dylan's asked after drinking, repulsed by the taste, which was more foul than excrement. Urine from a sea creature, Mariah replied nonchalantly. Dylan's eyes widened in horror, eliciting a laugh from the tearful Robin nearby. You're such a fool, Dylan's. How could Sister Mariah possibly give you sea creature urine? Robin kindly reminded him. Relieved, Dylan's gazed at the exquisite woman before him, who bore an almost divine presence, feeling an innate trepidation. He couldn't shake the sensation that she was somewhat eerie. Indeed, it must be a psychological shadow. At that moment, Yang Qing exhaled heavily, regaining his composure. Mariah's various medicinal concoctions were remarkably effective, and he felt his mental and physical strength revitalizing swiftly. That was truly perilous, he mused, a smile breaking across his face. Yet, we have persevered against the odds. Haha. I am truly sorry, it is entirely my fault. I have burdened you all. On the next island, I shall disembark. At this moment, Robin spoke with a heavy heart, biting her lip tightly. The other 3 individuals present paused upon hearing her words, and then turned their gazes towards her. Yang Qing's smile faded, replaced by a shadow of gloom as he trudged toward Robin, weary and burdened. He placed a hand gently atop her head and inquired, Do you comprehend the weight of your words, Nico? Robin? I'm sorry. I cannot remain with you. You are all good people, and I cannot burden you, Robin exclaimed, tears bursting forth from her eyes. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as Dylan struggled to rise, crimson blood staining the bandages, betraying his inner turmoil. He approached Robin step by step, while even Morlia, her expression clouded with sorrow, positioned herself resolutely before Robin. Dylan's, Morlia, tell her. Reveal to Nico Robin who we truly are. Yang Qing commanded loudly. We are pirates. Dylan's and Morlia proclaimed in unison. Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing across the vast ocean, reaching Robin's ears and momentarily halting her tears. P.S. So, comrades of the Grim Reaper pirates, enlighten me. What defines a pirate? Today, I seek neither flowers, nor evaluations, nor collections. I desire only this answer inscribed in the review section for me to behold. I, Lucifer Saint. Now the captain of the Grim Reaper pirates, have something to impart, Nico Robin. Listen intently and etch this truth into your heart. A pirate bears no burdens and does not abandon. The moment you stepped aboard this vessel, we became comrades, siblings bound by life and death. Regardless of the suffering and tragedy you have endured, from the instant you set foot on this ship, the Grim Reaper, you are now my sister, my brother. From this point forward, your pain is our pain, your tragedy is our tragedy. No matter the foe you face, they shall become our adversary. Yang Qing spoke with resolute conviction, his voice resonating powerfully. Though he had yet to regain his strength, each utterance drained him further, rendering his complexion increasingly pale and frail. Nevertheless, he maintained a formidable tone, exuding an air of calmness. However, you remain utterly oblivious to the formidable adversary I confront. Its might beyond your comprehension. Robin shouted vehemently, tears streaming down his face. The moment you come to understand, you will inevitably turn away. Yang Qing's expression grew colder, his chest heaving violently, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Indeed, you are unaware of the formidable adversaries this nefarious woman faces. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the ship, causing everyone to freeze momentarily and turn abruptly. They soon beheld a towering figure languidly positioned on the deck, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. He stood there, exuding no tangible aura. Yet he instilled an immense pressure upon all present, a weight far exceeding that of the two previous vice-admirals. In an instant, beads of cold sweat formed on the brows of the four. It is you. A look of dread washed over Robin's face, as if she were haunted by a terrifying memory, retreating step by step. Why are you here? Nico Robin, I offered you a chance. Why not hide properly? Living like a mouse is not so bad, is it? The imposing figure spoke languidly, advancing with measured steps. As she had just mentioned, you have no inkling of the enemy you are about to confront. I can only say that this little girl has brought ruin upon your entire vessel. Vice Admiral Akiji of the Navy Headquarters, a user of the ice fruit. For the first time, a grave expression adorned Mariah's face, as she could scarcely believe that such a personage had set foot on their ship. Yang Qing's expression turned exceedingly indifferent as he shielded Moria and Robin behind him. Dylan stood resolutely at his side, both confronting Akiji, an immense pressure crashing upon them like a mountain, rendering them momentarily rigid. I wish it weren't so, but who knew someone would seize my braid? Akiji lamented, I must say, Nico Robin, your lack of honesty is quite disappointing. I hope you can halt your advance. Yang Qing's gaze became piercing, and a dark radiance emerged from his right hand. With a sharp clap of his left hand, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire ship. An extraordinarily sharp aura surged forth, momentarily halting Akiji's steps and igniting a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Impressive. I sense a hint of danger emanating from you. Akiji remarked, yet he continued to advance, the mounting pressure enveloping everyone aboard. Perhaps you could rival that 13-year-old brat. At that moment, Dylan's eyes narrowed sharply, and his figure vanished. In the next instant, a dagger appeared at Akiji's neck, slicing cleanly through, severing his head in two. Oh, a power user? Quite a remarkable ability. Akiji's head transformed into ice before reverting to its original state. Simultaneously, he seized Dylan's extended wrist with his right hand and, with a vigorous toss, sent him crashing like a streak of light against the wall before the bedroom, shattering the wooden structure into fragments. A profuse sweat broke out on Yang Qing's forehead. The natural essence of the fruit was undeniably overwhelming. Lacking any semblance of dominance, he pondered how to unravel this predicament, particularly in the face of an adversary of Admiral Akiji's caliber, whose prowess was simply on an entirely different level compared to the previous two vice-admirals. This time, he found himself under an unimaginable strain. Surrendering seemed the wisest choice. Akiji, with an air of nonchalance, continued his advance, echoing Nico Robin's words. You have no idea what kind of foe you are up against. Far more terrifying than I. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, and as he activated his fruit ability, he suddenly heard Dylan's voice. Captain, hold him off for a moment. I will take you away. Dylan surprisingly had a method to escape this perilous situation. Compared to the previous two vice-admirals, The current situation with Akiji was undoubtedly at its most dangerous. He was an existence that the Death God pirates could not hope to defeat. The only way to survive was to flee. Who was the enemy? Yang Qing tightened his grip on the flying knife and inquired. Who is the enemy? It is this world, the entire world. Akiji's eyes sharpened, his tone heavy. Oh, then what if we overturn it? World government, I hereby declare war upon you. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on his face, daring, calm. Kill me if you can. With that, a flash of light erupted, and a black blade of light transformed into the sole illumination in the world, rushing towards Akiji. In that moment, even Akiji's heart trembled, and he activated his fruit ability, transforming into ice. At that instant, Yang Qing let out a furious roar. Dylan's. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple surged forth, enveloping the entire wooden ship. In an instant, the space encompassing the ship distorted and vanished. Akiji stood stunned, gazing at the empty sea below as he began to plummet. Gone? Has he truly escaped? Steadily standing upon the ocean, Akiji froze the waters within a 20-meter radius. Contemplating deeply, after a prolonged silence, he sighed. To stand against the entire world? For the sake of his crew, the Celestial Dragons have produced a remarkable individual. Seemingly the polar opposite of that one. Never mind, I shall return to report to the Admiral. Above the sea, a figure on a bicycle appeared, wobbling its way toward the Navy headquarters. Holy Land Mary Geos. Crash. A series of items fell within the palace, as Monet's face burned with fury, continuously shouting, good for nothing, worthless. Utterly useless. What good are you? You can't even handle a little brat, and yet you've suffered total defeat. Alpha, I will not let this go. I will not let this go. Monet's rage disrupted the entire courtyard, and it was evident that his son's death had struck him deeply, fueling his madness toward that boy. After a full hour, Alpha finally calmed down. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he waved his hand while half reclining in a rocking chair in the courtyard. My lord. The cloaked figure bowed in fear. Continue to search for his whereabouts, Monet gasped, his eyes glimmering with ferocity. Once found, do not hesitate. Kill him and bring his corpse to me. Yes. The man in black tensed, catching a glimpse of the bloodshot eyes and murderous intent in Alpha's gaze. A chilling, bone-deep coldness enveloped him as he responded loudly. Monet waved her hand, prompting the man in black to retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, Alpha was nervously orchestrating contingency plans. Find that boy and ensure his safety. He spoke gravely into the snail phone, his face etched with tension and concern. He had never anticipated that the Navy headquarters would dispatch Akiji, and now, the presence of Nico Robin and his crew posed an additional complication that weighed heavily on his mind. We will do our utmost to locate him. The voice from the snail phone paused momentarily before continuing, but I advise you not to harbor too much hope. After all, we lack military strength and are outnumbered. Furthermore, your son's ability to escape Akiji's grasp indicates he possesses a certain level of power, as long as he does not encounter the Navy's elite forces. There should be no cause for alarm. Alpha felt a throbbing headache. He had sought freedom from the corrupt and decadent life of the Celestial Dragons for his son, wanting him to pursue his dreams. Although he intended to ignore the situation and focus on caring for Jess, the bond of familial love proved too strong to sever. Lucifer, I truly hope you return safely. In that moment, Alpha sensed his own power waning. Confronted by the colossal entity of the Navy, his options were limited. His main influence lay within the world government, and his combat strength was insufficient. In this regard, he found himself at odds with Monet, who wielded considerable military power. His only recourse was to apply pressure on the Navy through the government, praying for his son's safety. With a sigh, Alpha continued to instruct the man in black on various details, urging him to locate his son as swiftly as possible. Only by understanding his whereabouts could Alpha find peace of mind. Subsequently, Alpha turned his gaze to the courtyard, adjusting his expression to one of refined politeness, and stepped inside. How is it? Is Lucifer safe? He inquired of the woman, a natural smile gracing his lips. He is safe. He has already escaped. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will happen to Lucifer. That is good to hear. The woman sighed in relief. Alpha smiled in return, accompanying her into the room. Yet, in a place where the woman could not see, a shadow of heaviness and concern crossed Alpha's face. At the Navy headquarters, Akiji stood in the conference room. Now, please report the outcome of this mission. Why did you not bring anyone back? He asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he tossed the documents onto the table. Is this all that remains of the 5 rear admirals who were expelled from the Navy? Akiji's face betrayed a hint of trouble as he scratched his head, pondering for a moment before replying. Well, How should I put this? Where should I even begin? The empty expression was fixed intently upon the latter, causing Akiji's gesture of scratching his head to falter momentarily, revealing a hint of helplessness. Very well, I was careless. That lad unleashed the powers of his devil fruit and vanished in an instant. Akiji spread his hands, acknowledging my negligence and expressing his willingness to accept the consequences. Continue. He said, what I wish to know is not this. The empty voice replied indifferently. Akiji scratched his head and then murmured. The name of the pirate crew is the Grim Reaper Pirates, consisting of 4 children, the eldest being approximately 18 years old. There is Dylan's, that specter, suspected to wield powers of a spatial devil fruit. There is also a girl, whose name remains unknown, likely around 13 years of age. Well, how should I put it? Quite intelligent, indeed, possessing considerable knowledge. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, I need not elaborate on that. Lastly, their captain, Lucifer, well, a saint. His swordsmanship is exceptional, possessing a technique capable of amplifying his attack power by approximately 5 to 10 times, which is rather formidable, and he too is a devil fruit user. As for his abilities, they are suspected to be domain-related, yet the specifics remain unclear. For individuals, and 2 remain unknown. The empty figure raised an eyebrow. Akiji, this is your battle result. I must say, I am quite surprised. Akiji shrugged helplessly, opting not to respond further. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, with Kizuru, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku seated quietly, some dozing off, others gazing contemplatively at their palms, appearing quite bored. After approximately 5 seconds, Akiji spoke again. By the way, that Lucifer once uttered a phrase. I am uncertain whether I should share it. Akiji's expression was one of inner conflict. Since you have brought it up, do share. The empty voice urged. He said he is going to oppose the world. Well, that is the essence of it. Akiji shrugged, unable to recall the exact words. Nevertheless, the gist sufficed. Oppose the world? Has he lost his mind? He's a celestial dragon. The empty figure chuckled, somewhat incredulous. Who knows? In any case, it must be for Nico Robin, Akiji replied with a nonchalant smile. Oh, for his crew, is it? The empty figure's demeanor turned grave, and the formidable individuals seated in the conference room also adopted a serious expression. For those of their stature, identity, and realm. While the magnitude of one's power is indeed a factor of concern, they are, in truth, far more attuned to a person's spirit. If an individual is exceptionally powerful yet selfish, shameless, and replete with malevolence, the Navy may regard them with significant attention. Yet they would not be classified as a figure of profound influence upon the era. A true titan, a hero, possesses formidable thoughts that revolve around himself, capable of influencing those around him. Such individuals exude a unique personal charisma, often referred to as possessing the qualities of a sovereign. He embodies a grand spirit, an indomitable will, and unparalleled personal ideology, using his thoughts to sway the people around him, wielding the power to alter an era. Few dare to sacrifice themselves or their entire pirate crew for a world-class criminal. This kid is no ordinary fellow, Akiji remarked seriously. To consort with criminals in the name of justice, he must be dealt with. Akainu declared with a frigid demeanor. With a crunch, Garp bit into his donut, his expression impassive and silent. What we must consider is his identity, Sengoku spoke softly. P.S. Yesterday, the brothers had quite an insightful understanding of pirates, freedom, fearlessness, courage, friendship, passion, and recklessness. This is what it means to be a pirate. Don't forget to vote while reading. Your support is essential. Akiji nodded and then inquired, so, have their bounties been issued? The bounty for Abilai stands at 35 million, while the notorious crew of Longo on Wave Island comprises 97 pirates, most with bounties hovering around 5 million. Additionally, they have eliminated 2 vice admirals and escaped from our elite vice admiral Akiji. Have you all considered their bounty amounts? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, contemplating before responding slowly. Nico Robin's bounty remains unchanged at 79 million, while the ghostly Dylan's, already a pirate with a bounty of 50 million, likely contributed significantly in the recent battle against our vice admiral. Though he may be inept, his victory does demonstrate their prowess. Thus, we shall set his bounty at 75 million. As for Lucifer, Sengoku's gaze sharpened. He is a perilous character. Let his bounty be set at 100 million. Akiji nodded and turned to Akiji. Do you have any objections to this amount? Akiji paused, then shook his head, reflecting on the performance of the Death God pirates. Finally, he concluded, no objections. They are worth this price. Captain Lucifer, 100 million. Dylan's, 75 million. Nico Robin, 79 million. This means that the bounties for these 3 pirates total over 200 million. How amusing. This is merely the first bounty. Akiji chuckled and shook his head. Then stated coldly, they may be worth this price, but we cannot reward them so generously. The world government has already begun to apply pressure on me. The identity of the Celestial Dragons is not without its significance. Akiji slammed the table, declaring, Dylan's bounty remains unchanged, while Lucifer shall be 50 million. This dangerous individual must be allowed to live quietly beneath our very noses. It is quite disconcerting. Akiji's eyes flickered as he silently nodded. Commence execution. Issue the bounty notices. As the meeting dispersed, fresh bounty notices began to soar across the globe, igniting a tremendous tempest. In the Shambadi archipelago, Alpha gazed at the bounty poster laid before him. The image depicted a boy of around 10 years, his expression cold and unyielding. His right hand grasped a sword while his left hand posed as if snapping fingers. His eyes brimmed with confidence and disdain. It was none other than his son, Lucifer. Beneath this striking visage lay a staggering figure. A 5-digit number followed by a long string of zeros, a sight that was both shocking and alarming. Beside this, there was another bounty for a bloodthirsty youth named Dylan. Brandishing a dagger, his face smeared with blood, with a bounty of 75 million. Additionally, a girl of similar age to Lucifer bore a bounty of 79 million. The poster bore a dire warning, extremely dangerous. Upon sighting, please notify the Navy immediately. 50 million. It was an astonishing sum. Alpha felt his body sway, struggling to maintain his balance. What had he done? Or had his strength truly reached such a terrifying pinnacle? Under the immense pressure from the world government, a bounty of 50 million was still placed upon him. Alpha understood all too well what this signified. Despite the mounting pressure, such a formidable bounty suggested that in the eyes of the Navy, his son had become an exceedingly dangerous and ruthless individual, one they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate. Simultaneously, seagulls spread new bounty notices from all corners of the world, capturing the attention of countless individuals, heralding the emergence of a new pirate crew. In the South Sea, on Longona Island, voices erupted. Look, it's that pirate crew. The bounty is 75 million. Captain. 50 million. And this little girl, astonishingly, is 79 million. The resounding exclamations echoed across the island, leaving the populace in a state of stunned disbelief. The bar owner trembled as he clutched the bounty notice, at a loss for words. A great pirate. This was the true essence of a formidable pirate. In Shigugu town, villagers looked up at the bounty notices fluttering down from the sky, some resigned to their fate. The Navy's carrier pigeons regularly distributed such notices. Of course, such occurrences were not entirely unwelcome, for preparedness was prudent. Yet, damn it, these seagulls demanded payment. Grasping the bounty notice between his fingers, a villager turned to head home, but suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, causing him to halt in astonishment. This boy, could it be Dylan's? The villagers, filled with disbelief, gathered closer for a better look. As they drew near and recognized the face on the bounty notice, they gasped. It truly was Dylan's. Now a pirate with a bounty on his head. Curious, the villagers scanned the lengthy digits, and upon reaching the astonishing total, their hands trembled, voices quaking as they counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 75 million. The villagers erupted in a cacophony of excitement, their bodies quaking with exhilaration. As he trembled with excitement, he swiftly unearthed the bounty notice beneath. Lucifer, 500 million. And this little girl, Nico Robin, 79 million. He was momentarily taken aback, his entire body quaking with exhilaration. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly propelled himself forward, racing frantically towards the village. In an instant, the once tranquil Shirgu town erupted in fervor, villagers gazing at the 3 bounty notices, exchanging jovial remarks. Ha ha ha, look at Dylan's. That little rascal has become quite the dashing figure. Lucifer has become even more handsome. I await his return to marry my daughter. Father, don't say such things. Who is this little girl? Why is her bounty higher than both of theirs? She doesn't seem formidable. Rita, with a smile gracing her features, quietly observed the scene, reminiscing about the bespectacled girl who always exuded an air of wisdom and serenity. She wondered if that girl was faring well. The memory of that night flooded back to her. The usually placid girl had abruptly pushed open her door, coolly stating, I am leaving this place. Leaving? Why? Rita had questioned, perplexed. I have finished reading the book, the girl replied calmly. Heh, you are my daughter. I know you best, Rita chuckled, her eyes narrowing. But truly, why do you want to leave? Those 2 boys are intriguing, yet they lack a doctor, the girl continued, her tone serene. You know that's not what I'm asking, Rita interjected, waving her hand. I wish to pursue my dreams. The girl's eyes sparkled with brilliance, momentarily taking Rita aback. What dreams? Rita did not inquire further, yet she understood that everyone has the right to chase their dreams, does she not? Relinquishing her hold. Rita allowed the girl to depart. So how are you faring now? Rita inhaled deeply from her cigarette, murmuring. Between the Grand Line and the Four Seas lies a vast expanse of ocean, where the surface remains undisturbed, devoid of any wave. Beneath this tranquil facade, colossal shadows ride beneath the water, exuding an aura that sends shivers down one's spine. It is evident that these are terrifying creatures. Countless such beings lurk within these waters, their sizes dwarfing ships by multiples, even hundreds of times. They possess immense strength, are mercilessly bloodthirsty, capable of devouring innumerable humans in a single bite. This region is regarded as a forbidden zone by countless pirates and navies, known as the infamous doldrums. Should a vessel inadvertently drift into these waters, they are met with a singular fate, demise. The absence of wind, coupled with the presence of gargantuan sea kings, serves as harbingers of destruction. The sea breeze is calm, the atmosphere warm, as several enormous sea kings languidly bask in the sunlight atop the water's surface. Yet, at a certain moment, the void above them began to shimmer with a subtle disturbance, rapidly twisting and contorting. In the span of merely 2 seconds, a dilapidated wooden vessel abruptly materialized from above, plummeting downward. With a thunderous crash, the wooden ship descended, splashing into the vicinity of the sea creatures, causing their tightly shut eyes to snap open. The immense, inky pupils glimmered with a cold sheen under the sun, instilling a sense of trepidation. Ah, Dillons, you scoundrel! A prolonged, quivering shout emanated from the ship that had plunged into the water. You have transported us into the doldrums. Yang Qing's expression turned exceedingly grim as he realized that from the moment Dillons activated his ability to instantaneously transfer them, there had not even been a second's respite before they found themselves in this predicament. He had initially thought they had secured safety, but in the next instant, upon beholding the colossal creatures below, he understood that the trouble had only intensified. This teleportation, it was entirely random. Dillons lay sprawled on the deck like a lifeless dog, utterly incapacitated. So, the last time, when I navigated the wooden ship from the vicinity of the Shambadi archipelago to Stone Drum Island in the South Sea, was also a matter of chance? Your ability can traverse such vast distances and even cross the doldrums? Yang Qing's voice was laden with skepticism as he vociferously demanded answers. I have stated that it is random, and during the previous activation of my ability, it was not a conscious act on my part. It might have been a reflexive response while I was unconscious, Dillons weakly elucidated. Yang Qing pressed his forehead with a sharp sound, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. Gazing into the 4 or 5 pairs of immense eyes before him, he felt a deep sense of despair. Next time, please refrain from employing that skill. I would rather be captured by the Navy than be devoured by a horde of sea kings, ultimately transforming into mere excrement. He resolved to contemplate how to navigate this predicament. Dillons, with a grim countenance, activated his abilities, hoping to gamble on the unknown, only to find himself ensnared in a windless zone. The wooden vessel lay serenely upon the ocean, stagnant in the absence of wind, its sails motionless, utterly incapable of moving even a fraction. Only when the Sea King stirred did the ship shift slightly with the current. The ship cannot budge. And without a means to contend with these Sea Kings, we are left with no escape, Moria stated calmly. The ship is undoubtedly immobile. It is merely an unremarkable little wooden boat from the Sabaeity archipelago, Yang Qing declared, his gaze serious as he scanned the surroundings, where the Sea Kings were slowly approaching, their predatory eyes fixated on everything here. Then, it seems you cannot deal with these Sea Kings either, can you? Moria adjusted her glasses. Dillons lay sprawled on the deck like a lifeless dog, utterly incapacitated. Although Yang Qing's physical state was stabilizing, it was evident he had no means to confront the Sea Kings. My attacks are singular, focused in intensity, but the Sea Kings are far too massive for me to contend with. Yang Qing shook his head, pondering his fruit abilities, but ultimately relinquishing the thought. While his abilities were significantly advantageous for combat support, allowing him to perceive every movement around him as if he possessed a third eye with a 360-degree view, they proved ineffective against the Sea Kings, which measured at least 30 meters in length. Do you possess Conqueror's Haki? Moria inquired once more. Yang Qing froze, recalling that the Conqueror's Haki was indeed effective against these Sea Kings. However, he possessed none. With a resigned shake of his head, he lamented his lack of resources. It seemed his fate was to await his demise. Moria shrugged, calmly reclining in her chair, and resumed her reading. Hey, why can you remain so tranquil while reading? We're on the brink of death, Robin exclaimed, her gaze fixed nervously on the approaching Sea Kings. They haven't even reached us yet. Why the urgency? Moria replied with composure, leaving Robin utterly speechless. Dylan's, are you all right? She then turned her attention to Dylan's, who merely rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm fine? Yang Qing paid no heed to the diverse actions of the three individuals aboard the ship. To him, these three evoked an overwhelming urge to unleash violence, particularly the composed Molia, who was driving him to the brink of madness. What kind of imperturbable nerve must one possess to remain so unfazed? Are you even human? Since it seems that only the Conqueror's haki can intimidate these Sea Kings, I suppose I shall give it a try. Yang Qing strode purposefully towards the bow of the ship, confronting the Sea Kings before him. At this moment, his physical strength had been nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of sustaining a battle. Yet, in his eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only an unwavering, pure conviction and immense courage. For the sake of these three individuals, I must succeed. In Yang Qing's eyes, a dazzling brilliance sparkled, and an invisible aura emanated from his being. After taking a few steps, he arrived at the bow of the ship, pinching his thumb and middle finger together, producing a crisp sound. A protective barrier, the DADSBAC, expanded to a radius of 10 meters before swiftly retracting, converging above Yang Qing's form. Mastering oneself. Since this fruit's ability allows him to comprehend everything within his immediate vicinity, it stands to reason that he could also attain clarity regarding his own condition by narrowing the scope. Alas, what a predicament! Casting a glance at his internal state, Yang Qing let out a resigned sigh. The vitality of his cells had plummeted to its nadir, constantly emitting cries of distress, as if his entire body would succumb to paralysis at any moment. I truly require a proper respite. Yet, not at this moment. Summoning every ounce of strength, he took a decisive step forward, his gaze sharp as he focused on the sea creatures before him. With a spirit still vibrant and a formidable presence, imbued with the arrogance of a conqueror, unwavering conviction, and fearless courage, pressed by the brink of life and death, he felt an inkling that perhaps, just perhaps, he could succeed. Yang Qing fixed his gaze intently upon the looming Sea Kings, his pupils narrowing to mere slits. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, unbeknownst to him, as his entire body became drenched in a cold perspiration. However, should he fail, the consequence would be death for us all. The weight of the pressure was truly immense. Drops of sweat fell upon the deck, producing a crisp sound. Captain, what is he doing? Robin inquired anxiously, noting that since earlier, Lucifer had remained at the bow of the ship, fixating on the Sea Kings with an intimidating stare. Moria's eyes glimmered as she adjusted her glasses, her tone turning serious. He is awakening the latent power within him, rousing the Conqueror's haki. What? Dylan, who lay on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment, before his expression shifted to one of joy. Is it possible? Who knows? Moria rolled her eyes. Who can predict such things? Yet, considering the words of their captain, perhaps the odds were indeed in their favor? The colossal forms of the Sea Kings glided through the water, producing a cacophony of violent collisions and splashing vast amounts of seawater. Their advance sent ripples cascading across the once tranquil surface, now merely 10 meters from the wooden vessel. A palpable sense of life and death pressure enveloped the four aboard the ship, instilling a shared tension amongst them. With a sharp sound, sweat continued to pour down, almost like rain, as Yang Qing, under the immense strain, felt his body stiffen with anxiety. His thoughts coalesced into a singular focus. At that moment, nothing existed beyond the Sea Kings before him. Even the wooden ship beside him faded from his perception. As the Sea Kings surged closer, only 5 meters remained between them, their momentum causing the wooden ship to sway violently. The danger had escalated further. In Yang Qing's world, everything around him began to slow down. He sensed a peculiar aura rising from the depths of his being, distinct from the intentions of killing, the spirit of battle, or the will to fight. This presence had the power to suppress all, to obliterate everything before him that lacked its grandeur. Yet, this essence was faint, forged from the purest will, courage, spirit, and other intangible qualities, existing only as a subtle whisper. Unconsciously, Yang Qing closed his eyes, savoring this force. Under the pressure of a life and death crisis, he vaguely perceived that, though it may not be the color of a conqueror, this aura could indeed save them. The Sea Kings advanced, for meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. And just as they approached the final meter, they surged forward, their colossal forms seemingly poised to leap and utterly destroy the wooden ship. In that instant, a thunderous shout erupted from the deck. Cover your noses. Dylan's and Robin were taken aback, but quickly complied, while Yang Qing, with his eyes still shut, suddenly opened them wide, fixating on the sea kings before him. A simultaneous crack echoed in the air, as a pungent stench permeated the entire vessel, nauseating to the extreme, provoking a visceral reaction that threatened to expel everything consumed. At the bow of the ship, Yang Qing's eyes gleamed with a terrifying light, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, enveloping all directions and stirring a gentle breeze. This presence transformed into an indomitable essence, capable of subduing all beings whose will was inferior to his own, unique and unparalleled. It commanded submission from all. Moriya's eyes widened, her expression turning pale, the color of a conqueror, the will of dominance. Then, with 3 resounding thuds, the 3 individuals aboard the wooden ship collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed over, succumbing to unconsciousness. Conversely, the Sea Kings, who were about to pounce, suddenly shrank back, their eyes wide with terror as they fled in all directions, as if confronted by something truly dreadful. Had it succeeded? Aha! Yang Qing, bent over and drenched in sweat, wore a somewhat ghastly expression. Breathing heavily, he spread his hands, and with a thud, he too fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The 4 Sea Kings retreated a full 100 meters, gazing back in fear, unwilling to approach even a single meter closer. Their massive forms encircled the area, trembling in dread, unwilling to draw near. When Yang Qing awoke again, he beheld Moriya's exquisite visage, her skin as delicate as a ripe peach, a flawless face reminiscent of the most beautiful goddess. At that moment, she was earnestly tending to him, wiping his face with a focused demeanor that left him momentarily entranced. Awake? Noticing Yang Qing's gaze, Moriya spoke softly, her aloof demeanor radiating a unique charm. Yes, I'm awake. Yang Qing attempted to rise, but she gently restrained him. Rest well, you have overexerted yourself. It will take at least a month for you to recover. Moriya rose from her seat, preparing to depart. Upon reaching the doorway, she turned back and remarked, next time we engage in battle, I advise against employing that skill which drains both life force and mental energy. Otherwise, I shall be unable to compensate for the consequences. All right, Yang Qing stammered, feeling flustered. The aloof Moriya possessed an undeniable charm, causing his heart to race just as it had with Dylan's. Additionally, allow me to pose one final question. Moriya adjusted her glasses. Is that the Conqueror's haki? Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and an invisible aura emanated from him, creating an involuntary suppression over his surroundings. This caused Moriya, who stood at the doorway, to momentarily freeze in place. All right, you needn't respond. Continue to rest, she said, turning to leave, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Moriya's departure, Yang Qing closed his eyes, flicked his right hand to snap his fingers, and a luminous barrier materialized, swiftly enveloping him, allowing him to regain control over himself. He distinctly perceived a unique essence shimmering within the sea of his consciousness, radiating a formidable presence all around. It must be the Conqueror's haki, he mused. A glimmer of light flickered in Yang Qing's eyes before he relinquished his fruit abilities and resumed his rest. A month later, the wooden vessel continued to drift serenely upon the surface of the sea. In the distance, 4 Sea Kings lay motionless, their eyes closed, basking in the sun. For them, changing location held little significance. Yang Qing and Dylan's had fully recovered from their injuries and regained robust health. Emerging from the cabin, Yang Qing stepped onto the deck, where Dylan's was perspiring profusely, lifting and lowering a 100-pound weight in a repetitive cycle. The battle had profoundly impressed upon Dylan's the realization that his strength was still insufficient, compelling him to persist in his training. By day, he honed his physique, while by night, he practiced his devil fruit abilities, his power gradually ascending. Moriya remained quietly engrossed in his books, as if they were an endless source of knowledge. Everything exuded an air of tranquility. Were it not for the immobility of the ship, Captain, our provisions are running low, a sudden voice interrupted, prompting Yang Qing to cover his forehead, as a familiar headache began to resurface. Food was indeed a significant concern, yet not insurmountable. In this windless zone, although surrounded by Sea Kings, there were still some smaller fish species, undoubtedly larger than those found in other waters. The smallest among them measured 3 to 4 meters in length and about a meter in width. Dylan's waved his hand dismissively, and Yang Qing called out to him without hesitation, "You take care of it." Dylan's, his expression darkened, placed the dumbbells on the deck with a dull thud, causing the wooden vessel to sway slightly as he strode forward, exclaiming, "I am neither a babysitter nor a chef. Well, I implore you, for a considerable time ahead, we must remain here." Yang Qing's gaze sharpened, serious and earnest. "Oh?" Dylan's focus intensified as he extended his right hand. With a resonant hum, a massive fish abruptly appeared on the deck, only to be swiftly subdued beneath his foot, ceasing its struggles. "We are still far too weak. Qing lamented. And a profound silence enveloped the three aboard the ship. In the following days, the wooden vessel remained peacefully anchored in this maritime expanse, while the four Sea Kings lingered 100 meters away, never daring to approach. The inexplicable aura from that day was indelibly etched into their minds, a memory that their limited intelligence would retain for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Qing, Dylans, and Robin embarked on their arduous journey of cultivation. Each day, Dylans dedicated himself to physical training, sweating profusely as he fortified his resolve and enhanced his devil fruit abilities. Qing, during daylight, focused on strengthening his body, while at night, he immersed himself in the realm of a gaming system named Swordsman, which allowed him to embody various characters and combat an array of swordsman adversaries, accumulating sufficient silver coins along the way. The fragments of silver could be exchanged for martial arts manuals within the system, empowering him further. As a swordsman, the system was straightforward yet demanding, requiring an extensive period of time for accumulation. Gradually closing his eyes, Qing entered the system. The challenge commenced at level 56. Facing an opponent clad in black, the enigmatic black 5 colors, a figure shrouded in dark attire emerged, entirely enveloped in a black cloak. With only the glimmer of its eyes visible, the right hand slowly drew a sword, as both individuals exchanged piercing gazes. With the sound of the wind rising, the two figures began to traverse the space, transforming into fleeting shadows, their swords clashing repeatedly, producing a crisp resonance. Qing's gaze was sharp, his muscles slightly quivering, as the vital energy within him surged with increased velocity. It was evident that a faint aura flowed within his opponent as well, their eyes burning bright like flames. Throughout the battle, silence reigned, both combatants wholly absorbed in their confrontation, fixated on the swords in their hands. The dance of blades illuminated the entire space, the sound of ringing swords echoing resoundingly. The stalemate persisted for a full 3 minutes. Both were masters of the sword, their techniques extraordinary. After 10 exchanges, Qing discerned that his opponent wielded the same swordplay, Duga 9 swords. He was undoubtedly facing a rival of equal caliber. This battle proved to be exceedingly arduous. Sweat silently dripped from Qing's forehead as he thrust his sword diagonally northwest, blocking the opponent's peculiar strike. Swiftly, he exchanged his grip, driving the sword backward. The crisp sound of impact resonated, and Qing's gaze sharpened. His opponent was undeniably a master. Both fighters bent their knees, retreating 5 meters, locking eyes with one another. A solemnity reflected in their expressions. The struggle continued in silence, only the soft sound of their breaths permeating the air. After an hour of relentless combat, Qing, nearly on the verge of collapse, finally managed to strike down his opponent with a single blow, gasping for breath as he exited the confines of the system's realm. Following a night of rest, the next day brought a noticeable enhancement to his mental prowess, alongside a significant improvement in his physical constitution. The system's game allowed him to gain experiential growth, propelling him ahead of others who relied solely on arduous training. However, his mastery of Conqueror's Haki seemed somewhat lacking. Manifesting sporadically, Qing furrowed his brow, pondering how one might train this skill, as there was no detailed plan available. Quietly stepping out of his chamber, his eyes caught sight of 4 Sea Kings 100 meters away, causing his eyes to brighten. It appeared that Conqueror's Haki could be triggered under the pressure of life and death situations, where willpower was intensely concentrated. In the original narrative, Luffy awakened his Conqueror's Haki multiple times under similar circumstances. Great courage, unwavering bravery, and immense willpower were essential to forge the will of Conqueror's Haki. Dylans, Qing shouted, startling Dylans, who was lifting a 200-pound dumbbell. The weight slipped from his grasp, nearly landing on his foot, causing him to break into a cold sweat. What is going on? Dylans wore a sullen expression. If that 200-pound dumbbell were to crash down, he would surely become a mere shadow of his former self. Transport me there, Qing commanded, pointing towards the 4 languid Sea Kings 100 meters away. Dylans froze momentarily, then his countenance darkened as he retorted, "Are you seeking death? Do not forget that you have consumed the devil fruit. Hurry." Qing's tone brooked no argument. Dylans' expression soured further. He couldn't fathom this person's obstinacy, had he not heard his warning? Malia emerged as well, briefly lifting her gaze towards the two before returning to her exercises, while Robin, cradling her face, gazed vacantly at the sea, seemingly lost in thoughts of her homeland, entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. This is a self-inflicted predicament. It is of no concern to me. With a wave of his hand, Dylan snapped his fingers, and with a pop, Qing's figure abruptly vanished. Where's the captain? Robin seemed to finally register the situation, her voice laced with surprise. Over there, Molia pointed with her delicate finger towards the Sea Kings. Above their heads, a figure materialized, none other than Yang Qing himself. "Ah, Dillons, are you attempting to murder the captain, you villain?" Robin exclaimed, her complexion paling in alarm. Dillons sported a black line across his face, pressing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. What did this have to do with him? Had she not heard the earlier exchange? Meanwhile, Yang Qing, unexpectedly positioned atop the Sea Kings, felt an immediate shift in atmosphere, his expression turning grave. Only in the presence of such colossal beings did he truly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. So immense, so formidable. The Sea Kings, aware of the disturbance above, emitted a low growl, recognizing the diminutive human before them, their demeanor shifting to one of alarm as they began to tremble. Conqueror's haki, overwhelming presence. Yang Qing concentrated his spirit and will, abruptly closing his eyes before reopening them with a fierce gaze. The wind gently swept by, leaving the Sea Kings perplexed. Unable to comprehend the actions of this human before them, Yang Qing's face glistened with sweat. To his dismay, he had failed. Did unleashing the Conqueror's haki truly rely on mere fortune? In the next moment, the four Sea Kings, exhibiting no restraint, opened their jaws and roared, lunging toward Yang Qing. Dugujiujian. The sound of the sword echoed, transforming the blade into a stream of light. With a graceful demeanor, Yang Qing darted between the four Sea Kings, his sword slicing through their forms, blood spraying forth. 10 seconds later, Yang Qing found himself atop a writhing Sea King, his expression grim. His elegant swordplay had merely pierced the beast's flesh like needles, causing no substantial harm. This realization troubled him deeply, as his own strength was utterly insufficient to contend with the Sea Kings. Indeed, his prowess in individual combat was formidable, attributed to his explosive power and unstoppable point-blank attacks. Yet, facing the colossal Sea Kings, he found himself at a loss. The wounded Sea King, in agony, finally erupted in fury. Its eyes crimson as it lunged at Yang Qing with a vicious bite. Panic surged through Yang Qing, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He leapt and dodged among the four Sea Kings, his form becoming a flicker of lightning amidst the dire straits. "Dillons, save the captain. He is about to perish." Robin cried out on the verge of tears. Dillons, exasperated, explained, "He brought this upon himself. It's not my fault. Hurry and save him." Robin shouted in anger. Dillons covered his ears, pretending not to hear. Meanwhile, Molia remained composed, continuing to peruse her book, indifferent to their commotion, as if it were none of her concern. Moments later, a powerful gust of wind surged from 100 meters away, startling the trio. It emanated an overwhelming aura, capable of subduing anyone within its vicinity, causing them to faint instantly, stripped of all capacity for resistance. At that very moment, Yang Qing's laughter echoed from afar. "Ha ha ha, Dillons, pull me back." With a flicker of his right hand, Dillons distorted the space, and Yang Qing reappeared on the deck. Alarmed, Robin rushed to embrace him, weeping uncontrollably. "I thought you rest assured. I am unharmed. Besides, Dillons is watching over me. He wouldn't abandon me," Yang Qing reassured, gently stroking Robin's head with a smile. "That remains to be seen," Dillons retorted, feigning indifference. "You are the worst," Robin exclaimed, causing the corner of Dillons' mouth to twitch, feeling utterly wronged. "Ha ha ha." Yang Qing erupted in a long, joyful laugh, thoroughly elated. "And you always making others worry." Robin's gaze turned sharply towards Yang Qing, abruptly silencing his laughter. On the wooden vessel, sounds of playful scuffles erupted. 100 meters away, four Sea Kings lay motionless on the ocean's surface, their eyes glazed over, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Time, like a fleeting shadow, had passed in the blink of an eye. 6 years had elapsed. During this span, the once notorious and tempestuous Grim Reaper pirates, who had stirred tremendous upheaval within the Grand Line, had seemingly vanished without a trace. This pirate crew, which had left the world of piracy astonished with their extraordinarily high bounty upon their emergence, had seemingly disappeared, never to be seen again. Simultaneously, the Navy underwent significant transformations. Firstly, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong vacated his position, entrusting the mantle of leadership to the strategically astute Sengoku. Furthermore, veteran admirals stepped down, paving the way for new appointments: Akainu, Sakazuki, Akiji, Kazan, Kizaru, Borsellino, among others. The entire hierarchy of the Navy experienced substantial upheaval. With the ascension of new officials, Sengoku initiated a thorough cleansing of the Navy's system, expunging or exiling the chaotic elements from rival factions, thereby consolidating military power firmly within his grasp. Following this, he embarked on a grand scheme, the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the era of great pirates commenced, an influx of marauders flooded the Grand Line. This period was more frenzied than any before, ignited by the words of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, uttered just before his demise, which sent the world into a frenzy. Countless individuals flocked to piracy, exerting immense pressure on the Navy, leaving them in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the Navy headquarters resolved to devise a plan to counter violence with violence, utilizing pirates to restrain other pirates, albeit at the cost of granting certain privileges that would allow pirates to pillage legally. However, this plan was still in its infancy and had yet to be truly set into motion. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the documents before him, his expression exceedingly grim. Are you saying that one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, has departed from the New World? Sengoku inquired, staring intently at the rear admiral, who nodded heavily in confirmation. Can we ascertain their whereabouts? Sengoku pressed further. The sudden movements of such formidable figures were indeed extraordinary, adding considerable pressure to his mind. Currently, there is no information available. It seems they coated their ship with a film, submerging beneath the waves and traversing the calm belt, the rear admiral replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Our spies in the New World have not gleaned any information about them. Damn it! Sengoku exclaimed, striking the table with his fist. What about the others? No sign of movement from them, the rear admiral promptly responded. Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief, then murmured, we must expedite the 7 warlords' plan. What of Garp? He inquired. Vice Admiral Garp is currently en route to headquarters from the East Blue, came the reply. The general spoke again. The warring states nodded and waved his hand, dismissing everyone present. He then stuffed the documents in his hand into the mouth of a young goat, allowing it to chew them into fragments. At this critical juncture of changing times, everything appeared to be in utter chaos. In the palace of the Celestial Dragons on the Chambered Islands, a woman's voice called out, Jess, come here, it's time to eat. In the courtyard, Jess, who was digging holes to plant flowers, responded and tugged at the young woman beside him, signaling for her to join him. Alice, let us have our meal together, Jess said. At this moment, Jess was nearly 10 years old, strikingly handsome and bearing a striking resemblance to his brother. Upon seeing him, Alice felt a pang of nostalgia for her former master. Yes, Jess, let us go together. Alice replied, nodding. In the room, Alpha and Jess's mother had already taken their seats. When the two arrived, smiles graced their faces, and they signaled to the servants to serve the dishes. The meal proceeded quietly. Due to Yongqing's influence, Alice maintained a harmonious relationship with Alpha's family. Moreover, Alpha's presence dissuaded the Monet family from seeking vengeance. It had been 6 years without news of Yongqing. In their hearts, the young man, brimming with freedom and dreams, wild and untamed, was presumed dead. Jess, you've grown, Jess's mother remarked with a smile. Yes, I have grown. In a few years, I will go find my brother and put your minds at ease, Jess replied, nodding happily. Just as these words left his lips, Alpha slammed the table with a fierce expression. Do not mention that person again. He is dead. 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 The thunderous voice revealed Alpha's fury. Silencing those at the table, Jess stuck out his tongue and quietly resumed eating. His mother discreetly grasped Alpha's hand, gently trying to soothe him. She understood the pain he harbored. Though he often wore a smile in her presence, she could see the sorrow etched on his face whenever he turned away. Reflected in the mirror. For 6 years, he had never ceased searching for that boy, but the absence of any news had caused Alpha's heart to grow increasingly heavy. Where was that person now? Was he alive or dead? They did not know. This uncertainty had driven Alpha to act against the Monet family with anger over the past 6 years. Both being celestial dragons, they wielded similar power, and their confrontations could not culminate in open warfare. Thus, a cruel and silent duel began behind the scenes. This voiceless battle, a war devoid of bloodshed, fueled the Monet family's rage, while simultaneously increasing the pressure on Alpha, rendering his temperament ever more unstable and prone to fury. The lunch ended on a sour note, leaving only Jess and Alice behind. Silently finishing the meal in his bowl, Jess's eyes sparkled with a glimmering light. Alice, in due time. I shall set out to find my brother. Ah, but, dear master, you are still so young. Alice exclaimed in astonishment. What of it? He is my brother. Whether alive or dead, I must ascertain the truth, Jess asserted firmly, exuding a unique aura. Alice gazed at Jess, as if she were beholding the young boy he once was. They were both remarkably unique, both extraordinarily special. In a windless zone connecting the South Sea and the Grand Line, a resonant voice rang out. Are we ready, everyone? Immediately, 3 eager voices responded in unison. Ready. Then let us embark. Yes, Captain. Within the windless zone, under the watchful eyes of countless sea creatures, a wooden ship trembled as it rose from the waters, gradually ascending into the air and astonishingly began to fly. Hey, Lucifer, are you sure you can handle this? The ship is swaying so violently, Dylan's exclaimed, his face turning purple from anxiety. Not an issue. Yang Qing, sitting at the bow of the ship, wore a bright smile. He then bellowed, Death's pirate crew, set sail. We returned to the South Sea. A chorus of terrified cries erupted. The other three aboard wore expressions of sheer panic. Captain, I would rather have Dylan's ability to teleport randomly. Your power is far too terrifying and dangerous. Robin nearly broke into tears, wailing loudly on the ship. Do not fret. I have merely just discovered this ability. I only need to familiarize myself with it. Yang Qing laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. The wooden ship swayed precariously, as if it might plunge into the ocean below at any moment. Below, colossal sea creatures gazed skyward, their enormous mouths agape, seemingly anticipating the crew's imminent descent. This sight made the faces of those aboard grow even more pallid. How can we not worry? The trio aboard seethed with rage, wishing they could strike Yang Qing. Yet upon seeing the sweat on his brow, they trembled in apprehension. This fellow seems to be struggling. Surely he won't falter. Haha, rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. Yang Qing's assertion was somewhat forced, only heightening the terror in their eyes. This newfound ability, cough cough, truly requires a considerable amount of effort. Hiki. The following words sent shivers down the spines of the other three. Dylan's, if he falters, you must activate your ability immediately, Morley stated without hesitation. To which Dylan's nodded gravely. At that moment, he too began to question the captain's reliability. However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief as the wooden ship gradually steadied. Yang Qing's laughter echoed, indicating his growing mastery over his newfound power. After a whole hour, the wooden ship arrived safely over the South Sea, devoid of any peril. 3 years prior, the dilapidated wooden vessel appeared even more beleaguered. As Dylan set sail, the ship creaked ominously, causing the countenance of the four aboard to shift uneasily. Subsequently, Yang Qing, with a grave expression, approached the bow. Dead space. A luminous shield enveloped the entire ship, and Yang Qing bellowed, the Reaper pirates, set forth. The wooden craft unfurled its sails, carving a profound path across the ocean. Along their journey, no pirates dared to obstruct them. In the span of 6 years, the world had undergone cataclysmic transformations. A massive purge by the Navy had drastically diminished the number of pirates. The passage of time had profoundly altered the four aboard. Yang Qing now stood at a height of 175 centimeters, strikingly handsome, with an unwavering gleam of confidence in his eyes, and a chiseled abdomen boasting 8 firm muscles. Dylan had also grown considerably stronger, now in his 20s. Meanwhile, Robin and Mariah had blossomed into graceful, beautiful young women, each a stunning sight to behold. Standing at the bow, Yang Qing closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding sea. Dylan, steer hard to the right. Heading northeast towards that small island. Dylan acknowledged with a nod, deftly maneuvering the helm. The wooden vessel surged forward, propelled swiftly by the wind. Yang Qing opened his eyes and retracted his abilities. He sensed that the wooden vessel was perfectly capable of carrying them to the next sea. This perception stemmed from the fruit of power that had been awakened within him, enabling him to discern the location of islands through the scents wafting in the air. After 6 years of rigorous training, Yang Qing had finally elevated his devil fruit to new heights just before his departure on the final day. A formidable new ability had emerged, one that truly embodied the essence of the control fruit. He felt a surge of excitement at the potency of this newfound power, which warranted the acclaim it received at the auction as a fruit capable of divinity. With this ability, I find myself in a position to contend with those of the natural element without the need for haki. Even against the most elite of warriors, I stand invincible. P.S. How could $1 billion fruit possibly be so useless? It is not my desire to dismiss it. I have meticulously noted the roles of my comrades and will incorporate them at an opportune moment. I continue to seek all forms of support. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration for the capabilities of this fruit. Not only that, within 6 years, he had mastered the Biming Divine skill, a technique originally capable of absorbing others' internal energy. In this realm, while the fundamental nature of cultivating internal energy remained unchanged, its capacity to draw strength from others transformed into the ability to absorb their life force, thereby augmenting his own prowess. Undoubtedly, this ability, though detrimental to others, was immensely powerful. In that moment, Yang Qing and his companions had achieved a remarkable transformation. 6 years ago, we survived. 6 years later, I intend for the entire world to witness the might of my death god pirate crew. The pain you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. Monai. I shall not spare you. Gazing into the distant sky, a fierce glimmer flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. He was no benevolent fool who repaid kindness for malice. A true man must avenge grievances with a sense of gallantry. It was not his nature to remain passive in the face of pursuit. However, the method of revenge required careful consideration. First and foremost, Yang Qing needed to acquire a new vessel. The wooden ship had become battered and could no longer carry them forth. 3 hours later, the wooden ship slowly approached the harbor of Nisijia Island. The docking process was painstakingly slow, and when the four heard 3 dull cracking sounds, their expression shifted to one of somberness. After accompanying them for over 6 years, this wooden ship had finally reached the end of its journey. Dylan's, stow away our pirate flag, Yang Qing said, covering his face to conceal his expression from the others. He slowly descended from the ship and paused before solemnly adding, then, send our comrades on their way. Yes. Dylan's replied gravely, his demeanor serious. Robin and Moria, their eyes shimmering with emotion, proceeded to disembark. The moment their feet touched the dock, they could no longer contain their sorrow and began to weep softly. The last to leave the ship was Dylan's. As he meticulously folded the pirate flag and stepped down, the wooden vessel suddenly emitted a resonant sound, splintering into countless fragments, accompanied by a cacophony of delicate cracks. 3 seconds later, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the remnants of the ship into the air. You have never had a name, yet at this moment, I, Lucifer Saint, bestow upon you eternal life. Henceforth, you shall be known as the god of death. Yang Qing's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on the vast, desolate sea, and with a serious demeanor, he spoke slowly. He then snapped his fingers. And with a resounding crack, a luminous barrier materialized, enveloping the area within a 30-meter radius. Inside the barrier, an ethereal silhouette of a wooden boat emerged, gently swaying with the rhythm of the ocean's waves. Subsequently, Yang Qing slightly retracted his right hand, causing the phantom image to gradually diminish in size. And as the realm of the underworld dissipated, a small wooden vessel appeared in his palm, radiating a crystalline glow. Is this him? Dylan inquired softly as he stepped forward. Yes, it is he. He will forever accompany us until we become the strongest in the world. Yang Qing affirmed with a firm nod. And both Robin and Malia joined him, their spirits considerably lifted. Is it your newfound ability that has allowed us to reunite with him? Dylan couldn't help but ask as they made their way toward the island. Yang Qing paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, this is the power of the fruit. Quite formidable, Dylan exclaimed with genuine admiration. Yes, it is indeed powerful, and it suits me well, Yang Qing replied with a smile. The 4 of them strode towards the interior of the island, having not ventured beyond the calm belt for 6 years, naturally. They sought a bustling restaurant to satisfy their cravings. Soon, Yang Qing spotted a restaurant named Gourmet Paradise, bustling at the entrance. And his eyes lit up as he slipped inside. However, upon entering the main hall, he was taken aback to find it sparsely populated. Waitstaff? Yang Qing snapped his fingers, his face adorned with a smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A young waitress in black attire responded with a sweet smile and a gentle tone. Why are there so few people in this restaurant? There seems to be a crowd outside, Yang Qing inquired curiously, while Dylan and the others wore expressions of confusion behind him. Well, sir, the exterior is for the common folk, while the interior is reserved for esteemed gentlemen of status and influence, the waitress explained with a smile. Oh? Yang Qing's eyes glimmered with intrigue, his tone laced with amusement. This restaurant clearly delineates its class. Do you think we are permitted to sit here? The waitress scrutinized the 4 of them before shaking her head, given your attire. I fear you may not afford to dine here. However, I cannot discern your true identities. Dylan and the others' expressions darkened. It was a blatant display of disdain. Anyone subjected to such prejudice would undoubtedly feel discomfort. The phrase looking down on others aptly fit the situation. Ha! Yang Qing chuckled mockingly before speaking in a serious tone. What if I were to inform you that we are pirates? The waitress's expression shifted as fear washed over her. Before she could utter a word, Yang Qing and his companions had already taken their seats. The young man then bellowed, Hurry up and serve the food, or I shall wreak havoc upon this shabby establishment. Today, I shall indulge myself and embrace the true spirit of a pirate. Yang Qing's thunderous rebuke caused the patrons in the restaurant to pale visibly, their faces etched with palpable fear. In this era, pirates wield a formidable presence, particularly intimidating to both the affluent and the common folk. Within a mere 10 seconds, the diners, drenched in cold sweat, fled the establishment. The owner, trembling, emerged from the back room to confront the 4 individuals. Sir, he began, Yet his words were abruptly silenced by Yang Qing's dismissive wave. No more idle chatter. Serve the drinks and dishes. We shall not spare a single belly. But utter one more word, and I shall demolish this wretched establishment. Yang Qing's menacing tone rendered the owner weak-kneed. Just moments ago, the owner had glanced at the four. Failing to recognize Yang Qing initially, however, upon seeing Dylan's and Nico Robin, his expression shifted dramatically. He vividly recalled these two as members of the infamous Grim Reaper pirate crew that had shocked the South Sea 6 years prior. In other words, this group was likely to be ruthlessly dangerous pirates, formidable adversaries he could not afford to provoke. Within less than 2 seconds, anxiety coursed through him. Why yes, the owner stammered, nodding deferentially as he hurried to make arrangements, fully aware that he was in no position to defy them. Haha, boss, you truly play the villain convincingly. Dylan's laughed heartily once the owner had departed. Humph, do you think all pirates are virtuous? How naive. I am the finest among the wicked, Yang Qing scoffed. A derisive smile gracing his lips, eventually joining in laughter himself. Meanwhile, the owner, concealed in the kitchen, trembled as sweat beaded on his forehead while he dialed his communicator. Hello, South Sea Division. How may I assist you? Teach the Navy, sir. Greetings, the owner stuttered, barely coherent in his agitation. I just saw the Grim Reaper pirate crew. What? The Grim Reaper pirate crew? The one from 6 years ago? Are you certain? I am certain. The owner quivered. They are here. After a brief exchange, the owner anxiously retreated to the back of the kitchen. Hurry, hurry. Speed it up. I do not wish to be torn to shreds by these vile pirates. You all need to move faster. If we delay any longer, my establishment will be in ruins. Upon hearing this, the chefs, equally shaken, sprang into swift action. They had also heard the rumors of the arrival of a gang of merciless pirates, which had left even the owner quaking in fear. The dishes were served quickly and were bountiful, showcasing the delicacies of the South Sea, predominantly featuring exquisite fish dishes complemented by exotic meats. The four individuals savored every bite, akin to primitive beings who had not tasted fine food in 6 long years. The moment the delectable fare graced their palates, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep with emotion. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I must find a chef to join my crew. I cannot endure Dylan's incessant fish any longer. Yang Qing sighed deeply, his mouth stuffed with food. Robin and Malia exchanged secretive smiles, while Dylan's wore a troubled expression as he forcefully pushed a plate towards Yang Qing. A bubble of air materialized at Yang Qing's fingertips, halting Dylan's advance. With his mouth full, Yang Qing mumbled, Dylan's, don't take it to heart. I merely speak the truth. If you dislike it, why not cook for yourself? You're such a fuss. Dylan's temper flared, igniting an endless exchange of banter between the two, while Robin and Malia seized the opportunity to indulge further. An hour later, with their appetites satisfied, the four tossed a pile of gleaming Bailey onto the table and exited the restaurant. Once their figures had completely vanished, the owner exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stepped outside. Finally, he had seen off these esteemed patrons. Boss, what about their payment? A server suddenly pointed out, drawing his attention to the table. The owner hurried over, and upon seeing the Bailey, his eyes widened with surprise, revealing a glimmer of contemplation. Pirates, even the most notorious of them, had paid for their meal. He shook his head, unsure of how to respond, suddenly recalling how he had distinctly separated commoners from nobles. He sensed he had erred in this judgment. Bring in all the tables from outside. 3 minutes later, standing at the counter, the owner spoke in a grave tone, leaving the servers momentarily stunned. Get moving. Why are you standing there? He barked. The staff, faces etched with fear, sprang into action. The owner gazed outside, his expression becoming somewhat complex as he murmured, such formidable pirates pay for their meals just like anyone else. Yet, I have segregated my restaurant into classes, and it fills me with a profound sense of shame. From this moment forth, my restaurant shall be open to all. Yang Qing and his companions were unaware that, after their departure, the owner of the restaurant would undergo such a significant transformation in perspective. Providing meals in exchange for monetary compensation is merely a fair transaction. 2 hours later, they arrived at a shipyard, where the selection of vessels was naturally entrusted to Moria. Observing Moria and Robin, both exceptionally intelligent women, negotiating with a group of rugged men, Yang Qing and Dylan's were instantly struck by the shift in atmosphere. The keel, crafted from elm wood, was originally priced at 10 million belly, with an additional shipping fee of 200,000 belly from the North Sea, an installation fee of 300,000 belly, and other material costs amounting to 5 million belly, along with miscellaneous expenses totaling 1 million. Ultimately, the price for this lightweight sailing vessel was set. Moria maintained a calm demeanor as she earnestly engaged in bargaining, while Robin effortlessly pointed out various aspects of the vessel. Their seamless collaboration rendered the ship's salesperson's expression extremely grim. 18,300,000 belly. Robin announced the calculated figure, sealing the deal. Dylan's inadvertently crushed the wooden ship model he had just purchased, eliciting a comical reaction from Yangqing. The duo of formidable women exuded an air of empowerment that left them utterly astonished. In the end, the two strong women successfully negotiated the purchase of the prized lightweight Douglas-class miniature warship for 18,500,000 belly, despite the owner's visibly displeased countenance. Following the transaction, Yangqing and his companions proceeded to procure an array of provisions, filling their new vessel to the brim. This included over 20 assorted garments for each of the two ladies, spanning long and short dresses, shoes, boots, and more for all seasons. Alongside a mango orchard that Moria had cultivated herself. This ship was significantly larger than the previous one, and the cultivation of mangoes contributed to a fresher atmosphere. In response to the peculiar gazes from Yangqing and Dylan's, Moria remained notably composed as she remarked. Yangqing exchanged a silent glance with Dylan's. As the group made their way towards the ship under the dim sky, Dylan suddenly nudged Yangqing's shoulder. "Hey, Lucifer." Yangqing responded, puzzled. "Have you heard?" Dylan's glanced at Moria and Robin ahead, then leaned closer to Yangqing's ear. "Mango, it seems to be quite abundant." "What?" Yangqing exclaimed, recalling the scale of the two women, then swallowed nervously. "They're not insignificant, are they? A woman will never complain about being too ample," Dylan's concluded solemnly, as if laden with profound wisdom. "Just think, marrying both of them wouldn't be such a bad idea," Yangqing mused, but received no reply from Dylan's. When he turned to look at him, he was taken aback. "What is wrong with you? You have quite the peculiar taste," Dylan's exclaimed in horror. "A scholar and an archaeologist, has the captain lost his mind?" Once aboard, Dylan swiftly ascended the mast and hoisted the pirate flag. The skull beneath the side billowed in the wind, emanating an eerie aura that instilled a sense of dread in all directions. Yangqing sat at the bow of the ship, his right hand snapping his fingers, activating his powers, which enveloped the entire new vessel. Soon, a phantom silhouette of the ship emerged, merging seamlessly with the latter. "Spirit of the ship, we meet again. Indeed, I'm delighted to sail alongside you once more. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Lucifer." With a smile on his face, Yangqing nodded. The newly departed Grim Reaper cut through the waves, bravely facing the wind and the sea. This is merely a transitional chapter, a light-hearted diversion. The night sea appeared calm and tranquil, with a gentle breeze softly caressing the four souls aboard the Grim Reaper, lulling them into a comforting drowsiness. The flickering candlelight cast a faint glow on the ship. Molia reclined in a chair, gazing into the depths of the ocean, her expression serene as if pondering an immense conundrum. Beside her, Robin sat, quietly perusing a book, his earnest demeanor causing Dylan to stare in wonderment. These two seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm from him, Dylan thought, secretly admiring their dedication. He could lose himself in training, as he was now, lifting weights of 1,000 pounds with effortless grace, sweat dripping onto the deck. Yet he found it impossible to maintain a relentless pursuit of knowledge. Meanwhile, Yangqing perched atop the mast, humming an unknown tune, cradling a long western sword. It was his turn to keep watch tonight. "Hey, Lucifer, what exactly is your new ability?" Dylan inquired, setting down the weights to transition into push-ups, his voice resonating with curiosity. "A godlike ability, indeed formidable," Yangqing replied nonchalantly, eyes closed. "Humph, if it's so powerful, then you better not be running around being chased anymore," Dylan scoffed, skepticism lacing his tone, for in the 6 years he had known Yangqing, he had never witnessed any offensive prowess from his fruit abilities. "Fear not, that will no longer be the case." Yangqing's earnest voice rang from the top of the mast, momentarily startling Dylan into silence as he resumed his workout. Time passed swiftly, and the crew aboard the Grim Reaper gradually succumbed to slumber. The two ladies had retreated to their quarters, while Dylan had also entered his room, leaving Yangqing alone atop the mast, quietly embracing the sea breeze. Controlling the control fruit, he leaned against the mast's pinnacle, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. His right hand quivered slightly, and a small circular barrier materialized with a soft pop. Within this luminous circle, a cascade of light danced, allowing him to perceive and manipulate everything contained within, including the very air itself. A domain-type fruit, indeed. Everything that comes into contact with the barrier falls under my dominion. Is this your true power? In Yang Qing's eyes, an inexplicable brilliance flickered. As the moment of departure approached, a sudden and mysterious awakening enveloped his body, and a torrent of instinctive knowledge surged into his mind. Subsequently, he sensed a profound enhancement in his ability to harness the powers of the devil fruit. Was it because the capabilities of the fruit were so extraordinary that they demanded a greater level of self? In other words, 6 years ago, I was not even worthy of touching this power. Yang Qing silently pondered that after 6 years of diligent cultivation, the range of his fruit ability had astonishingly expanded to an impressive kilometer. Within this radius, he could perceive everything with remarkable clarity, as if gazing upon the world from a divine perspective, observing all with exquisite precision. This formidable power could be deemed, in a certain sense, even more tyrannical than the observation haki. He could even anticipate his adversary's next move by sensing the flow of the wind and the movement of the air. 6 years prior, he had already managed to apply his fruit ability to himself, a feat he referred to as self-reinforcement. Today, he had segmented his fruit ability into distinct phases. The first phase was purely supportive, akin to the observation haki, granting him godlike vision to thoroughly comprehend all movements within the sphere of his influence. This ability affected the external world, while internally, it allowed him to master every aspect of his own being. The second phase was the recently awakened capacity, which he designated as the offensive stage of the devil fruit, also known as an ability of divine nature. This phase enabled him to manipulate all objects he touched, transforming the very ground he stood upon into a realm of divinity, provided they remained within his protective sphere. This too was applicable externally, but he had yet to experiment with its internal application. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to explore it further. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, and with a soft pop, a luminous shield enveloped him. In the next moment, it felt as if his soul had transcended his physical form, allowing him to observe every aspect of his body with remarkable clarity. His mental faculties entered a realm of absolute rationality, akin to divine cognition. He could engage in a third-person perspective regarding his own body, effortlessly responding to the external world with utmost precision. A contemplative expression graced his features as Yang Qing came to a realization. This newfound ability, distinct from the initial phase, did not require him to exert control over his physical form. Instead, the fruit's power governed his body, enabling him to perform feats that surpassed the limits of the corporeal. For instance, a tremor coursed through Yang Qing's form, yet he maintained his original appearance and began to levitate. He was soaring into the air. This fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it had once been valued at a staggering 10 billion. Who, then, was that man in the black robe? He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of this remarkable fruit. Yang Qing let out a sigh of admiration, only to be reminded of the figure in the black cloak. After that skirmish, the enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no opportunity to encounter him again. What he now lacked was the formidable strength of the body, accumulated over time, along with the mastery of armament haki. A flicker of inspiration crossed Yang Qing's eyes as he contemplated his situation. Without armament haki, he found himself at a disadvantage against those of the Logia type, unless, of course, he were to craft a sword from sea prism stone. His eyes brightened at the thought, and he resolved to pursue this endeavor. However, the scarcity of sea prism stone rendered it exceedingly costly, presenting yet another challenge. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to waiting for the right opportunity. In the South Sea, there was little left to hold his interest. His next course of action would lead him to the other 3 seas. Additionally, Yang Qing mused about recruiting new crew members. A pirate ship with only 4 individuals was still too small. The issue of numbers was insufficient to fulfill the dreams he had harbored since childhood. As Yang Qing pondered deeply, 2 warships emerged from the distance, stealthily closing in under the cover of night. It was the naval force from the South China Sea Division. As informed by a phone call from his superior earlier that day, 6 years had elapsed since the original commander of the South China Sea Division, St. Carlo, had been reassigned by his father to his side. The personnel here had long since been replaced. The new commander, known as Lanxess, was renowned for his uncompromising demeanor and exceptional prowess. He held the rank of rear admiral and possessed the formidable ability of the conqueror's haki. Under his stern leadership for the past 3 years, piracy in the South China Sea had subdued significantly. Upon learning of the reappearance of the Grim Reaper pirates, the resolute commander Lanxess uttered a singular command: "In the name of justice, apprehend this nefarious pirate crew." Subsequently, Colonel Carlo, accompanied by his troops, set forth towards the Grim Reaper pirates. En route, they encountered 2 additional naval vessels patrolling, advancing boldly towards the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Yang Qing leaning against the mast, emerged from his reverie, his eyes glinting as he spotted the approaching warships. The full moon illuminated the scene, casting a silvery glow upon the ocean's surface, while the occasional leaping fish sparkled like stars in the moonlight, reminiscent of celestial bodies twinkling in the night sky. Yangqing leaned against the mast, motionless, with a western longsword casually cradled in his arms. His eyes flickered as he distinctly perceived two approaching warships, even catching sight of the Navy soldiers bustling on their decks. At the forefront of the vessel stood two imposing naval officers, their expressions grave, gazing intently at the death's embrace. "Load the cannons, increase speed. We are merely 300 meters away." The naval officers in front maintained a calm demeanor as they issued their commands, their authoritative voices swiftly resonating across the ship, prompting the soldiers to spring into action. With a series of clicking sounds, the cannonballs were loaded, aimed at the increasingly nearer death's embrace. "Commander, the shells are loaded. We can commence firing as soon as we reach the effective range." The soldiers reported loudly from the ship, and the officer, Carlo, nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing with his hand. "Prepare yourselves, await orders." The two warships transitioned from dynamic motion to a state of stillness, enveloped in an eerie silence as they drew closer to the death's embrace. The distance shrinking from 300 meters to 200 and finally to a mere 100 meters. "All hands, prepare," Carlo commanded, his voice resolute as all sailors braced themselves, awaiting the signal to fire. In that very instant, as Carlo issued the command, Yangqing, perched atop the mast, suddenly flicked his gaze toward the scene below. Upon locking eyes with Yangqing, Carlo was inexplicably gripped by a foreboding sensation. With his keen vision, he beheld the figure leaning against the mast, who did not shout or leap up in alarm. Instead, he calmly extended his right hand. A soft pop resonated, and Carlo witnessed a vast luminous shield rapidly expanding from the center of the death's embrace, enveloping both warships, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Concurrently, the cannons aboard both vessels erupted in furious roars. However, what transpired next left the crew in a state of sheer astonishment. What is happening? The shells? They didn't explode, they've fallen. Moreover, what is this luminous shield? Under the silent night sky, a wave of panic surged among the sailors, as they realized their voices seemed to carry only within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that, their words vanished into thin air, a bizarre phenomenon sending shivers down their spines. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Carlo felt a chill of dread creeping down his back, sensing an ominous presence looming over him. At that moment, the youth, seated atop the mast, remained still. He extended his right index finger, which trembled slightly, and his lips moved gently. Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted from all directions surrounding the warships, causing the vessels to tremble violently, inciting widespread panic among the soldiers. Carlo's face paled, for he recognized the sound of the explosions matched precisely the number of cannonballs they had just launched. In other words, those shells had been unwittingly controlled by that individual. What an extraordinary power this is! Carlo heard the lieutenant on the neighboring ship begin to change color dramatically, cursing in terror. In the next moment, they witnessed the sea ahead suddenly boil as if it were water brought to a rolling boil, releasing countless bubbles from beneath, reacting violently. 3 seconds later, as the youth leaning against the deck subtly moved his index finger, a colossal dragon, measuring 30 meters in length and 5 meters in width, roared forth from the depths of the ocean. A dragon made of seawater. That individual possesses the ability to command the sea. Run, flee quickly, we're doomed. It's terrifying. Carlo's face blanched. In that instant, he comprehended the sheer horror of that pirate ship. Just one person, without even lifting a finger, had rendered both of their warships utterly defenseless. The cannon fire could not approach. Even the bullets from their rifles struck an invisible barrier a mere few dozen meters away, plummeting into the ocean, only to return along their original trajectory and strike the shooters. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle incessantly invaded his senses, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness. What should I do? Carlo's pupils constricted sharply as confusion enveloped him. Without even nearing the fray, this battle had already reached its conclusion. The dragon surged forth, its lengthy body sweeping towards the two warships with a ferocious tail swipe, sending countless sailors screaming into the air, only to crash heavily onto the deck or into the sea. In an instant, a significant portion of their combat strength had been utterly obliterated. Following the strike, the dragon dissolved into torrents of seawater. Subsequently, a tsunami erupted, crashing down upon the two warships, eliciting terrified cries from the sailors as despair and dread engulfed the scene. 3 minutes later, the Death's Hand vessel sailed further away, leaving only the wreckage of the two warships and the bewildered gazes of countless sailors. That man, Carlo trembled, completely submerged in fear. For a moment, his mind was filled solely with the image of that figure leaning against the top of the mast, cradling a long western sword. The man's expression remained perpetually tranquil, his gaze as fathomless as the sea, encompassing all, as if he had already mastered everything. Who on earth is he? The following day, after the officers and soldiers aboard those two warships were rescued, Carlo finally learned the identity of that man. His eyes narrowed in terror, his body still trembling in fear. Such godlike abilities sent shivers deep within him. It was utterly impossible to contend with him. Captain of the Death's Hand pirate crew, Lucifer. A bounty notice displayed the young man's visage, eerily serene, affixed to its surface. Carlo's fists clenched unconsciously. This man, with a mere bounty of 50 million. Is the Navy headquarters jesting? Such a formidable devil fruit power, capable of controlling the sea, along with various unknown abilities, is valued at only 50 million? Unable to contain the fiery rage within, Carlo exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous." At noon, Langsies arrived at the hospital with a serious expression to visit Carlo. What on earth had transpired? How could two warships, a colonel and a lieutenant colonel, fail to subdue a mere pirate ship, even in defeat? Such a disastrous outcome was simply unacceptable. What could possibly account for such a ghastly predicament? Langsies' voice resonated with profound perplexity and disbelief. Only one individual, a man almost divine in stature, could be the cause. Trembling, Carlo softly uttered, "I must say, the new abilities are indeed impressive. Brothers, shower us with flowers and support." Langsies' eyes narrowed, and a sense of gravity enveloped him. He was well aware of Carlo's capabilities as a naval colonel, even if he were merely a junior officer. It was unfathomable for him to be so thoroughly overwhelmed by a pirate crew of only 4 members. Thus, the sole issue lay with the pirate ship, which was undeniably formidable. The pirate crew, boasting a bounty close to 200 million, posed a significant challenge in the South Sea. Langsies recalled that this crew had achieved that bounty 6 years ago. Who could fathom their strength 6 years later? Allowing Carlo to engage had been a grave error, fortunately. While many Navy personnel were severely injured, casualties were relatively few, alleviating his guilt somewhat. Such vicious criminals would likely require intervention from the naval headquarters. Langsies resolved to comfort the visibly troubled Carlo before departing the hospital, subsequently dialing the naval headquarters. "Naval headquarters, South Sea Command. How may I assist you?" The automated voice responded. Langsies cleared his throat and began his report. "Yesterday evening, in the waters of West Floros in the South Sea, our forces dispatched 2 warships to engage the Reaper pirate crew. The result, both of our warships, 1 colonel and 1 lieutenant colonel, were completely annihilated, while the enemy, the Reaper pirate crew, departed unscathed. Therefore, I, Major Langsies, request reinforcements from headquarters to apprehend this pirate crew." The Reaper pirate crew? The same one from 6 years ago? The voice from headquarters sounded incredulous and curious. A pirate crew thought to have vanished for 6 years resurfacing today? Indeed, and according to current intelligence, they have grown even stronger. Langsies replied gravely. On the other end, a heavy silence ensued. 3 minutes later, the communicator buzzed again, this time with a different voice. "Hello. Major Langsies, this is Admiral Sengoku." "Admiral!" Langsies exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he was speaking with Admiral Sengoku. "Please compile a report regarding the Reaper pirate crew and send it to headquarters. Furthermore, do not take any rash actions at the South Sea Division. Await support from headquarters. This pirate crew is not to be underestimated." Sengoku's words sent a tremor through Langsies, who promptly acknowledged the directive. The pirate ship, which has garnered the attention of the headquarters, is undoubtedly not a trivial matter. It seems that his previous actions were indeed rather reckless. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Langsies contemplated silently for a moment before departing. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku found himself in a state of utter disarray. The recent events had been overwhelming. As he gazed at the thick stack of documents on his desk, worry etched a furrow across his forehead. With all 3 admirals dispatched, who was left to act? This pirate crew had exhibited formidable strength 6 years prior, managing to evade even Akiji's notice. Now, the situation was likely even more complex. Was it necessary to concede defeat? What a disheartening predicament. He hoped there would not be too much chaos. After careful consideration, Sengoku reluctantly fed the documents on his desk to a small goat, choosing to disregard this intelligence. With such formidable power and connections to the Celestial Dragons, he felt an acute headache coming on. Moreover, this young man seemed primarily focused on targeting the world government, leaving those individuals to grapple with the repercussions. A day later, a new bounty notice emerged. The captain of the Grim Reaper pirates, Lucifer, known as the Grim Reaper, had a bounty of 100 million. The first mate, Dylan's, known as the Phantom, had a bounty of 90 million. The archaeologist of the Grim Reaper pirates, Nico Robin, had a bounty of 70 million. The ship's doctor, Morlia, was valued at 20 million. This time, all 4 individuals had been assigned bounties. Aside from Nico Robin's unchanged amount, both Lucifer and Dylan's had seen an increase in their bounties. This could be considered Sengoku's long-desired fulfillment, as he had proposed a bounty of 100 million on Lucifer 6 years ago. Given that such individuals with divergent perspectives posed an extreme threat, the bounty spread quickly, and the new notice immediately astonished the majority. The first to receive the information was Alpha, within the palace of the Celestial Dragons. He gazed at the bounty notice featuring the casually handsome young man. His expression a mix of anger and relief, quite complex. This young man, leaning against a slender European sword, exuded an air of elegance. A bounty of 100 million. Alpha gasped at this figure, his eyes deeply scrutinizing the young man on the notice. Just how powerful was this fellow? Truly, the offspring of such a distinguished individual is remarkable. The man in black, his face reflecting fear, stared at the bounty notice on the table, genuinely exclaiming in admiration. He knew well that this bounty amount was exceptional, even among the strong gathered in the first half of the Grand Line. In other words, the son of this immensely powerful figure possessed unfathomable strength. In the courtyard of Monet, the celestial dragon, who had always been seething with rage, wore a rather grim expression at this moment. A bounty of 100 million. He understood all too well what that represented. The power he wielded was likely insufficient to contend with a pirate of this caliber. This was a disparity in strength that could not be altered. Am I truly powerless against this young man from now on? How infuriating. How could he possess such formidable strength? Clenching his fist in anger, Monet's face turned ashen. And finally, he managed to squeeze out a cold declaration from his lips. I shall not yield so easily. You must perish. You must perish. The resentment that had accumulated within Monet over time had reached a boiling point, and the deep-seated hatred drove him nearly to madness. He could not bear the loss of his child. The grief of a parent losing their offspring is an indelible wound that never fades. Meanwhile, in Shirgu town, a lively celebration ensued. After 6 years, they had believed those few individuals to be gone for good, only to discover their unexpected return, seemingly stronger than ever. Reactions among those familiar with Yangqing and the others varied from joy to anger, a cacophony of emotions beyond mere words. At that moment, the ship, the Grim Reaper, sailed through the South Sea, its course unmistakably set toward Upside Down Mountain. Pirates from all corners of the seas sought to enter the Grand Line through Upside Down Mountain, where the 4 seas converged, merging their distinct paths before embarking on the grand journey. Yangqing and his companions harbored similar intentions. They did not aim to enter the Grand Line, but rather planned to navigate the Grim Reaper through Upside Down Mountain, reversing course upon spotting other sea routes to venture into different waters. The Grim Reaper glided silently, with only 3 days' journey remaining to reach Upside Down Mountain. As per Morlia's information, they were in the vicinity closest to the mountain. Captain, nothing unusual happened during your watch last night, did it? Dillons inquired casually as he rose early to exercise. Nothing of note. I went to rest. Yangqing waved his hand dismissively in response before retreating to his quarters. P.S. Surely, no one could have guessed, haha. The Grim Reaper pirate crew approached the nearby pirate ship with remarkable speed. Dillons gently maneuvered the helm, steering towards the designated point on the left side of the opposing crew. The 2 vessels swiftly aligned, and the crew members exchanged glances. The crew of the Grim Reaper wore casual expressions as they swept their gaze across the massive ship before them. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the other ship remained in a state of confusion, silent under their captain's orders. Only their captain exhibited visible tremors, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he fixated nervously on any figure aboard the opposing vessel. Upon catching sight of Yangqing, his heart raced violently. Indeed, it was he, the very same, with that stance, that rapier, and the carefree, nonchalant expression. He was Lucif, the Grim Reaper, with a bounty of 100 million. The captain trembled all over, glancing back to see Nico Robin engrossed in a book, sending another shiver down his spine. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, and Dillons, the ghostly figure, the ship's doctor, Morlia. One by one, the captain's eyes darted around, engulfed in overwhelming shock. It is this group of merely 4 individuals. Yet the bounty on their heads has astonishingly surpassed 200 million. The ship, the Grim Reaper, glided past them, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. At that moment, the captain exhaled a long sigh of relief and turned to face the puzzled expressions of his crew. He uttered not a word, merely retrieving 4 bounty notices from his pocket and tossing them to the crew member at the forefront. "You, take a look for yourselves." The crew exchanged bewildered glances. And as the bounty notices were unfolded, a stark comparison to the faces of the pirates they had envisioned in their minds sent shivers through their bodies. Some even buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground. They were, in fact, the notorious Grim Reaper pirates. Even the bounty on the woman with the lowest reward surpassed that of their captain. They were indeed formidable pirates. The crew stood in shock, murmuring to themselves. Their hearts flooded with overwhelming astonishment. They could not help but recall that had their captain revealed this information earlier, they would have likely crumpled to the ground, unable to move an inch. On board the Grim Reaper, the expressions of the 4 individuals turned grave as they approached the upside-down mountain. They witnessed the pirate ship ahead harnessing the rising currents, surging into the river path of the mountain, and suddenly accelerating, accompanied by a chorus of screams. "Dylan's! Secure the helm! Mariah, Robin, hold on tight to the ship. Do not be thrown overboard." Yang Qing commanded with a serious tone, "I shall manage the other matters." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the Grim Reaper neared the upside-down mountain, with only 10 meters remaining. At that instant, the ship jolted violently, the sails billowing dramatically, and the speed doubled in an instant. The immense inertia sent a tremor through the bodies of all aboard. Then, seated at the bow, Yang Qing beheld the Grim Reaper truly ascending against the current, slanting upward towards the sky. "Ah!" A series of exhilarated cries erupted. Yang Qing felt an adrenaline rush akin to a roller coaster ride from a past life, his heart racing and blood surging. Dylan's, Robin, and Mariah joined in, their voices rising in joyous shouts. The exhilarating sensation of soaring skyward invigorated every soul aboard. "To the heavens we fly, Grim Reaper." With a resounding roar, Yang Qing commanded the Death's Embrace to tremble violently, its speed surging once more as a fierce gale whipped against their faces, prompting the 4 to shout even louder. "Captain, look, their speed surpasses ours," came a voice from ahead, and Yang Qing beheld the pirate ship they had encountered before. The Death's Embrace, swift as the wind, rapidly approached the vessel ahead. How audacious these reckless youngsters were to venture into the Grand Line, courting death. If they proceeded, they would surely meet their demise. "Captain, why not unleash our wrath upon them now and send them scurrying back to the South Sea?" The clarity of the voice carried to Yang Qing, raising his eyebrows while a sinister gleam ignited in his eyes. Dylan's expression darkened as well. Who were these fools? The Death's Embrace crew had already resolved not to provoke others. Yet still, someone dared to mock them? Dylan, he extended his hand, ready to act, but Yang Qing gestured for him to cease. Perfect timing to test my new abilities. Upon hearing this, Dylan halted. As the 2 ships drew ever closer, merely 30 meters apart, Yang Qing extended his right hand, snapping his fingers with a sharp crack. An orb of light swiftly enveloped the enemy pirate ship. Then, with a subtle quiver of his fingers, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the opposing vessel. "Help! Please! Help! My body, I can't control it. I can't maneuver my own body. Help! There are demons! Demons!" The pirates cried out, their faces etched with terror as they stumbled toward the edge of the ship, leaping into the abyss below. Simultaneously, a vast trove of gold and silver, stored within the ship's hold, was drawn by an unseen force soaring outward. A minute later, all the treasures were neatly arranged upon Yang Qing's ship. Meanwhile, the Death's Embrace had surged far ahead of the unknown pirate crew. In the face of the pirate's dread, Yang Qing merely uttered, "A minor reprimand for you. Return to the South Sea and continue your education." With a thunderous explosion, the cannonballs aboard the pirate ship detonated spontaneously, causing the entire vessel to lurch violently, beginning its descent into the depths, as many pirates screamed in sheer horror. Behind them, the ascending pirate crew watched in terror, swallowing hard, as they recalled that had they spoken out earlier, their fate would likely have mirrored that of these unfortunate souls. The Death's Embrace cut through the waves, its crew allowing the sea breeze to tousle their dark hair, their faces alight with excitement. For they were nearing the pinnacle where they could gaze down upon the crimson earth and behold the entirety of the world. 3 minutes later, with a collective shout, the Death's Embrace soared into the skies, breaking free from the treacherous currents of the upside-down mountain. In that moment, the 4 individuals beheld the entirety of the inverted mountain. Gazing upon the vast, boundless expanse of the sea ahead, which was divided into several lines interspersed with countless points, yet all converging towards a singular destination. On either side and all around, for rivers flowed from below, long and profound. At that moment, within one of the three rivers, a pirate ship was navigating upstream against the current. A 12-year-old boy leaned against the ship's wall, his expression somber, cradling a western sword in his arms. He wore a winter hat adorned with leopard spots, dark circles under his eyes, and two small golden earrings dangling from his ears. His casual long-sleeved attire featured a hood, while his deep blue trousers were dotted with patterns. "Master Ro, you are summoned." A deep voice reverberated, causing the boy to momentarily pause, his gaze flickering as he slowly rose to his feet. "P.S. Tada. Ro makes his entrance. So on whose ship is Ro?" I believe the answer is quite apparent. "Good morning, crew. Since this is a scheduled release set for 2 in the morning, I bid you all a warm good morning." This pirate ship was of medium size, currently racing swiftly towards the summit of the inverted mountain, propelled by the rising tide. The atmosphere aboard was somewhat subdued, as the crew remained silent. They sat firmly in place, the ship rocking violently, yet they stood unwavering, exuding an air of calm. The boy named Ro rose and navigated the swaying vessel, appearing unsteady. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he pressed forward. After a brief moment, he entered a cabin. "Master," he said, bowing slightly, his face devoid of emotion. "Ha, Ro. How has your training been of late? You seem unable to stand steadily. You are quite lacking," came the chilling laughter from the figure in the cabin. "This will not do." Ro remained expressionless, offering no response, merely standing silently. "With your current strength, you cannot enter the Grand Line," the voice continued, but Ro remained unfazed. Observing Ro's demeanor, the speaker found it rather dull, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes before he chuckled again. "Come, let us go outside and behold the scenery of the inverted mountain. It is rather splendid." Upon finishing his words, the figure rose from the shadows, stepping into the light to reveal his appearance. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, adorned with sunglasses, and he wore a pink feather coat paired with cropped trousers. His shoes, pointed like a sword, completed his striking ensemble. A sinister smile perpetually graced his face, instilling a sense of fear. Despite the ship's tumultuous rocking, he moved with ease, swiftly exiting the room, while Ro, swaying unsteadily, followed silently, his resolve evident. "We are almost there." The figure's face lit up with an ambitious grin as he sighed deeply. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. "Did you hear? The era is calling me." Ha ha ha. The figure exhibited a pathological frenzy, demonstrating an unwavering obsession and ambition towards dreams and aspirations. The ship surged forward at a remarkable pace, and the figure's feathered coat fluttered wildly in the wind as he extended his arms, allowing the fierce gusts to envelop him, exuding an air of exhilaration. "Ro, you are about to witness the birth of a monarch upon the grand maritime route, are you not?" he exclaimed. "Is this not an exhilarating and thrilling event?" A sudden surge propelled the vessel, reaching the terminus and breaking free from the channel. The figure could not suppress a peculiar cry, for the call of the era was drawing ever closer. In the next instant, all aboard the ship were taken aback. They beheld another vessel soaring from a different direction at the very moment they ascended into the sky. At this juncture, the two ships were a mere 10 meters apart. The crew exchanged glances, and the figure observed a young man lazily leaning against the wall of the opposing ship, cradling a rapier in his arms. This striking resemblance to Ro aboard his own ship was uncanny. "Ha, Ro, do you see that person? He bears an uncanny resemblance to you," the figure shouted exuberantly. Ro, upon catching sight of the individual, narrowed his eyes in intrigue. In the following moment, the figure trembled his fingers slightly. On the Reaper, Dylan's suddenly shifted expression, a murderous intent surging within him. He sensed fine threads coiling towards him from the other ship, indicating that the adversaries were preparing to strike. "Captain," Dylan shouted, his body quaking as the power of space trembled, severing the delicate threads. Yang Qing's gaze turned icy as she regarded the approaching vessel, her fingers deftly rubbing together, producing a sharp sound. With a sudden pop, a luminous barrier swiftly enveloped a radius of 30 meters around her. The faint sound of friction echoed as the fine lines directed towards Mariah and Robin were reduced to mere dust, causing the figure clad in pink feathers to change expression, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. "Quite formidable indeed, Doflamingo." From the opposing ship, a cold voice resonated as Yang Qing slightly bent her index finger, an ominous intent surfacing. "You are truly courting death." Doflamingo's expression shifted. He sensed the air aboard his ship growing thin, the space beginning to solidify, instilling an overwhelming sense of uncontrollability, which weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, in the next moment, the two vessels crossed paths, nearly brushing against one another. Consider yourself fortunate. Yang Qing's expression bore a hint of exasperation as she moved her index finger, dispelling the binding force. The two ships swiftly diverged, sailing away. Doflamingo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his eyes narrowed in contemplation. This young individual exuded an extraordinarily dangerous aura. Who could he possibly be? Doflam. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air behind him as Pico exclaimed. Doflamingo immediately turned, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. Robin was gone. That emotionless child had vanished. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his expression turning frosty. Damn it! Find out the identity of that pirate crew. Doflamingo seethed. Soon, Diamante approached with a grave expression, darkly stating, Doflam, that group is not to be trifled with. Oh? A flicker of confusion crossed Doflamingo's face as he glanced at the bounty notice held by Diamante. The first glance made his pupils constrict sharply. 100 million. The notice unmistakably depicted the lethargic man, reminiscent of Law, yet the long string of zeros beneath it was glaringly conspicuous. The Grim Reaper Pirates. Doflamingo uttered these 5 words with a grave tone, a lasting impression of the languid young man, who cradled a western sword, etched in his mind. On board the Grim Reaper, Dillons noticed the sudden appearance of a child on the ship and instinctively covered his forehead, momentarily neglecting the rapidly descending Reaper. So, my dear captain, can you enlighten me on the origin of this child? What a gloomy little brat. He appears to have quite the temper. Robin exclaimed in surprise. Law pressed his lips tightly together, staring at the 4 peculiar figures that had suddenly materialized before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. How had he unexpectedly transitioned from Doflamingo's fleet to this place? Who on earth were these 4 individuals? Mariah adjusted her glasses, observing Law quietly before wisely stating, It seems this is our new companion. A line of annoyance crossed Law's face. What crew member? Did he even agree to this? Can you refrain from taking liberties? Of course, these thoughts were merely his inner tumult. Externally, he maintained a stoic demeanor, exuding calmness. This was the wisdom gleaned from years of solitude. One must never allow their thoughts to manifest upon their visage. Moria was indeed correct. This child would soon become one of our crew. With a casual smile, Yang Qing leaned against the ship's wall, speaking languidly. The captain's words dispelled the doubts of the other 3. Dillons cast aside his prior inquiries and turned his attention to Luo. Now, allow me to introduce you, newcomer. It seems I have yet to consent to joining your ranks. Luo could no longer restrain himself. How long would this group continue to act on their own accord? He erupted. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows, maneuvering the death god to float in the air, skimming the opposing currents as it headed toward the sea below. Paying no heed to Luo's words. Newcomer, spare us your useless chatter. The captain has decided your fate. You have no choice but to introduce yourself, Dillon declared, adopting the demeanor of a rogue. He then glanced at Robin. Isn't that right, Robin? Indeed, Robin replied with a knowing glint in her eyes. You really have no choice. It's best to comply and introduce yourself. She blinked innocently, casting a sideways glance at Yang Qing. This man truly offered no opportunity for choice. I refuse to join you, Luo stated bluntly, without a hint of hesitation. A flicker of anger crossed Dillon's face. He felt belittled and found the boy suddenly irksome. Hey, kid, do you even know what you're saying? Dillon brandished his fist, but Luo merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. His tone resolute. I said I refuse to join. Furthermore, let me inform you that band of pirates you encountered is quite formidable. You've attracted serious trouble. Oh. A smile crept across Yang Qing's face, his eyebrows arching slightly as he turned to Luo. You see, young man, in my life, I fear nothing as much as trouble. Luo's eyes narrowed. If memory served, it was this very man who had, unbeknownst to him, transferred him from that ship to this one. A person whom even Don Quixote Doflamingo could not stop. Who exactly was he? Well then, do you desire vengeance? Yang Qing asked with a smile, his tone casual. Luo's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Qing. Who are you? If you wish for revenge, then join us, Yang Qing replied nonchalantly. His right hand quivering slightly as the death god accelerated, drawing ever closer to the sea below. Luo's expression began to oscillate, a tempest of emotions crossing his face. In that moment, he sensed an unfathomable depth to the man before him, a presence more daunting than that of Doflamingo himself. From this day forth, you shall serve as our ship's doctor, our surgeon, Yang Qing declared with a smile, turning his gaze to Morita. Morita, you will handle internal medicine. Morita nodded, a perplexed look crossing her face as she regarded Luo. I didn't expect this boy to be a doctor, but how did the captain discern that? In the end, Luo nodded in agreement. The seemingly nonchalant demeanor and relaxed posture of the man before him instilled an inexplicable sense of security. This captain appeared to be a promising choice. At the very least, he bore no trace of the bloodthirsty savagery that characterized Doflamingo. The death god sped toward the sea below. And as they departed the turbulent currents of Reverse Mountain, Yang Qing's hand twitched, and the protective barrier was retracted, allowing the ship to land smoothly on the ocean's surface. This is the North Sea, Dylan shouted, gripping the helm, his expression dark as he barked at Luo. Newcomer, prepare the food. This is your trial. Luo turned away with a scowl, ignoring Dylan, but after 10 seconds, he made his way to the kitchen. He was feeling a touch hungry. Yang Qing leaned against the bow of the ship and suddenly called out softly. After Dylan's responded, he continued, from now on, you shall teach Luo the art of body technique, while I shall impart the swordsmanship. Ah? Dylan's exclaimed, his voice tinged with disdain. You mean I have to teach him how to cultivate too? Well, I did promise to help him avenge, Yang Qing replied casually, but then his gaze sharpened, becoming serious. Moreover, he is already our brother. Dylan's eyes flickered, and he nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, everyone gathered on the deck, forming a circle around an abundance of sumptuous provisions. The food wafted enticing aromas, and a large bottle of rum was placed before each person. Today we have newcomers, so let us celebrate. Yang Qing sat cross-legged on the deck, a smile gracing his face as he twisted open the cap of the rum and boldly poured it down his throat. With a bellow, Dylan's too uncorked his bottle and unceremoniously gulped it down. Robin, her face beaming with joy, took a hearty swig, the fiery liquid causing her to cough. Yet her smile remained bright. Molia, on the other hand, sipped delicately, her expression calm. It's your turn, lad. Once aboard our ship, you are family now. Dylan seized the rum bottle in front of Luo, giving it a hefty shake before declaring loudly. Luo hesitated, prompting Dylan's impatience to rise. He opened the bottle and without hesitation poured it into Luo's mouth, causing Luo to choke, tears welling in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Yang Qing burst into laughter at Luo's plight, with Robin and Molia joining in the mirth. Dylan's, Luo will kill you for this. Robin laughed until tears streamed down her face. I'm terrified of him. Dylan scoffed, dismissing the threat. At that moment, Luo, recovering, shouted, You bastard. I'm going to take you down. The two engaged in a spirited tussle, while Yang Qing and the others merely laughed, not intervening. 10 minutes later, both sat at the table, battered and bruised, glaring at each other with fiery intensity. Luo. Introduce yourself, Yang Qing said casually. Trafalgar D. Waterluo, but you may call me Luo, he said, rubbing his sore eyes. Molia handed him an ice pack, and he paused before softly expressing his gratitude, pressing it against his face, feeling a wave of relief. Molia, I want one too. This guy hits too hard. Look at my face. Dylan's exclaimed, drawing another laugh from Robin. Not happening, Molia replied coldly, placing the remaining ice pack gently into her small suitcase. The four present seemed to hear the sound of hearts shattering, stifling their laughter. Seeing this, Luo's face broke into a smile, but the movement pulled at his wounds, twisting his expression into an amusing grimace. I am Lucifer. Hello, we shall live together from now on. Yang Qing smiled warmly. I am Molia. Nice to meet you, Luo. She added. Molia nodded. I am Robin. Hello, Ro. Let us strive together. Robin cheerfully exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in an endearing manner. Dylan's, you little rascal. You shall remember me from now on. Dylan's gritted his teeth in pain. Yang Qing observed as everyone introduced themselves, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Well then, let our banquet commence. Dylan's, please sing a song to welcome our new companions. Dylan's was momentarily taken aback, glaring fiercely at Luo, who unabashedly returned the look. Soon, an excruciatingly off-key singing echoed aboard the Death Scythe, accompanied by the incessant laughter of Robin and Moria. Luo's expression shifted as he gazed at Dylan's, who was singing joyfully despite the pain, his eyes betraying a hint of something more. Dylan's voice resonated throughout the ship, carried by the sea breeze as the Death Scythe set sail with remarkable speed. They laughed and sang along the way, celebrating the arrival of their new crew member and reveling in the joy of newfound companionship. With the familiar melody beginning, the crew joined in singing Bink Sake, joyfully gulping down wine while wearing broad smiles. A delightful atmosphere enveloped the pirate ship, with the crew singing boisterously. Despite their apparent incompatibility, Luo and Dylan's became intoxicated, embracing each other as they belted out pirate songs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, disappearing into the sea, the crew fell into a deep slumber, their snores echoing like thunder. When they awoke the following day, the death scythe had anchored beside an island. Yang Qing rubbed his eyes, grasped the western longsword beside him, and then made his way to the bow of the ship. Having indulged a bit too much the previous day, his head still throbbed with discomfort. As he slowly approached the bow, a gentle sea breeze enveloped him, gradually awakening his senses and alleviating his discomfort. Where am I? Upon reaching the bow, Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. The ship was snugly anchored near the shore, and as he gazed towards the island, he was struck by the lively scene before him. However, the circumstances on this island left him somewhat astonished. Am I in a haven for gamblers? Yang Qing muttered in disbelief. Not far from the shoreline, there lay a modest town. Though small, it was bustling with activity, where a group of burly men shouted with flushed faces, their eyes wide with fervor. They were indeed gambling. There was no mistaking it. Big, big, big. Small, small, small. If I win this round, I'll head home. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't win. The cacophony of voices erupted, creating a veritable sanctuary for gamblers. Within the town, everyone seemed engrossed in gambling. With a casino almost every 10 meters and nothing else in sight, it appeared that the ocean currents had carried them to the notorious Sigras Island in the North Sea. Luo pressed his temples as he approached Yang Qing from behind. Oh, the famous gambling island. Molia also stirred awake. At that moment, Dylan's roused as well. Trembling slightly as he materialized beneath Yang Qing, half reclining and gazing longingly at the island, saying with interest, "Looks like we can have some fun, Robin." Robin's expression darkened. "No money, don't even think about it." Laughter erupted among the crew. And Luo seized the opportunity to taunt his rival. "Even if you were to play, you wouldn't win. What did you say, Brad?" Dylan's face soured, and he sprang to his feet in a flash. "Since we're here, we might as well take a look inside," Yang Qing said. Unfazed by the renewed bickering between the two, he disembarked from the ship, with Robin and Morlia closely following. Ultimately, Dylan's chose to remain behind to guard the ship. As his injuries had yet to heal, his eyes were still bruised and swollen, preventing him from facing anyone, which incensed him further. Meanwhile, Luo wore a smug smile as he left, casting a mocking glance back. "Brat, just wait. When I teach you martial arts, I'll make sure you enjoy every moment." Dylan's declared fiercely, then trembled slightly before ascending to the top of the mast, where he leaned back to rest. Yang Qing and his companions gathered together and slowly made their way onto the gambling island. As they drew nearer, they could feel the vibrant atmosphere that enveloped the isle. It was their first visit to such a place, and everyone craned their necks, curiosity sparkling in their eyes as they observed everything around them. They beheld an array of gambling games, Jiajin Hua, Mahjong, the Big Wheel, each more enticing than the last. The crowd was equally diverse, comprising pirates, navy officers, commoners, and merchants, all congregating in this lively locale. "Ro, would you care to try your luck at a game?" Yang Qing inquired with a smile. Ro was taken aback and shook his head. "I am not familiar with this." I want to play," Robin exclaimed, eagerly rushing to a table. She noticed others placing their berries in a designated area marked with fine print, and her excitement surged as she prepared to place her bet. Yang Qing and others closely followed Robin, eager to witness the outcome. However, at that moment, a figure interjected, blocking Robin's impending wager. With a smile, he said, No, my dear lady, you ought to place your bet here." He then took Robin's hand and guided it to the large letter. A surge of anger rose within Robin's face as she turned and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I want small." "Yes, that is correct." The stranger replied, "Madam, you must trust me. Today is my lucky day." Robin, incensed, was at a loss for words, bewildered by the unexpected intrusion of this peculiar individual. Yang Qing and the others stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a man adorned in a cowboy hat atop his head, a deep blue jacket gracing his torso, denim trousers enveloping his legs, and cowboy boots completing his ensemble, a quintessential Western attire. He stood there with a smile, exuding an air of charisma. As Luo narrowed his eyes, he discerned something unusual. His right hand instinctively grasped the rapier, but in the next moment, Yang Qing restrained the blade, shaking his head in disapproval. They observed in silence. A glimmer flickered in Luo's eyes as he nodded and relinquished his grip on the sword. Molia regarded the unexpected cowboy with curiosity. In the following instant, the dealer unveiled the contents beneath the lid, revealing dice on the gambling table. A wave of disheartened expressions washed over the crowd, save for Robin, who wore a face of astonishment. 4, 5, 6, what a stroke of luck, exclaimed Robin, turning to the cowboy with intrigue. I told you, today is my lucky day. The cowboy replied with a grin. Who are you? Robin inquired. You may call me Trist, though they often refer to me as the card master. Trist introduced himself with a charming smile. Trist? Robin pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had not encountered that name before. Yang Qing and the others exchanged glances. Having never heard the name before, yet feeling an inexplicable eeriness surrounding the individual. At that moment, those nearby who had heard Trist's voice caught sight of the cowboy figure, gasping in shock and hurriedly retreating. Yes, it was Trist, the master of cards. Quickly, they thought, keep your distance, do not get involved. It was that person, the dreadful one. Within mere seconds, the area around them had become barren. Ro narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, standing beside Robin, gazing at Trist as he remarked. It seems they harbor a great fear of you. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Such is the will of fate, Trist replied, raising an eyebrow. They simply do not understand me. Ro was perplexed. However, the next instant, a throng of individuals clad in black, their faces contorted with malice, charged forth. The leader pointed at Trist and bellowed, It is him. Kill him. Trist, witnessing this scene, remained unfazed, albeit slightly surprised as he glanced at Yang Qing and the others. He murmured, Fate has been distorted. With a flick of his right hand, a card materialized, and he turned to face the advancing black-clad figures, smiling as he spoke. The goddess of fortune is smiling. Shall we engage in a gamble? Yang Qing, observing the rapid approach of the black-clad men, snapped his fingers, and with a crack, he swiftly transported Ro and Robin before him. Watching intently, he smiled gently. In the arena, the black-clad men quickly encircled Trist, their breaths heavy, wielding their blades as they nervously scrutinized the smiling cowboy. Everything lay within the cards. Trist wore a faint smile before tossing the card into the air. All present clearly witnessed the moment the card fell to the ground. A circle of crimson light illuminating the area, reminiscent of a card deal, layers of cards appeared, blanketing a 10-meter radius around Trist. Let us engage in a gamble. The victor shall live, the vanquished shall die, Trist declared with a smile. As the black-clad men surrounded him, each found a card in their hands. They seemed to forget their initial purpose, momentarily entranced by the magical spectacle, their gaze drawn to the cards they held. Simultaneously, Trist revealed his own card, stating, It appears no one holds a card greater than mine. The goddess of fortune is indeed smiling. With that, Trist tucked away his card and departed. At the moment of his exit, all those who had received cards collapsed in terror, gradually losing consciousness. The scene caused Robin to gasp, a grave light emerging in Luo's eyes, while Yang Qing appeared contemplative. This individual is quite peculiar, Robin remarked with a hint of trepidation. Indeed. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Luo responded solemnly, nodding in affirmation. It seems so. Yang Qing's eyes flickered as he gently nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they continued their leisurely stroll along Seeger's Road. 3 hours later, Luo, burdened by a hefty package, wore an extremely displeased expression. He glanced at the relaxed Yang Qing and Robin, as well as the carefree Morlia, feeling an intense sense of imbalance within. Why must it be me? I'm still just a child. Luo bellowed in frustration. Youth should engage in more exercise. It is beneficial, Yang Qing explained with a polite smile, exuding refinement. Moreover, as the captain, such trivial tasks should not fall upon my shoulders. Robin and Morlia exchanged secret smiles, while Luo's face darkened to an extreme shade. The four of them chatted and laughed as they made their way towards the death god. They had nearly explored the entirety of the island and were heading to the next one. Just as they were about to exit the small town, a figure appeared before them. Upon seeing this silhouette, Yang Qing paused, and Luo's eyes flickered with seriousness. What do you want? Luo said stiffly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, the wild demon cry. Trister scrutinized the four before him, seemingly grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. After scratching his head, he directed his gaze towards Yang Qing. I wish to engage in a wager. At this pronouncement, the expressions of Luo, Morlia, and Robin shifted drastically. They were all too aware of how bizarre Trister's wagers could be, often placing their very lives at stake. Oh, Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. What is the reason? Standing before you. Trister took a deep breath. I sense that fate has been distorted. Fate? Yang Qing chuckled, for he was the least inclined to believe in such a concept. from rising from obscurity to prominence. From a mere commoner to a notorious pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions, how many had transcended their original destinies in this world? Fate was merely a shackle meant to be shattered. Who could it truly bind? And what are the stakes? Yang Qing inquired further, eliciting a smile from Trister but causing Luo and the others to pale, urgently calling out to their captain, wary of the cowboy's eerie abilities. If you lose, you naturally forfeit your life. If I lose, I will join you, Trister said with a smile, seemingly devoid of any sympathy for the cruel outcome. Oh, you wish to wager my life for yours? Yang Qing replied with a hint of amusement. His nonchalant demeanor only heightened Luo and the others' concern. Luo had already drawn his blade, having resolved that should their captain lose, he would immediately slay the opponent. Such a gamble was far too perilous. Entrusting one's life to fate was simply unreliable. That is one way to interpret it, Trister nodded, both men smiling. Yet the others felt a bead of sweat trickle down their backs. So, shall we begin? Very well, Yang Qing answered. Yang Qing casually remarked, her nonchalant demeanor reflecting a disregard for her own life, which caused a flicker of astonishment in Trist's eyes. Everything lay within the cards, with a handful in hand. He unveiled one, tossing it forward. Instantly, an ethereal ripple manifested upon the ground, layers of crimson cards spreading across a 10-meter radius, enveloping both individuals within. In mere moments, each held a card in their grasp. Let the outcome be revealed. Trist cast forth the card he held. Yang Qing's eyes flickered as she glanced at her cards. In that moment, the three behind her were exceedingly tense, deeply concerned for her safety. What would be the outcome? With a casual toss, Yang Qing's card fell to the ground. At that instant, those present who caught sight of the card tightened their eyes, their pupils widening in astonishment. Could there possibly be anything greater than this? Luo gasped in disbelief. Surely, there cannot be. Luo Bin discreetly glanced at Yang Qing, realizing just how fortunate she truly was. Chui Ct's hand trembled as he revealed a bitter smile. I concede. I shall join you. Yang Qing smiled nonchalantly and waved his hand, saying, well then, let us board the ship. It is time to set sail. Luo and the others exchanged glances with Trister before swiftly following Yang Qing. Their eyes held a peculiar expression, seemingly tinged with a hint of sympathy. After all, it was rather pitiable that someone like Trister, with extraordinary gambling skills and luck that defied the odds, had lost. Especially to such a hand. Hey, Captain, did you foresee your victory? Luo inquired curiously while hefting a massive backpack, glancing back at Trister, who had perked up his ears. No, Yang Qing responded. Once aboard the ship, everyone relayed the incident to Dylan's, who regarded Yang Qing with an odd look and then inquired, did you utilize your new ability? Not at all. It was purely luck, Yang Qing replied with a smile. After all, one must accept the outcome of a gamble. I am prepared for death, should it come. This statement caused the crew to narrow their eyes, their hearts trembling slightly. In the face of the unknown perils of life and death, Yang Qing remained remarkably composed. Such fortitude was indeed befitting of a captain. Then, what exactly was that card? Dylan's asked curiously, his gaze drifting towards the peculiar man in a cowboy outfit who had just boarded. Luo exchanged incredulous glances with Moria and Robin before responding in disbelief. The king. Dylan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to the languid figure seated at the bow of the ship. P.S. Well, do not mind the cardmaster. It is merely a devil fruit. In truth, the author knows nothing of LOL, only recognizing Zhao Exine, haha. An earnest plea for support, my friends. Trister also cast a frustrated look at Yang Qing. No one had anticipated that this time, the man would draw the highest card, bringing the entire competition to an unceremonious conclusion. If it were him, that card would indeed be quite normal, Dylan's murmured suddenly, no longer dwelling on the matter. He turned to Trister and asked, so, what is the purpose of this cowboy fellow? A new crew member, Luo replied nonchalantly, exhibiting a lack of interest. Oh, you too. Go lower the sails. We are preparing to set sail, Dylan's commanded from his resting place, while Yang Qing returned to his usual spot, half closing his eyes and beginning to relax languidly. The pirate ship unfurled its sails, the side-shaped pirate flag billowing in the wind as it ventured forth into the sea. Luo and Trister busied themselves organizing the ship's belongings before Trister approached the helm. Hey, newcomer, are you capable? Dylan's called out loudly. Actually, I am a navigator. Trister replied politely with a smile. He then rubbed his hands together, producing several cards. Choose one, Vice Captain. Dylan's eyes sparkled. He had wanted to gamble earlier, but was thwarted by Robin. Now, he seized the opportunity with excitement, and picked a card, turning it over to show Trister. A demon? Trist gazed at Dylan's with a hint of surprise, then tilted his head to observe the fluttering pirate flag. His pupils dilated as he uttered, "You are the Grim Reapers?" "Indeed, we are the Grim Reaper pirates," Rona replied, perplexed. "You were unaware?" "Oh, my heavens!" Trist sighed deeply, tears streaming down his cheeks. "My fate. Oh, my fate has been twisted." "What a lunatic," Dylan scoffed, discarding the cards in his hand before retreating for a rest. As evening descended, another feast commenced to welcome Trist aboard. Trist, with his amiable demeanor and gentlemanly charm, proved to be quite sociable, unlike the capricious Dylans or the somber Ron. He was a natural at uplifting the atmosphere, and soon, the Grim Reaper ship was filled with laughter and merriment. The following day, Yang Qing began to instruct Ron in the art of swordsmanship, focusing solely on the fundamentals rather than advanced techniques. By afternoon, Dylans approached Ron with a sinister grin, eager to teach him combat skills, delivering a training regimen thrice as intense as Yang Qing's, leaving Ron's face twitching. "Kid, you better be courteous to me from now on," Dylan sneered. In Ron's eyes, Dylans appeared as a demon with horns sprouting from his head, causing a shiver to run through him. This man was undoubtedly seeking personal revenge. As the Grim Reaper ship navigated the North Sea, 6 months slipped by unnoticed. During this time, they had encountered other pirate crews, but it was Ron who generally took action. Remarkably, within just half a year, Ron's bounty had soared to 30 million berries. Meanwhile, the newcomer Trist showed little ambition, dedicating himself entirely to his role as navigator, occasionally drawing a few cards and cheerfully predicting the weather ahead. "Ron has grown significantly," Yang Qing remarked, observing Ron sweat as he trained vigorously. "Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable talent," Dylans concurred, noting how their bond had deepened over the past 6 months. Although they still engaged in playful banter, their hearts were united. "Let us set sail for other seas," Yang Qing suddenly declared. Dylans paused, then nodded. "All right, I shall inform the crew." After half a year, they had explored nearly every corner of the North Sea. Their experiences had broadened their horizons, and powerful pirates were scarce in these waters, providing ample opportunities for the new crew members to hone their skills. This was Yang Qing's plan, to select a few outstanding crew members from the 4 seas and aid their growth through these experiences. "Yet we are still in need of a cook. Not a single person aboard can prepare a meal," Yang Qing lamented, his face trembling at the thought, leaving him quite distressed. Under Trist's guidance, the Grim Reaper ship swiftly sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Approximately a month later, Yang Qing and the other 5 finally beheld the majestic Reverse Mountain once more. Upon witnessing the awe-inspiring sight, their hearts brimmed with excitement. "Wow, the ascending currents! How thrilling!" Trister shouted exuberantly, deftly maneuvering the helm in his hands. Then, with a thunderous roar, the vessel, known as the Reaper, surged up the inverted mountain, traversing the terrain like a roller coaster, stirring up endless waves. The Reaper swayed violently before ultimately transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Qing summoned a luminous barrier that enveloped the death god. Under his control, the vessel gracefully descended towards the western seas. A quarter of an hour later, the death god landed smoothly in the waters of the West Sea. "Wow, boss, your powers are truly remarkable. Capable of making the ship fly," cried Trister, witnessing Yang Qing's abilities for the first time. Luo, equally astonished, gazed at Yang Qing, pondering the nature of his powers. "Next, we must locate the chef in this vast expanse of ocean," Yang Qing remarked nonchalantly, causing a shiver to run through his companions as they detected the palpable frustration in his words. "Ahem, we've searched the North Sea as well, but boss, your standards for crew members are excessively stringent," Trister coughed, lamenting the preference for personal affinity over skill. "Indeed, the reputation of my Death God pirate crew has spread far and wide, with countless individuals clamoring to join us, yet you refuse them. In my opinion, that girl named Laysai seems quite promising," Dylan grumbled. "Enough of this nonsense, let us get the ship moving." Yang Qing waved his hand. The Death God resumed its voyage, while Trister casually manned the helm, singing a pirate song. 3 hours later, the ship approached an island, and all but Trister disembarked. "Alas, the goddess of fate has informed me that today is not a suitable day for disembarkation," Trister explained in response to Luo's questioning gaze. "Uft," Luo scoffed, turning away disdainfully. Trister had used that absurd excuse countless times before. Once ashore, the group naturally indulged in a hearty meal. They randomly chose a restaurant and entered, and within a quarter of an hour, the table was laden with an array of dishes. Just as they were nearing the end of their feast, a sudden loud crash erupted nearby. Turning to investigate, they found a table overturned, plates strewn about the floor. "Boss, look at this. Is this even edible? It's utterly disgusting," a man in a naval uniform shouted, angrily pointing at the food scattered on the ground. P.S. New crew member, Chef Cohen. Wasting food should be punishable by death. Soon, the proprietor appeared, a youth of around 16 or 17, smiling but clearly perplexed. "What seems to be the problem, officer? You're serving this to dogs. It's inedible. How can this fried rice be acceptable?" The naval officer berated. "Oh." The boy's eyes narrowed momentarily before he donned a new expression. "Inedible? That's impossible. I am confident in my fried rice. It cannot be bad." He then bent down, scooping up the dirted fried rice and tossing it into his mouth. This shocking display caused the onlookers to gasp. The food was filthy, clearly unappetizing. Yet the boy chewed and swallowed with determination. "I've tasted it, and it's quite good. Delicious." The young boy relentlessly devoured the fried rice scattered on the ground, his expression indifferent as he swallowed the filthy morsels without hesitation. This scene left the onlookers in shock, for they had never witnessed such audacity. The boy showed no regard for the unsanitary food, consuming every last grain until the ground was bare. Only then did he rise to his feet. Facing the astonished naval officer, a stormy expression darkened his face. Those who disrespect food deserve nothing less than damnation. Suddenly, the boy extended his right hand, seizing the officer's head and forcefully driving it down against the table. The resounding crash echoed through the space, and with a cold demeanor, the boy unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the officer. "Do you comprehend the value of food? Do you understand?" he exclaimed, his eyes burning with fury, showing no mercy in his assault. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded, witnessing a naval officer being brutally beaten by a mere boy, who, after landing the first blow, seemed to have rendered the officer utterly motionless. This peculiar spectacle stirred a mix of astonishment and intrigue among the spectators. "A devil fruit user," exclaimed Law, his eyes gleaming with realization. "His food looks delectable. He's the one," Yang Qing remarked with a smile, pointing at the frenzied boy in the center of the chaos. The other members of the Grim Reaper pirates were equally astonished, unable to fathom Yang Qing's sudden decision. No one dared to question whether the boy would agree. Such a thought was dismissed. "Ask Law, ask Robin, would their objections matter? Our captain is a domineering yet charming leader who would brook no dissent from his crew." At that moment, the boy finally ceased his assault, leaving the officer sprawled on the ground, motionless and bruised. After a brief interval, the boy shouted, "Get out." The officer trembled and, filled with trepidation, managed to rise to his feet, his gaze filled with fear as he slowly exited the dining area, struggling against the pain coursing through his body. "Glades, you've struck a naval officer. This could escalate." An elderly man rose, expressing his concern. "I cannot tolerate anyone's disrespect for food." Glades clenched his fists, his tone fierce. "They have no concept of its worth." Sighing, the old man shook his head. "Take care of yourself. I advise you to leave here swiftly." He departed, and the other patrons, equally alarmed, hastily left as well. The incident of a restaurant owner assaulting a naval officer was no trivial matter. The customers were not foolish and wished to steer clear of trouble. "Lucifer, shall we take our leave?" Dilence whispered, glancing around to find they were the last remaining patrons, quietly inquiring. Yang Qing shook his head, smiling as he said, "Why should we leave? The food on the table remains uneaten. Let us finish our meal before we depart." The others nodded in agreement, silently resuming their consumption of the dishes before them. Glades cast a fleeting glance at them, and then turned his attention back, quietly beginning to tidy up the restaurant. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the restaurant. Glades paused momentarily and then addressed Yang Qing and the others, saying, "You should leave quickly. There's a back door over there. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. I do not wish to implicate you." After his words, he disregarded Yang Qing and his companions, striding toward the entrance. A scornful smile crept across Dylan's face, while the others continued to eat in silence, unresponsive to Glade's warning. What a joke! Would the Grim Reaper pirates fear a naval detachment station on the island? Just as Glades was about to exit, over 20 naval officers entered the restaurant, their automatic rifles raised, encircling the modest establishment. Glades found himself at the center of this formation, a weight of gravity settling upon him as he clenched his fists tightly. The rifles trained on him created an overwhelming pressure, and without his awareness, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. "Do not move. If you do, I shall shoot you dead." The lead officer, with with a stern countenance, advanced toward Glades. His military boots echoing with each step, Glades felt a surge of anxiety. Though he possessed the powers of a devil fruit user, he had only scratched the surface of his abilities. Faced with more than 20 rifles, he lacked the confidence to evade them all. In a one-on-one scenario, he would have felt assured, but against such numbers, any rash movement would lead him to a certain demise. Indeed, do not move, the officer commanded as he approached, delivering a powerful kick to Glade's side, sending him stumbling backward into a table. Pain flickered in Glade's eyes, yet he remained standing. His gaze icy as he fixated on the officer before him. "Do not look at me like that. It frightens me," the officer sneered, landing a heavy punch to Glade's face, causing him to crash to the ground. The force of the blow left Glades dazed, and in a surge of anger, he clenched his right hand. The air around him shifted dramatically, prompting the naval officers to instinctively retreat. In the next moment, the sounds of rifles clicking echoed ominously, pressed against his head, causing Glade's skin to quiver. "I warned you not to move. Why did you not heed my words?" The officer glared at Glades, stating coldly, "You dare to act against the personnel of the Grand Island Naval Division. I must commend your audacity. Remember the name of Lieutenant Hateson. Relay it to those below once you are dead." Hateson's gaze bore into Glades with malice as he slowly drew his sword from his waist. At that instant, a sudden commotion erupted within the restaurant. Hateson turned his head and was momentarily taken aback to see 5 individuals standing. His gaze instantly grew colder as he looked at them and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "Ah, you ask us? We are pirates." Dillons waved his hand and uttered a statement that left the more than 20 Navy officers present utterly astonished. "P.S. The collection of my Grim Reaper pirate crew is nearing 5,000, yet there are so few flowers. Come on, brothers, send in the flowers, the ratings. There's no need for rewards. Once we go live, I will unleash a storm, and you will enjoy it to the fullest. Now, let our data soar." The Navy officers, led by Hateson, were indeed stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend, thinking they had misheard. They could not help but ask again, You say you are what?" "Pirates," Dillons replied, a broad smile spreading across his face, as everyone except Yang Qing stood up. "Pirates." Hateson now heard clearly, and the reality dawned upon him. In an instant, over 20 guns were aimed at Yang Qing and his companions, prompting Dillons to raise an eyebrow, while Luo, with a cold expression, gripped his blade. "Ghost cry." Yang Qing, however, nonchalantly continued to sip his water. "Navy, you are quite bold to dare point your guns at us," Dillons said, his tone turning icy, carrying an air of intimidation that made Hateson and his crew tense up immediately. From the expressions of the 5 before them, they discerned 2 things. First, this group bore no fear of them, and second, they were not to be trifled with. Of course, due to the remoteness of this area, these Navy officers typically oppressed the common folk and paid little attention to pirates, which led them to miss out on the latest bounty notices and remain unaware of Yang Qing's identity. "You are pirates, yet you dare to stand here nonchalantly. Are you seeking death?" Hateson's tone was harsh as he turned to Gladys, saying, "You're actually mingling with pirates. You are doomed." Gladys's expression changed, and he defended himself. "I'm not a pirate." Hateson smirked mockingly, offering no reply. "I say you are, therefore you are. You do not even grasp who rules this island. It is truly laughable." "Boss, what do we do?" Dillons asked, turning to his leader, unbothered by the Navy's presence. "Leave it to Luo," Yang Qing replied indifferently, then stood up and casually walked towards the exit. Dillons nodded and followed Yang Qing closely, while Nico Robin exchanged a glance with Luo and also stepped out with a light laugh. The 4 individuals treated the Navy officers before them as if they were mere air. Faced with over 20 guns, Yang Qing and his companions exhibited no trace of fear, sauntering out with an air of confidence. This scene left Gladys, who dared not move a muscle, profoundly shocked, as the demeanor of Yang Qing and the others etched itself into his memory. Who were they? Gleeds felt a surge of exhilaration within him. Standing resolutely before more than 20 guns, surrounded by so many naval officers. As a pirate, he exuded an air of nonchalance that was far from ordinary. Even more astonishing to Gleeds and the assembled Navy was the fact that, in the face of the brazen demeanor of the 4 individuals, they were rendered utterly incapable of any response. It was as if the young man at the forefront emanated an oppressive force that paralyzed anyone from making a move against him. Although the guns trembled, they remained steadfastly aimed in one direction. Cold sweat dripped down Hudson's forehead as the leading youth brushed past him, a terrifying pressure almost causing him to kneel. His instincts screamed that this individual was formidable. Only after Yang Qing and his companions exited did the 20 or so Navy officers regain their composure. Glaring at the expressionless Luo and Gleeds, they summoned their courage, determined to seize the 2 and deal with the 4. Hudson shouted, "Capture them." Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he coldly uttered, "Room." With a resounding pop, a peculiar circle of light enveloped the area, causing the Navy's expressions to shift dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Hudson lunged at Luo. At that moment, Gleeds gritted his teeth and unleashed his own powers. The surrounding air suddenly grew taut, becoming noticeably thinner. Luo's gaze flickered as he turned to the ladder. 3 minutes later, over 20 naval officers lay sprawled on the ground. Luo gently sheathed his long blade. Facing Gleeds with icy resolve, "Follow me." Gleeds was taken aback, about to speak, but saw Luo already turning to leave. Casting a glance at the fallen Navy, he clenched his teeth and hurriedly followed suit. Half an hour later, Luo leisurely caught up with Yang Qing and the others, seamlessly blending into their ranks. Dillons turned to the 2, smiling as he said, "Ah, you've arrived. Good work, Luo." "What a hassle," Luo replied disdainfully, dismissing Dillons. "TCH." Dillons rolled his eyes and immediately brightened upon noticing Gleeds. "You, young man, are a chef, right?" Gleeds was taken aback, but nodded affirmatively. "Yes." "Delicious, I presume?" Dillons' inquiry piqued the interest of Yang Qing and the others, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Facing this peculiar group and being questioned about his profession, Gleeds replied proudly, "Of course, I am a highly skilled chef." Yang Qing chuckled softly and turned away, while Dillons nodded in satisfaction. Others also wore smiles. And even Luo's cold demeanor softened considerably, as they all seemed to envision the splendid days that lay ahead. "He is the one I brought in. I deserve a commission," Luo stated gravely. "Isn't this absurd? Is there really a need for a commission in this matter?" Dillons waved his hand dismissively. Ignoring Dillons, Luo continued, "I require a piece of sea tower stone." Yang Qing nodded affirmatively. "Very well, it's settled." A smile graced Luo's face, while Dillons wore a sour expression. Gleeds followed closely behind the group, his mind awash with confusion. Is this how pirates operate? He was acutely aware that he must refrain from asking too many questions, for these were a fearsome group of individuals. Just moments ago, that young man had effortlessly subdued over 20 armed Navy officers. What of the others? The group engaged in a round of purchases and spiritedly entertained themselves for a full 3 hours before finally making their way to the pirate ship. Throughout this time, Gleeds was notably anxious, frequently glancing over his shoulder to ensure no Navy officers were in pursuit. The others understood Gleeds' psychological state but chose not to acknowledge it. This was entirely normal. Since his arrival, his demeanor, character, and even abilities had been scrutinized by Yang Qing and the others. As evening approached, Yang Qing and the others returned to the ship, the Grim Reaper. Upon stepping aboard, Gleeds spotted a cowboy sprawled comfortably, soundly asleep, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Dillons covered his forehead in exasperation, remarking, "This fellow, every time we return to the ship, he is always in this state. Wake him." Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively, then added, "We shall spend the night here, after all." Yang Qing looked towards Gleeds and smiled. "Let us celebrate the arrival of our new crew member." Luo, with a stoic expression, approached and playfully kicked Treester, causing the latter to jump in surprise. "Who kicked me? It hurts," Treester exclaimed, his face contorted in agony. "It's you again, Luo." His gaze then shifted to Gleeds. "Ah, a newcomer? Well done, Captain. It seems we have successfully recruited some fresh talent." "Shut your mouth," Yang Qing thought, biting her lip in frustration. "What am I to do with this bunch of clowns aboard?" The addition of Gleeds undoubtedly sparked a celebration aboard the Death God's ship. After a lengthy hiatus of over 6 months, the crew was once again graced with a new member, a truly joyous occasion. That evening, after indulging in libations, Dillons and Luo entered a state of brotherly camaraderie, leaving Treester in a state of astonishment while Yang Qing and Robin laughed heartily. "Luo, I must tell you, I admire you. Over the past 6 months, your progress has been remarkable. You are truly my best brother, and mark my words, if anyone dares to bully you, I will deal with them without hesitation," Dillons declared, punctuating his words with a burp that sent the crew into fits of laughter. In contrast, Luo appeared dazed. His face flushed as he began to express his emotions. "Brother Dillons, I acknowledge you. I recognize all of you as my brothers and sisters in the Death God pirate crew. Throughout my life, you have become my closest companions." He began to weep, tears streaming down his face. "From my birth to that fateful event, I lost my family, my best friends, my brothers." His expression shifted to one of resentment. "It is all because of him, that man. I will kill him. I must avenge them. I must avenge my best brothers. Dylan's expression turned serious as he embraced Luo tightly. Brother, we will ensure that you have your revenge. The Death God pirate crew will not let him escape. Luo continued. When I first met you all, I was inexplicably brought aboard by the captain. To be honest, I resisted at first, feeling quite out of place. But then I met you, Brother Dylans, and Morlia, as well as Robin, and got to know the captain. I discovered that everyone here is incredibly easy to get along with. This place feels like home, and I truly feel protected. Every battle. Even though I was often kicked out by you, Dylans, I know you all are silently watching over me. I can feel the tremors in the air around me. Whenever I am in danger, it seems my enemies inexplicably lose their strength. I know it is all because of you. For the past 6 months, my strength, speed, and abilities have been growing rapidly, all thanks to you, who have trained, protected, and encouraged me like family. I am aware that we are truly a family. Each person on this vessel considers it home, our shared sanctuary. Ro's face was flushed, alternating between laughter and tears, a comical sight, yet everyone present watched him intently, listening closely. They understood that Ro was speaking from the heart, revealing truths after a few drinks. The usually serious and cold Ro, inebriated, displayed an unexpectedly amusing side, surprising them and stirring a whirlwind of emotions within. Every member aboard this ship has embraced their role as part of this team since joining. They are companions, siblings, a family bound by shared experiences of life and death. This spirit was evident from the very beginning, embodied by Yangqing. Regardless of how many crew members may join in the future, this essence will remain unchanged, eternally passed down. Gladys observed the crew silently. Although there were only 6 members, their brief time together made him feel a strong affinity for them. After all, no one wishes to associate with those possessing cruel dispositions or endless schemes, as such companionship would be burdensome and exhausting. As he watched Yangqing, who was merrily drinking and smiling, Gladys narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the captain's remarkable charisma. A mere glance revealed the extraordinary nature of the crew. The boisterous Dylans, with his bold demeanor and charming personality, the taciturn Ro, who possessed formidable skills and keen intellect, and the laid-back Treester, whom he had seen lying on the ground upon boarding, exuding wisdom behind his smile. Additionally, the 2 ladies, Mariah, well-versed in medicine, and Robin, an archaeologist of considerable insight, further enriched the crew's diversity. The fact that Yangqing could unite such a remarkable group undeniably attests to his capability. Even during the day, witnessing his composed and confident demeanor, Gladys felt himself captivated by the captain's aura. He was a man radiating leadership charm, possessing an innate kingly quality. Like the vast ocean, he was humble yet capable of encompassing all, while simultaneously exuding a commanding presence. It was not until deep into the night that the 2 inebriated souls, Dylans and Ro, finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Yangqing sat at the bow of the boat, lazily leaning against the side, his eyes gently closed in repose. He cherished this place, where the gentle sea breeze enveloped him, imparting a refreshing clarity. Blades approached, the sound of his footsteps resonating in Yangqing's ears, prompting him to open his eyes, which sparkled brilliantly under the moonlight. You have arrived? Yangqing smiled softly. Indeed, Captain, Glades replied, grinning as he settled beside Yangqing, also closing his eyes to relish the cool evening breeze. What does it feel like to be away from home? Yangqing suddenly inquired. Feel? Glades paused, then shook his head with a smile. When I was quite young, my parents incurred the ire of the Navy due to their personalities, and were subsequently executed on unfounded charges. Gazing into the profound depths of the ocean, where starlight danced upon the water, Glades continued, all my culinary skills stem from them. For many years, I have diligently honed my craft, their tender expressions and the encouraging glances they bestowed upon me when I first wielded a knife echoing in my mind. You surely do not know how comically unsteady my wrist was the first time I held a knife, he chuckled. After my parents passed, I inherited their restaurant and have managed it for 5 or 6 years until now. So, do you harbor hatred toward the Navy? Yangqing gazed at the sea, gently questioning. Hate? Glade shook his head, observing the leaping fish in the water. What purpose does hatred serve? Your actions against the Navy today stem from a deep-seated resentment. Do they not? Yangqing asked suddenly. No, not at all, Glades chuckled softly, then replied, I struck him merely because he wasted food. I can bear their harm to my parents, concealing my hatred for 10, 20, 30 years, or even longer. However, I cannot tolerate their disdain for food. This is a principle instilled in me by my parents, a fundamental truth that a chef must uphold. And it was indeed for this reason that they perished. Yangqing listened to these words, momentarily taken aback, and turned to gaze intently at Glades. Now, for this very reason, I too was nearly killed by the Navy. Then, a faint smile appeared on Glades' face as he joined you. Yangqing smiled as well. So you have had no home until now. He extended his right hand and continued. Welcome to your new abode. I am Lucifer, the captain of the Death God pirate crew, and also the leader of that group of, well, fools. Captain. Gladys likewise extended his hand, firmly grasping Yangqing's right hand. Thus, Gladys joined the Death God pirate crew. And this newly formed band of pirates finally welcomed the long-awaited chef. I was born into nobility, yet I relinquished the easily attainable wealth, status, and power for the sake of my dreams, Yangqing said, gazing at the sea. His expression was calm, devoid of tumultuous emotions. Many do not comprehend my choices. They deem me foolish, a noble forsaking a comfortable life to become a pirate. Ha. Yangqing laughed, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp. An invisible air of authority radiating from him, causing Gladys to change his expression slightly. Yet how can they understand what a dream truly is? Dreams? Aspirations? The art of imagining. I cherish them, thus I pursue them. If I desire to undertake something, I must do it. You can never converse about dreams with one who knows only power, status, and wealth, for they will mock and deride you. They believe that possessing everything and living in comfort is the essence of a beautiful life. They lack the pursuit, the yearning for more. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. The sparrow cannot fathom the ambitions of the swan. Individuals with disparate awareness and beliefs will never grasp your essence. Much like many do not understand your parents, questioning why you would provoke the formidable Navy for a principle, even at the cost of your life. They will fail to comprehend why I would abandon such a splendid life, the power and status within my grasp, to tread this perilous path. Gladys listened intently to Yangqing's words, sensing the formidable aura woven into the young captain's speech, a resolute determination that pressed onward without hesitation. Do you think that merely sitting at home will make you stronger? That concentrating power will grant you everything? How absurd, Yangqing scoffed. Those who have never experienced hardship and suffering will never truly grow. They are merely canaries in a cage, no matter how plump or robust. Easily subdued by a wild hawk's talon. If I wish to become the strongest, I must be willing to sacrifice. The world is fair, yet profoundly unfair. To gain something, one must be prepared to lose something else. Yangqing spoke fervently, almost frenetically, as he had indulged in drink. The words that flowed from him were ones he had never uttered to another soul before, but today he shared them with Glades. Both seemed somewhat stirred, gradually calming down. Rest now. Welcome to the Grim Reaper Pirates. After a moment, Yangqing's voice softened. The night was already well advanced. Glades nodded and departed. As he reached his quarters, he glanced back at Yangqing, who lounged lazily, eyes closed, savoring the sea breeze and tranquility. Yet, in Glades' eyes, this young man was imbued with stories. Indeed. Every crew member aboard this vessel had their own tale to tell. At the mast's apex, Trist, with a telescope hanging from his neck, frequently surveyed the horizon. It was his turn to stand watch, and he appeared quite invigorated, likely due to a lengthy nap earlier in the day. On the following day, as dawn broke, the crew awoke. Dillons rubbed his groggy head and stepped out of the cabin, only to spot Ro, who, with dark circles under his eyes, looked exhausted. Hey, Ro. Not well rested last night. Dillons teased. Annoying, Ro shot back, dismissing Dillons with a glance as he commenced his morning exercises. Trist, we set sail, Yangqing's voice echoed. Trist acknowledged, and the sails unfurled as they gradually departed from the island. The seven began their voyage across the West Sea, and within approximately 6 months, they had explored the scenic vistas of the region. Subsequently, the Grim Reaper turned its bow towards the Upside-Down Mountain. 2 months later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the foot of the Upside-Down Mountain, its next destination, the East Sea. Yangqing gazed at the mountain, murmuring slowly, his eyes shimmering with intensity. For him, the East Sea held profound significance. It was from this modest expanse of water that everything in the world of pirates began. All the emotions, fervor, and passion were ignited here. His journey to the East Sea was fueled by a desire to immerse himself in the atmosphere experienced by the protagonists. With no hesitation, the Grim Reaper embarked on its course toward the East Sea. An hour later, it glided over the waters of the East Sea. Upon beholding this realm, Yangqing quietly declared, to Roguetown. Trist called out, steering the ship as it gradually sailed toward Roguetown. The crew busied themselves with their tasks, oblivious to Yangqing's unusual demeanor. Roger, Garp, Ace, red-haired, Yang Qing murmured these names, his thoughts drifting to another world, recalling the emotions, tears, and fervor he experienced while watching One Piece in his past life. Ace. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fist. There were many tragic figures in the original tale, but Yang Qing felt that Ace's fate was the most sorrowful. As the son of the Pirate King, endowed with unparalleled talent, such a person should not have met his demise. Fallen at the hands of Blackbeard, succumbed to the machinations of the Navy. The war at the summit became his final resting place. Such a remarkable figure, it is indeed a tragedy to have met such an untimely end. Possessing the formidable Mera Mera no Mi, a gift of unparalleled talent, how could one like him bid farewell to this world through death? Ace. Yang's azure eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He could not allow such a talent to slip away. To ascend as the world's greatest and fulfill his ambitions, he must have formidable companions aboard his ship. When the day arrives that he ventures into the new world, intent on claiming dominion over all, he will need powerful allies to support him. For this journey, Ace in the East Blue is his target. However, before that, he must visit Lowtown to witness the site of the Pirate King's execution, the place where his life came to a close. As the Grim Reaper sailed towards Lowtown, a small island in the East Blue was quietly approached by a band of pirates. This crew was not large, and the first to disembark bore a cutlass at his side, his red hair glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. "Captain, this is Windmill Village," announced a golden-haired man with a long nose, smiling. "Very well, let us rest here for a while." The red-haired man laughed heartily, prompting his crew to cheer and disembark. P.S. This book is set to launch tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I hope those capable of supporting will do so. Donations, flowers, 5-star ratings, favorites, everything is welcome. I have poured great effort into this work, choosing not to tread the path of least resistance to win favor, but rather to stubbornly write what I wished. To this end, I have diligently researched and thoroughly reviewed the major episodes of One Piece. Before each writing session, I immerse myself in 1 or 2 episodes to infuse myself with passion and fervor, setting the mood with the background music of the series, allowing myself to enter the creative zone, and then meticulously crafting the plot. Choosing not to create an overpowered protagonist signifies my relinquishment of many opportunities. Yet, as stated in One Piece, for the sake of ideals, one must inevitably sacrifice certain things. I believe this embodies the essence of piracy, at least a more orthodox representation. Of course, some brothers may argue that I am being pretentious or stepping on toes. That is to be expected. Otherwise, why would you even read my work? It will undoubtedly differ from the original. I strive to capture that unique essence to the best of my ability. Fortunately, as of today, there remain 5,000 to 6,000 readers who appreciate this book, and I am joyful, content with the support. Additionally, I acknowledge that there may be imperfections within this work, and I welcome my brothers to point them out. Feel free to critique me, but please refrain from insulting my family. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to sever ties. You can criticize me all you want, haha. The perfection and refinement of a book are inextricably linked to the suggestions of its readers, which is precisely what Chingy requires most. Those who appreciate this work are welcome to join the group. Chingy may not often be present due to a busy schedule. Yet I diligently review all chat records and will incorporate your suggestions. Lastly, I must emphasize that tomorrow's initial subscription is of utmost importance for both Chingy and this book. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support, and I bow in respect. Tomorrow, 10 chapters will be unveiled, a culmination of nearly a month's worth of preparation. My writing pace may be slower compared to those who can produce 10,000 words in a day, as I tend to ponder deeply before each writing session. I shall refrain from further elaboration on this point. Additionally, I will limit my remarks in future VIP chapters, as I understand that you have invested your money not to hear idle chatter. Since this chapter is complimentary, I feel emboldened to share my thoughts more freely for the first time. With that said, a pirate crew, led by a red-haired man and comprising approximately 7 or 8 members, disembarked from their ship. Their distinct pirate aura immediately captivated the town's residents, stirring a slight commotion. However, the townsfolk soon dispersed, as the arrival of this crew did not incite any further unrest. "Where is the tavern?" the red-haired man inquired nonchalantly. His long western sword casually slung at his waist, a broad smile gracing his face, creating an excellent first impression. "Just follow this path," the villagers responded, having calmed down after the initial panic, perceiving that this pirate crew did not seem malevolent. "Shanks, I intend to indulge in a hearty drink. I've been without alcohol for a month aboard the ship, and I am absolutely craving it." The man strode forward, his voice resonating with playful complaint. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us all drink heartily. Shanks exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his red hair gleaming under the sunlight, his unique charisma leading the entire pirate crew onward. The laughter of the pirates echoed through Windmill Town, gradually fading away. No one knew the origins of this pirate crew, nor did anyone recognize its members. This remote little town was isolated from news, making it difficult to receive information from the outside world. In Rogtown, a pirate ship gently docked, creating not a ripple of disturbance. This town stands as both a beginning and an end, serving as the final stop on the route from the East Sea to the Grand Line, occupying a position of significant importance. It has long been a focal point for naval forces. Following a thorough sweep by the Navy, the East Sea is currently under intense scrutiny, and as such, the stationed forces here are particularly formidable. Within the naval base of Rogtown, a towering, rugged-looking naval major regarded the elderly and youthful figures before him with a serious expression and inquired, "So, your primary objective in coming here is this child?" "Yes. I intend to take him to Luffy." With pirates wreaking havoc everywhere, the Navy is on high alert, and the plans of Sengoku are of great significance. "Even I cannot afford to be idle," the elder replied with a sigh. A middle-aged man sighed, crunching the donut in his mouth, and spoke with a sense of resignation. Beside him, a child of around 10 listened quietly, clad in a red vest and shorts, his face dotted with fine black freckles, and his dark hair suggested a certain reticence. "What is his name?" the rear admiral suddenly inquired. "Ace, Port Gas d'Ace," the middle-aged man said, patting the child beside him, only to have the latter shy away. "I intend to raise him to be the most formidable Navy officer, just like you," he added, laughing heartily as pride illuminated his expression. The admiral opposite him narrowed his eyes momentarily, nodding with a smile, yet refrained from further comment. "Well, having stayed here for 3 days, it's time for me to take my leave and not trouble you any longer, Dracul," the middle-aged man said cheerfully, preparing to turn away. "All right, father," Dracul replied with a smile. This middle-aged man was none other than Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, celebrated as a hero. His standing within the Navy was remarkably unique. Despite holding the rank of Vice Admiral, his influence was greater than that of many admirals, a distinction unparalleled. Just as Garp turned, the sound of a transponder snail suddenly broke the silence. "Father, it's for you," Dracul remarked, observing Garp's puzzled expression. "Oh, right, Garp said, rummaging through his clothes until he finally located the transponder snail. Clearing his throat, he connected the call. "Hello, Sengoku. This is Garp. What is the matter?" "I'm quite busy." Garp's demeanor was ever straightforward and unrefined. Dracul, familiar with his father's nature, merely smiled and remained silent, while Ace stood quietly. "Garp, this is Sengoku." The tone in Sengoku's voice was grave. "You need to head to the Grand Line immediately, without delay." Garp furrowed his brow, glancing at Ace beside him. "But there are no buts. You must go. The situation is critical. Depart at once, and I will send you the intel shortly." Sengoku's voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "Very well," Garp replied with a hint of reluctance before the call ended. He turned to Dracul, saying, "It seems this child will have to stay with you for now." "That is fine, father," Dracul nodded. Garp then departed decisively, leaving Ace behind, who remained silent. Dracul chuckled softly. He too was not one to engage easily with children. He called over a Navy officer to take Ace away, and then his gaze flickered to the information laid out on the table. "The Celestial Dragons have gone mad. 3,000 slaves were offered as tribute, and within less than a month, 1/3 have perished. The scene was a river of blood, truly harrowing. The world government has announced that a natural disaster has struck Lister Island, resulting in the complete loss of life among its inhabitants. However, when our reporter arrived, he discovered that the area was under strict naval control, with the remnants of the island permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Revolutionary forces had emerged on Sanirai Island, only to be brutally suppressed by the government troops. Rumors circulated that the world government dispatched a single individual who annihilated over 300 revolutionaries, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. As these reports unfolded before Dolag, his eyes glimmered with intrigue, and his thoughts began to shift, his fists clenching unconsciously before ultimately relaxing. A person's dreams and aspirations evolve with their experiences. Stagnation is akin to stone. After witnessing the world's pervasive darkness, Dolag's heart began to undergo a subtle transformation. The changes in his thoughts were imperceptible to Garp, who would remain oblivious to the secret that belonged solely to Dolag, a newfound ideal that he would devote his life to pursuing. If the world is amiss, it simply requires correction. Murmuring this sentiment, Dolag softly articulated his resolve. On the coastline, members of the Death God pirates clamored as they leaped from their vessel. "Hey, Ro, wait for me. Don't rush off to the afterlife so quickly," Dylan called out from the bow, while Ro, unperturbed, continued onward. Observing Ro's demeanor, Dylan turned to Glades. "Chef, wait for me. Shall we go together?" Upon disembarking, the group had agreed to form 4 small teams, yet Dylan found himself abandoned. Morlia and Robin naturally paired together, as did Ro and Glades, while Yang Qing had already disembarked, leaving Dylan utterly forsaken. "Haha, Trist, you and Dylan can team up." "I'll venture off alone," Yang Qing chuckled, amused by Dylan's predicament. The first mate has truly hit a low point. Ultimately, Dylan and Trist stood side by side. Glancing at Trist, Dylan expressed his disdain. "I can't believe I'm stuck with you, the gambler." Trist, appearing somewhat deranged, gazed skyward and murmured, "Today feels ominous. Perhaps I should have stayed on the ship." Dylan cast a quick glance at the clear blue sky, rolling his eyes and exclaiming, "You're insane." The 7 of them divided into 4 teams, embarking on their free exploration of Rog Town, arguably the most bustling island in the East Sea, renowned for the Pirate King. This port served as a pivotal stopover for vessels replenishing supplies en route to the Grand Line. Ro and Glades formed one team, both reticent as they traversed in silence, until they entered the town and were greeted by the vibrant throng. It was only then that Glades broke the silence, stating, "Ro, I need to buy a set of kitchenware and some ingredients." "Oh," Ro replied, seemed to be in a daze, uttering but a single word. Glades rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you have any money?" "No," replied with another solitary word. Glades pressed his forehead, realizing that teaming up with this taciturn individual was a grave mistake. Yet, with the situation at hand, there was no turning back. "As pirates, do you ever resort to thievery?" Glades subtly probed, knowing that without funds, acquiring the necessary supplies would be impossible. "Yes, we rob pirates," responded with a few terse words. Then fixed his gaze on Glades, his eyes unmistakably questioning, "Are you sure you want to proceed this way?" "Well, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't," Glades replied, draping an arm over his shoulder as they moved forward. However, after merely 10 paces, they abruptly halted. To his astonishment, he noticed Glades trembling all over. What was wrong with this guy? Then, to his surprise, Glades strode fiercely toward the entrance of a restaurant, unabashedly extending his right hand toward a towering man and forcefully bringing it down. The sound echoed as the man collapsed onto the table, and without hesitation, Glades unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. S eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed his forehead in exasperation, desperately wishing to disassociate himself from this scene. "Letting you waste food, I'll teach you a lesson." Glades seemed to unleash a hidden demon within, hurling insults with fervor. Strangely, the man struck down by Glades showed no resistance, as if he had suddenly fallen into a stupor or been ensnared by some unseen force. "Damn it. This guy's out of his mind. Beat him. Where did this lunatic come from? Kill him. He dares to strike one of us from the Yamaya pirate crew," shouted the others at their table, rising in anger. They had never witnessed such brazen behavior. Attacking without provocation was utterly irrational. "We must take him down." Glades quickly found himself encircled, and a frantic skirmish ensued. Once again pressed his forehead, unable to bear the sight any longer. Glades was like a street thug. Aside from his mysterious devil fruit abilities, his combat skills were abysmal. For every 10 blows he received, he barely managed to land one. Yet, in the end, Glades emerged victorious. Gazing at the bruised and shaking figure of Glades before him, S lips twitched in a feeble attempt to smile, but he found no joy in it. "Strip them of there. We have enough now," Glades gasped, wincing from the pain, yet standing resolutely before. "I loathe those who waste food. These scoundrels." As Luo's face twitched, he sprang into action, swiftly extracting the bounties from the pirates and discreetly stowing them away in his pockets. His movements were rapid, clearly indicating that this was not his first endeavor of such nature. These were skills imparted to him by Robin, Mariah, and Dylan's, executed with remarkable efficiency. Soon after, the two prepared to depart from the scene. At that moment, a pirate behind them suddenly shouted, "Who are you? State your name. The Yamaya pirate crew will not let you escape." Luo paused, his demeanor darkening as he replied, "We are the Grim Reaper pirates. Bring it on." With that, the two vanished from sight. The members of the Yamaya pirate crew rose, their faces twisted with hatred as they glowered at the pair, vowing, "The Grim Reaper pirates. We will not forgive you." However, as he spoke, the pirate was taken aback to find his companions wearing expressions of sheer terror. "What is wrong with you all?" he questioned. "Run. Ah, quickly run," a crew member cried, hastily fleeing the area. Others stood frozen in shock and confusion, trembling as they muttered in fear. The Grim Reaper pirates, that phantom crew that roams the seas, as fearsome as the great pirates of the Grand Line. How could they come to the East Blue? We have unwittingly crossed paths with them. A dozen individuals appeared dazed and lost, as if the sky itself had fallen upon them, quaking in fear. Meanwhile, Dylan's and Tristan found themselves utterly aimless. Tristan, seemingly struck by despair, appeared utterly deflated, struggling to maintain his composure, nearly collapsing against Dylan's, who pushed him away with an expression of disdain. "If you keep this up, I swear I will knock you out," Dylan's exclaimed. "The clouds are suffocating. I cannot see the sun. I am doomed. I am doomed." Tristan lamented, his spirit shattered as if his very soul had been devoured. Dylan's, exasperated, dragged Tristan along. Mindful of their mission, the captain had instructed him to collect sea stone from the island, a contraband material primarily monopolized by the Navy, yet occasionally found in limited circulation through underground means. After some inquiries, the duo finally arrived at the entrance to the underground of Rog Town, a realm rife with darkness, encompassing casinos, brothels, auction houses, and more. Upon seeing the scene, Tristan seemed to regain some semblance of vigor. "How did we end up here?" he asked, bewildered. "Naturally. We have matters to attend to," Dylan's replied coolly. "Soon, you will employ your gambling prowess to win 30 million berries for me. It is of utmost importance." "Hey. Today the clouds are heavy. My luck is terrible," Tristan protested urgently. Dylan's rolled his eyes, having lost hope. He knew well that Tristan's luck was indeed capricious. When it was good, he was unstoppable, but when it was bad, he was utterly useless. The two entered the underground trading hub, taking in the bustling atmosphere of the shadowy enclave. Dylan's, with an icy demeanor, retrieved 2 cat-faced masks from the entrance and handed one to Tristan. "Do not speak more than necessary, nor reveal your identity, understood?" Dylan's seriousness was palpable, and Tristan, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Such an imposing vice-captain was indeed a rare sight. The two then commenced their collaboration, with Dylan's demonstrating a remarkable familiarity with the underground locale. Following the proper procedures, they were escorted by a figure clad in black to a designated room. "How much sea prism stone do you possess?" "I require the full amount." Dylan's cold voice penetrated through a palm-sized window, momentarily startling the individual inside. Such a quantity was indeed uncommon. The person inside glanced at the 2 masked figures, their identities obscured, before turning to peruse a stack of documents. "Currently, the stock in Rogue Town is merely 580 grams. At full price. I can offer it to you for 15 million. Without a hint of hesitation, Dylan's declared, "I want 1 kilogram. The individual inside was taken aback, then chuckled. "Are you jesting, sir? I just informed you that Rogue Town has only 580 grams. I reiterate, I want 1 kilogram. Dylan's asserted with unwavering conviction, showing no trace of humor. Tristan tugged at Dylan's, sensing that he was pushing the boundaries, given that the person had already stated the stock limit. However, the next words from the individual inside rendered him momentarily speechless, revealing a hint of surprise. 1 kilogram will cost 30 million, came the resigned response. "Deal." Dylan's replied without a moment's pause. 15 minutes later, the two emerged from the underground trading venue. Curiosity piqued, Tristan inquired, "How did you know he would have a kilogram? And that the price would be so precise?" He distinctly recalled Dylan's instructing him to secure 30 million, indicating prior preparation. "If you frequent such places, you discover that many in business seldom speak the truth. In reality, I could acquire this kilogram of sea prism stone for merely 15 million, Dylan's remarked, cradling the stone wrapped in a cloth bag with a gentle tone. "What?" Tristan was astonished, intrigued by Dylan's revelation. Business people, particularly those in underground dealings, typically operate on exorbitant profits, with an item often yielding a 90% markup, meaning the selling price could multiply by 10 times the purchase price. Their words are usually fraught with falsehoods, with 9 out of 10 statements being deceptive. Your social acumen remains insufficient. Dylan's shook his head. You ought not to remain on the ship any longer. Train with me properly. In this regard, you were even inferior to Roe, feeling chastised by Dylan's. Tristan sheepishly touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. He recognized his shortcomings. Despite his frequent visits to gambling establishments, he was still oblivious to the intricacies involved. Having completed their obligations, the two began to meander aimlessly, with Tristan appearing markedly more spirited. He sensed that his fortune was beginning to shift towards a more favorable direction. The goddess of fate was smiling upon him. Robin and Mariah arrived at the largest library in Rog Town. a place where they could truly grasp the essence of the world and realize their own value. As they wandered among the shelves, their delicate fingers brushed against the spines of numerous books, their expressions mirroring one another. To an observer, they resembled two sisters, distinct in style, yet equally captivating to the crowd. In a secluded corner of the library to the east, sat a young woman of refined elegance. With porcelain skin, she wore gold-rimmed glasses and a flowing pink gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her delicate features and oval face, coupled with her alluring curves, rendered her even more beautiful than Mariah. However, what was truly enchanting was the gentle, inviting aura of intellect that surrounded her. As she turned the pages of a book on the table, her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. With a smile gracing her lips, she addressed the men who had been stealing glances at her. "You have been watching me for an hour now. I shall grant you a chance. Whoever dares to confess their feelings may join me for dinner." "Wow, Asuna is giving us a chance," exclaimed one. "Is it true? Is it really true? The opportunity to dine with the goddess Asuna. Who will go? Who will have the courage? I wish I could, but I feel so inadequate. I am unworthy of her. She is simply too exceptional. None of us deserve her." Some of the young men even began to weep, yearning to step forward, yet when faced with the goddess, they found themselves paralyzed by fear. Asuna waited for over 10 seconds, yet not a single one of the nearly 100 men present found the courage. A charming smile graced her lips as she closed her book and gracefully exited the room. As Asuna departed, a sense of loss flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, mingled with a pang of regret, yet there was also a sigh of relief. This woman possessed a uniquely captivating presence. Truly an extraordinary woman. Robin and Mariah, having witnessed the scene, could not help but express their admiration. Though they were women themselves, they acknowledged the undeniable brilliance of the lady named Asuna. At this moment, Yang Qing stood alone at the heart of Rogue Town, gazing towards the execution platform at its center. From this vantage point, the towering scaffold was clearly visible. In that instant, a complex light flickered in Yang Qing's eyes. The year the Pirate King was executed, he was still a child within the palace of the Celestial Dragons. Yet, he was acutely aware that the world was ablaze with fervor. The news of this man permeated every corner of the newspapers. He transformed an entire era, turning the tranquil seas into a tumultuous battleground and heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. He was a formidable figure, a hero who overturned the course of history. As he took deliberate steps towards the execution platform, the area lay desolate, with few passers-by, the only sound being the echo of his footsteps. In a daze, Yang Qing walked on, as if he had been transported to the raucous scene of the execution, where throngs of people clamored. He envisioned the Pirate King, kneeling with his hands shackled and 2 daggers pressed against his sides, a defiant smile gracing his lips, his distinctive mustache exuding an aura of dominance and unique charm. His vision shifted, revealing a young man with red hair hidden in the crowd, a clown with a red nose, and a middle-aged man with white hair and spectacles, all weeping with profound sorrow. "Do you seek my treasure?" The phrase echoed faintly, causing Yang Qing to come to an abrupt halt. He lifted his gaze to the once empty execution platform, now suddenly occupied by a robust middle-aged man sporting a small mustache, with daggers at his waist. Yet, there was no trace of fear on his face, only an exuberant smile. "Do you desire my treasure?" The words resounded again, sending shivers through Yang Qing's body, igniting the fervor within him. In his eyes sparkled an infinite brilliance, as if that brief utterance could stir the deep-seated passion for ambition and battle within the hearts of many, igniting their spirits. "If you want it, then go seek it. I have placed the wealth of the world there." The man with the mustache wore an infectious grin, his powerful voice carrying far and wide, resonating deeply within Yang Qing, causing his blood to race. Suddenly, everything vanished. The man with the mustache was gone, and the execution platform returned to its empty state. Yang Qing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. That man seemed to possess an innate charisma, his simple words resonating like a devil's smile, imbued with a terrifying allure that threatened to ensnare even him. "This is the Pirate King," Yang Qing murmured, realizing that all he had witnessed was but an illusion. Yet it had immersed him in a vivid experience, as if he had truly witnessed that exhilarating scene. Wealth, fame, power, everything belonged to the man known as the Pirate King. The will of generations, the tides of time, the dreams of humanity, these are unstoppable forces. As long as people continue to seek answers for their pursuit of freedom, all of this shall remain unceasing. This is a world with an eternal theme, freedom. Yang Qing's eyes shone brilliantly, for nothing can rival freedom, and nothing can obstruct an individual's dreams. If anything could, it would only be death. Only when a person succumbs to the finality of death their blood runs cold, and their heart ceases to beat. Do freedom and dreams fade away? No, that is not accurate. Even in death, dreams and freedom persist. They shall be inherited, as countless souls shall sacrifice everything for them. Wildfires may consume, but spring breezes shall bring forth new life. Nothing can thwart the unyielding will of legacy. This is the eternal flame of civilization, never to be extinguished. He advanced step by step toward the execution platform and halted beneath it, gazing up at the towering scaffold. Taking a deep breath. Then, with a resolute step forward, he ascended the high stairs. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed, each step bringing him closer to the platform's pinnacle. There, he lowered his gaze and faintly discerned the dark stains of blood embedded in the wood. This was the blood of the pirate king, igniting the flame of legacy, ensuring it would never extinguish. This was his terminus. Yang Qing closed his eyes, acutely aware of the hardships, aches, and endless tears that paved this path. It was laden with countless tears, blood, and an abyss of darkness he wished to evade. But did he tremble in fear? No, he would not. This was the path he chose, the dream he embraced, and he would never relinquish it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an intense aura emanated from him, warping the air around him. With a resonant hum, an inexplicable force radiated outward, causing the plants in the flower bed below to bow unconsciously, and the execution platform began to tremble, as if the entire world quaked under his formidable presence. Conqueror's Haki. The embodiment of dominance. Armed Haki and observation Haki, though he had no formal training and had struggled to master them, the Conqueror's Haki awakened within him, honed to a remarkable proficiency over 6 years. At that moment, no one surrounded the execution platform, for Yang Qing's aura had not reached others. Had there been any witnesses, they would likely have seen a multitude collapse in unconsciousness. However, at the instant he unleashed his Haki, Dracul Mihawk, observing the soldiers training at the Marine base in Lobetown, suddenly froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Conqueror's Haki. His eyes narrowed as he turned toward Yang Qing's direction. Who could it be? A gust of wind swept by, and Mihawk's figure vanished from sight. This unique aura was keenly sensed by the perceptive Mihawk. He felt compelled to discover the identity of the individual who possessed such an extraordinary presence. Yang Qing stood upon the execution platform, gazing down at the desolate street below. In quiet contemplation, he recalled the myriad experiences of the once mighty rulers of this world. He beheld tears, blood, anguish, excitement, fervor, and ultimately, hope. This individual had endured much yet received little in return. For what purpose did he strive? The sovereign of the world, with his very life as the key, had unlocked the gateway to a new era. He was a hero, a paragon of virtue. In times past, Yang Qing could not comprehend why individuals, blessed with comfort and ease, would forsake such tranquility to pursue elusive, ethereal dreams that would forever remain unfulfilled. Yet, at a certain moment, upon entering this world, enlightenment dawned upon him. If a person's life can be devoted to a cause of profound significance, one that inspires relentless pursuit, then that sensation is truly blissful. It is fulfilling. It is enriching. This, indeed, is the essence of dreams and ideals, worthy of a lifetime of dedication. Yang Qing came to a profound realization regarding his dreams and the essence of freedom. In that moment, he felt no remorse for relinquishing his identity as a celestial dragon. Rather, he began to feel a sense of gratitude. The status of a celestial dragon, though revered, was ultimately a shackle, binding the heart and stifling dreams, transforming them into a gilded cage. The environment one inhabits profoundly shapes one's identity. Thus, standing in the confining palace of the celestial dragons, how could one ever experience the vastness and liberation of the boundless sea? Only the ocean, with its embracing spirit and regal aura, could cultivate such qualities. Suddenly, Yang Qing's gaze flickered as he lifted his head to the left side beneath the execution platform. There, a figure rushed towards him in a flurry. A woman? Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and retracted his imposing presence. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly endowed with an innate charm that evoked a desire to hold her close and cherish her tenderly. Her face was nearly flawless, her skin fair, and her figure delicate. Even in her hurried state, she exuded an alluring vulnerability. Moreover, the faint scent of books surrounding her was both graceful and serene, stirring something within Yang Qing's heart. Hot on her heels were 7 or 8 burly men, their faces twisted into lewd grins. They pursued her leisurely, as if they had already ensnared her fate and were unperturbed by the prospect of her escape. You can't run away, today. We are fortunate to enjoy the company of the renowned girl, Asuna, from Log Town. I am most pleased and satisfied." They cackled in a chorus of lewd laughter. Yang Qing arched his brow upon the execution platform. It was indeed a stroke of luck to witness the goddess strolling alone on the street. With no one else around, a divine opportunity. As the men continued their sinister chase, Asuna's expression turned anxious. Being a woman, she couldn't help but feel fear at the thought of what might transpire. Finally, Asuna reached a point not far from the execution platform. She glanced up inadvertently and was surprised to see someone standing atop it. "Help me, please." Asuna's voice rang out, clear and melodious, like a lark, reaching Yang Qing's ears. Once again, he raised his brows, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The men pursuing her initially tensed, but upon realizing there was only one individual, they relaxed. "Just a hairless brat? You scared me." One of them scoffed. "Hey, kid, better clear out. We are the Amaya pirate crew. Get lost and don't be an eyesore here." The men spoke with brazen arrogance, hurling insults. Yang Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light. The expression on his face darkened instantly as he gazed at the 7 or 8 individuals below, a chill creeping into his demeanor. Then, with a sudden tremor, he leaped down from the execution platform, which stood approximately 30 meters high. The onlookers, including Asuna, were taken aback by Yang Qing's audacity. Was this fellow not merely deranged? Perhaps even suicidal? Such a height. Yet in the next moment, as Yang Qing stood before them, the members of the Amethyst pirate crew felt a shiver run down their spines. This man was unscathed. "Help me." Asuna dashed behind Yang Qing, her delicate fragrance wafting into his senses, causing a flicker of infatuation to dance in his eyes. The woman before him was indeed remarkable, and he felt his heartbeat quicken. This young man was no ordinary individual. Those who choose the life of a pirate are seldom foolish. For a career where one's head hangs by a thread cannot be sustained without wits. The pirates recognized that Yang Qing was exceptional. "Get lost." Yang Qing's gaze sharpened as he bellowed, his voice like thunder, startling the pirates. In the next instant, they caught sight of Asuna and seemed to feel their pride wounded. In an act of foolishness, they launched an attack against Yang Qing. Seeking death, Yang Qing's eyes chilled. He didn't even draw the sword at his waist. Striding forward with confidence, unburdened by the need to employ his abilities. There was no need for excessive force against such scum. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Within mere seconds, the two sides clashed. In an instant, Yang Qing unleashed a fierce punch, his immense strength and blinding speed leaving the pirates with no time to react. 3 of them were sent flying, crashing 10 meters away into a flower bed, blood gushing from their mouths. His strikes were merciless. He showed no leniency towards the scoundrels among the pirates. A benevolent person treats the good with warmth, yet is fierce as a beast towards the wicked. This was Yang Qing, principled and steadfast. With a sudden leap, Yang Qing executed 3 swift kicks, sending another trio of pirates sprawling. His might was in a different league compared to these ruffians. In close combat, the pirates had no chance to resist. They could scarcely catch a glimpse of him before being sent hurtling through the air. In less than 10 breaths, 7 or 8 pirates lay motionless on the ground. Yang Qing surveyed the scene, the fierce light in his eyes gradually fading as he returned to his usual nonchalance. He then turned to glance at the beautiful woman, pausing slightly upon noticing a flicker of fear in her gaze before preparing to depart. Wait a moment." Asuna, though somewhat apprehensive, spoke up. This young man was extraordinarily formidable. His strikes were ruthless. With her keen perception, she could see that those pirates sprawled on the ground were either dead or gravely injured. Yet, he had saved her. Surely, she ought to express her gratitude. She was not the type to be ungrateful. Do you need something?" Yang Qing inquired, not turning back, a hint of curiosity in his voice. If you have time, I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee." Asuna initially felt a twinge of shyness, yet in the end, she summoned her courage and spoke boldly. Yang Qing stiffened momentarily, then nodded. Very well. He held a distinct admiration for the woman. She was nearly perfect in every regard. Her figure, her visage, her demeanor, each aspect surpassed the likes of Robin and Mariah. His decision to rescue her was also driven by a desire for connection. After all, he was no saint. Encountering a woman who captivated his heart caused his pulse to quicken. As Asuna heard Yang Qing's response, her cheeks flushed, and she summoned her courage to approach him and lead the way. This was her first time inviting a man to share her company in solitude. Standing side by side, they formed a striking pair, he, tall and handsome, she, radiant and lovely. However, after taking just 10 steps, Yang Qing's gaze abruptly narrowed, and he came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Asuna inquired curiously. "It seems today is not the day," Yang Qing replied solemnly, locking eyes with her. "You should go on ahead." "Huh?" Asuna was perplexed. Just as their conversation concluded, a figure began to materialize beneath the execution platform. Clad in the uniform of a naval rear admiral, his authoritative cloak billowed in the wind. The Navy. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and Asuna quickly recognized the figure as well. Was it you who released that imposing word just now? The naval officer below the platform was robust, towering over 2 meters with a powerful physique. His presence exuding a heavy gravitas as he regarded Yang Qing with a mix of confusion and certainty. Who are you? Yang Qing assumed a defensive posture and instructed Asuna. You should step aside. Though Asuna did not fully comprehend, she sensed the gravity of the situation and obediently moved to the side. Her expression betraying a hint of concern as she observed Yang Qing. The newcomer glanced at Asuna, a touch of surprise crossing his features. Ah. So it is Miss Asuna of the Phelan family. I did not expect to encounter you here. And you are? Asuna asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Ah. I have yet to be formally introduced to Miss Asuna. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the rear admiral stationed in Rogue Town. He smiled warmly. Asuna exhaled in relief. So you are Admiral Dragon. Then Dragon turned his attention to Yang Qing. Pray tell, what brings you to this place? You are known across the seas as the Grim Reaper, with a bounty of 100 million, the notorious pirate, Lord Lucifer? Asuna's pupils dilated in shock as she fixed her gaze upon Yang Qing. He is a pirate. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing. It was merely a glance, after all. This was the very place where the saga of the Pirate King both commenced and concluded. Hey, Dracul Mihawk chuckled softly, then his gaze sharpened, declaring that since their paths had crossed, he could not simply pretend to be oblivious. He was eager to witness the prowess of the elite within the Navy. Yang Qing's eyes glimmered with fervor, his fighting spirit ignited. Since his strength had surged, he had yet to engage in a grand battle with another. Now, encountering the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, his heart surged with exhilaration. And his warrior's spirit roared within him. Beneath the execution platform, the two locked eyes, each radiating intensity. Both were relatively young yet bore expressions of solemnity. They recognized each other and were acutely aware of one another's formidable capabilities. Though they had never clashed in combat, neither felt at ease. Yang Qing needed no introduction. Dracul, destined to become a leader of the Revolutionary Army, was formidable even now, possessing strength that rivaled that of an admiral, despite only holding the rank of rear admiral. In Dracul's eyes, Yang Qing was no ordinary individual either. Even in his youth, he articulated thoughts that diverged from the prevailing sentiments of the world. Though somewhat naive and compassionate, this quality only served to highlight the depth of his convictions. He was distinctive, an extraordinary figure from whom true greatness would eventually emerge. 6 years prior, he had displayed remarkable audacity, openly declaring his enmity towards the world, and subsequently evaded capture under Akiji's watch. Now, 6 years later, he had transformed from a dragon lurking in the depths to one soaring through the skies. In just a fleeting encounter, Dracul sensed the immense power that resided within him. The wind began to rise, and clouds gathered ominously above the execution platform. The atmosphere shifted, aligning with what Trist had foretold. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the distant rumble of thunder commenced. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, instinctively on guard. In the original narrative, Dolag's abilities were enigmatic and unpredictable, and the tempestuous weather heralded his arrival. In the next moment, Dolag's figure abruptly vanished from Yang Qing's sight. The latter's pupils constricted in surprise at his lightning-fast speed. Suddenly, a forceful aura enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Yang Qing's gaze sharpened as he tilted his head to the left, and in the very next instant, a fist barreled through the space he had just occupied, generating a fierce gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qing clenched his fist, bending his arm at the elbow, and retaliated with all his might. A powerful force met him from behind, accompanied by a faint breath, Dolag's presence. Unbeknownst to him, Dolag had already positioned himself behind Yang Qing. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning illuminated their faces, casting them in stark contrast. The two began to stalemate, their immense powers clashing in a way that fractured the ground beneath them. How formidable! This was the shared thought racing through both their minds at that moment. Their gazes grew more serious, as each was a formidable warrior who had honed their physical prowess to a terrifying degree. Dolag's speed was near imperceptible to the naked eye, while Yang Qing possessed astonishing insight, able to detect such rapid movement and respond accordingly. In an instant, both warriors assessed each other's strength. They then parted, maintaining a distance of 5 meters, locking eyes. Abandoning any pretense of probing, Yang Qing's right hand reached for the western longsword at his waist, slowly drawing it forth. The weather grew increasingly tempestuous, lightning flickered erratically, and rain began to fall, turning the ground into a mire. In the next moment, the two figures collided once more amidst the sparks of lightning. Yang Qing's sword swept across Dolag's form, and in the fleeting moment as Dolag's pupils constricted, the blade struck. Yet, in the next instant, Dolag's body reverted to its original state. Then, in that brief interval when the old strength had waned and the new strength had yet to manifest, Dolag unleashed a fierce punch towards Yang Qing. With a glimmer in his eyes, Yang Qing's wrist trembled. He abruptly redirected the sword's tip to target Dolag's back and thrust it down with ferocity. Yang Qing's speed was almost electric. Had Dolag's punch landed, the sword would surely have pierced his heart. At this moment, Dolag's form was solid. A punch aimed at Yang Qing's head transformed into a mere wisp of breeze upon contact. Simultaneously, Yang Qing's sword pierced through Dolag's body. Dolag's silhouette faded, only to reappear 10 meters away. The lightning illuminated his expression, revealing a profound seriousness as he regarded Yang Qing, who stood poised with his sword. Dolag felt an overwhelming weight of gravity. The man's reflexes, speed, and strength had reached their zenith. This individual was formidable, Dolag mused internally, realizing that their previous exchange had demanded their utmost effort. Every element, momentum, speed, reflexes, and strength was essential, testing their comprehensive combat prowess. With a focused gaze, Dolag launched another assault, his figure vanishing abruptly. Yang Qing also stepped forward, his form twisting in an instant, disappearing from sight as well. Their speeds had escalated to the realm of the extraordinary, their footsteps creating splashes of rain. The clash of sword and fist resonated with immense power, causing both combatants to change color in shock. Dolag's fist had amassed a layer of pitch-black energy. Undoubtedly, this was the power of armament hockey, enhancing both attack and defense, capable of countering elemental transformations. Yang Qing's sword transformed into bolts of lightning, wielding the solitary 9 swords with breathtaking finesse. His form flickered, seamlessly transitioning between ground and air, becoming an illusion. The two engaged in a breathtaking exchange, their movements astonishingly swift, the sound of their strikes echoing like thunder, shaking the entire execution platform. These two, Asuna's eyes widened in astonishment, her body trembling as she observed the duel. The power of these individuals was terrifying. She clearly saw the shattered stone slabs ahead, remnants of the force generated by their collisions. Mastering oneself. Suddenly, Yang Qing shuddered, his consciousness drifting as he entered the mode of a third-party observer, simultaneously partitioning his awareness. He meticulously controlled his body, achieving perfect mastery over each cell. A flicker of shock crossed Dolag's eyes. He realized that the speed, reflexes, and strength of his opponent had tripled in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a gash was opened across his chest, crimson blood flowing forth, leaving him no time to even transform. What a fearsome adversary! Dorage could hardly believe it. He was exceedingly confident in his own abilities. Yet it was precisely this confidence that rendered him more astonished by Yang Qing's prowess. Retreating swiftly, Dorage gazed solemnly at Yang Qing, exclaiming, "What a terrifying individual! It is hard to fathom that you are so young. Are you not young yourself?" Yang Qing, regaining his focus, shook the jade beads and blood from his longsword. "Now, I shall unleash my full strength. You must be cautious." Dorage's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with grave seriousness. "Otherwise, you shall perish. Every battle I engage in, I wager either my own blood or that of my enemy." Yang Qing murmured, his right hand suddenly twisting with a sharp crack, causing the protective shield to shift dramatically, transforming into a deep blue hue. "I too shall exert my utmost effort, so be wary." With his longsword held horizontally, aimed at Dorage, he proclaimed his fervent battle intent. In that moment, Yang Qing unleashed his full might. The release of the blue shield signified the activation of his abilities, and at that moment, Dorage found himself ensconced within its confines. In this arena, he was the prey, while Yang Qing assumed the role of the predator. To be within this shield meant a gamble with life and death, where even freedom was no longer in one's own hands. The two stepped forward, this time with deliberate slowness, exhibiting a cautious demeanor unlike their previous haste. Yet with each advancing step, their expressions grew increasingly vigilant. The rain intensified above, lightning flickering ominously, and the thunderous roars became ever more frenzied. Suddenly, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and at that precise moment, Dorage abruptly closed his own eyes. In the next instant, both opened their eyes almost in unison. Buzz! The Conqueror's hockey. Two formidable wills collided in the void, sending ripples through the air. Asuna, observing from a distance, trembled, her consciousness briefly blanking out. Almost a millisecond later, both stood firm against the overwhelming might of each other's hockey, and they fiercely clashed once more. The clash of longsword against fist produced a grating sound, and the tremendous force caused the earth beneath them to fracture, etching spiderweb-like cracks across the ground. Wind, Dorage suddenly uttered. A tempest arose, the rain was swept towards Yangqing, and in an instant, the gust transformed into a fierce gale, nearly blinding him. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of a radiant streak of golden light, lightning. With a clear target, the bolt descended upon him with lethal intent. Standing within this domain, I am the harbinger of death. Yangqing's eyes suddenly widened, and with a low hum, the void trembled. In the next instant, Dolag's eyes shot open in disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing scene. The gusting wind ceased, and the descending lightning halted. Yet, in the very next moment, it inexplicably turned and launched a direct assault upon him, as if his own attack had been commandeered by the individual before him. Naturally, Dolag would not be foolish enough to endure his own onslaught, but when he attempted to evade, he was horrified to discover that his body was no longer under his control. The tempest and lightning surged toward him, while an inexplicable force ensnared his entire being. Elementalization. Dolag opted for elementalization, transforming into a gust of wind that dispersed in all directions. The attack was evaded, and the space returned to normal. When Dolag reappeared in his original position, his expression had become gravely serious. He could ascertain that the person opposite him was undoubtedly not weaker than a vice admiral of the Navy. Unless he employed overwhelming force to utterly eliminate Yangqing, he had no means to resolve this minor confrontation and battle. However, this was Lobetown. He could not afford to disregard the lives of innocents by unleashing his full power. Possessing the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, coupled with such formidable strength, this individual was exceedingly perilous. Do you sense it, Dolag? Suddenly, Yangqing spoke. Dolag lifted his gaze to the young man before him. The world is mistaken. In the next moment, Yangqing uttered these words. Dolag's pupils constricted. His fist clenched tightly as his justice cloak billowed wildly in the fierce wind. You possess the power to alter the world. Why not seize it? Yangqing continued. A smile gracing his face, akin to that of a devil. The decayed, cruel, cold, and foolish world government is no longer fit to rule this world. The world has its rightful path to traverse. What is your objective? Dolag shouted. Objective? A divine light flickered in Yangqing's eyes as he seemed to reflect. I harbor no particular objective. If I must state one, it is to become the strongest in the world. Then to rectify the chaos and create a world that satisfies me. Dolag's pupils dilated as he gazed at Yangqing, akin to observing a madman. He actually contemplated toppling the world government and starting anew. How could this be possible? Think it impossible? Yangqing raised an eyebrow. You merely lack the courage to envision it. Then, observing Dolag's expression closely, a glimmer of understanding crossed his face. No, you have considered it too, haven't you? You have long been discontent with this world. So, why not strive for change? Dolag's eyes flickered, his emotions in turmoil. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head and bellowed, Stop spouting nonsense. He took a decisive step forward, launching an attack toward Yangqing. Yet, beneath this luminous shield, Yangqing's prowess rendered him almost divine. In an instant, he ensnared Dolag with a layer of confinement, slowing his movements and effortlessly evading the latter's attacks. He then placed his right hand upon Dolag's shoulder. Beaming divine art, he silently invoked, and an irresistible force surged towards Dolag's body. Dolag's expression shifted. What is this? He felt an unsettling weakness enveloping him, a palpable frailty that stirred a flicker of dread within his heart regarding the unknown. In an instant, Dolag activated his elemental form. Leaping 30 meters away from Yangqing. You can absorb my energy, Dolag exclaimed in astonishment. Yangqing felt the subtle surge of vitality coursing through his body. And unbeknownst to him, he grew stronger once more, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Why should he not? The mysteries of the beaming divine art were not meant to be divulged to Dorag. What a formidable being! In Dorag's mind, the threat posed by Yangqing ascended to an entirely new echelon. He understood all too well what such power, coupled with the enigmatic abilities of the devil fruit and that astonishing audacity, truly signified. We are not actually adversaries, are we? Yangqing said, a peculiar smile gracing his features, causing Dorag to shudder involuntarily. Reining in his abilities, Yangqing approached Dorag with deliberate steps. Keenly aware that the man before him no longer harbored any desire to fight, he had been thrown into disarray by Yangqing's words. In terms of strength, Dorag undoubtedly surpassed him. Should Dorag unleash his full might, Yangqing would stand no chance. After all, he was a being of the same caliber as the three admirals, capable of toppling islands, a true titan. The sheer terror of his full power could indeed rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. Yet, Yangqing was not without his own means of resistance. In the current state of affairs, he was, in fact, invincible. As the rain gradually subsided, the dark clouds seemed to part. Yangqing approached Dorag step by step, and 10 seconds later, they brushed past each other. From the corner of his eye, he could distinctly perceive the tumultuous expressions that danced across Dorag's face. Undoubtedly, a tempest of emotions was raging within the latter's heart at that moment. 3 seconds later, Yangqing passed Dorag and moved towards Asuna. He believed that Dorag would no longer take action, yet in the next instant, Yangqing's expression darkened, shadowed by a sense of foreboding. "Do you wish to continue? You cannot hold me back." His voice was imbued with unwavering certainty. Dorag closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, his demeanor grave and his tone heavy. "You are far too perilous. Both your absurd dreams and your enigmatic abilities pose a grave threat to the world." A rumble echoed as a storm approached. Fierce winds began to howl, and dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire town of Rog. This time, the tempest would engulf the whole of Rog. Dorag steeled himself. "Then you will seal off the entire town." Yangqing's eyes flickered. "I see in their resolve. Who knows? If I do not attempt to detain you, I fear I shall regret it in the future." Dorag strode forward decisively, a man of action who hesitated not once a decision was made. Around the execution platform, the winds howled violently within a 1,000-meter radius, the thunder cracking incessantly. As he advanced, torrential rain poured down furiously, as if roaring in fury. Step by step, Dorag moved towards Yangqing, his feet striking the ground with a crisp yet heavy sound, water splashing around him. Suddenly, Dorag halted, his eyes widening in shock, and his hands trembling. In that moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. From a distance, Asuna's face registered a look of terror. Yangqing's pupils constricted as he witnessed the tempestuous storm and lightning within a radius of 1,000 meters. In that moment, they became a furious amalgamation, intertwining to create a formidable assault. In an instant, flowers, grass, and trees were uprooted and swept away, merging with the chaos. This onslaught seemed to coalesce nearly all the elements available in the vicinity. Moments later, the attack materialized into a swirling vortex, roaring like a tempest, charging towards Yangqing. With a snap of his right fingers, Yangqing murmured, "It seems I must exert my full strength, otherwise, I might truly be left behind." In an instant, a shimmering barrier enveloped a radius of 300 meters, encasing both Dorag and the ensuing attack. Immediately, Yangqing's expression turned grave as he struck the ground with both hands, issuing a commanding shout, "Arise." The earth trembled and cracked, seemingly yielding to Yangqing's will. Morphing into a wild dragon, he then drew his longsword from his waist, unleashing 36 strikes in all directions. These strikes transformed into glimmering points of light, resembling a stellar assault. Dorag, in utter astonishment, witnessed his winds, his rains, and even the very fabric of space fall under the control of this individual. What manner of ability is this? He had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable power that seemed capable of commanding all. "Prepare yourself, Dorag," Yangqing declared, narrowing his eyes with seriousness. 3 seconds later, the colossal forces of both combatants collided, unleashing a wave of light that obliterated everything within a 30-meter radius. Dorag, in a frenzy, dashed forward, his footsteps creating ripples in the rain, transforming him into a mere shadow. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Yangqing, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. Armament Haki. Dark energy enveloped Dorag's right arm, turning it pitch black. Yangqing's eyes narrowed, and with a swift flick of his sword, he aimed directly at Dorag's right arm. Their reflexes and speed reached an astonishing pinnacle. And in the next moment, fist met blade. A brilliant light erupted from Dorag's eyes, while Yangqing's expression shifted, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. The immense force threatened to overwhelm him. What a terrifying assault. Subsequently, Dorag launched a relentless barrage of close-range attacks, his fists and feet weaving a dense curtain of strikes that left Yangqing no respite, compelling him to evade with resignation. Meanwhile, the winds and rains continued to shift, crafting the most fearsome onslaught directed at Yangqing, only to dissipate into nothingness under his control. Conversely, Yangqing commanded the elements around him, unleashing attacks upon Dorag, which were likewise rendered non-existent by Dorag's unyielding demeanor. The tempo of their exchanges escalated to a dizzying pace, with both combatants pushing their perception and mastery to the limits. It was a battle beyond words, a moment where neither could claim victory. "Your efforts are futile, Dorag," Yangqing panted. Ignoring him, Dorag pressed on with his assault. You cannot sacrifice the entirety of Rogtown to confront me. Your power has reached its peak at this very moment, and that level cannot capture me. Yang Qing continued, a smile flickering in his eyes. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that I am not alone. Dorag's eyes widened, and in a moment of realization, he transformed into a gentle breeze, gliding beyond the luminous barrier. As the battle progressed, he naturally began to grasp the capabilities of his opponent. Oh, Captain. Abandoning us to revel in combat all alone, are we? A teasing voice chimed in, and a figure materialized atop a nearby rooftop. Who could this formidable Major General be? Dylan's, what brings you here? Yang Qing inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued. Perched on the rooftop, Dylan's tilted his head, a peculiar glint illuminating his eyes. This Major General seems rather powerful, doesn't he? With a subtle gesture, the fabric of space trembled, and suddenly, Drag, standing 500 meters away, felt a shift in the atmosphere, his expression changing as he transformed into a gust of wind, fleeing the scene. Just as he evaded, the space around him quaked violently before reverting to its original state. Spatial manipulation. Drag's expression turned grave as he regarded Yang Qing and Dylan's before him. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, TCH, Dylan scoffed upon witnessing Drag's escape and stepped forward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear beside Yang Qing. Captain, you seem rather flustered, Dylan's remarked, a serious look dawning in his eyes. It was astonishing that someone of Yang Qing's caliber was pushed to such lengths. Fortunately, if I unleash everything, I might be able to eliminate him. However, I suspect an old man will seek retribution against me for it, Yang Qing replied with a smile. Dylan's, you sprint away without waiting for me. With dark clouds overhead and misfortune looming, we must hasten our departure from Rogtown, cried Trist, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion from afar. Another one? Drag narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the cowboy-clad Trist. Ah, the Navy? Are they foes? Trist quickly deduced the situation upon seeing Drag, Yang Qing, and Dylan's. He chuckled. Shall we engage in a gamble? Naval forces? Drag raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The odds were not in his favor, 3 against 1, with an adversary of comparable strength. In Rogtown, his abilities were constrained, rendering him capable of wielding no more than 60% of his power. A card materialized in Trist's hand, revealing that even this incorrigible gambler could discern the gravity of the situation when facing an enemy. Meanwhile, Dylan's rested his hand upon the dagger at his waist, prepared for what lay ahead. Yang Qing gradually sheathed his western sword, then turned to Dorag with a serious expression, remarking, "It seems we must await our next confrontation." This battle was exhilarating. Dylan, observing the cessation of hostilities, sheathed his dagger, while Trist displayed his cards to Dorag, grinning as he commented, "Navy, behold. Our cards are quite small, and now you hold the advantage." No one paid heed to Trist's words. Yang Qing stepped forward to Asuna, smiling as he said, "It appears we shall have to postpone our coffee date." Huh? Asuna asked, momentarily stunned by the display of power from the two, struggling to process the situation. "Next time. The treat is on me," Yang Qing replied with a cheerful tone. He then turned, joining Dylan and Trist, their figures fading from view. Dorag watched the trio, his eyes glinting, yet he refrained from taking further action. "Are we leaving? Let us depart swiftly. I have an ominous premonition." "The cards signal ill tidings," Trist remarked, trembling. "Captain, is that your lover?" he mumbled, while Dylan made a cheeky quip. "Yes, we shall leave now. As for that girl, I find her rather appealing." Yang Qing's voice rang clear, causing Dorag and Asuna to exchange glances, their expressions shifting. A faint blush crept across Asuna's cheeks, taken aback by the unexpected confession. And she seemed to come to a resolution, clenching her petite fist. If I say I will treat you, then I shall." 15 minutes later, the entire crew of the Grim Reaper pirate crew gathered aboard the Grim Reaper ship. Glades arrived, panting heavily with a large bundle slung over his back, while Robin and Moria cradled stacks of books, their faces radiating satisfaction. "Then let us set sail. I can see the Navy pursuing us," he declared. Yang Qing sat at the bow of the ship, casually speaking. A multitude of naval officers surged forth from Rogtown, shouting to one another as they pursued the Death God pirate crew. Behind the dense ranks of Navy men, the white cloak of Dracul Mihawk billowed in the wind, the word justice shimmering in the air, his eyes glinting with determination. He strode purposefully towards the naval warships. He had not yet relinquished his resolve, given his current status. Mihawk would not show any leniency towards such a perilous figure. Meanwhile, a sense of unwillingness lingered in his heart, as the competitive spirit of youth stirred within him. "Set sail, depart," Yang Qing called out loudly, and the entire crew of the Death God pirate ship regarded the encroaching navy with unwavering calm. As the sails were raised, Trist turned the helm, gently steering away from Rogue Town. "Trist, shake them off," yelled Dylans from atop the mast. "That might prove somewhat challenging, First Mate," Trist retorted, eyeing the 3 naval ships that were also making their way from the harbor, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. The Death God ship accelerated forward, with the 3 warships hot on their heels. Just as they departed, a wooden vessel followed closely behind, leaving the harbor as well. On board the wooden ship, Asuna gazed at the 4 vessels in the distance, a faint blush gracing her perfect features. "Humph, I shall not let you escape," she thought. For that young pirate had left an indelible impression upon her heart. At the harbor, 2 figures hurriedly approached, calling out loudly to the departing wooden ship. "Asuna, where are you going? Come back." Asuna paused, then a radiant smile spread across her lovely face. "Father, mother, worry not. I am merely in pursuit of my own happiness. Come back." Her parents cried out in unison. Laughing, Asuna turned away from her parents, waving her right hand in farewell. Young men and women, in pursuit of their dreams and happiness, often disregard all else. Asuna, a woman of strong autonomy and independence, exemplified this spirit. Soon, the Death God ship and the 3 warships had all departed from the harbor. A quarter of an hour later, they were far from Rogue Town. Upon the sea, the once clear sky began to darken, clouds gathering ominously, with golden flashes of lightning tracing their paths as a storm brewed. "The weather does not bode well, Captain. I strongly oppose sailing in such conditions," Trist exclaimed as the ship began to sway, the tumultuous sea heaving beneath them. "Very well, I concur. Let us turn the ship around and surrender to the Navy," Yang Qing jested, causing Trist's expression to darken while the others erupted in laughter. "My hawk, you have not yet given up," Yang Qing mused, gazing at the ominous sky, his eyes sparkling with fierce determination. "Do you wish to contend upon the sea? Then come forth." He then turned, calmly assigning tasks to the crew. "Dylans, be wary of their cannon fire. Ensure that the shots do not strike the Death God ship." "Understood," Dylan thundered, his entire being quaking as the very fabric of space around the Grim Reaper distorted, enveloped within his dominion. "Captain Luo," came the quiet response. "Take care of yourself." Yang Qing paused, his words laden with significance. Luo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, Captain. Everyone else, hold tight to the ship. Do not let yourselves be thrown overboard," Yang Qing commanded loudly, his voice deepening. "A tsunami is approaching." The crew collectively froze, and in the next heartbeat, they beheld a terrifying scene. A fierce wind howled, while torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens. Even the lightning surged down from the clouds, striking the Grim Reaper mercilessly. The sea roiled, small tsunamis rising, causing the ship to lurch violently. This bizarre spectacle made it seem as though the entire world had turned against the Grim Reaper. "It's horrifying. Is the sea intent on killing us?" Glades uttered in a daze, while the others remained silent, equally stunned by the unfolding chaos. On the warship behind, Dorag stood at the bow, gazing intently at the pirate vessel ahead, his eyes shimmering with intensity. "Major, the cannonballs are ready. We request permission to fire," the naval officer called out. "Fire," Dorag commanded promptly. "Aye." The naval crew saluted and swiftly turned. "Attention, all hands. Target. Grim Reaper. Fire." Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted, and as the projectiles neared the Grim Reaper, they were swept up by the tempestuous wind and rain, transforming into a colossal, roaring beast, hurtling towards their ship. "What is happening?" "The cannonballs, they're being hurled at us by the storm," Trist muttered in disbelief, having never witnessed such meteorological phenomena. The crew of the Grim Reaper stood aghast. The extraordinary and grand spectacle before them was unparalleled, as if the elements themselves had been summoned to attack. The sea raged, bellowing forth its wrath, even turning against them. "Brothers, let us embrace this grand spectacle," Yang Qing exclaimed, rising to his feet. As the onslaught of attacks descended upon them with overwhelming might, a fearless smile gracing his face. The entire crew was taken aback, but in the next moment, laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. This scene is a once-in-a-century sight. I can boast about it back in my hometown. TSK, TSK, TSK. A man who stands against the sea is a true man." Ah ha ha ha. Dylan, Trist, and Glades all joined in laughter, while Luo wore a relaxed expression, and even the 2 ladies, witnessing this astonishing sight, felt little fear. For they had a captain who feared neither heaven nor earth, and his untroubled demeanor swiftly infected them all. At the far end, the sailors aboard Yasna's ship gazed at the upheaval before them, then looked at their own surroundings, sunlit and calm, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? However, despite being less than a kilometer apart, the environments they found themselves in were worlds apart. They clashed once more. Asuna understood. She gazed quietly into the distance this time. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, Yang Qing made his move. With a fierce glare, an aura of sovereign majesty radiated from him, bringing a fleeting calm to the tumultuous sea ahead. Subsequently, a blue force field expanded at a visible speed, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters in mere seconds. Confronted by the terrifying celestial phenomena, Yang Qing extended his right hand and declared, "Here, I am a deity." In the next moment, he unveiled his formidable powers. Within the sphere of his influence, the howling winds, roaring rains, thundering lightning, and the might of cannon fire all momentarily ceased. On the naval warship, Dorag's countenance grew serious. His fists clenched slightly. It was as if an invisible hand materialized in the void, possessing extraordinary magic capable of smoothing out all turbulence. This ethereal hand gently swept across the sky, causing the raging winds to dissipate, the flickering lightning to vanish, and the torrential rains to disappear before they even reached the ground. The cannonballs shimmered brilliantly before shattering in the heavens, resembling exquisite fireworks. 10 seconds later, the sky over the sea returned to normal, and the once roiling waves settled into tranquility. The crew aboard the Grim Reaper stared in astonishment at this spectacle, their gazes shifting towards the figure ahead, who was slightly breathless. At this moment, Yang Qing's complexion was pale, his breath labored, yet his eyes shone with brilliance. He had demonstrated that the power of this fruit was comparable, if not superior, to that of the natural elements. At this juncture, having only developed the fruit to its second stage, he was already so formidable. One could only wonder what would transpire should he advance further. Perhaps even to the legendary awakening. His physical stamina, however, was insufficient. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, confronting his shortcomings. The elemental aspects of the body could not be neglected. They required diligent training, with no shortcuts. He could only rely on the North Sea divine art to expedite his growth, for otherwise, rapid advancement would prove arduous. Yet the adversaries across the seas were too weak, rendering little effect on Yang Qing's progress. Plans would have to be reconsidered once he entered the Grand Line. "Dorag, onward," Yang Qing commanded, then turned his gaze to the warship behind him, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. "What comes around goes around. Let you experience my methods as well." With a pop, the blue force field enveloped the area once again, and the sea began to ripple. Great blue dragons emerged behind the Grim Reaper, causing the crew aboard to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wow, this is the boss's prowess. It's incredible. The sea submits to his authority, truly remarkable. What a powerful man. Glades, Trist, and Luo were all astounded, while Dorag wore a smile, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. He was acutely aware that this was Yang Qing's new ability, a truly formidable power. The sailors aboard the naval vessels stirred restlessly, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the colossal dragon roaring and charging towards them. Dorag narrowed his eyes, internally conceding that he was utterly powerless against the opponent. Every one of his tactics was deftly countered. The young man possessed an uncanny ability, seemingly able to manipulate everything he touched. Even the very air around him, nothing short of astonishing. An invisible wind surged forth, directed towards the advancing dragon. Moments later, torrents of seawater cascaded onto the faces of the sailors, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and trepidation. "Hey, first mate, can you teleport my cards onto their ships?" On the death god, Trister suddenly grinned and proclaimed loudly. Of course, what do you intend to do?" Dylan's inquired, his expression one of confusion as he materialized beside Trister from the mast's pinnacle. "Here, place these 3 cards on their vessels." Trister replied with a smile, exuding an air of excitement, as the clear weather seemed perfect for a gamble. "I wish to engage them in a grand wager." Dylan's, perplexed yet silent, accepted the 3 cards. With a flash of light, they vanished from his grasp. Simultaneously, 3 cards appeared on the decks of the naval vessels. The goddess of fate smiled. Victory meant survival, defeat meant death. Let fate decide our fates. Trister brandished another card, a crimson realm of overlapping cards forming beneath his feet. At the same time, a similar scarlet domain emerged on the distant ships, as if the cards were fanning out to create a circle. "What is this? Cards?" one of the sailors remarked, noticing the peculiar phenomenon with confusion. Upon seeing the cards, Dorag's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he shouted, "Be careful." On the death god, Trister revealed his cards, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "It seems I have triumphed." Boom, boom. The three naval vessels erupted in a series of relentless explosions. As those seemingly simple cards unleashed a terrifying power, causing the ships to plunge into the depths of the sea. Damn it! Dorag's face contorted with frustration as he watched the death god recede into the horizon, eventually vanishing below the water's surface. He had gravely underestimated the man's strength. That bizarre ability seemed almost divine, capable of controlling everything. Furthermore, the crew aboard that pirate ship wielded formidable power. This was indeed a perilous crew. A realization that weighed heavily on Dorag's mind. Haha, Trister, your ability can even gamble with inanimate objects? Dylan's initially froze in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. In theory, I can gamble on anything, encompassing all actions, transformations, and more. Crest appeared somewhat reserved in his demeanor, yet the pride gleaming in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Haha, splendid, quite impressive. Suddenly, Dylan's produced a bunch of grapes from behind and tossed them to Crest, exclaiming, "Come now, turn these into gold." Crest's expression darkened, and the others aboard the Death's Reaper, momentarily taken aback, erupted into hearty laughter. Yangqing sat at the bow of the ship, a smile gracing her lips. As the pallor of her face gradually faded with the passage of time, the Death God sailed through the East China Sea, having completely evaded the warships of Dorag. As evening approached, Triss suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly towards the top of the mast, "Captain, there is a ship following us." Yangqing's eyes flickered as he turned his head, momentarily stunned. Through the vast distance, he discerned the figure of a woman standing on the wooden vessel. "Is it her?" "Trister, reduce speed and allow them to approach," Yangqing commanded. "Understood." Trister winked at the exercising Dylans beside him, the two sharing a conspiratorial chuckle. Their expressions as lewd as could be. Luo strolled to the bow of the ship and, with a hint of naivety, inquired, "Captain, is she your girlfriend?" Yangqing's face bore a frown as he muttered, "Children these days truly lack charm." The wooden vessel gradually approached the Death's Embrace, where Asuna, donned in an elegant pink silk gown, wore a gentle smile that exuded tranquility. She gracefully stepped across the wooden plank connecting the two ships and boarded the pirate vessel. Observing from the opposite boat, the sailors gazed at the crew of the Death's Embrace, their faces etched with terror. "What brings you here?" Yangqing tilted his head, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Do you not wish for my presence?" Asuna playfully retorted with a smile. Yangqing, scratching his nose and opting for silence, called out towards the kitchen, "Chef, prepare a splendid feast. We are to host a banquet." "Understood, Captain," Glades replied with a hearty voice. And soon the rhythmic sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Then, casting a disdainful glance at the mischievous Dylan and Trist, Yangqing declared, "You two, get lost and stand far away." He then turned his stern gaze towards Luo, whose gloomy laughter had been present since the beginning. Asuna stifled a laugh at Yangqing's flustered expression. "Pray tell, our esteemed captain, is this your girlfriend?" Molia inquired with an air of indifference. Yet her tone was laced with jest. Yangqing's face twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Asuna interrupted him with her melodious voice, saying, "Indeed." The former was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the flawless profile beside him. Without a hint of shyness, Asuna took Yangqing's hand, causing him to tense up, only to relax shortly thereafter. "Oh my, Captain, are you blushing?" Dylan's teased, while Trist blew a horn beside them, producing a series of honks with a mischievous grin. Ro and Glade silently applauded. "You two get lost." Yangqing kicked the pair away with a swift motion. Then, he boldly confessed, "Indeed. We fell in love at first sight. We are mutually fond of each other. She is my girlfriend, and I am her boyfriend." "Pfft," Robin chuckled. And Morlia couldn't help but giggle, realizing that their captain was so flustered that he struggled to articulate his words. Asuna smiled gently. Surprised to witness this side of Yangqing, it was rather amusing. The banquet soon commenced, celebrating both Yangqing and Asuna's union and the triumph of their recent battle. Subsequently, the Grim Reaper set sail once more, heading towards a certain location in the East Sea. "Captain, where are we headed this time?" Trist inquired. "To find the buggy pirates, to welcome our new crew member," Yangqing replied with a smile, though his expression turned peculiar. "Buggy?" Trist said calmly without further questions. "Well, at least give me a specific location." "Orange Town," Trist exclaimed, then set off from there. He utilized the simplest method, betting on cards to determine the direction to their destination, straightforward and rarely erroneous. A week later, the Grim Reaper was nearing Orange Town in the East Sea. In the original story, Buggy's pirate crew was based here. As for whether they still resided here during this period, Yangqing was uncertain. He was merely gambling on luck. Regarding Buggy, who was a friend of Shanks in the original tale, Yangqing harbored mixed feelings, both love and resentment. He lamented Buggy's lack of ambition, as they had both once been rookie crew members on the Pirate King's ship, yet while others had ascended to become one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Buggy remained here, a mere landlord, an utter embarrassment. Asuna, I won't linger in the East Sea for long, Yangqing said, gazing solemnly at the approaching Orange Town. I know, men of the sea seldom stay in one place for too long, Asuna replied with a smile. You. Yangqing suddenly found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he owed Asuna something. Will you wait for me? Once I establish my footing in this world, I will come for you, and then we. However, before he could finish, Asuna silenced him. I will wait for you. Yangqing was taken aback, then tightly embraced Asuna in his arms. The Grim Reaper pirates gradually approached Orange Town. From the coastline, the crew could see a circus troupe being constructed within the town. Additionally, there was a rather unappealing ship resembling an elephant's trunk. The Grim Reaper slowly docked, and all the crew members, led by Yangqing, began to disembark. Come on, crew of the Grim Reaper. Let us welcome our new crewmate. All right. The crew raised their right hands, their faces beaming with joy as they stepped off the ship. Asuna watched these individuals with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with delight. During her time aboard the Grim Reaper, the crew had left a profound impression on her. These youthful individuals seemed to harbor their own unique thoughts. As 8 of them stepped onto the streets of Orange Town, the townsfolk were momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the pirate flag of the Grim Reaper flapping in the wind, their expressions shifted dramatically. Another group of pirates. My goodness, why do pirates seem so fond of our town? Oh heavens, please make them leave. The townspeople sighed deeply, tears in their eyes, as they watched Yangqing and his crew approach with a mixture of fear and retreat. Boss, it seems our new crewmate isn't very well received, Dylan remarked with a chuckle. Once on board, I shall ensure he is properly trained, Yangqing responded casually. The atmosphere aboard the ship was relaxed. There was no need for tension in this small town. Where is Buggy? Glades inquired, stopping a villager with a smile. The villager, however, looked terrified and pointed towards the circus. Glades nodded, understanding, while Law stood silently beside him. Then, I shall leave this to him. Yangqing pondered for a moment before pointing at Glades and Treester. You two will handle this. As for Law, just follow them and observe. Law was taken aback but nodded in agreement. Treester scratched his head, muttering, troublesome. The 3 then departed, and Yangqing turned to the rest of the crew with a smile. As for us, let's enjoy our freedom. With the new crewmate aboard, we shall leave here and continue our journey. Can we stay in the East Blue for a year? Asuna suddenly asked, holding Yangqing's hand as the others departed. He paused, contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I have matters to attend to in the East Blue as well. Asuna's face lit up with a beautiful smile, and she tightened her grip on Yangqing's hand. His demeanor grew serious. He was determined never to let this girl down throughout his life. Hand in hand, they strolled through Orange Town, aimlessly making their way to the coastline. They settled on the sandy beach, leaning against each other, gazing at the undulating sea, quietly savoring this tranquil happiness. The seagulls cried out, soaring gracefully over the vast ocean, their gentle sounds echoing in the air. Before them, a breathtaking tableau of the sunset over the sea gradually took shape. As the sun slowly descended in the west, the shadows of 2 figures intertwined. On Glade's side, when the 3 arrived at the entrance of the circus that was under construction and beheld the scene within, their expressions turned peculiar. Is the captain truly sending us to retrieve this fellow? Trist exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe his eyes. The diminutive clown with the red nose bore no resemblance to a pirate. They had confirmed that this red-nosed midget was indeed a man named Buggy. Such an unmistakable feature could not be mistaken, yet the individual before them exhibited none of the traits of a pirate. Rather, he resembled a circus performer. Even those surrounding him were dressed flamboyantly, devoid of any pirate-like demeanor. Does the captain truly value such a person? Since the captain has spoken, we shall comply, Glades replied. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, while Ro remained silently clutching his katana. Shall we proceed? Trist proposed, feeling confident as the individuals inside appeared lacking in strength. In truth, he was correct. As Trist confidently advanced and merely tossed a card, all of Buggy's companions collapsed in an instant. This bizarre spectacle left Buggy utterly astonished. Who are you? Our captain has instructed us to bring you back, Glade stated, approaching Buggy. Unbeknownst to him, he unconsciously wielded the powers of his devil fruit. And as he drew closer, Buggy's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he were suffocating. Why do I feel like he's on the brink of death? Take it easy. Trist voiced his concern. I merely drained the air surrounding his head. Fear not, he will faint, and I shall cease, Glades reassured, before Buggy could utter another word. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The esteemed Captain Buggy, in the face of Trist and Glades' abilities, was rendered utterly powerless to resist. This scene caused Ro to furrow his brow slightly. Could such a person truly be of interest to the captain? It was simply appalling. I expected a fierce battle, Trist remarked, clicking his tongue and shaking his head in disbelief, with Glades silently nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Trist hoisted Buggy up, dragging him along like a lifeless dog towards the Grim Reaper pirates. When the group reconvened at a restaurant in Orange Town, Dylans and the others were somewhat taken aback. So soon? This fellow is terribly weak, Trist scoffed, unceremoniously dropping Buggy onto the ground. Well, let us wait for the captain to return. Dylan's indifference was palpable. Subsequently, the crowd gathered, each engrossed in their own pursuits. By the time Yangqing returned, dusk was approaching. Upon seeing him holding Asuna's hand, an amused laughter erupted among the onlookers, accompanied by playful whistles. Ah, our little couple of the Grim Reaper has returned, they teased. The honeymoon was a success. How grateful we are that the captain remembers us. When might we expect a little captain to arrive? Yangqing's countenance was somewhat grim as he bellowed. You all, get out of my sight. Asuna stood nearby, stifling a laugh. Just then, an untimely voice pierced the air. Who are you? Release me at once. I am the illustrious Captain Buggy. Without a moment's hesitation, Dylans delivered a resounding slap to Buggy, leaving him utterly bewildered. In his dealings with newcomers, Dylans always assumed the role of the relentless oppressor. Why you dare strike me? Another slap followed, causing Buggy's right cheek to swell dramatically. Ah, I shall avenge this. You dare to hit me? I am a member of the Pirate King's crew. Buggy was infuriated. He had only just set foot on this island the previous day, commanding his crew to establish his territory. Little did he know that before his domain could even take shape, two inexplicable individuals had rendered him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself bound, utterly perplexed. The Pirate King? A hush fell over the crowd as their gazes toward Buggy shifted. Are you afraid now? Release me, Buggy declared with a sense of triumph, yet his expression quickly changed as Dylan's hand came crashing down once more. This time, Buggy fell utterly silent. Yangqing cast a glance at Buggy, remaining silent. With a smile, he took a seat, lifted the wine cup from the table, and took a hearty gulp. Sighing in relief, he wiped his mouth, and then spoke. So, this fellow hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? He's rather feeble. Glides curled his lips, while Buggy's face twitched, though he dared not respond. It became evident to him that this group was decidedly not composed of good people. Who would slap someone upon first meeting, especially that smirking fellow? He made a mental note of that. Well, that's good, Yangqing said with a smile, nodding. From now on, aboard the ship, you all must properly train him. At the very least, he shouldn't be too incompetent. Does this fellow even have any potential? Dylans inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Buggy. He appears utterly lackluster. Aside from his physical prowess, his willpower, courage, and ambition are all rather mediocre. Such a person finds it difficult to become a formidable force. Don't worry, just beat him up, Yangqing replied nonchalantly, eliciting smiles from the crew of the Death God pirate ship, while Buggy's expression darkened, looking quite unpleasant. Hey, what do you mean by that? Buggy could no longer contain himself and shouted, You can't just grab me for no reason. In simple terms, our captain has taken a liking to you. From now on, you will be one of us. Do you understand? Dylans bent down, speaking sternly, and with a swift motion, he cut the ropes binding Buggy, leaving him momentarily stunned. When did I ever agree to that? Buggy roared. Ha 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 ha. The crew of the Death God pirate ship erupted in boisterous laughter, leaving Buggy utterly bewildered. Dylans laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing at Yangqing and exclaiming, Does this guy need anyone's consent to recruit crew members? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Buggy turned to Yangqing, who maintained a calm smile, seemingly unfazed. However, Buggy's face grew grim as he asked, Who exactly are you? The Grim Reaper, Lucifer. Yangqing replied. Buggy was momentarily stunned, only to be gripped by terror as he staggered backward, retreating 5 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Why you? You are the notorious pirate Lucifer with a bounty of 100 million. 100 million. Buggy understood all too well what that meant in this East Blue. It represented an absolute sense of intimidation. Standing atop the pinnacle of piracy, figures like him were the true powerhouses among pirates. Ha 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 ha, Captain. You frightened him to the point of losing his footing. Dylan's laughed heartily once more. That night, the crew of the Death God pirate ship celebrated joyfully, singing songs, their faces adorned with smiles. Only Buggy wore a grim expression, his hands trembling incessantly under the pressure of these pirates. He was filled with fear. He attempted to flee, but each time he barely made it 10 meters before an inexplicable suffocation overwhelmed him, as if he could not draw in air, causing him to faint. When he regained consciousness, he was met with a slap from Dylan's. After lingering in Orange Town for roughly a week, the Death God ship slowly set sail from the harbor. Setting sail towards distant shores, they began to drift aimlessly across the East China Sea. During this time, Yongqing anchored the vessel, the Death God, at various islands depicted in the original narrative, pausing at each to recuperate for several days. It seemed the Navy had received orders from higher authorities. Upon sighting this pirate ship from a distance, they not only refrained from firing, but also steered clear. This allowed the Death God to navigate smoothly, encountering no significant obstacles. Thus, the passage of time swiftly morphed into a year. One day, Garp arrived in Rogue Town, taking Ace away towards Windmill Village. Upon returning to Windmill Village, he was infuriated to discover that red-haired Shanks had made his presence known there, inspiring Luffy to aspire to become the Pirate King. This enraged Garp, further solidifying his determination to mold Luffy into a formidable pirate. You too shall become the greatest Marines. Abandon your foolish thoughts of piracy. In a fit of rage, Garp delivered a punch to both Luffy and Ace, causing them to cry out in pain. He then tossed them to Dayton and departed once more. At this juncture, the Death God, under Yongqing's command, began its slow approach towards Windmill Village, searching for Ace. His exact age was unknown to Yongqing, yet he had already carved out a place for him in his heart. On the vast expanse of the East China Sea, a dragon-headed ship glided steadily, its course aligning with that of the Death God, ensuring an eventual encounter between the two vessels. On the dragon-headed ship, a man with red hair stood at the bow, one hand resting on the hilt of his western sword, while the other arm lay conspicuously empty. Behind him, a golden-haired man with a long nose smiled, while another, robustly built, devoured a piece of chicken. Captain, do you think that brat Luffy will become a pirate? After all, his grandfather is a Marine, the first mate, Ben Beckman, inquired with a smile. Indeed, he will, replied Shanks with unwavering confidence. Aha, shall we place a wager? Beckman challenged. Bring it on. This time, I am certain to win. Shanks declared loudly, his gaze sharp. Luffy, you shall not disappoint me. Approximately 3 days later, a shadow appeared on the horizon ahead of the Death God. Trist, acting as the navigator, raised his telescope to the distance. Upon spotting the billowing pirate flag, his expression shifted slightly. Captain, I've spotted a pirate crew. Oh. Yongqing opened his eyes, keenly investigating the target. What does the pirate flag look like? As Trist observed, he slowly described, the skull has 3 long scars over its left eye. Behind the skull, there are 2 crossed swords? What flag is this? I've never seen it before. Fool. Of course, you haven't. This is from the New World. Dylan's expression changed dramatically as he ascended to the top of the mast. Gazing into the distance, his extraordinary eyesight quickly discerned the pirate flag on the approaching vessel. His countenance paled as he exclaimed, Indeed, it is them. Captain, it is the red-haired. A smile crept across Yongqing's face as he slowly rose to his feet. Ha ha, is that so? I never would have imagined that amidst the East Sea, I would fortuitously encounter one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Yongqing exclaimed loudly. Captain, Bucky immediately rushed over, his expression brimming with eagerness. Over the past few days, he had endured relentless torment, as the crew aboard the pirate ship surpassed him in strength, compelling him to train incessantly, leaving him with no means of resistance. Strangely, however, after this period, he found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Come, let us reunite with your old friend. Now, he has truly become a person of great significance. Yongqing's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, Back he was momentarily taken aback, gazing vacantly in the direction Yongqing indicated. In the next instant, his expression underwent a complete transformation. Shanks. Haha, indeed, it is he. Yongqing laughed heartily, then paused as his gaze deepened with contemplation. Who would have imagined that Shanks, one of the 4 emperors reigning supreme, would appear here? Fortune truly smiles upon us. As he observed the distant ship adorned with a red dragon's head drawing nearer, Yongqing extended his hand and called out, Brothers, come join me in welcoming the legendary 4 emperor, the red-haired pirates. Haha, it's really Shanks, the captain, Dallins remarked, his mouth agape. What an immense honor it is to witness the legendary red-haired here. Treaster produced a handful of cards, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Red-haired. A serious expression crossed Luo's face. The crew of the Grim Reaper pirate crew exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Before one of the 4 emperors reigning in the New World, none could afford to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, aboard the approaching ship, Beckman pointed towards the Grim Reaper and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Captain, that vessel appears to be awaiting us." "Oh, how intriguing." Shanks replied, his eyes glinting as he gazed at the Grim Reaper. The sea breeze picked up, and both pirate crews heightened their vigilance. Encounters between pirates are seldom tranquil, unless old ties bind them. Otherwise, they either pass each other with a wary indifference or ignite conflict due to immense stakes. In the vast ocean, danger coexists with opportunity. Being a pirate is an inherently perilous profession. Some regard it as an adventure, while others perceive it as a harrowing malevolence. Gradually, the 2 vessels drew within 10 meters of one another, allowing a clear view of the individuals aboard. Their expressions and the stains on their garments were unmistakably apparent. The 2 ships engaged in a silent exchange, each party deliberately suppressing their emotions while scrutinizing the other. This pirate ship is anything but ordinary. At first glance, Shanks narrowed his eyes, distinctly observing the expressions of the crew on the opposing ship. They were not typical of an ordinary pirate crew. Their faces bore no signs of the usual awe, fear, or daze associated with pirates. Instead, there was an unspoken confidence, excitement, and even a hint of eagerness for a challenge. "Interesting, they wish to compete with us," Beckman chuckled. "This is the Grim Reaper pirate crew. The fabled specters of the seas, long wandering through the 4 seas. Much like us, they have also completed their explorations," Yasopp remarked from behind. Shanks narrowed his eyes. Then a smile broke upon his face. A truly formidable captain, and a most impressive pirate crew. He beheld the young man lounging at the bow of the ship, cradling a lengthy western sword, a casual smile adorning his face as he openly scrutinized them. The other crew members aboard the pirate vessel displayed either impassive expressions or broad grins, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. Little did he expect to encounter Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, in this very location. As the 2 ships sailed parallel to one another, Yang Qing's voice suddenly resonated. "However, it seems you have lost an arm." Shanks raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, Beckman's pistol was drawn. The expressions of Yasopp and the others shifting instantly as their weapons were trained upon Yang Qing. Simultaneously, the crew of the Grim Reaper pirates adopted grave expressions. Dillon's unsheathed his dagger, which glimmered as it appeared at Beckman's throat, while Trist's cards were flung upon the deck of the red-haired captain. Glades clenched his fists tightly, the air before him rippling ominously as it began to distort, and Law rested his hand upon the hilt of his katana at his waist. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if war was on the brink of eruption. Yet, Yang Qing and Shanks remained unfazed, their expressions casual, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere, still exchanging indifferent smiles. "Shanks." At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed. Shanks was taken aback, recognizing the familiar tone. Upon seeing the red-nosed fellow on the opposing ship, disbelief washed over his features. "Buggy, what on earth are you doing here?" The 2 pointed at each other, their astonishment palpable as they exclaimed in unison. With a wave of his hand, Yang Qing commanded the members of the Death God's pirates to cease their actions. The dagger around Beckman's neck vanished, and the cards on the deck similarly disappeared, restoring smiles to their faces. Simultaneously, Shanks slapped his forehead and addressed the crew behind him, exclaiming, "Ha! We must not allow the younger generation to underestimate us." The crew of the red-haired pirates sheathed their weapons, yet their eyes gleamed with admiration as they regarded their opponents. In this world, there were few who dared to draw their blades against them. Regardless of their strength, the sheer audacity and fearless spirit of this group had already set them apart. The 2 ships came to a halt, and a plank was laid between them. With cheerful expressions, Shanks and his crew stepped onto the plank, making their way to the Death God. "So, how about it? Will you welcome me?" Shanks asked playfully, scratching his head as he reached the center. "Ha. Of course, you are welcome. Gladys, prepare the food and drink. Let us hold a banquet." Yang Qing bellowed joyfully, turning to call out to Gladys. "All right, Captain," Gladys replied, rushing into the kitchen. As Shanks set foot on the deck of the Death God, Buggy could not contain himself and shouted, "How on earth did you end up here? And what happened to your arm?" Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. It was evident that this severed arm had been sacrificed for Luffy. "How could one of your strength lose an arm?" Buggy exclaimed incredulously. "The individual facing you must be utterly terrifying." Shanks chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, I merely cast it into the future of the new era. Buggy was about to respond when he suddenly recalled something, and he grasped Shanks by the neck with both hands. You scoundrel, return my treasure map and my riches. I shall have your head. Shanks laughed heartily. Ah, Buggy. You haven't forgotten, have you? You are far too stingy. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew exuberantly lively due to their playful banter. You actually know the red-haired Shanks? Dylan's remarked in disbelief. Beckman's eyes sparkled as he looked at Dylan's, explaining with a smile, Shanks and Buggy were both interns under Pirate King Roger. I cannot believe Buggy's claims are true. I thought he was just boasting, Gladys said, incredulously serving the meal. But how come he is so pathetic? Initially, Buggy beamed with pride, but as the conversation progressed, his expression soured, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, just wait. I will grow stronger and take you all down. Oh. Our Captain Buggy intends to vanquish us. Laughter erupted aboard the Death God pirate ship. As the banquet commenced, the crews from both pirate ships gathered. All of them spirited individuals, contributing to a vibrant atmosphere filled with singing and laughter. The crew aboard Shanks' ship was carefree and revelrous, while the young members of the Death God pirate ship also enjoyed their merriment. Tristesse cards played a significant role in elevating the ambience, while Law, with a serious demeanor, addressed Shanks, if your arm can be found, I could assist in reattaching it. What? Beckman exclaimed, rising in shock, neglecting his drink as the other crew members stood up in astonishment. Are you serious, kid? Shanks' eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he raised a large cup of ale from the deck, gulping it down before exhaling deeply and praising, excellent brew. Of course, nothing compares to the ale from my homeland. Does it? Yang also took a hearty swig, clarifying, this is from the North Sea. How thoughtful. Shanks replied earnestly. Indeed, it is true. Law scoffed, rolling his eyes as he bit into a chicken leg. He is the finest surgeon aboard our ship. Reattaching a severed limb is but a trivial matter. Dylan's, flushed with excitement, embraced Law in admiration, only to be disdainfully pushed away by him. Hurry, Yasop. Beckman let out a triumphant shout, his face alight with excitement. Yasop echoed his enthusiasm, hastily returning to the ship, where he produced a tattered arm and rushed back. Doctor, is this salvageable? Beckman inquired anxiously. At that moment, Shanks' severed arm bore several patches of decaying skin and deep tooth marks, rendering it a pitiful sight. My arm. How could you possibly have it? Shanks exclaimed in disbelief, recalling vividly that he had been devoured by that sea creature. Enough with the chatter. We can handle a mere sea beast. We retrieved your arm with the intention of reattaching it, but alas. Beckman replied with a hint of resignation. The task of reattaching an arm was no trivial matter, and the ship's doctor was clearly not up to the challenge. However, to their astonishment, just when hope had begun to wane, they discovered a glimmer of possibility. Upon examining the mangled arm, Law furrowed his brow. Reattaching it is feasible, but restoring its vitality presents a challenge. As for vitality, I can manage that, Maria interjected softly, adjusting her glasses. Then we have no issue, Law nodded, turning his gaze toward Shanks. So, do you wish to have your arm reattached? Shanks was about to decline when Yaching interjected seriously. Law, there's no need to ask. Proceed. Understood, Law replied succinctly, then gestured with his fingers. A shimmering barrier enveloped the deck, and Shanks' arm began to levitate. The onlookers watched in awe as, in an instant, the severed limb pivoted and soared toward Shanks' empty shoulder. Upon contact, Shanks' expression transformed, his skin quivering as he lifted his other hand to his cup and drank deeply. What a sensation! He bellowed joyfully. Cheers. Yaching raised his glass, clinking it vigorously against Shanks, then gulping down the contents. Meanwhile, Maria approached, carrying her small suitcase, and tilted her head toward Law. Law, remove all the decayed flesh from his arm. Very well, Law nodded, his right hand gesturing again. Shanks' face twitched, beads of sweat forming on his brow as a small mass of rot materialized in the air and then plummeted into the sea. Maria swiftly moved forward, retrieving surgical instruments and various colorful powders from her suitcase, and began her meticulous work on Shanks' arm. The operation lasted a full hour. With Law's abilities in perfect harmony with Maria's expertise, both wore expressions of seriousness and focus, and when the first drop of Shanks' blood fell onto the deck, everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It's done. The circulation of blood resumed, and the arm was successfully reattached. Moria meticulously inserted numerous fine needles into the arm, then proceeded to wrap the damaged areas with bandages. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke softly. Within a month, you will experience no sensation in this arm. In 3 months, it will return to normal. For months? Shank's expression darkened slightly. The pain was excruciating. The moment blood began to flow. A heart-wrenching agony nearly compelled this strong man to cry out. That's wonderful news, Beckman and the others exclaimed with excitement. For a pirate, losing an arm undoubtedly inflicted substantial damage to combat capability, primarily affecting balance, followed closely by strength and speed. The human body functions as a cohesive whole. The loss of a single component can lead to significant impairment. As night fell, Shank's bandaged arm and toe settled down beside Yang Qing. I owe you my gratitude. Grim Reaper, Shanks said with a smile. No one truly wished to lose an arm unless they were foolish. It's nothing, Yang Qing replied with a smile. After all, you are one of the 4 emperors. Losing an arm seems rather unfortunate, does it not? Ha ha ha, you are quite right. That would indeed be unfortunate, Shanks responded, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. After a while, Shanks suddenly inquired, where are you headed? Windmill Village, Yang Qing answered candidly. Windmill Village? Shanks narrowed his eyes, curious. Why there? To my knowledge, it's just an obscure little town. I have a crew member there, Yang Qing explained. Oh, who might that be? Shanks asked, puzzled. Port Asti, Ace, Yang Qing stated earnestly. Who is that? Shanks wondered, relieved that the target was not Luffy. To be honest, sitting beside this young man filled him with an unexpected sense of pressure, leaving him quite astonished at the latter's strength. You will find out in due time, Yang Qing replied with a smile. Well, we shall depart tomorrow for the New World, Shanks sighed, then fixed his gaze on Yang Qing, saying, we will await you in the New World. When you arrive, I will treat you to a drink, a fine drink. The best wine comes from one's homeland. Yang Qing chuckled. And where might your homeland be? Mariewa. Shanks narrowed his eyes, then laughed. The wine from there is quite difficult to procure. Indeed. Yang Qing acknowledged with a sigh. It truly is a challenge you have presented me. Yang Qing smiled and remarked, therefore, I shall make a trip there first to ascertain whether the wine of this sacred place is truly worth obtaining. Shanks's pupils contracted slightly, and he responded, what a bold spirit. One with a killing intent, indeed. I shall await you in the New World, and I trust you shall not disappoint me. Yang Qing nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, a silence enveloped the two, until after a brief pause, Shanks suddenly recalled Buggy and said, Buggy, I must trouble you to look after him. He will not remain weak for long. His reputation shall soon resonate far and wide. Yang Qing smiled, stating, a crew member of the Pirate King cannot be a mere heap of mud. Indeed, Shanks exclaimed, taken aback with gratitude. Afterward, Shanks departed, and after a while, Asuna approached Yang Qing's side. This captain is truly a remarkable person. I never imagined he held such a great reputation, Asuna remarked curiously. True heroes see no distinctions of high or low, rich or poor, for to them, all individuals are equal. The weak and the strong are not eternal. Everyone has their moments of weakness, just as everyone has opportunities for strength. Do nobility and royalty possess any unique traits? Yang Qing replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling. Nobles are quite different, Asuna said playfully. Thus, they are nobles and not heroes, Yang Qing continued. In fact, I quite admire tyrants, Asuna said with a mischievous glint. Ha ha. Splendid. Yang Qing laughed heartily. Heroes may perish, but only those who have died can be called heroes. However, I shall not die. Asuna laughed joyfully. And Yang Qing embraced her, as she gently leaned against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. On the following day, the red-haired pirates set sail, bidding farewell to Yang Qing's crew. Such is the nature of men of the sea. While together, they share genuine feelings, yet parting is done with unparalleled grace. The Death God continued its journey toward Windmill Town. With Trist as their guide from above, they required no nautical charts, knowledge of the place name sufficed. The miraculous capabilities of the devil fruit were profoundly exemplified at that moment. After approximately a week of sailing, the Death God was nearing Windmill Town. At that moment, Trist stood atop the mast, shouting, Captain, trouble! The Navy is approaching. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward the point Trist indicated. He observed a naval warship rapidly advancing through the waves, roughly 3 miles from the Death God. The ship carried few sailors and appeared relatively small. Yet as Yang Qing discerned the figure standing at the bow, his pupils constricted. Soon, the two vessels drew closer. When the naval ship was merely 10 meters from the Death God, Yang Qing suddenly rose and deeply bowed, unexpectedly saluting the warship. Captain, on board the Death God. All members were inexplicably astonished. Before the warship, a robust middle-aged man with closed eyes seemed to sense something. upon opening his eyes. The first sight that met him was Yang Qing bending slightly, his expression shifting from surprise to sudden realization. "Ah, it's you, Lucifer. What brings you here?" he inquired. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Admiral Garp," Yang Qing replied solemnly. "A man traversing the vast seas must distinguish between grievances and kindness. Repay enmity with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. Only then can one say their journey through life has been worthwhile." He was not the type to be overly altruistic. Yet his inner principles molded him into a man of unwavering integrity. "Haha, no need for such formality. You truly are too courteous," Garp chuckled heartily, shaking his head. He then posed a question. "Where are you headed?" "To Windmill Town, to meet Ace," Yang Qing replied candidly. "What?" Garp's demeanor shifted abruptly, raising his voice. "Let me tell you, Lucifer, Ace is destined to become a naval officer, the greatest of all. Do not meddle, or I assure you, we will have unfinished business." "You have no authority over Ace," Yang Qing smiled. "The blood coursing through his veins is not meant for a life of naval servitude." "You." Garp's pupils contracted, his astonishment evident in his gaze fixed upon Yang Qing. At that moment, the two vessels brushed past each other, swiftly parting ways. Garp's furious roar echoed from his ship. "Ace must never become a pirate." "Boss, was that the legendary Admiral Garp?" Dylan's exclaimed, shock evident on his face, while the others stared in wide-eyed disbelief. "Indeed, he once saved both my life and Dylan's," Yang Qing remarked, casting a glance at Dylan's, who shook his head vigorously. "I was unconscious. I know nothing." Meanwhile, aboard Garp's ship, as he turned to watch the death god recede into the distance, he shook his head with an amused sigh. The youth of today truly are something else. He took a hearty bite of his donut and mumbled with his mouth full. "Damn it, sir, shall we not pursue them? They are the infamous death god pirates," a 2-meter-tall major suggested softly from the back. "Pursue what? Did you not see how respectful he was towards me?" Garp scoffed, then turned and sauntered into his cabin. The major smiled wryly, thoroughly at a loss for words. However, he understood Garp's temperament well enough to refrain from further comment. This old fellow was whimsical and acted solely on his whims. Even Sengoku had no control over him. The death god continued its voyage, and after half a day, began to approach Windmill Town, when the townsfolk caught sight of yet another pirate arrival. There was no fear this time. Instead, they rolled their eyes and went about their business. This scene left the members of the death god pirates exchanging glances, quite taken aback. "Well then, let us find a tavern to sit for a while. I've heard there are mountain bandits around here, so we must be cautious." Yang Qing clapped his hands and disembarked from the death god, followed by his companions who chatted and laughed as they descended. Regarding Yang Qing's words, there was not a soul who cared. Bandits? What are they? After disembarking, the crew scattered, while Yang Qing and Asuna made their way toward the village. He accosted a villager to inquire about the whereabouts of a man named Dadong, and then he and Asuna ascended the mountain. "Are we going to seek out this person named Dadong?" Asuna inquired. "Indeed, my objective lies there," he replied. "But the villager just mentioned that he is a notorious bandit." Asuna remarked with curiosity. "Good and evil are relative. He may indeed embody wickedness, yet there exists a flicker of goodness within him," Yang Qing elucidated with a smile. "Moreover, we are not here to confront him. We are merely in pursuit of someone who resides with him." Asuna nodded, refraining from further questions. The two continued along the mountain path, as Dadong, the bandit, resided in a remote area separate from the townsfolk. After approximately half an hour of trekking, Yang Qing and Asuna arrived at an empty courtyard. From a distance, it appeared tranquil, seemingly devoid of life. As they approached, they exchanged glances, only to be met by the imposing figure of a stout, fierce-looking woman. "Who are you two?" Dadong demanded menacingly upon their arrival. "I have come to seek Eis." Yang Qing responded with a smile. "He is not here. Leave this place at once, or I shall slay you," Dadong retorted, ignoring Yang Qing's words. Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head in resignation. This fellow is truly despicable. Cap had once labeled the Dayton family as vicious bandits, and the heinous crimes they committed were inexcusable. However, having read the original text, Yang Qing was well aware that beneath the surface of these seemingly malevolent bandits lay a flicker of kindness. Grasping Asuna's hand, Yang Qing departed from the area, venturing deeper into the mountains. With Ace absent from this location, he presumed he must be somewhere within. The wilderness was teeming with beasts, and from the original narrative, he knew that sometimes Ace would procure food on his own. "Where are we headed?" Asuna asked, glancing apprehensively at the serene yet enigmatic forest. I am uncertain. Perhaps fortune will favor us and lead us to my objective. Qing shrugged and smiled. In the next moment, however, he was met with a sharp pinch from Asuna's delicate fingers. After grimacing for a moment, he finally regained his composure. After an hour of trekking through the jungle, they began to hear faint human voices. It must be noted that the wildlife within this jungle was extraordinarily abundant. As they ventured further, they encountered fearsome creatures almost with every few steps. It seems we have located them, Qing remarked, raising an eyebrow at the cacophony of voices. Though it appeared they were in some trouble. Asuna's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She seemed to have heard the cries of a child, and though initially frightened, she relaxed upon hearing the voice of her companion. Let us investigate. At that moment, the source of the commotion became clear. Quick, tell me where that brat has hidden my money. Borshimi demanded fiercely, his head nearly bursting with anger. The money he had painstakingly saved was stolen by a bunch of rascals, which was utterly humiliating. On the ground, Luffy winced in pain, yet shook his head resolutely at the inquiry. If you don't speak, I swear I will end you, Borshimi threatened, delivering several forceful kicks to Luffy. His subordinates sneered at the sight, causing Luffy to grimace in pain, but he defiantly shouted, I won't say a word, even if it costs me my life. Not far away, from the underbrush, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard. Borshimi looked up, his eyes gleaming with recognition. That's the brat who stole my treasure. His subordinates turned their gaze, and soon the figures of Ace and Sabo came into view, eliciting sinister smiles as they slowly approached. The two boys felt a twinge of nervousness upon seeing these pirates, yet they were not afraid. After a quick glance at Luffy on the ground, Ace shouted, Save Luffy. Just as they prepared to act, the pirates abruptly halted, their expressions turning blank as they stared dumbfounded at the figures behind Ace and Sabo. What is wrong with them? Sabo wondered, momentarily dazed, before turning to look behind him. His pupils dilated sharply, his heart skipping a beat upon recognizing the man approaching them. A casual smile adorning his face as he advanced step by step. His speed was not swift, nor did he possess a fearsome appearance. Rather, he was strikingly handsome. Yet, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him. As he advanced, this aura intensified to a terrifying degree. Ace halted, astonished as he beheld the man. With each step the man took, Ace noticed the flowers and grasses beneath him seemed to bow, as if in submission. He observed deep, oppressive markings on the towering trees, as though everything in this vicinity was on the verge of distortion. No one comprehended the phenomenon. At that moment, all present were struck with a paralyzing realization. Rendered immobile as they gazed at the man's approach, a weighty pressure enveloped their minds, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. This pressure felt akin to the innate dread lower beings experience when confronting higher entities. Though their act of thievery was unjust as pirates, their hearts lacked the vastness of the sea. Indeed, they were the detritus among pirates. The man, inching closer, smiled as he uttered these words, prompting a drastic change in Borshimi's countenance. Enraged, he bellowed, You little brat. What did you say? Ugh. Yet before he could finish, Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a powerful will surged forth, enveloping him. In an instant, the feeble resolve of the pirate was utterly obliterated, causing him to collapse to the ground, eyes glazing over. Other pirates soon followed suit, tumbling down one after another. What is happening? Ace exclaimed in terror. The scene before him was utterly bizarre. He turned to the advancing man. Incredulous, is it you? Do you wish to possess such power? The man glanced at the three remaining conscious individuals and suddenly laughed. What? Ace's eyes widened, shouting loudly. 3 hours later, Qing sat in a tavern within the town, drinking heartily. Beside him sat the diminutive Ace, along with Dillons, Gladys, and Treester, who laughed heartily while pointing at Ace. So, Captain, our new crew member is just a little brat younger than Law. Ha ha ha, Dillons remarked with a hint of mockery. Ace's lips twitched, anger igniting in his eyes as he retorted fiercely. You are the little brat. I am a pirate, a pirate. You are not a pirate. Law interjected seriously, pirates do not steal. Ace was taken aback and fell silent. Pirates do seize. Law quickly added, inciting a thunderous laughter from Dillons and the others, shaking the entire tavern. Ace's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that this group was utterly insane. Yes, as pirates, we do not resort to thievery. We take what we desire openly and with honor. We seize it with pride. Dillons laughed, his words laced with earnestness. This is what it means to be a pirate. You little rascal. Huh, you have a long way to go. He is not yet one of our crew. At that moment, Qing, who had been silently drinking, suddenly spoke. bringing an abrupt stillness to the room. By the way, my friends, due to the New Year festivities, Qingyi will be returning to his hometown, which is situated in a very impoverished valley, devoid of electricity and internet, surrounded only by vast, desolate wasteland, heavy snowfall, volcanoes, hailstorms, and lightning. Well, I assure you of at least 2 chapters. If there are no updates, it surely means Qingyi has gone off the grid. Upon his return, he will make up for any missed content and restore the 3-chapter routine. Please rest assured, a man's word is his bond. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes be fulfilled, and may you receive abundant red envelopes. What? Ace exclaimed in disbelief. Dylan's and others turned to Yang Qing, their eyes filled with confusion. Bucky, in the midst of shoveling food into his mouth, promptly spat it all out, and then exclaimed in a loud voice, "Captain, are you jesting with us? You bring this fellow back and then claim he is not one of our crew?" Yang Qing remained silent, extending his hand to stroke Ace's head, only to have the latter angrily evade his touch. After a brief moment of surprise, he chuckled and explained, "You are still quite young. In the future, we will come for you." "I don't want you to come for me," Ace retorted furiously, then gulped down the drink on the table in one go. He was indeed quite vexed. To be honest, this group of pirates, who were not much older than him, had left a remarkable impression on him. He appreciated the relaxed atmosphere among them, which allowed him to express his anger vocally and laugh heartily. The person before him, who had saved him along with Luffy and Sabo, instilled in him a sense of closeness. Yang Qing suddenly smiled, slowly extending his hand to his waist. He carefully unsheathed the longsword, placing it solemnly into Ace's hands. Dylan's, witnessing this scene, gaped in disbelief. "B-Boss, this is your sword," Treaster exclaimed loudly. As everyone wore expressions of sheer astonishment, including Ace, who appeared momentarily dazed. "This sword is a gift for you," Yang Qing declared earnestly, pressing the Western sword into Ace's embrace. "It is the trophy from my first battle in life, and now I bestow it upon you." I. Ace stammered, at a loss for words. Although he was unaware of the sword's name, the expressions on Dylan's and the others' faces indicated its significance to Yang Qing. "I cannot accept it. It must hold great importance for you." All, including Yang Qing, fell silent for a moment, only to be followed by smiles across their faces. In that instant, they began to recognize the earnestness of this somewhat foolish boy. "No sword can surpass your value to me," Yang Qing replied with a smile. "On the day you set sail at 17, we will come to fetch you. Remember, you are a member of the Grim Reaper Pirates." Ace solemnly grasped the Western sword, tightly clenching it in his hand. "What is the name of this sword?" "It has no name, but if you wish, you may call it the Sword of Promise. It is a simple title, yet it embodies our bond," Yang Qing said with a grin. "Sword of Promise." Ace slowly withdrew the blade from its sheath, catching a glimpse of its cold gleam and the peculiar gemstone embedded in the sword's body, both merging beautifully in inexplicable colors. Staring at the exquisite sword in awe, Ace suddenly smiled after a moment's contemplation. "I have made my decision." "Huh?" Everyone looked at him curiously. "I have decided that when I set sail, I will form a pirate crew that rivals yours, and then I shall become the Pirate King." Dylan's and the others were momentarily stunned. And then it was Buggy who, without hesitation, smacked Ace on the head. "You little rascal, do you even realize what you were saying? The Pirate King. The Pirate King. I don't care. I want to be that, you red-nosed clown." Ace shouted defiantly. "What did you say?" Buggy erupted in flames of anger. "I said you're a red-nosed clown," Ace retorted without reservation. "You little brat." The two then engaged in a playful scuffle, eliciting laughter from those around them. After a brief while, the two sat on the ground, panting heavily, and the tussle finally subsided. "On your 17th year, we will come to collect you, Ace," Yang Qing said earnestly. Ace huffed, muttering under his breath, "I will build my own pirate crew." "Haha, splendid. By then, our pirate crew will be vast. And you can be, how about the captain of the 2nd Division? What do you think?" Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Beside him, Baki boasted with pride, "Kid, I am the captain of the 1st Division." "Humph." Ace scoffed disdainfully. A week later, the Grim Reaper set sail from Windmill Town. As they departed, Ace clutched tightly to the beautiful Sword of Promise, gazing at Yang Qing and the others aboard the Grim Reaper. "I will come to find you, along with my pirate crew." On the deck, Yang Qing and his companions waved incessantly at Ace. "Why not simply invite him to join our crew?" Dylan inquired, puzzled. "He has his own destiny yet to fulfill," Yang Qing replied mysteriously, prompting a dismissive sound from Dylan. After leaving Windmill Town, the Grim Reaper had a clear objective. Seated at the bow, Yang Qing, without his long Western sword, leaned against the ship's front, maintaining his languid demeanor. "Trist, our destination is the Grand Line. Set sail." The languid voice of Yang Qing drifted from the bow of the ship, to which Trista responded with enthusiasm, eagerly turning the helm. The sails of the Grim Reaper billowed, carving deep traces upon the vast ocean as it surged forward swiftly. A month later, the Grim Reaper approached Rogue Town, where Yang Qing and Asuna were to part ways. "Wait for me. It won't be long," Yang Qing promised softly in her ear as he embraced her. "I believe in you. If I cannot wait, I will come to find you," Asuna replied obediently. Hearing her words, Yang Qing's heart tightened, and he resolutely declared, "I will not allow you to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Remain in Rogue Town and trust that news of me will soon reach your ears." All right. After spending a day in Rogue Town, the Grim Reaper set sail once more. This time, the voyage encountered no delays, heading straight towards Upside Down Mountain. A month later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the foot of the mountain, and under Treester's deft handling, amidst Buggy's cheers, the ship soared skyward. Half an hour later, the Grim Reaper pierced the heavens, plunging into the Grand Line. All crew members rose and gathered together. "Ha ha ha, let us share our dreams," Yang Qing exclaimed with laughter. "I shall go first. I, Lucifer, aspire to become the strongest in the world. Dylan's, my dream is," he glanced at Yang Qing. "Since the captain's dream is to be the strongest, I will strive to be the strongest first mate. I am Treester. My dream is to traverse the globe and witness the gambling techniques from every corner of the world. I am Gladys. I dedicate my life to fulfilling my family's wishes and becoming an exceptional chef. I am Ro. I seek to find that person and eliminate them." The crew shuddered at Ro's declaration, sensing the heavy aura of menace surrounding him. "I am Robin. I wish to wander the world and uncover its truths. I am Moria. I yearn to read every book that this world has to offer." All eyes turned to Moria with bewilderment. This perfect goddess possessed such audacious aspirations, leaving them utterly astonished. "I am Buggy. I shall grow stronger and challenge Shanks, demanding the return of my treasure map and my riches." Buggy shouted exuberantly. Yang Qing strode confidently to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast sea ahead, where the Grim Reaper had just cleaved through layers of white waves. "Very well. Let us embark on the Grand Line," he declared, exuding an air of determination. The Grim Reaper soared gracefully into the sky, tracing an elegant arc before plummeting down, landing with a thud in the downstream waters of the Grand Line. In an instant, the sails billowed dramatically, propelling the vessel forward with a sudden burst of speed. A mighty wind surged towards the crew, distorting their faces in its wake. "Ah!" the sailors shouted, their voices cracking as they embraced the gust, their smiles wide and hearts racing with exhilaration. At long last, they were about to enter the Grand Line. Trist tightened his grip on the helm, his expression tense. For pirates of the Four Seas, the Grand Line undoubtedly posed a colossal challenge. It was a paradise where only the strong could thrive, leaving no room for the weak. He had witnessed countless pirate crews venture into the Grand Line, only to return with sorrow etched upon their faces. Out of every 10, perhaps only 2 or 3 would make it back. Many pirates arrived here filled with dreams and aspirations, only to depart with wounds and despair. The competition here was far fiercer than in the Four Seas, as it gathered the most formidable pirates, rendering the Grand Line even more brutal and bloody. After a swift dash, the Grim Reaper suddenly came to a halt, throwing everyone aboard off balance and causing them to tumble to the deck. "Trist, can't you slow down? You'll kill me," Buggy shouted in exasperation. "You should have held on tighter," Trist retorted without hesitation. As they regained their footing, still slightly dizzy, they surveyed their surroundings. They had arrived at Twin Cape, the very entrance to the Grand Line. Noticing the bewildered expressions on his crewmates' faces, Trist smiled and explained, "Unlike the Four Seas, the navigation direction in the Grand Line is determined by magnetic forces. This magnetism also gives rise to the treacherous weather conditions for those sailing these waters. The dangers are not limited to the elite navies and pirates. The unpredictable climate is also a significant threat. Countless pirate crews have been swallowed by the abyss due to a storm, a tsunami, or a tornado. In this mysterious and perilous route, the magnetic forces provided them with 7 choices for their upcoming journey. As they progressed further, these options would dwindle to 5, ultimately converging to complete a singular path." Trist explained with a smile, and the crew nodded in understanding. Yang Qing's eyes shimmered with intrigue as he comprehended the words of Cretus. The original text provided a remarkably detailed account of the Grand Line, a perilous and enigmatic maritime route that had claimed countless lives. Only the formidable could establish a foothold here. The weak were utterly devoid of sanctuary. to embark upon the voyage across the Grand Line. One essential item was paramount, the log pose. Cretus aptly mentioned this, declaring loudly, to navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a log pose. At each island along the Grand Line, we must linger for a while until the magnetic recording of the pointer is complete, revealing the direction to the next island. How mysterious indeed. The Grand Line, how exhilarating. I yearn to witness the mightier navies and pirates. Furthermore, the ever-changing climate. The crew animatedly debated, their spirits soaring, until suddenly, Moliere exclaimed, I have heard tales of islands floating in the sky, inhabited by a race of winged humans. Wow, is it true? Islands in the sky. Winged beings, could they be angels? Is it truly so? How wondrous. We must go. The members of the Death God pirate crew laughed heartily, filled with anticipation for the voyages ahead. Humanity is invariably captivated by the allure of the unknown, and at this moment, without a doubt, curiosity triumphed over fear. Sky Islands? We will surely venture there. Yang Qing nodded with a smile, affirming that there was indeed someone he desperately needed in that place. Ha ha. A group of children daring to dream of reaching the Sky Island. How amusing it is to me. At that moment, a voice, frail yet commanding, reverberated through the air. The crowd fell silent, turning to the right in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, Is that an old man here? Buggy was taken aback, exclaiming loudly, Galocus. The old man was momentarily stunned, astonished that someone could recognize him in this place. Upon gazing at Buggy, he was equally surprised. Buggy, you little rascal, you're still alive? Buggy's expression darkened, and the entire crew of the Grim Reaper pirates erupted in laughter. You're the one who is going to die. I am now the captain of the 1st Division of the Grim Reaper pirate crew. Captain? That is truly impressive. Galocus chuckled, then glanced at the other crew members, noting with approval. Oh, there are quite a few of you. It seems you are well prepared. Yang Qing nodded and smiled. Indeed. We are preparing to venture into the New World. The New World? Gulu Okas exclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with astonishment and incredulity. His gaze swept over the crowd, unmistakably conveying disdain and disbelief. Old Gulu Okas, do not underestimate us. We are a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Buggy shouted emphatically. Oh, 200 million? Is that a lot? Gulu Okas replied dismissively. This old man, Dylans, was utterly exasperated, finding the elder increasingly irksome. In the latter half of the Grand Line, there are countless pirates with bounties over 200 million, not to mention entire pirate crews. In the New World, even a pirate with a bounty of 200 million could be ruthlessly slain with a moment's lapse in attention. You are merely a pirate crew with a bounty just slightly over 200 million, yet you have such confidence. Gulu Okas mocked mercilessly, inciting anger among the crew. Indeed. We are quite confident, Yang Qing replied nonchalantly, still wearing a smile. So, Gulu Okas, do you have a record pointer? Gulu Okas narrowed his eyes, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. You are rather unlikable, you know. He suddenly produced a glass-like object from his pocket and tossed it to Yang Qing, who caught it with a smile. Thank you, senior. I merely wish to see how you will court disaster, considering Buggy once sailed with me. I am curious to witness how tragically you will meet your end, Gulu Okas taunted. The expressions of the crew darkened. This old man was indeed unlikable. However, Yang Qing remained unperturbed. Upon hearing Gulu Okas' words, Dylans and the others were taken aback, realizing that this old man had once sailed with Buggy. Buggy had been part of the Pirate King's crew. Could this old fellow have been a member of the Pirate King's ship? They all turned their gaze toward Buggy. Ah, old Gulu Okas is our ship's doctor. Buggy glowered at Gulu Okas. Lon narrowed his eyes, seemingly surprised that this seemingly frail old man was indeed the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Externally, he appeared to be a cantankerous old man, quite unpleasant. Yet, he chose not to comment, as he was naturally a man of few words. All right, we should set sail now. There is much to be done ahead. Yang Qing clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention with a smile. Suddenly, a colossal sound echoed through the area, unique and thunderous, nearly toppling the onlookers. They then beheld a massive shadow emerging from the depths of the sea, crashing violently toward the shore. The ground trembled as the impact reverberated in the ship. The Grim Reaper rocked violently on the waves. What is this? Sea Kings. Can anyone explain how Sea Kings have appeared here? My goodness, is that not colossal? Cried Triest and others, their voices filled with incredulity. Yang Qing smiled as he gazed upon the enormous whale gradually emerging, its myriad scars now visible to all. That is Labu, the foolish young man, resounded Grolokas's voice. A whale, and yet he cannot even distinguish between the Sea Kings and whales. What a disgrace. Blades' face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by embarrassment, for it was he who had mistaken the creature for a sea king, causing his face to redden further. Slowly, the entirety of Labu's massive form came into view, its immense body delivering a profound impact on the hearts and eyes of those present. Even Yang bore a look of astonishment. The scene before him was utterly dissimilar from that depicted in animation. The immersive sensation was something no medium could replicate. This creature is indeed vast. With a thunderous crash, Labu collided fiercely with the coastline, the solid wall fracturing under the force, causing the very earth to tremble. The onlookers swayed as if an earthquake had struck. Labu had been waiting for them. Observing the whale, the gaunt Grolocus sighed. And upon noticing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he merely shook his head and departed without offering an explanation. This old man speaks in half-truths, thought the crowd. Their brows furrowed in contemplation, pondering the mystery of the whale. Yang gazed at the crowd with a smile, fully aware of the tale woven into the fabric of the whale before him. A skull surfaced in his mind, one that, despite its flesh having long since decayed, still cherished its wild mane, all for the sake of recognition upon their eventual reunion. Bruce. Yang eyes deepened with contemplation. The world of pirates is adorned with countless heart-wrenching tales, each steeped in fervor, loyalty, kindness, and unwavering promises. Indeed, it is only justice, benevolence, and camaraderie that can truly cloud one's vision and stir the heart. Ah, this whale is blocking our path. Our ship cannot escape. Trester snapped back to reality, his voice rising as he watched Labu relentlessly battering the shore. It was then that the others grasped the grim reality. Should this whale remain, they would be ensnared indefinitely, an utterly terrifying prospect. Labu. From his perch in the lighthouse, Grolocus trembled violently, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. After decades of observing this whale, he felt an enduring sympathy for it, waiting for someone who would never return, a profoundly cruel fate. Labu, I know you and understand whom you await. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced through the window, startling Grolocus. He turned hastily to look at the young man outside, his heart racing as he exclaimed, "Do not speak recklessly. Do not act on a whim." Rising, he made his way towards the door. Yang stood at the water's edge, facing the relentless waves crashing beneath him. The one you have been waiting for is named Bruce, am I correct? He possesses a striking, voluminous hairstyle, does he not? The creature, Labu, roared in a frenzy, pounding violently against the earth below. Yet, upon hearing Yang words, he abruptly halted, his fervent cries escalating in excitement. What? Grolocus, who had just stepped outside, was taken aback by the scene. He could hardly believe that Labu had ceased his rampage. I, Lucifer, assure you, he will return to you. He has diligently safeguarded his magnificent hair for decades, all for the day when he would meet you again and you would recognize him. Yang spoke slowly, gesturing towards the depths of the Grand Waterway. There, you see? He is right there. He will come back for you. Indeed, it is true. He is there. Yang exclaimed with fervor. Tears welled in Labu's eyes as everyone around him felt foolish. Even he, deep down, believed that the man would never return. When he had departed, he had been so small, yet as he grew in size and strength, he finally comprehended the passage of time. Would that man truly come back? Was he still alive? He was merely a whale, yet he harbored his own thoughts. Reluctant to believe, he succumbed to madness, crashing against the earth once more. However, now someone had told him that the man still lived, that he retained his dazzling hairstyle. Labu, haha, do you see? This splendid hair of mine. When you see it again, that will be me. The words of that man echoed in his heart. Shimmering tears began to form in his eyes. He was alive, and he would return. With a great roar, Labu called out to the heavens, and then the figure before him spoke once more. In due time, he will come back to you. So, Labu, you must not allow your body to be marred with scars. You must protect yourself, becoming as you were when you first met. Only then will he recognize you at a glance. Do you understand? Yang said with a smile. Indeed. Labu replied with excitement. Now, Labu, please rest well, will you? Yang inquired gently. Labu nodded, overjoyed to hear that the man still lived. On the shore, Yang suddenly closed his eyes, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Grolocus, who had dashed out of the room, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? In the next moment, the space warped, and a commanding presence emanated towards Labu, causing his vision to whiten as he fainted. You have chosen this method to clear a path for Labu. Grolocus stormed over, his fury palpable. Upon awakening to the realization of being deceived, he would only become more frenzied. You scoundrel. Deceiving him? Yang raised an eyebrow. Well, that may not be the case. Dillons, relocate Labu to a tranquil area. allowing it to rest for a while. "Aye, Captain." Dillons extended his hands, and with a slight tremor, the onlookers beheld as a vast expanse ahead distorted momentarily. And Labu's colossal form gradually vanished, restoring the surroundings to normal. This spectacle left Galokas dumbfounded, his finger pointing at Dillons as he struggled to articulate a response. "Now, let us choose a course," Yang Qing declared, disregarding Galokas' astonishment as he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "The Grand Line currently boasts 7 routes. Which shall we embark upon?" Triester inquired, puzzled. "Is that even a question?" "Of course," Yang Qing exclaimed, abruptly extending his finger towards the horizon. "This one." Galokas' pupils constricted sharply, a look of astonishment gracing his countenance. "This is..." Beside him, Baki's expression also shifted, murmuring softly, "Roger's route." Yang Qing casually pointed towards a route that, astonishingly, was the same path previously traversed by the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger. This moment left the two individuals privy to the details utterly astounded. Was this merely a fortuitous coincidence, or did this captain possess an innate awareness of the course? Displaying a magnificent audacity, it is known that the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes, which ultimately converge into 5, and then meld into one, a transformation akin to 7 separate tributaries merging into 5, and then into a singular flow. Among these 7 routes, some are fraught with peril while others are relatively easier. The path Yang Qing chose at this moment was, indeed, the most arduous. "Set sail, Trist. Let us bask in the resplendent beauty of the Grand Line," Yang Qing proclaimed from the bow of the ship, a smile gracing his face. "Right away, Captain." The crew members began to board the vessel, each taking their designated positions. Dillons and Rowe hoisted the sails, while Trist firmly grasped the helm. In the next moment, the Death's Reaper trembled with a thunderous sound, gradually gliding across the ocean's surface. "Old Galokas, we shall return when we have made our names known to the world," Buggy shouted exuberantly. Galokas gazed blankly as the Death's Reaper sailed further away, a smile slowly emerging on his face. "Then I shall eagerly await your news, you reckless youngsters." Half an hour later, the Death's Reaper entered a new maritime expanse. The crew gazed at the ocean ahead, their expressions a blend of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation. Yang Qing sat cross-legged at the bow, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The sea stretched out before them, calm, yet concealing terrifying dangers. This was a perilous territory. Every pirate who ventured here did so with utmost seriousness. As the ship continued its steady course, 2 hours passed. The expressions of those aboard shifted dramatically, and Yang Qing rose to his feet, peering into the distance. He spoke slowly, "Come forth, comrades, the battle begins. Let us experience the ferocity of the pirates of the Grand Line." 2,000 meters ahead, a thick haze of smoke billowed skyward, accompanied by the sounds of battle cries that could be faintly discerned from aboard the Death's Reaper. Yang Qing stood at the bow, clearly witnessing the sea ahead transform into a faint crimson hue. The deep-sea carnivorous fish, drawn by the scent of blood, lingered on the surface, their eyes glinting with a cold ferocity. This was a fierce confrontation between pirates. The Death's Reaper advanced steadily, drawing nearer to the fray at a distance of 500 meters. "Should we circumvent them?" Trist inquired calmly, surveying the surroundings. "Bypass them?" Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on his lips. "No, let us crush them, mere greedy pirates, ruthless in their pursuit of gold. We too require riches, thus we shall take action." A cold smile blossomed on Dillon's lips. "How wicked indeed," Buggy murmured, then broke into a joyful laugh. "But I quite like it." The Death's Reaper soon approached 2 pirate ships ahead, and the figures aboard began to tumble into the sea, staining the waters with a vivid crimson hue. In stark contrast to the elite composition of the Death God, these 2 pirate ships are colossal vessels, their decks obscured by the silhouettes of what appear to be hundreds of crew members, indicating a formidable scale. With a clear objective, I commanded the complete annihilation of our foes and the acquisition of their treasures aboard my pirate ship. A cruel smirk played on Yang Qing's lips as he finally unveiled his ominous intentions. A true pirate must adhere to the brutal code of piracy, loyalty, affection, and trust towards kin, comrades, and friends, yet merciless cruelty towards adversaries, devoid of any softness. Whether it be the formidable Whitebeard, the foremost of the 4 emperors in the New World, or the current red-haired Shanks, they are all of this ilk. Once enmity is established, their actions are invariably ruthless and decisive. The Death God pirates, bearing such a name, are undoubtedly not of a benevolent nature. Even if the Death God smiles, it is with a bloom of bloodshed at the corners of his mouth. Before long, pirates aboard the 2 ships spotted the approach of the Death God, initially taken aback. Their faces soon contorted into menacing grins as they began to shout and summon their comrades. Attention everyone, a pirate ship draws near, and it comes with great ferocity. The captains of the two vessels clashed, their swords ringing out with a fierce metallic clang, and they bellowed to one another. "Hey, Yukins. I never imagined someone would come to take advantage of us," taunted a pirate from the opposing ship. "Yuski, my bounty stands at 45 million. Having traversed the seas to this grand line, would I fear such a petty pirate ship?" Yukins exclaimed, stepping forward and swinging his blade once more. Yuski raised his sword in response, their immense forces causing their faces to flush crimson. "Let the underlings handle them. We shall conclude our 5-year-long battle." Yuski glanced down. Noticing that the small pirate ship had come to a halt, his expression one of disdain as he chuckled softly. "Just as I desire," Yukins shouted, augmenting his strength. A commotion erupted aboard the Death God. The ship had anchored beneath the two massive pirate vessels, yet they were embroiled in a dispute over a singular matter. Hey, it's always Luo who goes into battle. Though I am but a cook, I possess my own dignity. This time, I must go." Glades bellowed almost in a roar. "There are so many of them. I should be the one to go." Luo maintained a calm demeanor. Actually, my hands are itching a bit. I'm certain that if I go, I can swiftly resolve the conflict," Dylan asserted. "Captain, I just consulted the fates, and it seems my luck is rather poor today. I certainly cannot go." "Let them handle it." Given their enthusiasm, Trias lamented, a shadow of anguish clouding his expression. Meanwhile, Buggy, hiding at the back, had turned mute, uttering not a single word. Yang Qing scanned the crowd before him, then smiled and said, "Well then, let it be Treester and Buggy. Each shall take a pirate ship and resolve this battle swiftly. I have faith in you both." Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged glances, their expressions instantly turning grim. "As a side note, I will return home tomorrow. I have spent the last couple of days at my hometown. It has been exceedingly challenging to find time, and I have resorted to borrowing Wi-Fi to keep things updated, no matter how difficult it gets. I must not falter in my updates. I cannot let my brothers down." The second chapter will be uploaded later tonight, with the New Year festivities. I have been running around visiting relatives, to the point where my legs feel weary. I apologize to my brothers for any inconvenience and hope for your understanding. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more swiftly it approaches. In the midst of the gathering, the two individuals who least desired to engage in battle were forcibly pushed onto the ships by Yang Qing. He nodded slightly at Dylan's, who responded with a faint smile and then gestured lightly towards the two. With a resounding pop, Buggy and Treester vanished from the Death God ship. "Boss, can they manage?" Glades questioned skeptically, observing their lack of fighting spirit. "Haha, they will be fine. You must believe in them." Yang Qing chuckled heartily, patting Glades on the shoulder. On the two ships, chaos reigned, with combatants engaged in fierce battles, their screams echoing amidst the clamor. Blood soaked the decks, permeating the air with a pungent scent. The brutal reality of piracy was far from the harmonious depictions found in anime. This world was rife with bloodshed and slaughter. Believe in what? At the same time, Buggy and Treester found themselves on the pirate ships, visibly disgruntled as they shouted, "Intruders!" Upon sighting the two, the surrounding pirates swiftly reacted, brandishing their cutlasses. Buggy froze as 4 or 5 blades sliced through the air, causing him to flinch in terror. The assailants, momentarily taken aback, were bewildered by the absence of blood. What was happening? Shattered and fragmented. Big Top. Buggy was furious. He had actually been struck. Were it not for his devil fruit powers, he would have met a grim fate. Clutching 2 swords, he began to spin them wildly. In an instant, the cries of agony erupted as Buggy dispatched the pirates with a single move, stepping forward amidst the blood. His eyes glowed crimson. The blood ignited the courage within him and fueled his rage. At that moment, Buggy took his first step toward redemption, transforming from a weakling into a formidable force. Die. A fierce wind swept from behind, and without a change in expression, Buggy did not evade but instead swung his sword in retaliation. The blades clashed in a flash. While both had struck their targets, the man behind Buggy's blade merely grazed his chest, leaving no blood, whereas the other was drenched in it, splattering Buggy in the process. Buggy pressed on, his body trembling slightly, whether from excitement or anxiety, he could not tell. As he advanced forward, recklessly charging ahead. The deck was filled predominantly with pirates wielding cold weapons, a scenario most advantageous for Buggy, allowing his combat prowess to reach its zenith. Suddenly, a group of individuals surged towards him, brandishing firearms and shouting, "You, don't move. One more step, and I will shoot you dead." Buggy halted, his gaze falling upon a dozen trembling figures pointing guns in his direction, beads of sweat dotting his face. In that moment, a shiver coursed through Buggy's heart. He could discern the expressions of fear etched upon their faces, quivering in trepidation. A fleeting glance over his shoulder revealed a gruesome sight. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling around what must have been 50 or 60 corpses. Buggy blinked, astonished that such devastation had been wrought by his own actions. Could it be that I, too, possess such formidable strength? This thought crystallized in his mind. He took a step forward, and to his astonishment, the armed figures before him recoiled in fear, retreating 3 steps. Momentarily forgetting to fire, their hearts consumed by dread. One even dropped his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Buggy pressed on, quickening his pace. Within 3 seconds, his form had nearly transformed into a phantom. Having trained aboard the Pirate King's ship, he possessed a solid foundation, and months of rigorous training on the Death God had accelerated his growth remarkably. However, Buggy's uprising incited a fierce backlash from the crowd. The first gunshot rang out, followed in rapid succession by a barrage of gunfire. Buggy's eyes widened, his heart quaking as deep-rooted fears surged forth, rendering his legs weak. Yet, in the next instant, he charged into the hail of bullets. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of the fallen. Blood dripped upon the ground as the standing figures began to collapse, leaving Buggy as the sole survivor, trembling yet resolute as he continued to advance. His garments bore 4 or 5 bullet holes, altering his complexion and twisting his expression in agony. Yet, he laughed, a sound echoing with newfound realization. For the first time, he understood that what he had long feared was not insurmountable. He could indeed become a formidable force. Defiantly, he pressed on, his body riddled with wounds. He could still wield his blade, still take lives. When confronted by gunfire, he would endure the searing pain and launch a furious assault. In moments of swiftness, he could dispatch foes before they could fire. In slower instances, he would bravely endure a hit to strike down his opponent. I, too, can be powerful. Though his body bore the scars of battle, his spirit surged with exhilaration, blood coursing through him like wildfire. He strode purposefully towards the 2 figures at the pinnacle, a steely determination glimmering in his eyes. Shanks, await my return. I shall not let you escape with my treasure and map. In Bucky's heart, a resolute determination took root. The battle had transformed his spirit profoundly. The atmosphere aboard the Death God, the blood of enemies, and the environment of the Grand Line awakened a long-dormant soul within him, propelling him towards strength. Meanwhile, Treaster pressed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Similarly, some pirates had noticed his presence and charged towards him. Yet, in an instant, they were astonished to find a playing card in their hands. Magic? The pirates were taken aback, then broke into sinister grins. Engaging in tricks amidst such chaos was a foolhardy endeavor. I truly wish to avoid taking lives, Treaster declared as he unleashed his powers, a crimson glow enveloping a 1,000-meter radius around him. The next moment, he stepped out of the encirclement, casually discarding the card he held. 50 or 60 men fell, their eyes rolling back, collapsing onto the deck. There was no blood, no wounds, yet these fallen souls had lost their breath. Treaster's sights were set on the 2 individuals at the pinnacle. Here, facing firearms, he effortlessly tossed a card, dispatching his adversaries with lethal precision. To him, the card served as a concealed weapon, his formidable strength allowing him to wield it as a fearsome implement. About 15 minutes later, Treaster and Bucky encountered one another. They stood face to face, their expressions peculiar. "Captain, you truly are ruthless," Treaster remarked, observing Bucky, drenched in blood, while he held his forehead. "No, I feel exhilarated," Bucky replied bluntly. "Exhilarated? Come on, you've lost so much blood. Those numerous holes in your body, don't tell me they're mere decorations?" Treaster was utterly speechless. Bucky's pained expression contorted as blood continued to flow, staining his attire a vivid red. Yet his fighting spirit surged, his entire being trembling with excitement. In this moment, he felt alive as never before in his years. Ignoring Treaster, Bucky strode confidently upward. "One for each of us." Treaster stared at Bucky's unusual demeanor, feeling a sense of strangeness. This fellow is acting quite differently today. It's as if he's transformed. He quickly followed suit, and 10 seconds later, Bucky and Treaster stood side by side, gazing at the 2 figures ahead. The 2 pirate captains wore grim expressions, looking at them with palpable concern. A glance downward revealed their crew either sprawled on the ground or paralyzed by fear. The sight of these 2 individuals was indeed shocking. Sheathing their swords, the 2 captains halted their battle in unison, their gazes heavy with apprehension directed towards their opponents. Just these 2 had reduced their ships to such a dire state. At that moment, the captains naturally refrained from further combat. They cast furious glances across the way, their hearts ablaze with wrath. "I will slay them," Yeski exclaimed. "Our battle can wait." Eugen strode forward, gripping his blade tightly, his pace accelerating. "All right, one for each," Yeski echoed loudly. Baki and Trister exchanged a glance before striding forward together. "The first one is mine." To Trister's surprise, Baki seemed to be on a euphoric high, exclaiming loudly, which stirred Eugen's. After a moment of shock, Trister threw down his card and charged at Eugen's, who raised his sword to block, resulting in a resounding clash. "Who are you two?" Eugen shouted, hastening toward Trister, intent on swiftly dispatching this bothersome cowboy. "The Death God Pirate Crew, Navigator, Trister." "The Death God Pirate Crew." "Captain of the 1st Division, Baki." Both Trister and Baki shouted their identities, fiercely resisting. Unlike the crew members, these two captains demonstrated profound skill. Their blades were exceedingly sharp, their speed remarkable, and their strength formidable. Baki engaged in a fierce duel with Yeski, yet found his two blades overpowered by a single sword. A flicker of astonishment crossed Baki's eyes. Indeed, the captain was extraordinary. In stark contrast, Trister seemed to dominate his opponent effortlessly. He easily evaded Eugen's every strike, casually tossing a card that left Eugen's drenched in sweat. The seemingly fragile card struck his blade, producing golden sparks and causing his wrist to tremble. "This kid possesses immense strength," Eugen thought, his eyes widening in alarm. Yet, while he became cautious, Trister advanced, his wrist flickering as 5 cards appeared, which he then sent hurling through the air. Eugen's complexion shifted dramatically as he swung his long knife wildly, attempting to intercept the frightening cards. In the next moment, 2 cards embedded themselves in his shoulders, causing him to shudder as crimson blood seeped forth. Eugen's expression morphed again, despair flickering in his gaze. These 2 cards restrained his arms, and with a tremor, his right hand blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the deck with a dull thud. He glared at Trister, his eyes burning with unquenchable fury. However, what awaited him was merely another card, swirling through the air, slicing through the atmosphere like a streak of light, plunging into his vision. Soon, his world descended into darkness. The card had penetrated his forehead, embedding itself halfway within. Thus, Eugen's was effortlessly dispatched by Trister, the seemingly unremarkable and languid navigator revealing astonishing combat prowess. His card, devoid of any manifestation of the devil fruit's capabilities, effortlessly triumphed over a pirate whose bounty exceeded 30 to 40 million. Conversely, Buggy found himself in a precarious position. In terms of swordsmanship, Buggy was significantly outmatched by this captain, only managing to barely fend off the man's assaults without the ability to counterattack. Such swift blades, wielding an undeniable strength far surpassing my own. Buggy's expression turned grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yeski relentlessly slashed downward, his strikes forming an impenetrable curtain of blades, a terrifying spectacle beyond imagination. Then, with a sharp gaze, he focused his fury upon Buggy's sword. "My victory is assured once I shatter his 2 blades." Yeski's keen eyes discerned the emerging cracks on Buggy's dual swords. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic echoes reverberated as Buggy staggered backward, his arms, gripping the twin swords, numbed by the overwhelming force, yet he clung unresolutely. At last, after several tense seconds, a resounding crash erupted as Yeski's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Now is the moment. Break. With a thunderous sound, Buggy trembled, his eyes widening, shattered. It broke. Yeski, his gaze fixed, tightened his grip on the long knife, unleashing his technique, one sword style, raging horse dismemberment. Whoosh. Like a gust of wind, Yeski's long knife swiftly swept across Buggy's form. In that instant, Buggy's face remained a mask of bewilderment, while Trister, observing from the sidelines, gasped, his expression shifting dramatically, shouting, "Buggy!" The next moment, Buggy regained his senses, only to witness his vision splitting into a multitude of segments. Lowering his gaze, he found his entire body, from his upper arms to his lower legs, grotesquely severed into over 20 pieces, each segment nearly equal in size. On the opposite side, Yeski exhaled a sigh of relief, confident that no one could survive such a strike. This red-nosed fool was clearly no match for his blade. Buggy held in anguish. Truly experiencing pain for the first time, his dismembered form transmitted excruciating agony deep into his very soul. Yet, in that moment, an inexplicable surge of information flooded his mind, intertwining with his suffering, igniting a spark of exhilaration within him. So that is how it is. Buggy's eyes widened as he harnessed the power of the fruit, enduring the searing pain while reintegrating his disjointed body. Then, Before Yuski's astonished gaze, he seized the long knife from the latter's grip and roared fiercely. Shatter into pieces. With a resounding crack, Yuski's long knife fragmented into countless shards, and in a swift motion, Buggy lunged forward, grasping Yuski's arm. Yuski's eyes widened in horror as he recalled the fate of his long knife, terror flickering in his gaze. Shatter into pieces. With a soft pop, a faint sound emerged. The air rippled slightly, and a translucent barrier materialized, enveloping a 2-meter radius in front of Buggy. At that moment, both Trist and the captured Yuski felt their pupils constrict. With a buzzing sound, countless tiny fragments erupted from Yuski's body, and then, with a resounding crash, he disintegrated into fine particles, vanishing from sight. Before Buggy's formidable ability, Yuski was truly torn asunder. In this instant, Buggy showcased the terrifying nature of his powers, capable of fracturing any object he touched into numerous pieces. This ability left Trist Agape momentarily speechless in astonishment. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, bloodied and drenched, threw his head back, erupting into a series of raucous laughs. Let us return to the ship, he proclaimed with exuberance, his strength surging as he unveiled a new capability of his devil fruit, filling him with elation. 3 minutes later, Trist assisted Buggy aboard the ship, the Death God. Doctor, come quickly, Trist called out, laying Buggy on the deck. The poor fellow had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, lying motionless on the ship. Law and Moria rushed over, quickly diagnosing him and extracting the bullets, then wrapping him in bandages like a mummy. This guy has quite the luck. He is still alive, Dillons remarked as he observed Buggy being carried back to his quarters. I have faith in them, Yang Qing said with a smile, then waved his hand. A fierce wind swept across the decks of the nearby pirate ships, drawing all the treasures aboard the Death God. Trist returned to the helm, guiding the ship forward at a steady pace. Before long, a month had passed. Buggy, now adorned in white bandages, beamed with joy and bounded about energetically. Haha, Trist, my power is incredibly formidable now, Buggy exclaimed, holding an apple in his right hand. With a slight squeeze, he divided the apple into 8 segments, which then flew off in all directions, landing in the hands of his companions. TCH. Trist caught an apple and took a hearty bite. The others smiled as they received theirs, slowly savoring the fruit. It must be noted that Buggy's ability proved remarkably convenient. In the future, there would be no need for Gladys to wield a knife for cutting fruits or vegetables. Buggy's devil fruit power seemed capable of dissecting matter, fragmenting it into various pieces. Perhaps, in time, this ability could even revert matter to its primal form, transforming molecules and atoms. This was a fearsome power, capable of obliterating everything. Yet, at this moment, Buggy had merely begun to awaken this potential. As they approached Alabasta, Trist softly remarked upon the island ahead. The group gazed forward, beholding a resplendent realm unfolding before their eyes. One cannot help but marvel at the sight. This marks the first occasion in a month of their voyage that they beheld such a beautiful and tranquil nation. Alabastan is one of the few countries in the world that cherishes peace, ruled by a king who is both benevolent and beloved by his people. Moria elaborated that this land is vast and prosperous, holding a prestigious position on the international stage. It is said that their king is a descendant of 20 monarchs, which implies he is of the Celestial Dragon lineage. What? Celestial Dragon? Dylan exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Yang Qing, who wore a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Celestial Dragon. A shadow fell across Luo's face. That individual is also of the Celestial Dragon lineage. This is indeed a most intriguing piece of news. Trist's lips curled into a smile, appearing quite intrigued by the information. Meanwhile, Baki rested his chin on the ship's railing, lost in thought and displaying no curiosity regarding the revelation. Shortly thereafter, half an hour later, the vessel docked. Everyone disembarked, leaving Trist alone on the deck, once more surrendering to slumber. Then, let us part ways here. It is settled. Yang Qing smiled joyfully before leaping off the ship, parting ways with the others. Moria and Robin naturally found themselves in the same group, while the rest of the companions walked together in pairs, all heading towards Alabasta. This island boasted an expansive area, dwarfing the petite islands they had traversed along the journey. Alabasta was indeed vast, a labyrinthine expanse to explore. As the group departed, a pirate crew gradually approached. Look, Captain. There's a pirate ship over there. An astonished voice echoed nearby, yet Trist merely rolled over, snoring thunderously, oblivious to the sound. Ah, it's the Grim Reaper pirates. How intriguing, a somber voice remarked, as a gust of wind and sand swept onto the deck of the Grim Reaper, leaving grains of sand upon Trist's attire. Captain, we have arrived at Alabasta. Shall we investigate? Yes, let us split up. I find this country quite fascinating. It may prove to be an excellent choice for us in the future, the voice chuckled darkly. Also, capture that lad. The Grim Reaper pirates, how amusing. At the captain's command, 4 or 5 individuals lunged forward, binding the unconscious Trist with ropes. The crew found it amusing that the lad remained blissfully asleep. This fool is courting death, someone scoffed as they transported Trist to another pirate ship. I've heard their captain has a bounty of 100 million. This could be a splendid stepping stone. Since we've crossed paths, let us deal with him while we're at it. The voice chuckled ominously, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging in this land. Laughter erupted behind him, a mix of flattery and mockery aimed at the Grim Reaper pirates. Captain, as a Logia user, dealing with them will be a breeze, and we can elevate our bounty. Just imagine the thrill. Then we can seize this nation. Wouldn't that be splendid? The captain, with a cigar smoldering in his mouth, donned a grand cloak, one hand adorned with a golden hook that shimmered with a sinister blue glow, coated in poison, exuding an aura of danger. Find them and bring them before me. The captain barked coldly, striding towards the towns within Alabasta. This nation truly captivated him. Transforming it into a barren desert would indeed be marvelous. A glint of ruthlessness sparkled in the captain's eyes as he plodded within. The cigar exhaled thick smoke trailing behind him as he advanced towards the town, embodying the essence of a true pirate, unmistakably wicked. In Alabasta, Yongqing meandered through the land. After passing the coastal town ahead, he would reach the 3 major cities of Alabasta, Alyabarna, Yuba, and Rain Base. This island is named St. Ding Island, and it boasts a considerable expanse, qualifying it as a significant landmass along the first half of the Great Maritime Route. After 3 days of arduous travel, Yongqing arrived in the Rainlands, a place perpetually shrouded in drizzling rain and enveloped in a somber atmosphere. The flora thrived abundantly, flourishing in this verdant paradise, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape that emerged after Crocodile's occupation. At this moment, Alabasta was strikingly beautiful, radiating an exquisite charm. The townsfolk wore cheerful smiles, enjoying a life of peace and prosperity. The nation boasted a formidable guard force, complemented by the presence of the Navy patrolling the nearby seas, deterring pirates from daring to approach. Consequently, the residents of the town enjoyed an exceptional sense of security. Yongqing wandered through the rain-soaked land, dedicating 3 days to traverse the area, only to shake his head in disappointment as he found nothing of significance to capture his attention. 7 days later, he arrived in the realm of Alabastan, specifically in the city of Albana. At the heart of the city stood the majestic palace of Alabastan, where from a distance, Yongqing could observe the soldiers stationed around it, brandishing their spears with a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority and prosperity. He continued his stroll through the bustling capital, paying particular attention to the blacksmiths. He had entrusted his western sword to Ace and found himself in need of a weapon. Although it did not diminish his combat prowess, a weapon could indeed provide him with unforeseen assistance. This time, he sought to craft a unique weapon. Thus his standards for the blacksmith's skills were notably high. His visit was largely a gamble of fortune. An hour later, Yongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stumbled upon a blacksmith's forge dedicated to weapon crafting. It was an open-air marketplace responsible for the smelting and shaping of arms. The blacksmith was a burly man with a square jaw and well-defined muscles, wielding a large hammer that conveyed immense strength. "Can you smelt materials here?" Yongqing inquired as he approached. "Smelt materials? It depends on what kind of materials you require," the blacksmith replied, pausing his work to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yongqing withdrew a cloth pouch from within his garments and, with a smile, presented it. "It is a novel composite material, quite extraordinary," he remarked. The blacksmith, puzzled, took the pouch and opened it, only to feel his pupils constrict in astonishment as he glared at Yongqing. This is the powder of the Sea Tower Stone, a compound with Bijan steel. How on earth did you acquire this?" The blacksmith was utterly astounded, fully aware of the significance such materials held. The Sea Tower Stone is a unique substance imbued with the essence of the ocean, possessing formidable counteractive properties against those with abilities. Similarly, it is indestructible. Bijan steel, on the other hand, is a premium steel utilized for weapon crafting. The fusion of these two materials, combined with others, presents a substantial likelihood of forging an extraordinary weapon. Yongqing smiled faintly but refrained from answering directly. Instead, she inquired, "Is it possible to forge this into a weapon?" "All that is required is to mold its shape." The blacksmith regarded Yongqing with a penetrating gaze and nodded. "Indeed, it can be done. By pouring this powder into the prepared mold and adding other materials, then subjecting it to intense heat, it can take form. However, I cannot assure you of the density and hardness of the resulting weapon. Young Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he smiled, saying, all you need to do is merge them together and shape them accordingly. As for the materials, feel free to add whatever you deem necessary. The cost is of no concern. The blacksmith was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. He did not inquire further. After all, the ability to forge such a weapon was his aspiration. He had never witnessed anyone grinding sea prism stone into powder, indicating that this individual possessed some arcane techniques. Subsequently, the blacksmith set aside his original task and began selecting suitable carbon stones that would perfectly melt away. After an hour of diligent effort, he finally gathered all the materials. Drenched in sweat, he then ignited the fire and turned to Yang Qing, saying, could you please sketch the design of the weapon you desire? Yang Qing nodded, produced the banknotes, and then began to sketch and modify the blueprint. After a quarter of an hour, he handed the drawing to the blacksmith, who, upon receiving it, was taken aback and queried in astonishment, this is not an ordinary blade. This is a sword. Yang Qing responded with a smile. The blacksmith, rendered speechless, commenced the laborious task of crafting the mold according to the design. Flames flickered gently, emanating from a peculiar charcoal that intensified with the passage of time, generating an exceptionally high temperature. Only in this manner could Yang Qing's unique material be melted. Before long, the mold was ready, and the blacksmith meticulously began to incorporate the powdered sea tower stone and the 100-slaying steel into it. As the flames grew hotter, the powdered sea tower stone began to melt, radiating a translucent blue glow reminiscent of the ocean, subsequently merging with the 100-slaying steel. The blacksmith, now dripping with sweat, added various materials he had prepared into the mixture. The fire raged for a full 5 hours, and as the sky darkened, the mold finally revealed the silhouette of a sword. This sword measured approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length, its blade exuding a crystalline blue luminescence. Still in a liquid state, with an otherworldly shimmer coursing through it, reflecting sunlight like a flowing dragon. What shall this sword be named? The blacksmith finally exhaled in relief and inquired. It shall be called the Longquan sword. Yang Qing replied with a smile, gazing at the sword within the mold as it gradually solidified, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This sword was resplendent and transparent, accompanied by the illusion of a roaming dragon, emanating a brilliant blue light, akin to the sea shimmering under sunlight. The hilt was crafted from a combination of 100-slaying steel and the peculiar material extracted by the blacksmith, adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. Grasping it felt refreshingly cool, while simultaneously enhancing grip, amplifying the wielder's strength. Longquan, what a splendid name! The blacksmith's eyes sparkled with excitement as he noticed the flickering flames below finally extinguish. Without a moment's delay, he plunged the Longquan sword into a basin of ice water. With a hissing sound, white steam billowed forth as the water visibly evaporated. The temperature of the sword was unfathomable. After a quarter of an hour, the steam dissipated, and the blacksmith placed the Longquan sword upon a prepared steel plate. Raising his hammer, he began to strike the sword with a peculiar trajectory, rotating it as he hammered down. A series of resonant sounds echoed through the air. Under the relentless blows of the hammer, the Longquan sword appeared to narrow and thin, its sharp blade gradually taking form, the icy blue radiance deepening and coalescing. As the dragon motif swirled endlessly, seemingly alive, after 2 full hours of striking, the sky had darkened, and a myriad of stars emerged. Finally, the blacksmith sighed in relief and paused, then addressed Yang Qing, return in 3 days to collect the sword. I still need to sharpen its edge. Yang Qing nodded slightly before turning to leave. The sword was nearly forged, yet still required one final step, which would demand time. He could naturally discern that the blacksmith possessed a unique craftsmanship that he would not reveal. The peculiar rhythm of hammering, along with the intricate details, eluded Yang Qing's understanding. However, he recognized that the blacksmith was indeed a skilled artisan of remarkable talent. On the following day, another visitor arrived on the lands of Albana. This individual bore an intimidating countenance, with a golden hook for a right hand and a smoking cigar clenched between his teeth. He sauntered into the town streets, gazing towards the distant palace, his eyes glimmering with a hint of avarice. If only this were a vast desert. How enticing it would be. The man murmured, then shook his head, lamenting, alas, I shall soon be leaving this place. On the 3rd day, Yang Qing ventured out onto the street. The blacksmith was indeed waiting as promised, his expression tinged with excitement and joy. Upon spotting Yang Qing, the blacksmith waved him over. Is the sword ready? Yang Qing inquired. It is, and more perfect than I had imagined. I have crafted a splendid sheath for it, the blacksmith replied, removing a long bundle from his back. Its sharpness is formidable. It must be concealed within a sheath made of deep-sea Nancilii wood to mask its lethal intent. Otherwise, it could easily injure someone. Gently, the blacksmith unveiled the sheath, revealing its exquisite form. Yang Qing squinted, noticing that the sheath was adorned with deep blue gemstones, while intricate and mysterious runes were engraved upon it, imparting an aura of the ocean's enigmatic beauty. This is the unique grain of Nancilii wood. It feels icy to the touch, smooth and delicate, truly exquisite, the blacksmith explained. He then slowly opened the sheath, and with a soft sound, Yang Qing beheld the true form of the Longquan sword, which shimmered with a translucent, deep blue radiance. A dragon motif danced along its length. The edges as thin as a cicada's wing, the blade nearly transparent, exuding a ghostly glow. Absolutely stunning, Yang Qing exclaimed in admiration. I never anticipated that the integration of sea stone would yield such a reaction. This sword is undoubtedly the most beautiful in existence. The blacksmith echoed his awe, adding, what astonishes me even more is its sharpness and durability. Furthermore, due to the sea stone, it possesses the power to suppress those with devil fruit abilities. This sword is truly an extraordinary weapon. The handle was composed of Bijan steel and various rare materials fused together, even without sea stone. It could be wielded by those with devil fruit powers. The blacksmith elaborated as Yang Qing reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword. How light! Yang Qing marveled. Realizing that with the strength he had just employed, the sword felt remarkably nimble, weighing in at 3 jin and 6 taels. It was undoubtedly one of the lightest swords available, and its weight contributed to an unrivaled speed in combat. The blacksmith spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Yang Qing suddenly thrust his sword forward, and in the air before him, a multitude of phantoms emerged, manifesting 10 distinct sword shadows. Then, with a sudden halt, they converged into one. A splendid sword. After sheathing the blade, Yang Qing wrapped it in cloth and slung it over his back. How much? 5 million belly. The blacksmith replied without hesitation. Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback by the exorbitant price. However, he said nothing, retrieving 5 million berries from his pocket, handing it to the blacksmith, and then turning to leave. The acquisition of the new sword initially filled Yang Qing with delight, but as he walked 1,000 meters away, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Who are you? He inquired, squinting at the imposing figure blocking his path. The rugged man before him, with a prematurely aged visage, reminded Yang Qing of someone familiar. Crocodile, bounty of 65 million berries, the man drawled, inhaling from his cigar and releasing a cloud of smoke. What business do you have in stopping me? Yang Qing asked coldly. You, the Grim Reaper Lucifer, with a bounty of 100 million berries, surpassing mine by nearly 40 million. Crocodile suddenly chuckled, a sinister grin spreading across his ugly face. It's amusing that a mere child like you boasts a higher bounty than I. Do you take issue with that? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Crocodile. Not particularly. The world government's decision to place a bounty on you signifies your worth. I merely view you as a convenient stepping stone, Crocodile replied, shaking his head. Pirates venture into the Grand Line for 3 reasons: wealth, fame, and power. And the simplest way to acquire these is to eliminate those with higher bounties. So, you've come after me? Yang Qing retorted mockingly. It was absurd to think that he could be so easily dispatched by this foolish man. Not specifically seeking you out. Merely noticed your pirate ship while docking, along with a certain cowboy sleeping soundly, Crocodile remarked casually. Tryst. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flickering within. What have you done to him? Worried about your companion? Fear not. I simply had my subordinates bind him. Crocodile replied with a triumphant laugh. Worried about him? Yang Qing suddenly chuckled. No, I am merely concerned for your subordinates. Do they truly believe they can subdue Tryst merely by tying him up? Such naivety is a rare sight indeed. Do you know? Crocodile inquired, puzzled. You are truly arrogant, Yang Qing stated earnestly. Crocodile's expression twitched, the smile fading from his face as the wind began to stir around him, swirling dust into formation. I must say, Grim Reaper, I have grown to dislike you. You'll soon discover whether I am arrogant or not, Crocodile replied ominously. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, followed by a smile. Is that so? Suddenly, the sandstorm intensified. Vast quantities of sand began to coalesce and swiftly surge toward Yang Qing. The sandstorm. Crocodile uttered the words coldly. The swirling dust in the sky thickened, casting a gloomy shadow over the surroundings, while the number of pedestrians on the street inexplicably dwindled, rendering the area somewhat desolate. The wind and sand swept through, obscuring Crocodile's figure and creating a rustling sound as dust rose, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The pedestrians along the street squinted against the wind. They could not discern what transpired in the now eerily vacant space ahead. Engaged in hushed discussions, people hurried back to their homes, for this bizarre tempest rendered travel untenable. Yang Qing stood still, squinting at the horizon. The storm intensified rapidly, soaring to heights exceeding 10 meters and widths surpassing 3 meters within a mere 5 seconds. Swirling towards him with alarming speed, the sandstorm, in its furious rotation, drew in even more dust and debris, creating a formidable gravitational pull that rendered Yang Qing momentarily immobile, sapping his speed. Intriguing. A smile crept across his face as he snapped his fingers, a sound echoing through the air. In an instant, a faint luminous barrier enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters around him. How trivial! A sandstorm dares to challenge me. With an expression of indifference, Yang Qing stepped into the swirling tempest, his figure slicing through the chaotic winds like a razor-sharp blade. He effortlessly traversed the storm to stand before Crocodile, who gazed at him in astonishment. With a powerful punch, Yang Qing struck Crocodile squarely in the face. I warned you, your arrogance is your downfall. Yang Qing's voice resonated as his fist connected with Crocodile's visage. To his surprise, the impact seemed ineffective. Crocodile's right cheek transformed into sand, scattering into the air, only to reassemble moments later. He regarded Yang Qing with incredulity. Devil fruit abilities? A natural type, indeed troublesome. Yang Qing furrowed his brow, evading Crocodile's outstretched hand and delivering a fierce kick that shattered Crocodile's skull in a swift motion. Without a doubt, Crocodile reverted to sand once more, disregarding his disintegrated head as his golden hook shot towards Yang Qing with merciless intent. With a piercing glare, Yang Qing halted the hook mid-flight, bending its trajectory at an impossible angle. He advanced a step, landing another blow to Crocodile's abdomen. This time, Crocodile, unable to elementalize, doubled over in pain, his tongue lolling out. You insolent brat! Crocodile's face flushed with anger, the force of the punch nearly forcing bile from his throat. His entire being transformed into sand, surging towards Yang Qing in an attempt to engulf him and suffocate him to death. A soft pop resonated, and Crocodile's sand abruptly froze in place, becoming utterly immobilized. Yang Qing stepped forward, and the mass of sand spontaneously parted, creating a passage for him. Our power disparity is vast. It would be wise not to provoke me further, lest your fate be dire. Yang Qing stated coolly, continuing his advance. Crocodile's expression darkened considerably. His sand had slipped from his control, now subject to Yang Qing's command. This bizarre occurrence left him utterly astounded. Boy, you are far too arrogant. I am a natural type. Crocodile bellowed, bending low to touch the earth with his right hand. A terrifying tremor reverberated through the ground, transforming the stone slabs within a 100-meter radius into soft grains of sand. Erosion rebirth. Crocodile's somber voice resonated, and the street within 100 meters ahead transformed into grains of sand. With a thunderous tremor, all objects were stripped of moisture, and a vast sandstorm emerged, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. That peculiar disturbance continued to advance, reaching the feet of Yang Qing. Yang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped 10 meters onto the adjacent vacant building. Yet, the ominous force pursued him relentlessly, transmuting the entire room into grains of sand within a mere breath. This terrifying energy seemed capable of turning everything it touched into desiccated particles, an eerie spectacle indeed. Even Yang Qing hesitated to approach the sand, realizing the formidable nature of this natural element. Within 10 seconds, the area within a 300-meter radius around Yang Qing had transformed into a vast desert. Among those unable to escape, humans were instantaneously turned into lifeless husks, which then disintegrated into a cloud of powder. Crocodile's abilities were bizarrely formidable, and the extent of his attack instilled fear. Crocodile. A flicker of anger ignited in Yang Qing's eyes. He had initially deemed this individual unworthy of his attention, yet the latter's audacious provocation was intolerable. A sandstorm. This time, a more intense tempest engulfed the sky, thick and oppressive. Crocodile, with a cigar perched between his lips, appeared as a fleeting silhouette within the swirling sands, striding forward. The sandstorm, spanning an impressive 500 meters, nearly consumed half the town, sending countless civilians fleeing in terror. As the tempest filled the heavens, it surged towards Yang Qing under Crocodile's command. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. Such a colossal sandstorm could only arise in the tumultuous winds of a desolate wasteland or a barren desert. Crocodile had conjured it himself. Arise. Suddenly, Yang Qing struck the ground beneath him, causing a large portion of the building to soar into the air, directed towards the swirling sands. I can manipulate any object I can touch, whether directly or indirectly, but this sandstorm is too vast. Yang Qing's eyes flickered. The enormity of the tempest was indeed overwhelming. And resisting such a natural phenomenon, especially one unleashed by an opponent, posed a significant challenge. Unlike his previous encounter with Dorak, where he expended nearly 2/3 of his stamina to clear the skies, confronting this sandstorm seemed an unworthy endeavor. After all, who was Dorak, and who was Crocodile? The pride of the strong prevented him from squandering his energy unnecessarily. Other methods existed to counter this, for it was merely a sandstorm. A glimmer of realization struck Yang Qing as he noticed a fountain nearby, occupying an area of 30 meters in circumference. Water, yes, water could counter this. With a swift motion, Yang Qing transformed into a series of fleeting images, racing toward the fountain. Think you can escape? Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, then directed the swirling sands to pursue Yang Qing. 10 seconds later, the sandstorm enveloped Yang Qing, encasing him within its grasp. The oppressive darkness blotted out the sun, rendering the surrounding air palpably thin. In that moment, Yang Qing struck the droplets within the fountain with great force. Water, arise. In an instant, the water dragon within the fountain spiraled forth, followed by a thunderous roar directed at the swirling sandstorm above. Countless brilliant blue droplets erupted, transforming the water into radiant streams that collided fiercely with the tumultuous tempest. In that moment, an explosion of water droplets scattered in all directions. The once serene expression of Crocodile contorted into one of utter dismay. The sandstorm, shaken violently, seemed to grow heavier as the droplets penetrated its depths, ultimately plummeting to the ground, no longer under Crocodile's control. At this moment, Yang Qing's right hand swept through the air with sudden force, striking the descending droplets of water. With a resounding pop, countless water beads transformed into radiant streams of light, hurtling towards Crocodile in the distance. In that instant, devoid of any offensive power, the smooth water droplets metamorphosed into the most formidable of hidden weapons. In an instant, despite Crocodile's frantic attempts to evade the attack, he was still struck. Blood marked his arms and face as 5 droplets found their target. The elemental transformation proved ineffective, making evasion exceedingly difficult. It was at this moment that he finally comprehended the true terror of his opponent. This young man was extraordinarily powerful. Crocodile's heart weighed heavy with apprehension, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. He was now acutely aware that the nature-based abilities he wielded were not invincible. When confronting ordinary foes, he could stand still, and they would be powerless against him. When he unleashed his abilities, he could swiftly consume his enemies, turning them into lifeless husks. However, at this moment, facing the individual before him, he was shocked to discover that even his sand fruit was not without its vulnerabilities. His peculiar power seemed to control all things that came into contact, even his own sand, yet it appeared incapable of managing wide-scale assaults. Crocodile, seasoned from countless battles, was no fool. Perhaps, deep down, he harbored a disdain for Yang Qing, deeming him unworthy of his full strength. He bore a blade on his back, indicating his identity as a swordsman, yet he had yet to draw it. His countenance darkened. He understood clearly that the person before him seemed to regard their confrontation with utter disdain. His counterattacks were merely playful diversions. How infuriating! Anger surged within Crocodile, ignited by a feeling of being belittled. I shall show you my true power. Once more bending down, Crocodile forcefully pressed his right hand against the ground. The earth trembled violently, rippling like a lake, as vast expanses of land were drained of moisture, transforming into a desert. Die, he shouted. Desert, sunflower. Suddenly, the area surrounding Yang Qing began to whirl, grains of sand swirling like ocean waves, forming a vortex. A swamp? Or perhaps a whirlpool? Yang Qing's expression shifted. Indeed, the nature-based fruit was exceedingly formidable, rendering one defenseless. Caught within this vortex, he felt as if he were ensnared by a bizarre force, each movement drawing him deeper into its grasp. What was even more terrifying was the strange whirlpool's ability to absorb the moisture from his body. If this continued, should he become completely ensnared, he would likely be reduced to a lifeless corpse. Crocodile. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yang Qing's eyes. Truly, this nature-based adversary was perilous. Before me stands a being whose formidable power, derived solely from the devil fruit, warrants a bounty of over 100 million. Yang Qing holds a high regard for Crocodile. He is indeed a fearsome adversary. A moment of carelessness could lead to his downfall. Master your own self. With a resonant hum, Yang Qing's form began to slowly ascend into the air. 3 seconds later, he stood firmly on the ground, his gaze icy as he regarded Crocodile. I am beginning to regard you seriously. Is that so? A faint smile graced Crocodile's face, yet his heart grew heavy with apprehension. He discerned that the young man before him was likely about to unleash his true power. This individual is undoubtedly beyond the mere 100 million mark. Fine beads of sweat began to beat upon Crocodile's forehead. The sand crocodile was starting to feel the tension. This battle could prove fatal. Just as this sword has been newly forged, I shall test its might. Yongqing gradually unwrapped the elongated package from his back, stating calmly, I will strike just once. Should you perish, do not blame me. It is that sword. Crocodile squinted, his gaze fixated intently. Clang. The long sword was drawn. Yongqing slowly unsheathed the dragon spring sword, its icy blue radiance shimmering beautifully under the sunlight, the blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, exuding an extraordinary allure. The long sword sliced through the air, producing a subtle sound as it pointed directly at Crocodile. Life and death hinge upon your abilities, Yongqing declared coldly. How infuriating. Crocodile bellowed, unleashing his powers as he charged at the young man with reckless abandon. Who is he? He is Crocodile, unafraid of anyone. No, he fears no one. Even in defeat, he shall fight with all his might. This is the spirit of a true man. Desert blade. The sands before Crocodile coalesced into a massive blade, gleaming with an eerie light, before cleaving downward towards Yongqing, ripping through the air with a resounding crash. At that moment, Yongqing stepped forward with his right foot. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, causing Crocodile's pupils to constrict. So swift. Then, in the space 5 meters ahead, Yongqing's silhouette flickered into existence. His right hand trembling slightly, the icy blue longsword singing with joy. Hum. The desert blade fell with ferocity, Crocodile's heart raced, his blood boiling at that instant. He felt the imminent threat of death. In the next moment, Yongqing appeared just 1 meter in front of him, and with a graceful twist of the long sword, he carved a beautiful arc towards Crocodile. Pff. The sound was faint, like a falling pin. Crocodile's eyes trembled as the desert blade struck the ground and erupted into a cascade of sand, failing to touch Yongqing at all. What an extraordinarily swift sword. Blood gushed forth rapidly, pooling on the ground, as Crocodile's eyes trembled before he collapsed onto the earth. Was that a sword forged from sea prism stone? A voice echoed in his mind. Just before the blade pierced his body, he had already elementalized. However, before that sword, he was rendered utterly ineffective, as if even his own powers had been sealed. In that moment, he felt an unexpected frailty. My physical strength is woefully inadequate. The devil fruit has, at that instant, become a burden. Crocodile closed his eyes, gaining a stark clarity regarding his circumstances. Previous notions were entirely overturned. The king's army has arrived. Yongqing stood behind Crocodile, glancing back at him. Still alive? Consider yourself fortunate. He then turned and departed from the scene. After Yongqing's departure, a figure, filled with anxiety, approached Crocodile, glancing around nervously before hoisting him onto his shoulder and hastily fleeing the area. Boss, you mustn't come to harm. The figure's heart raced with terror. He had just witnessed the battle from a distance. That young man was truly formidable. Even the natural-type captain was no match for him. Crocodile lay on the figure's back, his consciousness fading into a haze. A long crimson streak appeared on his abdomen, extending up to his left chest, blood flowing swiftly from the wound. A minute later, the king's army arrived at the site of the earlier confrontation, their faces registering shock as they beheld the scene. Nearly 2/3 of the street had transformed into a desert. This horrifying sight rendered the commanding officer's expression grave. It is the natural-type sand fruit. The leader confirmed, his eyes glinting with realization. The current wielder of the sand fruit is none other than the bounty of 65 million. Crocodile. Has this newcomer truly come to Alabasta? Seal off the area. I shall report to His Majesty the King. The commander declared loudly before swiftly departing. In the Alabasta Palace, King Cobra listened intently to the report, his expression serious. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Based on what you have said, it seems Crocodile has encountered a formidable foe and engaged in battle. It is indeed terrifying. The natural type has turned 2/3 of the street into a desert. Yes, it is perilous to have such a ruthless pirate lurking within our city, the commander stated solemnly. Inform the station navy nearby. Relying solely on our national strength, it may be challenging to contend with such pirates. A hint of helplessness crossed Cobra's face. While Alabasta claims to be peaceful, this tranquility is safeguarded by the Navy, and our national power is not particularly robust. The commander acknowledged with a nod and swiftly departed from the scene. Alabasta is indeed safeguarded by a naval presence, and they would certainly not be negligent in the face of such ferocious pirates. The most prudent course of action in such circumstances would be to notify the Navy. 7 days later, Crocodile sat up with a grim expression, his body encased in white bandages. His injuries had nearly healed. Yet the pain inflicted by that young man would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. He meticulously reflected on the battle, extracting lessons from it to fortify his strength. "Boss, we have located Nico Robin," whispered a voice at his ear. Nico Robin? Crocodile's gaze sharpened. If his memory served him correctly, this young girl was currently with the Grim Reaper pirates. But would he be intimidated? A sly smile crept across his face. He had come to this nation precisely because it concealed a monumental secret, and now he had caught wind of Nico Robin's whereabouts. This child of the devil seemed capable of deciphering historical texts, which could potentially aid his forthcoming plans. A glimmer of malice flickered in Crocodile's eyes. "Let's send someone to make contact with her." "Yes, boss." He then gazed out the window, admiring the beautiful scenery, and sighed. "Once my injuries are healed, I shall set forth." That detestable young man. Clenching his fists, Crocodile felt a surge of frustration yet remained powerless. That young lad was undeniably formidable. He possessed a keen self-awareness, having just emerged from a fierce battle, fully cognizant that he was no match for his opponent. 3 days later, Yang Qing arrived aboard the Grim Reaper. The first sight that greeted him was Trist's figure, still sprawled on the deck, soundly asleep. Surrounded by a dozen tightly bound pirates who appeared emaciated and listless from hunger. "Heh," Yang Qing chuckled lightly, showing no mercy as he delivered a kick to rouse Trist. "Wake up." Trist stirred, rubbing his eyes, seemingly still groggy. "Oh, it's the boss. Where are the others?" he inquired. "You ask me? I was just about to ask you." Yang Qing rolled his eyes, realizing the vastness of Alabasta had delayed their return. "We'll rest for a few days, and once they return, we shall depart." 3 days later, Roe and Glades returned to the ship, one taciturn and the other straightforward, both lacking in conversation but laden with an abundance of provisions. In the afternoon, Buggy and Dylan's returned, their raucous arguing providing a lively atmosphere. "I say, why not just seize that item directly? Why go through all this trouble? We are pirates." "After all," Buggy exclaimed loudly, "this is Alabasta, you fool." Dylan's retorted, visibly enraged. "You imbecile, I don't want to waste more words with you. Can't you just grab it and run?" Once again, would the formidable Captain Buggy fear the forces of their king? Buggy wore a cold smirk. "Fool. I have no desire to engage in further conversation with you." Dylan promptly conceded. "You are the fool." The two exchanged heated retorts. While a faint smile graced Yang Qing's lips, it appeared that these two were quite capable of finding common ground. Their relationship seemed to be progressing rather swiftly. On the following day, Morgiana and Robin returned. "How is it? Nothing of consequence occurred, I trust?" Yang Qing inquired casually. "Nothing major, but a minor incident did arise." Robin replied, her eyes glinting slightly. "Oh." Yang Qing turned his gaze toward Robin. "Someone claiming to be Crocodile wishes to invite me to join them," Robin said with a smile. "Oh, Crocodile, you say?" A flicker of interest sparked in Yang Qing's eyes as he nodded, a cold smile forming on his lips. It seemed the wounds inflicted upon this individual were insufficient. "Next time, I shall ensure his demise." 10 minutes later, once everyone was ready, Yang Qing issued the command to set sail. Trist kept a firm grip on the ship's wheel, while Buggy and Robin unfurled the sails. With a shout, the ship named Death's Embrace commenced its journey across the vast ocean, gradually heading toward the horizon. "By the way, isn't there a pirate ship not far from us?" Yang Qing suddenly recalled, directing his question at Trist. Yes, there is. I may have inadvertently damaged it," Trist replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Yang Qing smiled briefly, choosing not to speak further. Trister, after discreetly glancing at the expression on his companion's face, let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the captain had not discovered his embarrassing blunder of being kidnapped while asleep. Truly a humiliating experience. The ship, the Grim Reaper, began its slow departure. And just as they had navigated 10 miles, a naval vessel emerged ahead, sailing towards them against the wind. "Captain, we've spotted the Navy," Trister called out, his tone devoid of tension. "Oh, if we cannot evade them, then let us sink them." Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. Trister acknowledged with a nod, humming a peculiar tune as he effortlessly maneuvered the vessel. In the distance, the naval ship had identified its target and had commenced firing cannonballs. A series of explosive blasts tore through the air, hurtling towards the Grim Reaper, yet Trister skillfully evaded each one, not a single shot finding its mark. The passengers aboard the ship felt not the slightest tremor. On the naval ship, the captain reported grimly, "Sir, that vessel seems to possess an uncanny ability to predict our cannonball trajectories. Not a single shot has struck home." "Is it the Grim Reaper pirates?" The captain pondered solemnly before gesturing dismissively. Since they have escaped, there is no need to pursue them. He then added with gravity. Our objective lies in apprehending Crocodile and his crew, concealed in Alabasta. I hope this pirate does not cause us any trouble. As the two ships passed each other, the Grim Reaper sailed further into the distance, while the naval vessel approached the shores of Alabasta, faced with the more pressing threat of Crocodile. The Navy undoubtedly prioritized this task over the troublesome Grim Reaper pirates. After all, the captain's mission here was to maintain peace and stability in Alabasta. Captain, where to next? Treaster called out leisurely from aboard the Grim Reaper. Let us head to Mogu Town. We shall not linger along the way, as you have squandered too much time here. Yang Qing replied without hesitation, his eyes glinting with profound intent. A formidable battle loomed ahead. Really? I am prepared, Dylan exclaimed with a smile. 3 months later, a new batch of visitors arrived at Mogu Town. Situated in the first half of the Grand Line, Mogu Town was a small settlement established by pirates. Here, pirates from all corners congregated, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere where brawls and conflicts were commonplace, particularly as a transit point for pirates. Even the Navy found it challenging to exert control here. Indeed, there are far too many pirates, Dylan remarked in awe. Noting that he had never witnessed such a congregation of pirates anywhere else, it was truly a town built by pirates. The Grim Reaper gradually approached the harbor, guided by the pirates of the town, before coming to a halt. Yang Qing led his crew off the ship, making their way toward Mogu Town. Have you no eyes? You fool! How dare you bump into me? I'm sorry. It was not intentional. As soon as they disembarked, a heated argument reached their ears. The crowd turned, realizing the commotion emanated from a nearby bar, prompting them to halt in their tracks. Is an apology even worth anything? Who am I? I am the formidable Rodus, with a bounty of 35 million. With a resounding crash, a figure was violently ejected from the bar, bloodied and collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Upon closer inspection, Yang Qing and the others discovered that the man's eyes had rolled back, unmistakably lifeless. How brutal, muttered Bucky. Yang Qing chuckled softly, then forcefully pushed open the bar's door, leading the group inside. Just moments after someone had been thrown out, another figure boldly entered through the threshold, instantly capturing the attention of all present. They beheld a young man, seemingly around 16 or 17, striding confidently into the bar, followed by a total of 7 others. Do any of you recognize him or his crew? Which pirate crew do they belong to? The pirates exchanged glances, quietly inquiring amongst themselves. Yet nearly all shook their heads in uncertainty regarding the origins of this peculiar crew. This spectacle heightened their wariness. Typically, any pirate reaching Mogu Town would have a notable background, easily traceable, yet this crew was enigmatically unknown. It's impossible. There cannot be such a crew. Are they perhaps newcomers? The collective confusion rendered them mute for a moment, choosing to disregard Yang Qing and his companions. However, 3 minutes later, as Yang Qing's group settled at a table and ordered drinks, a voice erupted, igniting laughter throughout the tavern. Hey, everyone here, does anyone know how to reach Sky Island? Bucky shouted. An immediate hush fell over the bar, only to be swiftly replaced by uproarious laughter. Sky Island. Ha ha ha, they actually want to go to Sky Island. No way, this is too funny. Are they dreaming? Sky Island? Now I'm convinced. They must be newcomers. Only newbies would ask such foolish questions. The laughter echoed, drawing attention from the pirates on the street, who soon joined in the mirth, shaking their heads in disbelief. Can you believe someone thinks they're S.A. Sky Island? How Navi? Our log pose is pointing toward Sky Island, cried Trist. A log pose? Pointing to Sky Island? How foolish to think they can simply follow its course. Ha ha ha, do these newcomers dream of claiming the Pirate King's treasure? This is truly hilarious. The bar patrons exchanged quips, all mocking the Grim Reaper pirates without exception. Boss. Bucky was feeling somewhat disheartened, and Treaster could not comprehend the situation. Dylan's quietly clenched his fists, but was halted by Yang Qing's gentle shake of the head. Just a bunch of worthless scum. Come here, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the Sky Island. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air, icy in tone, pointing towards Bucky. The crowd turned to see a figure seated at the bar, their back turned to them. Bucky was momentarily taken aback, then hurried over, anticipation written across his face. To everyone's astonishment, the figure abruptly turned around, splashing the contents of their drink all over Bucky's face, and mockingly inquired, "Are you awake now?" This elicited gasps from all present. The crew of the Death God tightened their fists and rose to their feet, fury igniting in their eyes. Sit down. Only Yang Qing remained seated, his expression darkening. Once the others complied, an infinite killing intent flickered in his gaze as he coldly addressed the dazed Bucky. Bucky? Huh? Bucky replied, still seemingly in a daze, not fully grasping the situation. Kill him. At last, Bucky snapped to attention, fury igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he launched a punch forward, the force of which caused the figure to evade just in time, but Bucky's fist struck the bar, shattering it into a multitude of fragments. The person finally reacted, their face contorted in terror upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon the bar by this red-nosed clown. You, the figure stammered. But in the next instant, as they attempted to flee, Bucky seized their arm. Despite their desperate struggles, the clown's grip was unyielding. You shall perish. Bucky's eyes glinted with cold ruthlessness and boundless rage. This despicable individual had dared to toy with him, splashing liquor upon his visage. With a resounding crash, the hand Bucky held was obliterated. This spectacle left all in attendance dumbfounded, laughter ceased, and silence enveloped the bar. In the next heartbeat, Bucky's palm made contact with the figure's body. A pop echoed as an energy wave radiated, engulfing the person entirely and with a violent tremor. Their terrified expression was accompanied by the shattering of surrounding chairs and objects. Is there anyone else? Bucky roared, his booming voice rendering the bar utterly silent. Incredible! This individual's powers were terrifying. What fruit did he possess? The bounty of 40 million on settlers had been dispatched in an instant. Who exactly was this? The patrons were drenched in sweat, utterly intimidated by Bucky's overwhelming display. Since reason fails to persuade you, only my fist shall suffice. Yang Qing's voice resonated softly at that moment. We are headed to the Sky Island. He raised the wine glass from the table, then drank it in one swift motion, ultimately placing the glass down with a resounding thud. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. However, Yang Qing surveyed the room, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I implore you to remember one thing. Never display disbelief in my presence, or else. A cruel expression emerged on Yang Qing's face as Bucky returned to the table, sitting down steadily. Though remnants of alcohol clung to him, none felt he had lost face in that moment. You will perish. As Bucky settled into his seat, Yang Qing's icy voice echoed ominously. The bar fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, everyone seemingly frozen in place. Some began clandestinely searching through the scattered bounty notices they had previously discarded, attempting to ascertain the identities of the members of the Grim Reaper pirates. Who could they be? Who indeed? They were certainly no ordinary pirate crew. Absolutely not. That red-nosed clown was formidable, with a bounty of at least 60 million, or perhaps even 80 million. Hallie, his face pale with terror as he rifled through his bag of bounty notices, muttered in a hushed tone. Suddenly, as he continued to search, his pupils dilated sharply. A jolt coursing through him. He had found it. He saw the unmistakably young captain of the Grim Reaper pirates, the Reaper, Lucifer. With a staggering bounty of 100 million, Hallie exclaimed in horror, prompting a nearby individual to nudge him. What is wrong with you? Keep it down, or you'll be killed. The person, the bounty, 100 million. Hallie whispered, trembling. What? Everyone at the table was taken aback, astonished. They had never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line. Such a reward was beyond their comprehension. Hallie continued to delve deeper, and upon discovering the bounties of Dylan's, Law, Moria, and Robin, he could no longer contain himself, trembling uncontrollably. He dared not even glance at that group. He was petrified. They were utterly terrifying, their collective bounties nearing 300 million. This crew was formidable. They were not to be trifled with. Hallie swallowed hard, resolutely deciding that from then on, no matter what transpired, should he encounter this crew, he would feign death. The bar was enveloped in an uncanny atmosphere. No one dared to laugh aloud, as if they had witnessed something profoundly frightening. They gazed at the table, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Now, tell me, how does one reach Sky Island? Yang Qing inquired, his smile light and harmonious. Yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The smile of a devil. Silence reigned. No one dared to speak. If there is no response, I shall have to eliminate all of you. Yang Qing's expression turned cold, the intent to kill permeating the bar. From Kaya Island, you can reach it. There are tales that ships passing Kaya Island have been swept up by ascending currents, revealing an island. Someone shouted in terror. Yang Qing nodded. Fully aware of the means to reach the Sky Island, these individuals were not devoid of intelligence. So, tell me, does the Sky Island truly exist? Yang Qing inquired with a smile. It exists. It certainly exists. The crowd fervently echoed, their voices growing louder, drawing curious glances from passers-by towards the bar. Ha ha. Yang Qing erupted in a series of hearty laughs, and smiles graced the faces of Dylan's and the others. Afterward, they departed from the establishment. And following a bout of shopping, it was already evening. Everyone returned to the ship to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall set sail for Jaya Island. And then we will venture to the Sky Island. Excellent, responded Dylan's and the others with great enthusiasm, while Bucky leapt with excitement, exclaiming, "It's an island in the sky. Will there be angels, I wonder? Haven't you been to the Sky Island while accompanying Roger?" Yang Qing curiously asked. "When I met Roger, I was merely an apprentice crew member," Bucky replied, somewhat sheepishly. Yang Qing nodded in understanding and patted Buggy on the shoulder. "Rest assured, we shall see the angels." Buggy, filled with excitement, began to dance joyfully with Gladius. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room within the town of Modu, Don Quixote Doflamingo, clad in a feathered coat, coldly inquired, "Where is Law?" In Moda Town came the hesitant reply, "What is it?" Doflamingo pressed. "It appears he has joined the crew of the Grim Reaper pirates and is now one of them, which may pose a significant challenge," the voice responded. "Grim Reaper?" Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, recalling the brief encounter he had with that young man. "Gather our family members and prepare for battle," he commanded after a moment of contemplation. "Our opponent may be formidable, so they must exercise utmost caution." "Yes. Additionally, is Corazon present?" Doflamingo inquired again. "He is here, although he constantly flirts with death." "He still lives," the voice replied. "We must capture Law at any cost," Doflamingo declared coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Corazon, I never anticipated you could be saved, though it is hardly different from death. However, my brother, you still have some value. Contribute once more to atone for your betrayal." To everyone's surprise, during Doflamingo's conversation with another, a revelation emerged. Corazon was still alive. How could this be? Could it be the result of Yang Qing's arrival, triggering a chain reaction? With Doflamingo's command, the entire family sprang into action. At that moment, family members scattered across the Grand Line began boarding vessels to head towards Moda Town. It was merely a stroke of luck that Doflamingo had come to Moda Town, driven by a whim for his business. Though not yet as formidable as in the future, Doflamingo already commanded a certain level of notoriety. And who would have thought that he would uncover Law's whereabouts here? The following day, the crew of the Grim Reaper awoke. After enjoying breakfast prepared by Gladius, they immediately commenced their training. Whether it was Doran's, Law, or the newly joined Buggy, none showed any signs of complacency regarding their physical prowess. Yang Qing, seizing every opportunity, fervently engaged in his game to amass wealth. The swordsman system was vast. At that moment, only the basic martial arts manuals had been unlocked. But Yang Qing had already discerned that many mysteries still lingered above, their value beyond comprehension. The thought of this left Yang Qing in awe. Would this fellow eventually transition from martial arts to the realm of immortals? Yang Qing gazed in disbelief at the question marks at the top of the system. Soon after, as preparations concluded, he let out a commanding shout, and the Death God ship set sail towards Jaya Island. At that very moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo and the town received the news. Doflamingo, they have departed from Mogu Town, and their apparent destination is Jaya Island. Is that so? Only you two from the family have come. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered ominously as he scrutinized the two before him, Pika and Gladiolus, while their adversaries numbered 7. The rest of the family, scattered far and wide, would take at least 3 days to regroup. Gladiolus spoke gravely. "Indeed, this is quite unexpected," Doflamingo replied coldly, his thoughts drifting to the young man. Despite his formidable strength, Doflamingo felt uncertain about confronting him. Relying solely on 3 individuals to battle an entire pirate crew filled him with doubt, and he seldom engaged in ventures where success was not assured. "Young master, what shall we do?" Pika inquired sharply. "We wait," Doflamingo replied, his gaze icy, "until the entire family is gathered." At this moment, the Death God ship cleaved through the ocean, swiftly approaching Jaya Island. The island was not far from Mogu Town. Within an hour, they beheld the landmass. In truth, Mogu Town was situated on Jaya Island, but to reach Skypiea, Yang Qing and his companions needed to navigate from one side of the island to the other. Presently, they found themselves near the residence of Kulik, a character from the anime. As they arrived, they noticed distinct fluctuations in the nearby sea currents. "This area is quite unstable," Trist observed, noticing bubbles continually surfacing in the ocean. His expression shifted, and he suddenly remarked, "It is highly likely that we could be abruptly thrust into the sky. That would indeed be perilous." Yang Qing murmured, gazing towards the island, where a structure stood. There, a towering figure sat by the shore. smoking a cigarette amidst swirling mist. It was Kulik. At this moment, Kulik was calmly watching the pirate ship not far ahead, accustomed to the frequent passage of vessels. I am quite curious. Since the log pointer indicates the sky, how do we ascend? Buggy pointed upwards, asking with confusion. Trist, called Dylan. In addition to being the navigator, Trist also served as the ship's diviner. Though his cards were sometimes inaccurate, they proved useful most of the time, boasting an accuracy rate exceeding 80%. Leave it to me, Trist declared confidently. Today, my luck is remarkable. 2 cards appeared in his hand, and his red light flickered. He tossed one into the sky. Let us make a wager. If I lose, you shall reveal to me the method to reach Skypea. He then narrowed his eyes. And a minute later, the card in the sky flipped over, revealing the numbers on its surface. At the same moment, Trist revealed his cards. Beaming with joy as he declared, I have one. Trist closed his eyes once more, seemingly absorbing some peculiar information. So, did you find a method? Dylan inquired, while Yangqing observed him with keen interest. According to the guidance, if our ship remains still for 3 days, the divine will allow us to ascend into the sky and then arrive at our destination, Trist said, his eyes filled with confusion. Divine. The group exchanged glances. Yet Yangqing smiled, realizing the implication. Then let us wait here for 3 days. Although they did not fully understand, the captain's orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to comply. 3 days later, as the dawn broke, the ship, the Grim Reaper, suddenly began to shake violently. What is happening? Trist exclaimed, running about frantically. Beneath the Grim Reaper and within a 50-meter radius, there were powerful updrafts. The omen you received 3 days ago, that divine presence. Must be these updrafts. Yangqing chuckled. The updrafts will carry us to the Sky Island. The others were left in astonishment, clutching the ship tightly to withstand the violent rocking. In 20 minutes, these updrafts will erupt, and we will whoosh into the heights, Dylan shouted. And then we will plummet from the sky, shattered. Bucky's face paled, a green hue appearing as fear enveloped him. In the town of Mogu, is everyone gathered? Doflamingo coldly surveyed the crowd before him. Then let us depart. Leading the Don Quixote family from Mogu town, they set forth towards the opposite side of Gaia Island. As the entire family marched through the streets, gasps of shock erupted from the town. It's them. It's Doflamingo. A bounty of 150 million. They never expected that this pirate crew would arrive in Mogu town. What a terrifying presence. I dare not utter a word. Soon, the Don Quixote family departed Mogu town, swiftly making their way towards the other side of Gaia Island. Their movements were swift and silent, their expressions dark and foreboding. 20 minutes later, the Grim Reaper trembled violently, bubbles continuously rising from the nearby sea, and the entire surface seemed to be in a state of upheaval. It's coming. The updrafts, Trist shouted. The others' expression shifted as they tightly gripped anything they could to secure themselves aboard. Bucky, in an exaggerated fashion, had lawed time to the mast with a bundle of rope. Meanwhile, Yangqing wore a faint smile, with a flick of his right hand. A soft sound echoed as a gentle light shield enveloped the Grim Reaper. Buzzing. The bubbles on the sea surface generated a fearsome tremor, and the Grim Reaper shook violently. As the crowd gazed at the tumultuous sea, a sense of apprehension gripped their hearts. The surface of the ocean exuded a terrifying pressure, as if it were on the verge of erupting, reminiscent of a menacing volcano brewing beneath. The ship, will it be all right? That explosive force. Baki trembled as he inquired. Rest assured. Yangqing nodded, though his demeanor was grave. The potential force of an eruption could propel a vessel to heights of 10,000 meters. One could only fathom its sheer might. Hey, where are all those people on the ship headed? On the shore, Kulik was taken aback, finally feeling a sense of shock. For 3 consecutive days, the ship had remained anchored, not moving an inch, leaving him perplexed about their intentions. Until today, when he witnessed the changes on the sea's surface, it finally dawned upon him. Those aboard the vessel intended to ride the updrafts and ascend into the sky. Kulik thought incredulously, realizing they had evidently devised a plan days prior. Were these individuals risking their lives? Suddenly, Kulik sprang to his feet, shouting towards the ship, You fools! Where do you think you're going? Get away from there. It's dangerous. The entire crew of the ship heard Kulik's voice, and Yangqing, seated at the bow, was initially taken aback before grinning and gesturing towards the sky. I heard there's an island up there. We're going to take a look. Kulik froze, his heart racing violently. What? They're going to the Sky Island? How is that possible? Could there truly be an island in the air? For a long time, he had sought traces of the Sky Island, yet even in his heart, he struggled to believe in such miraculous phenomena. But what gave these people such confidence that they could ascend and safely set foot on that distant land? At that moment, the crew of Don Quixote da Flamingo arrived at the shore, coming into Yang Qing's line of sight. It's them. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his expression turning icy. He vividly recalled the arrogant and ruthless da Flamingo. This man had made his move when they first set foot on Reverse Mountain, which was why Law had boarded their ship. Haha. Where are you going, Grim Reaper's crew? Da Flamingo bellowed from the shore, laughter echoing in the air. Da Flamingo. Law's gaze fixated on him, tension surging within him. Hey, Law. Where are you headed? Don't you want to see who's on my back? Gladius laughed boisterously. Law's attention shifted to Gladius's back, and upon recognizing the figure, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in disbelief, Corazon. How is this possible? He is alive. He had witnessed Corazon's demise at the hands of Da Flamingo. Yet how could he still be alive? Corazon. Even Yang Qing was taken aback. This character, who had perished in the original tale, was somehow still alive? He is alive. Law. Don't you want to come and see him? Da Flamingo let out a hearty laugh, only to swiftly turn cold, his demeanor shifting ominously, as if death held no distinction for him. Law's expression fluctuated, and after a mere 3 seconds, he shouted, I want to disembark. In that instant, the crew exchanged bewildered glances. Surrounding the throne of death, several spots of seawater surged upward like fountains, and the ocean trembled with increasing ferocity. Under such circumstances, it was evident that disembarking was utterly impossible. Moreover, they had already prepared to ascend to the Sky Island. Hey, calm down, Law. We can't leave the ship at this moment. Buggy shouted emphatically. At that moment, Yang Qing's countenance darkened profoundly. He never anticipated such an unforeseen occurrence. The notorious Da Flamingo had manifested here, threatening them through Corazon. I must disembark, Luo declared resolutely, striding towards the ship's wall. Luo, Yang Qing called softly, comprehending the turmoil within Luo's heart. Thus, he felt compelled not to intervene, yet in this moment, departing the vessel was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Dylan's? Is there any way to strike within their range? Yang Qing inquired, turning his gaze. It's too far. I cannot reach there. If I cannot appear instantaneously, they will detect me. Dylan's replied with a shake of his head. At that juncture, both men pondered how to rescue Corazon. Perhaps I can manage it. Glades mused quietly after a moment's contemplation. Then be swift. Yang Qing urged without hesitation, then turned to Luo. You absolutely cannot disembark now. It is far too dangerous. Entrust this to Glades and Dylan's. Luo trembled all over, ultimately shutting his eyes and nodding gravely. Dylan's approached Glades, speaking heavily. We must not falter. This time, it is for our brother. Glades sensed the weight of the responsibility and nodded, quickly conferring with Dylan's. Yang Qing observed a flicker of surprise on Dylan's face before he nodded earnestly. Captain, do you trust me? Dylan's asked as he moved to the bow of the ship. Yang Qing was taken aback, then nodded. I trust you, always. A smile appeared on Dylan's face as he turned to Glades and declared, Glades, let's go. I am ready. The Grim Reaper trembled violently, and the bubbles below were about to propel the vessel high into the air. At any moment, it seemed that the ship could be dislodged from the sea. Glades wore a grave expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He extended his hands toward Dylan's and whispered, Air cannon. A deep, resonant sound echoed, and in the next instant, Dylan's entire body jolted as a fierce wind surged from the Grim Reaper, tousling everyone's hair, leaving them momentarily stunned before they abruptly turned their gazes toward the bow. There, Dylan's figure had vanished. On board the Grim Reaper, everyone was taken aback. Their eyes swept rapidly, searching for Dylan's, but for a moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Where's the first officer? Bucky shouted, but no one responded. No one could find him. At that very moment, on the shore, members of Da Flamingo's crew sensed that something was amiss. Da Flamingo, we are missing someone from our ship. Da Flamingo's expression shifted, and he shouted, Be cautious. Simultaneously, from behind Gladius, a hand suddenly shot out, tightly grasping Corazon on his back. Corazon was pulled away from Gladius. Sensing the sudden lightness, Gladius's face changed dramatically, and he swiftly kicked backward with all his strength. In that instant, all members of Da Flamingo's crew noticed the anomaly and retaliated. A series of attacks struck Dylan's right arm, causing it to tremble violently, yet he clung tightly to Corazon. Gritting his teeth, he activated his ability, and with a pop, half of Corazon's body vanished, disappearing completely a second later. On the deck of the Grim Reaper, Corazon's form first appeared partially, before fully materializing. This scene left everyone in disbelief. Yet they exhaled in relief. especially Glades, who let out a long breath. He had been the most anxious, as even he had little confidence in the plan. Truly infuriating. Doflamingo seethed, sweeping his leg through the air, his foot enveloped in dark, armored hockey. With a thunderous crash, Dillons was kicked out of the spatial realm, spewing blood midair, before tumbling several meters across the ground, finally coming to a halt, crouched, and gravely regarding the group before him. This marks the second time he has been injured in such a brief period. The first instance was due to Glades' air cannon, a newly developed skill that harnesses highly compressed air to deliver projectile-like assaults of extraordinary power, with a terrifying velocity and considerable range. Only his ability could propel Dillons instantaneously, enabling him to utilize his fruit powers to reach the rear of Gladius before Dillons even revealed himself, executing this series of maneuvers seamlessly. This was the most optimal plan conceived in the shortest time to rescue Corazon without arousing suspicion. The ship, the Grim Reaper, was caught within an upward current, rendering the crew unable to disembark and the vessel incapable of movement. Even Yang Qing's extraordinary fruit abilities could not alter this predicament. However, the might of Glades' air cannon was formidable. The moment it was unleashed, Dillon sustained an injury, feeling his vitality surging tumultuously, yet he bore it stoically. At this juncture, Dillons was struck once more by Doflamingo's kick, finally suffering significant harm. Coupled with the physical strain of relocating Corazon, Dillons found himself in a precarious situation. It appeared that success was within grasp. He cast a glance at the Grim Reaper, observing the expressions of his comrades, and let out a sigh of relief. Dillons, hurry back. Law shouted exuberantly, a broad smile on his face, overjoyed by the rescue of Corazon. Return? Dillons mused bitterly, surveying the predatory group before him and sensing the dwindling strength within him. Feeling somewhat helpless, this seemed a formidable challenge. He slowly rose to his feet and faced the Don Quixote pirates head-on. Law, Captain, do you believe in me? Dillon suddenly called out with conviction. On the Grim Reaper. The expressions of Law, Yang Qing, Trist, Buggy, Glades, and others shifted dramatically, especially Glades, who understood the full extent of his attack's power. Could it be that the vice-captain? At this moment, Yang Qing felt a foreboding sensation, his fist clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze upon Dillons' visage. Could it be? You all go ahead, this bunch. Dillons stood tall, facing the crew of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and with a tone of utter disdain declared, leave these scoundrels to me. Dillons. Luo finally comprehended, tears streaming down his face as he shouted with fervent emotion, come back. You must return. TCH, it's not like I'm dying. Dillons heard Luo's voice, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. Buzz. The Grim Reaper trembled violently, and in the next instant, a terrifying current erupted around them. An endless torrent of seawater surging from the depths into the sky. 3 seconds later, the expressions of everyone aboard the Grim Reaper changed drastically as a powerful current rushed from beneath the vessel, lifting it into the air in an instant. Dillons, first mate. Cries echoed from the ship, and in merely a second, the Grim Reaper had ascended 100 meters above the ocean. Damn it. Yang Qing swung his fist forcefully against the deck, shouting downwards, Doflamingo, if anything happens to Dillons, I will take your head. His voice reverberated across the sea. And upon hearing it, Doflamingo's pupils glinted with a cold light. He then chuckled at Dillons, saying, it seems your captain is quite concerned for you. Of course. We are brothers, Dillons replied casually, scanning his surroundings for an escape route, only to be met with disappointment as he saw the entirety of Doflamingo's crew swiftly occupying critical positions, completely surrounding him. TCH, is it really necessary to be this cautious? Dillons remarked disdainfully, though his heart was heavy with gravity, realizing that escape would be exceedingly difficult. Doflamingo stepped forward, his tone sinister as he stated, your captain will likely be disappointed. Taking my brother has made me quite furious. However, perhaps exchanging your nearly lifeless body could serve our purpose. Is that so? You wish to capture me? Dillons raised an eyebrow, steadying his chaotic breath, his expression suddenly turning frigid. Then come and try. The battle was on the brink of eruption. As Dillons faced the crew of Doflamingo, the outcome remained uncertain. On the Grim Reaper, Yang Qing clenched his fists, his mind a tumult of confusion. Luo, Trist, and the others wore grim expressions, resolutely etching the name Doflamingo into their hearts. The Grim Reaper, buoyed by the ascending current, shook violently as it soared at an alarming speed into the sky. Yang Qing slightly opened his right hand, maintaining the realm of the Grim Reaper to ensure the vessel would not be shattered by the rising strain. They watched in awe as the sea below receded further and further, the island of Gaia shrinking into insignificance. It was a breathtaking moment, The ship departed from the ocean's surface, soaring towards the heavens, perhaps to a realm where islands of clouds existed, and beautiful women with wings awaited. At this moment, however, the entire crew clenched their fists tightly, their expressions dark and brooding, with flames of fury flickering in their eyes. "I shall never let them escape," Glades roared, brandishing his fists. Who could possibly do so? The cards in Trist's hand crackled sharply, his usual smile replaced by an icy demeanor. Buck, with tears welling in his eyes, untied the ropes that bound him, rushed to the ship's wall, grasped the mast, and shouted loudly, "First mate." Yang Qing's fist remained tightly clenched as he closed his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, the silhouette of Dylan seemed to materialize before him, his smiling visage accompanied by the haunting question, "Do you trust me?" This was the question posed by Dylan's before his departure, to which Yang Qing had fervently replied, "I trust you, now and forever." Opening his eyes, he gazed into the void ahead, murmuring softly. Beneath him, powerful updrafts surged, splashing droplets of seawater all around, while the howling winds surrounded him, lifting the death god to its utmost heights. Yang Qing composed himself and stepped onto the deck, clapping his hands together. "Dylan's will be safe. I am certain of it. Now, our more pressing mission lies in reaching the Sky Island." Yang Qing spoke slowly, his face devoid of a smile. Yet his tone was imbued with a profound seriousness and gravity. Pausing for a moment, he observed that all eyes were upon him before he continued. Regarding the crew of Doflamingo, he inhaled deeply, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "I shall not let them escape." Under Yang Qing's command, the ship, the Grim Reaper, had stabilized considerably after the tumultuous impact. Now, Law, Moria, assess Corazon's condition and exert every effort to revive him. His state is far from satisfactory. Yang Qing addressed Law solemnly. At that moment, tears shimmered in Law's eyes, though he often quarreled with Dylan's. There was no denying that the two were the finest of partners aboard the vessel. Dylan's had risked everything to rescue Corazon, plunging himself into peril. A scene that left Law profoundly saddened. Having just saved Corazon, yet losing Dylan's in the process, Law's emotions were in turmoil. "Now, steady your demeanor, Law. Dylan's will be fine," Yang Qing stated earnestly. Law nodded, then knelt down to examine Corazon's body. "Tristan, swiftly ascertain how much longer it will take us to reach Sky Island. This is crucial." "Yes, Captain." "Buggy, remain vigilant for any objects descending from the sky. Destroy any unidentified entities. I must maintain control of the Grim Reaper without distraction." "Understood." Additionally, Glades, Yang Qing mused for a moment, "Tell me, will Dylan suffer any injuries from your strike?" Glades paused, then replied slowly, "My air cannon is a formidable attack formed by compressed air, striking with the speed of lightning, nearly invisible before it hits the target. The rapid velocity generates immense impact, and for the sake of achieving maximum speed, this strike is my utmost effort." Yang Qing closed his eyes and nodded, saying, "I understand." After a round of gambling, Trist had unraveled the situation and now spoke. "In 3 minutes, the ascending current will cease, and then, what will happen?" Yang Qing inquired. Trist, with a serious expression, replied, "The divination indicates that we shall not reach the Sky Island." Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing her face. "Is that so?" "That truly is unfortunate news." The others exchanged glances, each sensing that their luck had taken a turn for the worse today. The loss of Dylan on Gaia Island left his fate uncertain, and it appeared that even the Sky Island was now beyond reach. On Gaia Island, Dylan faced the entire Don Quixote family, and the gravity of the moment was palpable on both sides. No one dared to relax. The battle had already commenced. With a bounty of 90 million, the notorious pirate, the Phantom Dylan, would today reveal the extent of his prowess. A cruel smile graced Doflamingo's lips as he gestured forward with his hand. 5 colored threads. Dylan's expression shifted, his body shuddering as 5 lines sliced through the air towards him. To the astonishment of all present, the lines passed through Dylan's form without inflicting a single scratch. "How unexpected!" Doflamingo chuckled, stepping back as his crew surged forward. The former's demeanor turned icy. "Capture him. Allow me to demonstrate my strength and reveal the cruelty of the Grim Reaper." Murmuring to himself, Dylan's figure began to blur, ultimately vanishing entirely. In the next moment, he materialized before Doflamingo, a glint of cold light flashing. Doflamingo retreated a step, effortlessly evading. "Your opponent is not me." Behind him, several attacks surged forward. Dylan's expression changed, his figure trembling before vanishing, only to reappear behind Diamante. A dagger slashed, leaving a crimson line across Diamante's back. With a pained shout, Diamante swung his longsword backward, but Dylan had already slipped away. In the next heartbeat, Dylan appeared before Pika. a mocking smile gracing his lips before disappearing once more, the dagger's chilling glimmer slicing through the air. Pooh! Pika cried out in pain, a new scar marring his face. I told you, you are nothing but a bunch of scum. Dylan's voice resonated coldly, causing the faces of the Don Quixote family to pale. He moved like a specter in broad daylight, eluding all sight while surrendering himself to death, gaining even greater power. In this moment, the members of the Don Quixote family finally witnessed the formidable prowess of the Phantom Dylan. This kid. His abilities are exceedingly troublesome. Tory Bull murmured, his expression darkening. Pika. Seize control of the land for me. Pika called out in a shrill tone, and the ground trembled as his form melded into the earth beneath him. In an instant, the land within 100 meters was under his control. This is indeed troublesome. Dylan felt the tremors of the earth beneath his feet, his expression shifting as he gasped softly. Raising his gaze, he beheld the encroaching adversaries, a sense of foreboding blossoming within him. In that moment, Dylan resembled a solitary warrior ensnared within the enemy's grasp, fighting valiantly without the prospect of reinforcements. Indeed, he was a soldier caught in the throes of encirclement. An immense pressure bore down relentlessly upon his heart, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. The formidable foe, coupled with his dwindling stamina and severely injured form, heralded an ominous fate for Dylan. What an unfortunate day this was. He sighed, and just then, the ground quaked violently beneath him, a sharp spike suddenly piercing his thigh. A spray of crimson blossomed forth, contorting Dylan's visage into one of agony. Did we miss? A voice lamented from afar, where Doflamingo and his comrades stood. They had witnessed the stone spike penetrate Dylan's right leg, yet it appeared as though it had passed through an illusion, clearly indicating that he had employed his devil fruit abilities. A chilling smile crept across Dylan's face. His right leg trembled slightly, blood seeping quietly from the wound. Ultimately, the strike had grazed him, its tremendous force inflicting immediate injury. Phantom dance. Gazing upon the throng ahead, Dylan inhaled deeply, activating his fruit's powers. In an instant, 7 or 8 apparitions of Dylan emerged, gliding gracefully among the crowd, their daggers shimmering with an eerie blue radiance. The sounds of punctures echoed incessantly. This terrifying assault was utterly unanticipated, throwing those present into disarray, with some even crying out in pain as bloodstains marred their bodies. The ferocious speed and elusive forms rendered Dylan exceedingly troublesome. 10 seconds later, Dylan bent low, gasping for breath, his stamina depleted to its nadir. Such potent maneuvers inevitably drained his energy, and given that his opponents were no ordinary foes, this strike had not left them gravely wounded, most merely sustaining superficial injuries that did not impede their combat capabilities. Your energy must be waning, Diamante bellowed with laughter, twirling his longsword before lunging fiercely at Dylan's, its cold glimmer seeming to traverse an infinite distance. Dylan's countenance shifted, and he hastily crouched to evade. In the next moment, the earth beneath him quaked violently, abruptly losing its balance. It was over. A jolt surged through Dylan's heart as a fierce gust swept past him. Aimed directly at his waist, Gladius had approached swiftly, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! The tremendous force struck Dylan squarely, sending him reeling, airborne for over 10 meters, leaving a long trail in his wake. He coughed up blood, his face paling dramatically. Capture him, Doflamingo commanded expressionlessly. Dylan's prowess had astonished him. Deploying so many family members yet taking this long to diminish the opponent's fighting spirit was infuriating. How vexing. Dylan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a chill creeping into his gaze. He felt the weakness of his body, thoroughly drained by the consumption of the devil fruit. Such formidable power invariably exacts a tremendous toll on one's stamina, a natural consequence. The energy expended during the teleportation of Corazon had already exceeded his limits, and the subsequent series of battles demanded his utmost concentration. Each strike he executed was accompanied by the rapid depletion of his vitality. At this point, Dylan's strength was nearing its nadir. One by one, the members of Don Quixote Doflamingo's crew advanced, closing in on him. So many people targeting a single individual, how utterly unfair. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing the members of Doflamingo's family to pause and glance toward the source of the sound, their faces registering surprise. On the ship, the expressions of all aboard the Grim Reaper turned grave. Dylan, how much longer? Yang Qing inquired hastily. 30 seconds, came the response. In 30 seconds, the updraft will cease. And at that moment, we will plummet from an altitude of several thousand meters, crashing down with a resounding bang. Trist exaggerated, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The anticipation of death was a torturous ordeal. All right. Yang Qing nodded, his gaze fixated on the lofty heights above. At this altitude, the crew aboard the Grim Reaper could see a layer of white clouds blanketing the sky, dense and suspended like a beautiful expanse of white ocean. From a distance, this ethereal white sea appeared almost within arm's reach, yet the actual distance remained vast. How many seconds are left? Buggy asked in a panic. 10 seconds. Trist replied immediately. As the force of the updraft began to weaken, and the vessel's ascent slowed, tension gripped the faces of everyone aboard as they anxiously stared at the pristine white sea before them. Should they fail to ascend, the only fate awaiting them was death. Even Yongqing felt his heart racing. He lacked confidence in his ability to elevate the ship to the White Sea or to manage the overwhelming force of the descent from such great heights. The very force derived from acceleration was beyond millions of pounds. While he could exert control, he was uncertain whether his stamina could withstand the strain. If the updraft were to cease, he would lack assurance in the descent. Conversely, if he could elevate the ship toward that sea, the distance would be shorter, and his chances of success would be comparatively greater. A flicker of resolve ignited within Yongqing's mind. As the fleeting seconds slipped away, the Grim Reaper suddenly halted its forward momentum, vibrating violently, causing those aboard to sway unsteadily. Yongqing's expression turned serious as he exerted all his strength to maintain the ship's flight. Below, the updraft had begun its rapid descent toward the ocean's surface. The Grim Reaper had completely disengaged from the thrust of the updraft, momentarily suspended in the sky. "We're flying. We're actually flying," Buggy exclaimed incredulously. "Next, we shall ascend to the Sky Island." Yongqing gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to steer the Grim Reaper towards the White Sea. A mere 50 meters separated him from his destination. On solid ground, he could cover that distance in the blink of an eye. Yet, at this moment, every second, every heartbeat drained his vitality, tightening his muscles and causing sweat to cascade down like rain. Gradually, 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, the Grim Reaper inched forward skyward like a sluggish snail. Yongqing clenched his teeth, his entire body drenched in perspiration. "Captain." The others began to notice Yongqing's distress. His pallid complexion and contorted expression made it evident to all that their leader was enduring an immense burden. "Lift." The words burst forth from his gritted teeth, and with a thunderous jolt, the Grim Reaper surged forward, covering 10 meters in 3 seconds. In that moment, only 10 meters remained to reach the White Sea. Yongqing's eyes widened in fury, his veins seemingly on the verge of bursting. He felt he had reached his limit. The air before him thick with a suffocating essence, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils. Amidst the gasps of his companions aboard the Death's Requiem, blood trickled from his nose. With a ferocious roar, Yongqing's right hand suddenly clasped tightly. His spine straightened, and the overwhelming aura of his conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the very air around him to tremble violently. In that moment, he felt as though a mountain pressed down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Limit? No, I have not yet reached my limit. With a resounding pop, the invisible barrier enveloping the Death's Requiem abruptly expanded, stretching to a radius of 2,000 meters. It was at that instant that the vessel accelerated, plunging headlong into the expanse of the White Sea. A hum resonated, leaving everyone gasping for breath, a wave of weakness washing over them, rendering them dizzy. Then, 3 seconds later, a brilliant light engulfed their vision as the Death's Requiem floated majestically upon the White Sea. The crew stared in awe at the wondrous sight before them. Clouds converging to form an ocean. The ship was indeed floating atop the clouds. "Let me rest for a moment. You steer the ship towards the island," Yongqing instructed wearily, closing his eyes, wiping the blood from his nose, and swiftly recuperating during this brief interlude. "Ro, check on the captain's condition." "And why do we all feel so weak and limp?" Triss questioned calmly, noting the absence of Delance. Ro snapped his fingers, then turned to assess Yongqing. After 3 seconds, he exhaled in relief. "The captain is fine, merely a surge of vitality. As for us," he paused, adding, "we are at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Given our physical condition, we should recover in about an hour. It's merely a matter of atmospheric pressure, so there is no need for concern." The crew breathed a sigh of relief as Trist navigated the Death's Requiem across the White Sea. Glades, meanwhile, wielded his spear in pursuit of the ocean's fish, perhaps hoping to find a unique flavor among them. Bucky, like a child, dashed about, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Ro knelt down, meticulously tending to Corazon's injuries. "You will be all right, and Delance, you must return." Ro thought gravely of the man who often sparred with him in jest. He summoned Moria, and together they extracted the bullets embedded in Corazon's body. It was hard to fathom how long those projectiles had remained lodged within him without claiming his life. They bandaged him carefully, Moria addressing the internal wounds while Ro focused on the external, laboring for a full 3 hours before finally allowing themselves a moment of respite. Perhaps he will awaken in 7 days, Moria remarked softly. This man possesses a formidable will to survive. He should not perish. He will not die, Ro affirmed resolutely. Indeed. Moria was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. 3 hours later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the entrance to the Sky Island. After Buggy disdainfully raised his middle finger at the elderly woman with wings demanding payment at the gate, the Grim Reaper navigated a series of winding paths, eliciting exclamations of thrill from the crew. An hour later, they finally beheld the floating island and encountered the winged inhabitants of the Sky Island. Wow, there are indeed angels. And they are so beautiful, cried Trist. We must have arrived in paradise, without a doubt, ha ha ha. Look at that vehicle. It can actually fly over the sea. I want to try it, Buggy exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the formidable craft ahead. The others smiled, their curiosity piqued by everything around them. Many things in the Sky Island differed from those in Qingdao, which captivated everyone's attention. As the Grim Reaper gradually approached the shore, it attracted a multitude of Sky Island inhabitants. Upon seeing the clearly foreign vessel, they displayed a mixture of curiosity and realization. This must be a ship from Qingdao. They have no wings. They are Qingdao people. The inhabitants exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, people from Qingdao have come. I've never seen them before. The scene erupted into a cacophony of excitement. At that moment, Yang Qing also regained consciousness, his body having recovered significantly. He opened his eyes and smiled at the spectacle before him. As the crew disembarked, the Sky Islanders, initially gripped by an unknown fear, warmly greeted them. They were a friendly people, eager to share their wonders. As the crew marveled at the enchanting array of shells, their excitement grew. This is a music shell. This is a flame shell. This is a shock shell. The Sky Islanders elaborated, while the crew nodded in awe. Luo quietly handled the payments, carefully placing these marvelous shells into their bags. In addition to the shells, there was also the formidable craft, and Buggy, gleefully careening through the streets in the vehicle, caused quite a stir among the Sky Islanders. Yang Qing observed the scene with a smile, and as the crowd seemed to revel in their merriment, he casually inquired of the people of the Sky Island, "Are you familiar with Enel?" In that instant, the exuberant and enthusiastic inhabitants of the island appeared to have been struck by a mute button, their expressions frozen in place, and a visible transformation of joy to terror swept across their faces. What has happened? Bucky asked, bewildered. Perhaps we have provoked some formidable entity here. Yang Qing discerned from the expressions surrounding him. It became evident that Enel had assumed control over the void at this juncture. This implied that he resided upon that very island. Yang Qing turned his gaze toward the nearby island, enveloped in the aura of the sea below. A crackling sound echoed through the sky, and the terrified inhabitants of the Sky Island looked upward in dread, hastily retreating, securing their doors, and peering cautiously from their windows. Only the crew of the deadly pirate gang remained perplexed, standing in place, curiously observing the unfolding situation. Look, there is lightning, Robin exclaimed, pointing at the cerulean flashes in the sky. The group looked up, witnessing the ominous high-temperature blue lightning brewing ominously. In an instant, a column of lightning converged and thundered down upon Yang Qing's head. The speed of the descent was nearly imperceptible, too swift for any onlooker to react. Yang Qing's right hand trembled, and with a soft pop, a luminous halo spread outward. Almost instantly, he was enveloped in radiant lightning, shimmering brilliantly, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to emit a charred scent. 3 seconds later, a bottomless scorched pit appeared on the ground, exuding thick smoke. How terrifying! Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, then he broke into a smile. Such formidable power was precisely what he relished. He gazed skyward, finding the heavens utterly void. The members of the Death God pirate crew stood astonished, utterly bewildered by the origin of this lightning. It is divine, a punishment from the gods. They were doomed. Invoking the name of the deity, convinced that no one could save them. Along the streets, whispers began to circulate. The crowd froze momentarily, then shuddered, their thoughts drifting back to the earlier lightning, instilling a sense of dread within them. Could it be? Could it truly be the gods? The power of lightning has always belonged to the divine realm, and such lightning, unseen by mortal eyes as it descended from above, could surely be wielded only by a god. Yang Qing cast a discerning glance over the crowd, noting the astonished expressions etched upon their faces. In his heart, he comprehended that anyone witnessing such a phenomenon would be struck with wonder, perhaps even fear. Enel, I am aware that you can hear me. There is no need for haste. I shall seek you out shortly, Yang Qing remarked softly, raising his gaze to the heavens. Within the divine palace, a young man, his upper body bare and adorned with a white headscarf, sat with an air of nonchalance. For large drums loomed behind him as he reclined, his right foot resting upon his left leg, akin to a figure seated comfortably in a chair. He absent-mindedly picked at his ear, his countenance icy as he took a decisive bite of the apple in his hand, muttering to himself with a hint of amusement, "Coming to find me? How intriguing. Yet, is it truly so simple to meet a god?" Gradually, he extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger beginning to shimmer with a radiant blue light. Simultaneously, above Yongqing and his companions, a tempestuous mass of thunderclouds gathered, crackling with electrical discharges that resonated with an ear-splitting roar. Yongqing squinted his eyes as Enel unleashed yet another attack. This time, the scope of his assault was even more immense, nearly enveloping a radius of 50 meters around them. In just 3 seconds, the thunderclouds above erupted with a deafening roar, followed by a cacophony of lightning cascading down upon the group. The descending bolts were imbued with terrifying heat, capable of incinerating any individual in an instant. "Here it comes again!" Baki exclaimed in terror, his expression mirroring the gravity felt by the others. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck, hurtling towards them with ferocity. Yongqing's countenance shifted, his right hand trembling slightly. With a soft pop, a faint barrier of light rapidly expanded in all directions. "Ah!" Baki screamed, already struck by the lightning, collapsing to the ground. Almost instantaneously, he was obliterated. The searing heat of the electric force rendered him immobile, his body convulsing. Other bolts of lightning scorched the earth, leaving behind a trail of blackened marks. "Turn back!" Yongqing commanded fiercely, extending his right hand to touch the air ahead. Suddenly, the atmosphere quaked, and in that moment, all descending and undescended bolts of lightning seemed to be under his control, reversing direction and soaring back into the sky, transforming into blue luminescence before vanishing 3 seconds later. "Baki!" Luo rushed to Baki's side, shouting anxiously. Yongqing strode over with a grave expression. "How is he?" Luo meticulously examined him, his countenance darkening. "He has been struck by lightning and has lost his ability to move." Yongqing's eyes flickered, his expression darkening. "It seems you were rather unfriendly, Enel." Enel, residing in the divine palace, scoffed but withdrew his hand. The deity was arrogant. Having failed to eliminate his opponent twice, he had relinquished his efforts. After a prolonged wait, as the sky fell silent without further lightning, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. They were momentarily safe. A strained smile twisted on Trist's face, for in the face of such formidable, rapid attacks from lightning, anyone would feel a weight in their heart. What was even more unsettling was their inability to discern the opponent's location. This indicated that Enel had already grasped the heart network, akin to the observation hockey. Yongqing's eyes flashed, astonished by the latter's innate talent. However, this posed a significant dilemma. To subdue someone like Enel required overwhelming combat prowess, otherwise, he would remain unyielding. Yongqing realized that to win over Enel, he needed to demonstrate superior strength to either dominate him completely or reach a stalemate, lest time foster resentment in Enel's heart. It seemed he had to give it his all. Yongqing felt a surge of pressure. While reading the original text, he had witnessed Luffy's extraordinary feats in defeating Enel. Yet only when confronted with the actual lightning could one truly appreciate the opponent's tenacity. Truly, the strongest of the Logia-type devil fruits, the Rumble fruit, was intimidating enough merely to face. It appeared to possess capabilities akin to that of a deity. "Next, we shall proceed there." Yongqing indicated towards the island ahead, Appiato. "Is that where the god resides?" Buggy, snapping back to reality, was momentarily struck by terror as lightning descended upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless. "Indeed. However, Buggy, you are still too weak," Yongqing remarked with a nod, furrowing his brow. Buggy's face twitched, contorting into an unpleasant expression as he declared, "I will strive to improve my training." The others managed to react to the lightning to varying degrees, swiftly dodging its onslaught, but Buggy, lacking in both speed and reflexes, was instantaneously incapacitated. After a brief respite, the group set off towards Appiato. Observing the deserted streets, each took a wibba and sped toward the island. An hour later, they ventured into a jungle reminiscent of the island below. "This place is astonishingly similar to the island beneath," Trist exclaimed in wonder, while Robin's eyes sparkled as she noted the ancient age of the trees surrounding them. "Robin, pay close attention to everything here. You may discover something you cherish," Yongqing said with a smile. Robin paused, then nodded with a smile of her own. Analyzing the terrain and climate, Morlia adjusted her glasses and remarked sagely, "This island likely originated from the world below." "How is that possible? You mean to say that such a colossal island has emerged from beneath? Who possesses such immense power? Could it truly be a god?" Shock resonated through Buggy as the terrifying lightning flashed in his mind, causing his entire body to tremble. Everyone's gaze shifted towards Moria. While Yangqing furrowed his brow in contemplation, he pondered the whereabouts of Enel. According to the narrative, Enel had dominion over Skypiea for 6 years, which meant his current location was uncertain. Observing Skypiea was still under the original god's command, and their fear stemmed from Enel's brutality. Thus, it seemed that Enel had yet to fully seize control of Skypiea, suggesting that his divine identity was perhaps self-proclaimed. However, the true situation would only be revealed upon reaching the Temple of God. The capacity to wield such power was not exclusive to deities. Nature itself might possess it as well. Moria rolled his eyes, exasperated by Buggy's foolishness, particularly regarding the ascending current. The group nodded in agreement, considering the possibility of a current propelling them skyward. Indeed, for 100 years prior, a current had cleaved Gaia Island in two, leaving them on one half of the island. The other half, Yangqing paused and softly remarked, is present-day Gaia Island. On Gaia Island, Dylan's, caught off guard by a voice behind him, initially froze, then offered a wry smile. I did not expect anyone would come to my aid. At that moment, the figure stood before him. You help me fulfill my dreams and rectify the regrets of my life. The best I can do is ensure you do not fall victim to an unjust duel. The figure, standing with an air of seriousness, inhaled deeply on his cigarette, allowing the white smoke to swirl upwards. Soon, a series of footsteps echoed as a group of individuals positioned themselves before Dylan's and the newcomer. Who are you? Dylan stammered, utterly bewildered and unfamiliar with the identity of the group before him. We are the United Pirate Crew of Monkey Mountain. The newcomers were none other than the crew led by Kulik. Though not formidable in combat, their sheer numbers slightly alleviated Dylan's dire predicament, granting him a glimmer of hope. Doflamingo, upon noticing the newcomers, was initially surprised, followed by a frown as he coldly waved his hand. Kill them. At the same time, not far from Gaia Island, a large pirate ship steadily approached, shrouded in a gloomy haze akin to a desert. Captain, we are nearing Gaia Island. Is that so? Gaia Island. At the bow of the ship stood a tall man with a cigar at the corner of his mouth, responding in a low voice. Surrounded by swirling grains of sand, none other than Crocodile. Approximately 10 miles behind Crocodile, a warship cut through the waves, closely tailing him. On the warship, a towering man, 2 meters tall, donned a justice cloak billowing in the wind. His face darkened as he scrutinized the scene before him. Upon his shoulder rested the insignia of a brigadier general. General, Crocodile's crew lies just ahead, he commanded. Very well. Order the preparations for battle. These scoundrels dare to think they can escape my grasp. The general spoke coldly. In that moment, Gaia Island became a convergence of various factions, its atmosphere charged with heightened activity. At Apaya, atop the grand throne, Enel sat, taking a decisive bite out of an apple, rendering half of it into oblivion. He surveyed the trembling crowd below, his gaze particularly fixated on an elderly man, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. You may wield control here, but the position of deity must be mine. They all trembled in fear, aware of their own formidable powers. To proclaim themselves as gods yet shiver before him made them false deities. He alone embodied true divinity, wielding godlike strength. A most intriguing array of challengers awaits me. Enel mused, expressionless, as he finished the remainder of the apple and swallowed it in a few swift motions. Meanwhile, the gathered individuals below were drenched in cold sweat, too intimidated to utter a word in Enel's presence. His ruthlessness and cruelty were palpable. The crew of the Flying Dutchman navigated through Apaya, and upon reaching the heart of the island, they beheld ancient ruins from 4 centuries past, time-worn edifices entwined with colossal vines, leaving them in awe. Curiosity sparked. They rushed toward the remnants, with Robin's eyes gleaming brighter with each passing moment. This history spans at least a millennium, she remarked, her fingers tracing the rocky walls, astonished. She gazed at the faded engravings on the surrounding walls, which chronicled tales from 4 centuries ago, or perhaps even earlier. Yangqing quietly distanced himself from the crowd, making his way towards the location of Enel. Dylan's remained below, lacking the luxury of time to linger. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Yangqing found himself alone amidst the dense thicket. Relying on his recollection of the path, he advanced towards the divine palace, which still lay some distance away. Where is the captain? It was only at this moment that the others noticed Yangqing's absence, expressing their astonishment as they glanced around, yet failing to locate him. Reluctantly returning their gaze. He will be fine, do not worry, Glades reassured, and upon reflection, the group nodded in agreement. Though Yangqing's power seldom manifested, its divine essence was likely far more formidable than that of the deity on this island. They mused that perhaps few could challenge the chief in single combat. 3 hours later, Yang Qing ascended to the sacred palace. Beholding the grand edifice before him, a smile graced his face, affirming that his memories were not in error. At this moment, there were no so-called 4 trials, and the journey was devoid of significant obstacles. Yang Qing's pace reached its zenith, occasionally propelling himself into the air to hasten his arrival. Enel, I have come for you, Yang Qing stated calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. He was aware that Enel could perceive him. Perhaps his heart network was not as potent as it would later become, yet monitoring specific areas was effortless for him. Indeed. A second later, a bolt of lightning erupted in the void before Yang Qing, illuminating the emergence of a towering young man, 2 meters tall. His demeanor was cold and unyielding, his bare torso exuding an air of ruthlessness, his face devoid of any emotion. Human, you dare to venture here? I must commend your audacity, Enel declared, swinging his golden staff and pointing it menacingly at Yang Qing, his expression chilling. However, what awaits you is nothing but divine retribution. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Enel's lips as he proclaimed, and the consequence of my judgment upon you is death. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows, and then his expression became stern as he strode forward. With each step he took, the surrounding air reverberated with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki brewed unknowingly within him. The moment this power erupted, it would undoubtedly evoke an immense sense of intimidation. Do you understand, Enel? In truth, you are both ignorant and arrogant, daring to proclaim yourself a god. Do you believe that by shedding your wings and replacing them with a thunder drum, you can attain divinity? Recognize your true nature. You are merely a human, despite possessing formidable strength. Ultimately, you remain but a human. Enel's countenance suddenly contorted into a fierce grimace, the tip of his staff crackling with blue lightning, a manifestation of his fury. Yang Qing's words had laid bare the aspect of his soul he most wished to conceal. A series of sizzling sounds erupted as the lightning flickered menacingly from the end of Enel's staff, mirroring his enraged disposition. A palpable scent of singed air filled the atmosphere, as if the very air itself had been scorched into a void. Yang Qing took another step forward, and the space trembled abruptly. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki had yet to be unleashed, yet it already caused the air to wail in despair, with cracks appearing on the walls of the divine palace. However, Enel, standing not far in front of him, remained utterly oblivious. Great power can elevate one to a godly status, but it does not encompass arrogance. Die. Enel roared, as the tip of his staff crackled with lightning. Raijane. 50 million volts. ZZZZT. The lightning surged forth, transforming into a stream of light, hurtling towards Yang Qing at an astonishing speed. At that very moment, Yang Qing's pupils widened in shock, and a terrifying, oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. All the soldiers of Sky Island within 1,000 meters collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Enel himself shuddered, a trace of dazedness flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, the bolt of lightning racing towards Yang Qing seemed to be guided by an unseen force, deviating from its original path, veering to either side before crashing into the ground, igniting wisps of white smoke from the divine palace's clouds. What? Enel, now feeling disoriented, struggled to maintain his footing, as that dreadful presence momentarily left him dazed, akin to receiving a heavy blow to the back of the head, with stars dancing before his eyes. Yang Qing continued to stride, slowly drawing the long sword from his back. With a sharp sound of the blade unsheathing, the ethereal, mesmerizing blue sword appeared in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, it sliced through the air. Enel staggered backward, and it was not until 5 seconds later that he finally discerned Yang Qing's figure. Enraged, he raised his staff and charged forward, and after 10 paces, he swung it fiercely towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised his sword in a horizontal block. The formidable force clashing against it sent a tremor through the air. Subsequently, a terrifying surge of lightning coursed rapidly down Enel's staff, causing Yang Qing's expression to shift as he retreated hastily. With a subtle motion of his left hand, a strange power surged forth in the space ahead, accompanied by a resounding pop. Enel's expression also changed dramatically. He instantly transformed into lightning and vanished, reappearing 10 meters away. You, Enel exclaimed, astonished by the uncanny power wielded by this young man. Although he could not glean detailed information from the opponent's thoughts, he sensed an overwhelming danger. Is it observation haki? A hint of seriousness appeared on Yang Qing's face. Ornament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, these triad powers are unique to the world of pirates. Among them, armament haki enhances both defense and attack, serving as the sole effective means to combat Logia-type users, aside from Sea Prism Stone or other counteracting substances. Observation haki, on the other hand, allows one to anticipate an enemy's moves, proving to be an exceedingly useful and formidable ability. Lastly, Conqueror's Haki embodies the rarest qualities of a true leader, capable of intimidating all foes lacking strong willpower, effortlessly vanquishing legions with minimal exertion. At this moment, Yang Qing had yet to master the armament Haki and lacked the observation Haki as well. These two forms of Haki are notoriously difficult to cultivate without proper guidance. Though he had previously delved into their mysteries, he found himself at a complete loss. However, he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, thanks to his innate talent. Consequently, he forged a long sword from sea prism stone. Without moving his body, Yang Qing unleashed a brilliant cold light from his sword, instantly piercing the air ahead with 10 strikes. The atmosphere trembled as a terrifying current surged forth, transforming into the most ferocious of assaults directed at Enel. The latter's expression shifted as he executed an uncanny and rapid maneuver, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Ha ha ha, I have told you, I am a god. I see through all your movements. Enel laughed heartily as his staff, accompanied by a fierce wind, descended upon Yang Qing in a formidable strike. A veritable cleave of Mount Hua, crackling with terrifying lightning and immense power. Yang Qing's left hand trembled subtly, silently severing the control of lightning from the staff. Subsequently, the long sword intercepted the staff, and the blade glided along its length, severing the wrist of the latter. Enel's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly withdrew his hand, relinquishing his weapon. Moments later, his countenance transformed again as he became a flash of lightning, vanishing from the spot. That formidable power once more. Yang Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. If only he could capture Enel, the situation would be much simpler. However, he was up against a Logia type, capable of transforming into lightning at any moment, making him a formidable opponent. At that moment, Enel finally opted for a ranged attack. After several rounds of close combat, he realized that his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of his adversary. Furthermore, it seemed that his opponent could see through his attacks, responding with astonishing speed. Little did he know, this was a manifestation of Yang Qing's mastery over his own abilities, which allowed him to achieve effects akin to those of observation Haki. Crackling arcs of electricity began to converge, as bolts of lightning shot forth from Enel's hands toward Yang Qing. The latter advanced with purpose, enveloped by an invisible barrier. Every bolt that approached him veered off course, striking the ground instead. This spectacle left Enel with a grim expression. His lightning was rendered ineffective. What on earth was happening? Enel, you are not a god. I am the one who bears that title, Yang Qing declared. As he spoke, it felt as though the very fabric of space was under his dominion. The flickering lightning in the air halted, and the ground itself began to levitate. Bending to Yang Qing's will, Enel's expression shifted, and he transformed into lightning once more, vanishing from sight. This enigmatic power expanded its reach significantly, enveloping an area of 1 kilometer centered around Enel. From the pinnacle of the divine palace, he gazed down at the young man below, his expression marked by concern. A region of such vastness had seemingly become Yang Qing's domain, one that he could manipulate at will. What in the world was happening with this boy? Yang Qing gradually crouched down, pressing his right hand against the ground. In that fleeting moment, a tremor surged within a 1,000-meter radius, and with a resonant hum, everything within that expanse fell under his dominion. The very earth crafted from clouds, the rooms, the trees, the walls. None could escape his control. Rise, he commanded, his eyes igniting with a cold brilliance. He intended to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness, compelling Enel to submit utterly. Such a formidable being must be subdued with thunderous force. The previous skirmish had already consumed too much time. The entire area trembled violently as Yang Qing's body convulsed, transforming into a barrage of the most ferocious attacks aimed at Enel. The latter, standing against the wall, underwent an instantaneous change, his expression shifting dramatically as he became enveloped in flickering lightning. Simultaneously, Yang Qing propelled himself forward, his sword tracing a graceful arc before he leaped, striking fiercely at the lightning that Enel had become. A soft sound echoed as the furious flashes of Enel's electric form flickered violently, gradually revealing his true self. At that moment, Enel wore a visage of shock, gazing at the approaching Yang Qing, his eyes brimming with trepidation. He was wounded. The earth had just been overturned, and the world seemed to conspire against him. Left with no choice but to elementalize in response, he was caught off guard as the young man's sword struck true. In the next moment, a torrent of attacks engulfed Enel. Yang Qing stood 10 meters away from Enel, his expression impassive as he slowly sheathed his long sword. It is over. A glint of light flickered in Yang Qing's eyes as he strode toward Enel, now buried beneath a cascade of dust and rubble. With his advance, everything that had engulfed Enel gradually lifted, revealing the latter in a severely injured state. You rascal! Enel's face was ashen, yet he still retained consciousness. His body bore numerous wounds, blood gushing forth, presenting a pitiful sight. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Enel had not yet surrendered, his eyes shimmering with defiance. Yang Qing, with an expressionless visage, strode forward. Just as Enel was poised to unleash his lightning, his eyes suddenly widened, and the air trembled. The conqueror's haki surged forth, causing Enel's entire body to shudder, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Yang Qing gently bent down, hoisting Enel onto his shoulder. Rest well, for from this moment on, we shall be brothers. Enel, though in a state of unconsciousness, felt his body relax upon hearing these words, tears streaming from his eyes. Your dreams seem rather unfriendly, Yang Qing murmured, a complex expression crossing his face as he noted the scene. He then took his leave, carrying Enel away. Once Yang Qing and Enel departed, Gang Cole and his entourage rushed out from the shrine. They gazed upon the ruins that lay before them, their eyes wide with shock. Did you see that? That young man defeated Enel and took him away. Does this mean that the demon Enel will not return? The crowd remarked with a sense of relief, their faces brightening. Not necessarily, Gang Cole muttered gravely. That young man merely took the gravely injured Enel. He clearly harbors ulterior motives. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Buggy and Law frolicked about, thoroughly enjoying themselves, while the others meticulously examined every detail of the ancient ruins. Trist, utilizing his fruit abilities, uncovered a trove of gold, a jubilant expression gracing his face. At that moment, Robin stood before a large, obsidian stone. What is this? Her expression shifted dramatically as her right hand instinctively caressed the square black stone. What's wrong? Moria, noticing Robin's change in demeanor, inquired. Nothing at all, Robin replied, her face returning to its usual calm as she spoke lightly. Moria shook her head and walked away. Once Robin saw her depart, she quietly sighed in relief and began to meticulously study the inscriptions on the stone. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The information recorded was astonishing beyond measure. Robin. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, causing her to jump. She whirled around. Captain? It's me. What is the matter? You seem drenched in sweat, Yang Qing asked, his brow furrowed in concern as he unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Enel to the ground and beckoned Law over. Law, casting aside Buggy with a dismissive gesture, approached to assess Enel's injuries. Nothing. Robin's eyes flickered as she concealed the information from the historical texts. Yang Qing gazed upon the black stone before him, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his face, followed by a smile as he remarked. I told you there was something here that would pique your interest. So, what do you think? Do you still fancy the inscriptions upon this stone? Captain, you are aware of this? Robin exclaimed, astonished. I have a general understanding. Yang Qing nodded nonchalantly. What? Robin felt a wave of incredulity wash over her as she looked at Yang Qing. But this is the Sea King's legacy. At this revelation, Robin clasped her mouth. For the gravity of the situation was overwhelming. This was a weapon capable of annihilating the world. I am not privy to its true nature, but Robin, should you wish to enlighten me, I would not be opposed, Yang Qing chuckled, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before departing. It appeared that Robin did not yet place her complete trust in him. How unfortunate. 3 hours later, Yang Qing gathered everyone who had scoured the area. His expression turning grave as he stated, we cannot afford to squander any more time here. Dylan's remains in peril. We must leave at once. As for the gold. Yang Qing paused momentarily and declared, take it all away. You shall handle it. The crowd gazed at the towering pile of gold before them. Their expressions clouded with confusion. This was a veritable mountain of golden treasure, weighing several tons, indeed, a formidable challenge. And then there was Enel. Everyone turned their attention to the bound Enel, resembling a dumpling, as Luo had shown no mercy while tying him up, and Buggy had wickedly adorned him with sea prism stone. At this moment, Enel was utterly powerless, devoid of any strength. From now on, he shall be our brother. We must train him well. A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of Luo, Buggy, Gladys, and Treaster, who nodded seriously in agreement. Enel, however, felt his pupils constrict and his heart race. Brother. P.S. Recently, my cold has worsened, and I am not in the best condition. Updates may be somewhat irregular, but the volume will not diminish, so rest assured. My brothers. Next, the first volume will conclude, and we shall soon arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, returning to the Holy Land, where we will engage in a fierce confrontation with the likes of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Crocodile, and the Navy. Following that, The second volume will explore the establishment of the seven warlords, the shifting powers of the new world. Stay tuned. The first volume represents birth, the second growth, with further developments to come, culminating in kingship and peak. Hey, I never agreed to be your brother, you mortals. Enel struggled to rise, his face betraying an unwilling expression. No one paid him any heed. Buggy delivered a sharp rap on his head, eliciting a painful yelp from Enel. Subsequently, the group set off towards the phantom ship. 2 hours later, Enel was unceremoniously tossed onto the deck by Buggy, the rough treatment causing his face to twitch in anger. Yet, the entire crew continued to ignore him. This disregard stirred an inexplicable tremor within him, a sense of melancholy. Wasn't it agreed that they would be brothers? Is this how one treats their own kin? Of course, Enel did not voice this thought. His proud nature would never allow him to utter such unambitious words. As the phantom ship began to sail smoothly, Enel, with a sour expression, remained bound on the deck, glowering at each crew member with a gaze filled with fury, as if he wished to devour them whole. Hey, look at Enel's expression. It's quite terrifying, Treaster inadvertently remarked, chuckling loudly. Behave yourself, Buggy approached, swinging his hand down abruptly. Enel instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for a blow, only to be surprised when Buggy merely patted him on the shoulder. Once we descend from the Sky Island, I shall release you, but do not act recklessly. Mortal. Enel opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of curses, but Robin, growing impatient, swiftly stuffed a rag into his mouth, silencing him. The death god gradually departed from the Sky Island after its voyage, while Trist, through divination, discerned the most efficient route away from the island, estimating a 2-hour journey ahead. Glades busied himself in the kitchen as mealtime approached. At Yangqing's call, Glades nodded and hurried into the kitchen, where the rhythmic sound of a knife striking the cutting board echoed. A quarter of an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafted in as Glades presented the meal. Here you go, eat up. Glades removed the rag from Enel's mouth and unclasped the sea stone handcuffs, liberating him. Enel sat there, momentarily stunned, flexing his hands in disbelief at the platter of food before him. Could it be that he was truly free? This young man had simply granted him his freedom. He turned to glance at Yangqing and the others, only to find them utterly unperturbed, not a hint of fear or concern for his potential escape. Please eat. It will lose its flavor if it gets cold. My cooking is best enjoyed warm. Glades smiled, observing Enel's evident hunger. But no leftovers, or I shall have to reprimand you. Enel sat there in a daze, watching Glades' retreating figure before picking up the food and beginning to eat in silence. Indeed, he was quite hungry, though he could choose to leave this place. He remained still. Perhaps the reason he opted to stay was encapsulated in the words of the one who had bested him. From now on, we are brothers. That phrase warmed Enel's heart slightly. Nearby, Buggy approached with a beaming smile, squatting beside Enel with a plate of food. Hey, what do you think? Have you fought the captain? The captain? Enel raised an eyebrow. That person. Buggy pointed to Yangqing, who was seated at the bow of the ship. Yes, him. Enel nodded, pausing before adding, not bad. Not bad. Buggy was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You actually think the captain is not bad? He's the captain, after all. Enel furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, Mortal, you are truly bothersome. Blue electric sparks flickered around him, prompting Buggy to scamper away in fright, eliciting laughter from Trist and his companions. Enel cast a cold glance at the group laughing in the distance, snorted softly, and resumed his meal. After a few bites, he found the food surprisingly delightful. After a while, Glades returned to collect Enel's empty plate, nodding in satisfaction at how cleanly he had eaten. As he turned to leave, he paused and dropped a parting remark. Actually, everyone here is quite decent. Take your time to appreciate it, Enel. I can sense your loneliness. Enel's gaze sharpened as he lifted his head to observe Glades' silhouette, his countenance icy and silent. 2 hours later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the location indicated by Glades, descending slowly through the white sea towards the azure waters. Can we ascertain our landing site? Yangqing inquired gravely from the bow of the ship. The Grim Reaper had already been tethered to balloons, and an array of shells was affixed beneath to mitigate the impact. It remains uncertain, Tristu replied, shaking his head. However, according to the map, we should be near an unnamed island adjacent to Water 7. Water 7? Yangqing's eyes flickered. Unlike Luffy and his companions from the original narrative, they found themselves near this very city. Hold tightly to whatever you can on the ship. Do not let go. It will be challenging for me to manage the vessel while also ensuring your safety, Yangqing commanded coldly. Understood? Enel paused, momentarily taken aback. Protect yourself, Yangqing instructed. TCH. Enel scoffed, dismissing any notion of peril. Yet, in the next moment, His expression shifted as the Grim Reaper began to descend gradually, the weight accelerating its speed. The fierce winds howled past his ears, and the sudden gravitational force threw him off balance. A dome of invisible light enveloped the entire Grim Reaper as Yongqing steadied the ship, with the assistance of the balloons above and the shells below. It took a full quarter of an hour before the vessel's descent finally slowed. As the ship settled into a steady drop, all aboard exhaled in relief. The Enel stood with an ashen face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Eat this." Law approached, his tone cold, tossing Enel a small object. Enel caught it and, upon inspection, found it to be a black pill. His expression darkened as he prepared to discard it, but Triester hastily intervened. "This is a valuable remedy. Consume it. Trust Law. He is our ship's doctor." Reluctantly, Enel halted his motion and, with a stoic demeanor, swallowed the pill. Within 3 seconds, his complexion began to regain its vitality. The ship continued its stable descent, and an hour later, with a thunderous roar, it crashed into the sea, sending waves rippling across the waters as the Grim Reaper re-entered the Grand Line. "Triester?" At that moment, Yongqing leaped onto the deck, his voice booming. "Determine the location of Dylan's, quickly." Triester's expression turned serious, and the crew's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Enel, observing the anxious faces around him, rose from his seat. Perplexed, "Our comrade's fates hang in the balance." It had only been about a day since Dylan's was trapped on Gaia Island. In a single day, countless events could unfold. Although faith in Dylan's prowess is unwavering, a palpable concern for his life and death lingers among the crowd. Upon hearing Yongqing's words, Triester exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. As the cards illuminated the sky with a crimson glow, approximately a minute later, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "Where?" Yongqing inquired without a moment's pause. "Right in the city of 7 waters." Triester exclaimed in astonishment. Yongqing's gaze sharpened, and as everyone exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passed among them. None had anticipated that Dylan's was standing right before their eyes. "Set sail for the city of 7 waters." The Death God's ship sliced through the waves, racing towards the city of 7 waters. Once they arrived, with Enel's powers at their disposal, they would swiftly locate Dylan's whereabouts. In the city of 7 waters, a troop of Navy personnel advanced through the streets, where at the center stood a man with his head bowed, shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, flanked by 4 robust Navy guards on either side. This contingent of Navy silently proceeded towards the station of the sea train. After a quarter of an hour, they finally came to a halt. 2 vice admirals, standing closely together, engaged in a brief conversation. "Is it him? To be transported to Judicial Island?" "Indeed, Dylan's of the Death God pirates is being sent to Judicial Island for trial. We must act swiftly." One of the vice admirals, his eyes widening in surprise, cast a glance at Dylan's and murmured, "How could someone like him be ordered to Judicial Island?" "I hear it is a request from the world government," replied the other in a hushed tone. "The world government?" the first vice admiral exclaimed, gazing intently at Dylan's. 3 minutes later, Dylan's was escorted into the sea train by the contingent of Navy. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 expressionless individuals clad in black suits, agents of the world government. Half an hour later, the sea train roared to life. Dylan's was confined in the foremost carriage, his expression unreadable, head bowed, concealing any thoughts he harbored. The situation was convoluted and bizarre, leaving Dylan's feeling both helpless and furious. He had never imagined he would be captured by the Navy. The arrival of the Monkey Mountain Alliance had indeed delayed his demise. But they were no match for the Don Quixote family. The turning point came with the arrival of Crocodile and his crew. The Logia-type Crocodile, along with his subordinates, engaged in a fierce battle with Don Quixote's crew that was nearly evenly matched. "My enemies are not to be executed by others." Crocodile's cruel words resonated vividly in Dylan's memory. This Logia-type Sansan fruit user was indeed formidable, capable of holding his ground against Don Quixote. Ultimately, both factions suffered heavy losses, inciting Don Quixote's extreme fury. At that moment, the Navy arrived. A brigadier-level officer, possessing a terrifying strength, disrupted the battle between the 2 pirate crews. They exchanged harsh words before swiftly retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Dylan's escaped the battlefield, believing he had eluded capture, only to find himself apprehended by the Navy. Inside the sea train, all were enveloped in silence. The world government personnel assigned to guard Dylan's, their faces obscured by sunglasses, remained tight-lipped. The Navy, impeccably disciplined, also held their tongues. The atmosphere within the sea train was unexpectedly tranquil. How could he escape? At this moment, Dylan's had not yet relinquished hope, quietly contemplating within himself. Meanwhile, the ship, the Death God, drew closer to the shores of Water 7. Enel, find Dylan's, quickly, Yang Qing exclaimed, his expression grave. Trister, continue your calculations. A sense of foreboding inexplicably settled in his heart, as if Dylan's were ensnared in an unimaginable crisis. Enel, his demeanor dismissive, nonetheless activated his abilities, and in an instant, his observation hockey combined with the power of the mind network enveloped the entirety of Water 7. A minute later, he shook his head in bewilderment. I did not locate the individual you mentioned. No. Yang Qing's countenance shifted, directing his gaze toward Trister, who wore a similarly troubled expression. The divination indicated that Dylan's was heading toward Judicial Island. Judicial Island. The group was taken aback. For all who dwelled in this world were acutely aware of the implications of Judicial Island. To enter through the gates that symbolize absolute justice meant an inevitable fate of death. This island, wielding ultimate authority, represented the unyielding justice of the world government. A symbol of the entire world. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled as he quickly realized that someone was deliberately targeting him. It was evident who that person was. A pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million on the Grand Line lacked the capacity to infiltrate Judicial Island, at most. He would be captured and detained by the Navy. Those who entered Judicial Island were categorized as the most troublesome individuals in the world, such as Robin. However, Dylan's bounty and his threat level to the world had yet to reach such heights. Monet. Yang Qing clenched his fists, turning in circles. Years later, would he still have to return to confront this looming menace? How audacious of this person to direct their malice at his comrades, like a serpent lurking in the shadows. Unassuming yet poised to strike when least expected. Time was of the essence. Yang Qing made a resolute decision. Enel, accompany me. Together we shall rescue Dylan. He then surveyed the crew aboard the ship and instructed, as for the rest of you, seek out a reputable shipwright on this island to oversee the construction of a new vessel. Are we changing ships? Molia inquired, astonished. Indeed, Yang Qing affirmed. We will soon reach the halfway point of the Grand Line, and thereafter, we will venture into the latter segment. At that time, our numbers will not be limited to just us. Ambition gleamed in Yang Qing's eyes. Hearing this, Buggy exclaimed with excitement, Haha, am I finally to become the captain? Enel. Yang Qing turned to him. Enel, clearing his ears, responded with a smile, it is the perfect opportunity to witness the might of Qingdao. Yang Qing chuckled. And others followed suit, indicating that the newcomer had begun to integrate into the group. Subsequently, Trist informed Enel of Yang Qing and Dylan's location. The two exchanged glances. Enel transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing in an instant, while Yang Qing soared skyward, heading towards the sea train. Time was of the essence, as delaying until the sea train reached Judicial Island would complicate matters. The prospect of attracting the attention of an admiral was not something Yang Qing desired. Enel, as a bolt of lightning, reached the pinnacle of speed. His heartnet expanded, encompassing a vast area. After advancing along the sea train's track for approximately 3 minutes, he spotted the train's silhouette. In contrast, Yang Qing's pace was significantly slower, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, lightning's speed was comparable to that of light. The two raced forward, Enel in the lead. About 5 minutes later, Yang Qing also caught sight of the sea train, while Enel stood atop the train, wearing a provocative expression. This fellow. Yang Qing found himself both amused and exasperated, as Enel still seemed unconvinced of his abilities. Have you located Dylan's? He inquired. Landing on the train's roof, where the strong sea wind caused their garments to flutter, Enel twirled his staff, pointing towards the front of the train. The person you mentioned is right there. What about the surrounding forces? Will rescuing Dylan's be troublesome? Yang Qing asked gravely, aware that the intervention of the Celestial Dragon, especially someone like Monet, would not be easily navigated. Enel, unfamiliar with the rank of a vice admiral or the significance of the man in the black suit, shrugged nonchalantly. There are a total of 13 people in that car, and in the subsequent 5 cars, there are Navy personnel and men in black suits. That means roughly 100 troops? Yang Qing's expression relaxed slightly, as the number seemed less daunting than depicted in the original narrative. Yes, 87 in total, Enel confirmed. Nodding at the figure. Let us proceed swiftly to rescue Dylan's, but do remember to exercise caution, Yang Qing advised earnestly. A hint of mockery flickered across Enel's face as he proclaimed, Caution? No, gods need not tread carefully before mere mortals. With a crackle of electricity, Enel vanished from Yang Qing's view, prompting the latter to mutter under his breath, that arrogant brat. Following suit, Yang Qing dashed across the sea train, racing towards the front. The sea train emitted a prolonged whistle as it sped along the track. In the first compartment at the front, Silence reigned, with Dylan's deeply bowed, racking his brain for an escape plan. Those accursed sea stone handcuffs. Dylan's was beset by a throbbing headache, feeling utterly enervated, devoid of any strength. The man in the black suit beside him pressed in closely, leaving him no chance of escape. Suddenly, the general seated next to him narrowed his eyes sharply, his right hand resting on the pistol at his waist. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the carriage. Dylan's instinctively lifted his gaze towards the newcomer, and he was momentarily taken aback. In fact, every individual in the carriage was rendered speechless. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as torrents of electricity enveloped them all. Moments later, an acrid scent permeated the air. Wisps of black smoke curling up from the seats, heralding the arrival of Enel. All present, including the man in the black suit, collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling intermittently, yet they had succumbed to unconsciousness. So easily defeated. Enel scanned the surroundings with a disdainful glance. His gaze fell upon the gravely concerned general and the two black-suited men beside him. "Are you the last three standing?" he taunted, towering at 2 meters tall. His presence augmented by the 4 taiko drums behind him, enveloped in a halo of blue electricity that rendered him godlike. "Who are you?" the general demanded, his voice resounding with authority. "Who am I?" Enel advanced with purpose, sweeping his staff to effortlessly repel the 3 men 3 meters back, scattering countless chairs in his wake. A visage of disdain and invincibility. "I am a god." Crackling once more, the lightning flickered ominously. The general's expression shifted, and he drew his pistol from his waist. Swiftly pulling the trigger 3 times in rapid succession, the dull thuds echoing in the confined space. Enel's countenance remained impassive, his gaze steely as he tilted his head twice, evading the bullets. The final bullet pierced his chest, eliciting only a flicker of electricity, which transformed the general's expression in an instant. Natural type. The thunder fruit. At that moment, the 3 individuals present grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts pounding in shock. This man was none other than the wielder of the fabled thunder fruit, renowned for its unparalleled strength and potential rivaling that of the 3 admirals, signifying not only immense offensive power but also an immortal existence. The 3 black-suited men exchanged glances before launching their attack. 6 styles. Shave. In an instant, they vanished from sight. A flicker of malice crossed Enel's eyes as he raised his staff, thrusting it backward with sudden ferocity. As he did so, the staff crackled with electricity, radiating intense heat. Paper drawing. A newly appeared man's complexion paled, realizing that Enel had anticipated his attack. The staff aimed directly at his heart, a wave of dread causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Is it effective?" Enel's expression remained icy as the tip of his staff unleashed a torrent of lightning. Ugh! The man in the black suit, lurking behind, was swiftly reduced to a charred figure after a fleeting utterance. Next, Enel glanced upwards, his entire being crackling with lightning as he transformed into pure energy. Raging gale. A powerful shout resonated from above, unleashing a blue slash that severed Enel at the waist. Unfazed, he thrust his staff upward with tremendous force, accompanied by a thunderous crackle. With a soft thud, the staff pierced through the heart of the man in black, leaving him cold and lifeless. Subsequently, Enel extended his right index finger, pressing it forward into the air. A cacophony of thunder erupted as a series of lightning bolts surged forth, and a shadow, cloaked in charred remains and the scent of singed flesh, plummeted from the corner ahead, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Who on earth is this guy?" The rear admiral's expression was grave, retracting his pistol from his waist as dark mist enveloped his right hand, an embodiment of armament hockey. In a mere 3 seconds, Enel had dispatched 3 personnel from the world government, leaving everyone present in sheer astonishment. He resembled a true deity, seemingly able to perceive the movements of all, predicting their next actions with uncanny accuracy. His formidable attack power and impeccable foresight rendered Enel nearly invincible, standing alone amidst the chaos, sweeping away all adversaries. His face radiated disdain, pride, and confidence, imbuing him with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Just then, the door across the room burst open, a horde of soldiers and men in black rushing in. Having been alerted by the sounds of the earlier conflict that reverberated throughout the sea train. "Oh, more?" Enel raised an eyebrow, his staff pointing menacingly at the intruders. Blue electricity crackling at its tip. The rear admiral's expression shifted, his fist raised in a fierce attack toward Enel. The darkness emanating from his punch sent a chill of foreboding through Enel, who swiftly positioned his staff to intercept. With a resounding crash, the hockey-infused punch collided with Enel's staff, dispersing the blue lightning that enveloped it, a spectacle that made Enel's eyes narrow in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had never encountered anyone capable of dispersing lightning. This opponent's fist seemed akin to his captain's weapon, able to disregard lightning entirely and strike directly at his core. Protect the prisoner. I will hold this man off. Hurry. The rear admiral bellowed. What? Yes. The soldiers rushing in, momentarily stunned by the scene before them, quickly responded and surged into the carriage. This is my first battle. I cannot allow you to succeed. With a thunderous roar, Enel unleashed a brilliant surge of lightning from his staff, and in the next instant, the entire carriage was engulfed in electric fury. The Navy and the men in black erupted in a cacophony of agonizing screams, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of electricity. The Vice Admiral's face paled. Rendered helpless in the face of such a terrifying natural ability, especially when wielded by someone who seemingly possessed the advanced observation haki. Electric discharge, 50 million volts. Enel declared, aiming his hand directly at him. The Vice Admiral's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively attempted to evade, but to his astonishment, the surrounding space quaked violently, rendering him immobile. A second later, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his body crackling with dark energy. There's another one. The Vice Admiral's eyes flickered with defiance before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Dylan stood agape, his mind struggling to process the events that had transpired in less than 30 seconds. What on earth is this natural type individual? His strength is extraordinary, truly invincible. With lightning unleashed, who could rival him? The sheer ferocity of his attacks left everyone in a state of shock. Against ordinary soldiers, he could effortlessly execute them in an instant, and even formidable foes would find it difficult to withstand his might for long. Just then, the metallic shell of the sea train above Dylan's parted, and a figure descended with a heavy thud onto the platform. Yang Qing landed solidly at the rear of the train, surveying the scene with a hint of surprise as he fixed his gaze on Enel. Enel, quite impressive. TCH. Enel twirled his staff, retracting it with an air of disdain as he glanced at Dylan's. Captain, Dylan's exclaimed in astonishment, genuinely taken aback by his unexpected arrival. As the first mate of the Grim Reaper, how could I not come when my captain is in peril? Yang Qing chuckled heartily, then turned his attention to the sea stone handcuffs, narrowing his eyes. Do you have any means of retrieving the key? It was discarded by another Navy officer before boarding. Dylan shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. Then it seems we have no choice, Yang Qing said slowly as he unsheathed the long sword from his back. Raising it with both hands, his gaze intense as he focused his strength, uncertain if he could sever the shackles. At that moment, a throng of Navy personnel and men in black charged forward once more. Enel's demeanor grew cold as he strode forward, and in 3 swift steps, he transformed into lightning. Vanishing from sight, when he reappeared, he stood amidst the sea of Navy and men in black. God shall make you experience suffering. With a crackling surge, a torrent of lightning erupted forth, accompanied by screams that echoed in the air. At that moment, lightning became the most formidable weapon, unstoppable by any. Dylan's, too, was left in awe of Enel's combat prowess. This lad is undeniably extraordinary, both in reflexes and in power. Yang Qing's gaze fixated intently on the Hailu stone handcuffs in Dylan's grasp. The Long Quan's sword in his hand subtly intensified with power, its ethereal blue glow blossoming forth, as if a lurking dragon within emitted a faint roar. In the next moment, a flash of blue light flickered, the sword moving with such swiftness it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, and in Dylan's moment of astonishment, the Hailu stone handcuffs on his wrist shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Freed at last, Dylan rose, stretching his limbs with exuberance, a broad smile gracing his face. At that moment, Enel had also dispatched the naval forces aboard the entire sea train and sauntered over, leisurely carrying his staff. Upon seeing Dylan's liberation, a slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor somewhat aloof. Thank you, newcomer. Dylan called out to the deity, but Enel merely tilted his head, ignoring him. Haha, that's just his nature, Yang Qing remarked, patting Dylan on the shoulder. The latter scratched his nose, acknowledging, this kid needs some guidance. Enel abruptly halted, spinning around with sudden intensity. Mortal, do not speak ill of me behind my back. The laughter of Yang Qing and Dylan erupted, filling the air with mirth. 3 minutes later, the trio arrived at the control room of the sea train, their expressions icy as they addressed the train's conductor. Accelerate, head straight for Judicial Island. And do not stop along the way. But that will crash into Judicial Island. The conductor exclaimed, terror etched across his face. Yang Qing's face revealed a cold, cruel smile. I want you to collide with him. Any road raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the purpose behind such an action. However, Dylan's expression changed drastically as he grasped Yang Qing's arm. Captain, are you aware of the consequences of this decision? Of course, Yang Qing replied with a light chuckle. Are we truly prepared to stand against the entire world government? Dylan's asked gravely, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yang Qing fixed his gaze upon Dylan's expression and stated earnestly, Dylan's, you have become somewhat cautious. He then turned his attention to the approaching Justice Island, speaking with an almost frigid demeanor. Ever since they apprehended you and transported you to Justice Island, I have been prepared for battle. What I am about to undertake will irrevocably sever our ties. This is now unavoidable. Dylan's pupils constricted, his countenance shifting to one of complexity as he clenched his fists, only to release them moments later. 5 seconds later, gazing at the now imminent Justice Island, a sudden sense of ease washed over his face. Then let us test the weight of the world government. Yang Qing's face broke into a smile as he patted Dylan's on the shoulder, declaring, just as it should be. Today, let us bestow upon them a token of our meeting, a gift that marks the rise of the grim Reaper pirates. The sea train roared, emitting a thunderous sound that reverberated through the maritime tracks as it surged forward towards Judicial Island. The driver, witnessing the increasingly close proximity of Judicial Island, turned pale with fright. Beside him, Yang Qing and his companions wore sharp, expressionless gazes, devoid of any trace of panic. A minute later, the sea train let out a piercing whistle before crashing headlong into the gates of Judicial Island. This astonishing scene was instantly observed by the soldiers stationed at the island. Is that the sea train? It's coming, it's coming. Quickly, sound the alarm. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed across Judicial Island as the soldiers gathered in haste, streaming out in groups with expressions of tension and confusion. As a symbol of the world government, Judicial Island was not a place where individuals dared to act recklessly. It stood as a fortress-like barrier, formidable and impenetrable. What had possessed the sea train to charge forth so recklessly? The deafening roar expanded, and the structures within Judicial Island were toppled by the impact of the sea train. Yang Qing and his companions emerged from the wreckage, surveying their surroundings, as a multitude of Navy personnel converged upon them, encircling them tightly. The expansive square could accommodate thousands, and a cacophony of gun clicks rang out as countless firearms were aimed at the trio. The driver, finally regaining his senses, peeked out to behold the shocking scene and fainted in terror. Surrounded by thousands, Yang Qing and his companions appeared remarkably calm, crouching slightly and advancing slowly, creating a tight perimeter around them, fingers poised on triggers, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The trio stood in the center, emotionless, as Enel swung his staff, pointing it forward with a hint of disdainful amusement. He was utterly unperturbed by such a display. Blue lightning began to flicker across his form, the intense heat igniting the very air around him. Allow me, Yang Qing interjected, stepping forward to halt Enel's actions. Dylan's eyes brightened, and with a glance at him, he smiled, saying, Newcomer, watch the captain. Grim Reaper, Lucifer, Phantom, Dylan's, and this ruffian, you are all surrounded. At that moment, a naval colonel leaped forth, vociferously addressing the crowd, causing Enel's expression to darken. Yet before he could finish, Yang Qing closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them wide. With a resonant hum, the Conqueror's haki radiated powerfully, its overwhelming presence spreading in all directions. This fearsome aura struck down, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls, roaring through the throngs of Navy personnel like a tempest. In an instant, the Navy fell like waves, one after another, their eyes glazing over before they collapsed. Even the commanding colonel, with his eyes wide open, swayed and then crumpled to the ground. Enel witnessed this scene, looking at Yang Qing in shock. What was that terrifying aura? Yang Qing stepped forward, the overwhelming aura of his conqueror's haki growing increasingly formidable and tyrannical. Countless Navy soldiers fell to the ground, their strength varying. Yet all were rendered powerless before this imposing presence. After 5 strides, Yang Qing retracted his imposing aura and addressed Enel, commanding him to unleash his thunder and engulf the entire island in devastation. If we can annihilate this island, that would be ideal. His words were saturated with an intense murderous intent. The world government's actions against Dylan's had incited his fury, and now, as the Grim Reaper pirates made their debut, it was time for the world to witness their might. If chaos was to ensue, let it be a cataclysmic upheaval. With a chilling smile, Enel transformed into lightning and ascended into the sky, gathering dark storm clouds. The Navy continued to charge towards them, but Yang Qing suppressed the entire area with his fruit abilities, extending a radius of 2,000 meters, swiftly incapacitating the advancing soldiers. Under Enel's control, The storm clouds grew increasingly massive, eventually forming a vast expanse of 4 to 5 kilometers that nearly shrouded the entire island. The ominous clouds astonished the inhabitants of Judicial Island, who looked up in disbelief. On this day, the island, known for its perpetual daylight and lauded as the island of eternal night, was plunged into darkness. 5 minutes later, the clouds swelled further, crackling with violent lightning. Enel stood amidst them, his figure flickering in and out of sight, entwined by serpentine bolts of lightning, resembling a god of thunder. "This guy is incredibly powerful," Dylans exclaimed, gazing at Enel in awe. The combination of a Logia-type fruit and observation hockey was indeed formidable. Yang Qing nodded in agreement, noting that while Enel lacked in physical combat, his potential was still substantial. Thunder rumbled as colossal bolts of lightning began to illuminate the sky, shaking the entire island. This terrifying scene felt as though the apocalypse had arrived, with Judicial Island facing the wrath of the thunder god. Within the clouds, Enel maintained a stoic expression, spinning his staff and striking the thunder drum behind him. "The divine retribution is upon us." With a tremendous roar, thick bolts of lightning descended upon Judicial Island, crashing down with a deafening fury, leaving behind scorched earth and billowing smoke. Panic erupted among the inhabitants as Navy soldiers outside were struck by the lightning, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Those within the buildings faced the searing heat of the lightning, causing structures to collapse and resulting in countless casualties. The swirling storm clouds and rampant lightning wreaked havoc across Judicial Island for a full 10 minutes, and when the storm finally abated, the island lay in ruins. Everywhere, there were charred black scars, and countless buildings had collapsed, as if merciless artillery had ravaged the landscape. The flags representing countless nations united in the world now blazed with fierce flames, striking terror into the hearts of innumerable naval officers. "Well done, Enel," Dylans exclaimed. As Enel descended from the sky, his expression icy as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go. If we linger any longer, the Navy's elite forces will be upon us." Yang Qing's eyes flickered. He was acutely aware that the Admiral was very near, perhaps already en route. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, his face a mask of fury. "Damn it! How could we have overlooked them and allowed such a calamity to unfold?" Sengoku, having just received the news, was practically on the verge of exploding. The Grim Reaper pirates had annihilated Judicial Island. What a grave sin this was. Furthermore, what kind of power did this group possess to destroy Judicial Island? Were the intelligence agencies utterly incompetent? Sengoku realized, to his dismay, that he was completely uninformed about the current situation. When had this group seemingly vanished from their sight? Was it the machinations of that celestial dragon again? Sengoku's expression darkened to its utmost depth as he pondered how they had unknowingly grown to this level. "Yellow monkey." Sengoku ruminated for a moment before suddenly raising his voice. "Huh?" Kizaru awoke from his slumber, gazing at Sengoku with a puzzled expression. "You must immediately head to Judicial Island and ensure that group is apprehended," Sengoku commanded sternly, his anger palpable. The authority of the world government had been inexplicably undermined by the destruction of Judicial Island. Did this group intend to challenge heaven itself? This was indeed dire news. Kizaru scratched his head, feeling a twinge of headache. This group capable of obliterating Judicial Island must possess something extraordinary. Was it wise to send him alone? "Go now. If you delay, they will escape," Sengoku insisted gravely, his demeanor serious. At this moment, only Kizaru was available at the naval headquarters. Others like Akiji were engaged with the warlords, while Akainu was stationed in the New World. There truly was no other formidable individual to dispatch. Even Garp was occupied, dealing with the Celestial Dragons and presenting tribute. Nevertheless, Sengoku felt reassured by Kizaru, as an admiral. He possessed both strength and experience, making him more than capable of subduing typical pirates. Moreover, as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, even if the adversaries exceeded expectations, he could easily escape. Kizaru tapped his head, the eyes behind his sunglasses shimmering with a golden light. A second later, his entire being transformed into particles of light, vanishing from the naval headquarters. On Judicial Island, Yang Qing and his companions cast a fleeting glance at the terrified yet advancing naval forces surrounding them, then chose to disregard them entirely. These naval forces posed little threat to them. A series of deafening cannonades erupted towards the trio. With a mere wave of his hand, Dylans distorted the vast space before him, causing projectiles to materialize from within the crowd, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that ignited the air, eliciting screams from the Navy ranks. "Let us depart. We have accomplished enough for today," Yang Qing exclaimed, his eyes glinting with urgency. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I can already see my bounty multiplying exponentially, Dylan chuckled. Casting a glance at Enel, realizing that this newcomer would likely fetch a fortune, the three exchanged a knowing look and took a step towards the exit, only to be halted by a sudden shift in expression. Two colossal shadows loomed overhead, obscuring a significant portion of the sunlight. Giants. Dylan gasped, his gaze drawn upward to two titans wielding enormous axes, standing like mountains, imposing and formidable. Dylan, we cannot afford to engage them. We must leave. Yangqing commanded sharply, snapping his fingers, which unleashed a faint barrier of light that expanded over a 2,000-meter radius. In the next moment, terror etched itself on the giants' faces as they crashed to the ground, toppling countless structures, rendered immobile. Let us proceed. Dylan nodded, unleashing the force of spatial manipulation that enveloped Yangqing and Enel. With a twist of space, they found themselves on the surface of the sea, a kilometer away. Before they could even descend, they vanished once more, continuing this cycle of rapid movement across the waves. 3 minutes later, beads of sweat adorned Dylan's brow, his complexion paling. His abilities were indeed prodigious, and with further development, they could become even more fearsome. However, the toll on his stamina was severe. I am still too weak. This time, I shall not yield. Dylan gritted his teeth, pushing onward, determined to challenge his limits and break through them. After another 3 minutes, Dylan was drenched in perspiration. Yangqing's gaze flickered, saying nothing, while Enel wore a slight smirk of disdain. If you cannot endure, do not force yourself, Enel remarked coolly. I can still go on, Dylan insisted, his body trembling as he pressed forward. It was precisely this frail form and pitiful stamina that had led to his capture. Otherwise, with his capabilities, how could he have been targeted by an obscure pirate crew and reduced to such a state? He was resolute in his desire to grow stronger, to become even mightier. 1 minute later, Dylan gasped for breath, yet he continued to flicker across the sea. At that moment, Yangqing's eyes narrowed as he glanced back, and a cold expression crossed Enel's face. Someone is closely pursuing us, and they are swift, Enel declared icily. Dylan, transport us to the ship ahead. It seems we cannot evade them, Yangqing said, eyeing the distant golden light, already aware of who it was. Understood. With a surge of force from Dylan, the three individuals materialized on the deck in an instant. This was a cargo ship, laden with substantial parcels. Manned by only a handful of sailors, perhaps a mere dozen, yet the vessel itself was quite expansive. The sudden appearance of these three figures astonished the crew. When had they boarded the ship? Their presence was utterly enigmatic, as if they had materialized from thin air without a hint of forewarning. However, Yangqing and his companions had no time to attend to the bewildered sailors. Before them, a golden shimmer flickered, and then streams of light coalesced to reveal a figure. Draped in a white cloak of justice, adorned in a striking yellow plaid suit, and wearing spectacles. The individual bore an expression that was both flamboyant and somewhat lascivious as he casually scrutinized the trio. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Ah, just 3 of you? How utterly surprising. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kizaru's face. He was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated a pirate crew, only to discover merely 3 individuals. 3 people had obliterated an island? Such a notion was indeed hard to fathom. Is there a newcomer among you? He inquired, his gaze settling on Enel, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Subsequently, he extended his right index finger, which shimmered with a golden radiance. Yangqing's expression was devoid of emotion, a murderous intent rising within him. Dylan's wore a similarly cold demeanor, while Enel, a fearsome individual with a violent disposition, appeared utterly indifferent. Encountering an admiral here was certainly not his intention. Yangqing spoke icily. However, since we have crossed paths, let us proceed to kill. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the long-wand sword from behind him, its tip aimed directly at Kizaru. Are you attempting to kill me? How presumptuous. Kizaru chuckled. And in an instant, the brilliance of his index finger flared, launching forth a beam aimed straight for Enel's heart. Unfazed, Enel's expression remained impassive. In that moment, Yangqing and Dylan sprang into action. Their daggers glimmered ominously, and the ethereal blue light surrounding the long-wand sword intensified. Suddenly, both vanished from sight. A laser beam pierced Enel's chest, igniting a series of thunderous explosions, eliciting a flicker of surprise from Kizaru, who quickly recoiled. Yet, he was a fraction too late. The dagger penetrated his skull, while the azure blade of the sword sliced through his torso. A soft thud echoed as blood splattered, the droplets striking the deck with a clear resonance. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the cargo area behind them, a result of Kizaru's laser detonating. Sending waves of fire that sent the sailors on board into a panicked frenzy, their faces etched with terror. Gradually, the figures of Yongqing and Dylan's re-emerged, coldly observing Kizaru. Your carelessness could lead to your demise, Admiral Kizaru. The chilling tone transformed Kizaru's expression into one of grim seriousness. He had been vigilant, meticulously assessing the prowess of the three adversaries before him every second he stood there. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the unfamiliar face belonged to a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Furthermore, the strength of the two before him was formidable. Their speed was nearly instantaneous. By the time he sensed the need to evade, he was already a step behind. A faint trace of blood appeared at his chest, seeping through his clothing and staining it crimson. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, focusing on the sword in Yongqing's grasp. Could that blade be forged from sea prism stone? The moment he was struck, a wave of weakness washed over him, a unique sensation brought on by the presence of the ocean. The dagger's initial thrust forced him into elemental form, only for the sword to arrive, severing his elemental manifestation precisely at the moment he was least capable of transforming or evading. These two were indeed terrifying. Kizaru's gaze grew solemn, and the youth directly before him began to emit flickering blue lightning, causing him further distress. Was this the might of the most powerful thunderfruit of the Logia type? Truly formidable. Crackle. A series of lightning bolts surged towards Kizaru, who transformed into an elemental state as the thunder struck the ship, leaving numerous charred marks. In an instant, both Enel and Kizaru vanished from sight. Crackling sounds echoed as they reappeared mid-air, their long staff and sword clashing, emitting a brilliant radiance. The collision of lightning and light was evenly matched. Kizaru's expression turned grave. In terms of speed, they were nearly equal. It seemed that the adversary also wielded observation haki, allowing him to maintain complete control over his movements. This foe would prove formidable. On the deck, Yongqing's expression was icy, with a slight tremor of his right hand. A soft sound resonated, and a faint light shield expanded, enveloping Kizaru high above. Subsequently, his eyes narrowed as he hurled the long-wand sword into the air. Under the influence of his abilities, it transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Kizaru. Flying with the sword, Dylan was astounded, witnessing Yongqing standing on the deck, his right hand forming a sword as he commanded the long